Xia Zhi, a girl from the low-level civilization of Blue Star, grew up silently in a single-parent family. After her mother passed away, the cold Interstellar Alliance's juvenile protection law forcibly packaged her and handed her over to her father, who was in the upper social class, and nearly a stranger to her. Stepping into the glamorous upper echelon of interstellar society, Xia Zhi was met with a flood of rumors. A country bumpkin from a wild place, with a reclusive and strange personality, who was even deemed unlearned and a waste of potential. When the identity of the mysterious genius rumored to possess SSS-level potential and hailed as a godlike figure was revealed, Xia Zhi calmly nodded, her small face serious. Yes, that's me. When the legendary hacker known as the enigmatic and technically divine top expert Zero surfaced, Xia Zhi again nodded indifferently, her expression earnest. Yes, still me. When the news arrived that Cang Liang, one of the 5 grandmasters who had been hidden for many years and had shaken the entire Alliance Academy of Sciences, was taking new orders, Xia Zhi remained unfazed, lightly nodding. Yes, it's me. The crowd was left dizzy by these successive bombshells, trembling as they pointed to the #1 in the Star Network competition for 5 consecutive years, an unshakable presence known as Z. Then what about that one? Xia Zhi finally raised her eyes, a smirk playing on her lips, her tone lazy yet with an underlying mischievous energy. Take a guess? Later, when the overwhelming insect race tore through the starry sky and war engulfed the Alliance, millions of lives were lost and civilization hung by a thread. A name was etched in blood and starlight, resonating in every corner of despair, becoming the only sacred beacon in the dark era. Xia Zhi. With a mortal body, she stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine, turning the tide. As the smoke of battle cleared, facing the worship and praise of the survivors, she simply left behind a faint remark. What peaceful times are there? It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. And behind her, the man named Lin, he kept his gaze on her back, his deep voice harboring endless protection and tenderness. After meeting you, I always want to move a step faster and stand in front of you. Chapter 1. Arrival at Badna Star. Big Shot Xia has no equal, only greater power. As night fell, the stunning starry sea in the sky of Badna Star gradually revealed itself. In the enchanting night, a silver-gray hover car quietly landed in the G family villa. That a faint sound was heard as the car door opened, and a girl wearing a white knee-length skirt stepped out of the car, her eyes clear and bright, yet revealing a hint of mischief. Her waist and legs were slender and straight. This moment. The weather was still a bit stuffy, and just then, a gentle breeze blew, lifting the hem of her skirt casually, her long hair lightly brushing against her cheek. Her exquisite features appearing and disappearing. Upon a closer look, her astonishing beauty was truly striking. Suddenly, a refined middle-aged man appeared before her. Xia Zhi, Xia Zhengqing's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, and a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. For a moment, he found it hard to confirm whether this unfamiliar daughter before him resembled the girl in his memory. Xia Zhi seemed indifferent, responding softly, her eyes downcast, her backpack slung loosely over her right shoulder, her index finger lightly rubbing the back of her other hand, seemingly not paying attention. Facing his familiar yet strange daughter, Xia Zhengqing was at a loss for words. He had thought that a girl coming from such a small place would carry a certain small-town demeanor, lacking sophistication. However, upon seeing her, it was quite different. But compared to years ago, her rebellious spirit had only increased. After a long silence, Xia Zhengqing finally frowned and spoke. Xia, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I didn't expect you to have grown up and become so beautiful. Xia Zhengqing was dressed in a suit and tie, looking quite formal. After all, he had lived in the upper class for over a decade, and he had developed a certain presence that I know this is your first time leaving Blue Star and that you might not be used to many things. Xia Zhengqing paused, hesitation showing on his face, and continued after a moment. He'll get straight to the point. I brought you here now, and you shouldn't bring your bad habits from that small place over. The G family is large and has many rules. You haven't been in contact with upper-class society, so just do more and say less. And please, never make your Aunt G angry, got it? After not seeing her for so long, the man's words showed no hint of concern, but rather laid out his intentions up front. Xia Zhengqing made this clear in advance to avoid any unpleasant surprises from this unlikable daughter in the future. Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow, somewhat distracted. So? Her tone was casual and defiant, with a bad temper. You child. Xia Zhengqing was infuriated by Xia Zhi's lazy demeanor, his tone immediately changing. If it weren't for your mother passing away, I wouldn't have taken you in. After all these years, you haven't changed at all. Look at your disposition. Where is the obedient demeanor of a girl? His gaze couldn't hide his disdain. In short, during this time I'm taking care of you, you'd better not do anything to embarrass me. There are plenty of influential people here, unlike your poor little place. If you offend someone, I won't be able to help you. And don't tell anyone I'm your dad. I can't afford that shame. The usually refined man was now gritting his teeth in front of Xia Zhi. He had never been able to manage this daughter. Since she was little, her strange personality sometimes led her to act out of the ordinary. How could a man who cared so much about his image tolerate this? Oh. Xia Zhi's voice was flat as she half lowered her head, her expression unreadable. She opened her eyes again, reborn in a new life, only to become the successor of various industry big shots. Everyone, surprising. Master Xiaoyao is one of the 5 masters of the Federation, and your potion skills are similar to hers. Could it be that you are her successor? Jiang Zhi coldly. I am her. Everyone. It's rumored that the #1 hacker in the industry is elusive and has top-notch skills, yet you possess his bone ring. Could it be that you are his successor? Jiang Zhi very coldly. I am still her. Everyone. 10-time champion of the Star Network competition, SS-level genius with godlike potential, natural person identity. Jiang Zhi incredibly cold. I am still her. As countless aliases fell to the ground, the entire galaxy erupted. The Emperor of the Federation, Liu Yanqing, held the empire in his hands, and no woman in the entire galaxy could capture his eye, except for the one he met on a rainy night who touched his heart. That Liu Yanqing. In a world of myriad colors, I only love that one of yours. Chapter 2. Coming from the countryside. Xia Zhengqing thought he had intimidated her. Now your Aunt Ji and your 2 brothers are not home. They'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. With that, he turned and walked into the villa. Xia Zhi followed casually, her expression indifferent. Xia Zhengqing, Xia Zhi's biological father, had left when Xia Zhi was 7 years old. After divorcing Xia Zhi's mother, Xia Zhengqing, with his outstanding intellect and looks, successfully hooked up with Ji Rushu, the powerful head of the renowned noble family of Badnistar. Xia Zhengqing left for more than a decade, and he was doing quite well on the Badnistar until Xia Zhi's mother passed away recently. Xia Zhi, a minor who would not turn 18 for a few more months, was forcibly taken by the Interstellar Alliance law and handed over to her father. Xia Zhengqing had no choice but to take back his daughter, whom he had abandoned for over 10 years, to raise her again. Even if it was only for a few months, he had to take responsibility. According to the Interstellar Alliance's minor laws, direct relatives who fail to fulfill their parental duties before their children reach adulthood will face severe penalties. No matter how powerful Xia Zhengqing was, he had to obey the laws of the Interstellar Alliance. The Ji family's villa was large, an exquisitely decorated European-style building. A middle-aged woman opened the door, wearing a light gray top. Upon seeing Xia Zhengqing followed by a girl, her eyes showed a hint of curiosity. Sir has returned. This must be Miss Xia? Zhao Sa's face was warm, but her gaze carried a hint of subtlety. Xia Zhengqing took the slippers Zhao Sa handed him. Zhao Sa, this is my daughter. With a hint of impatience, Xia Zhengqing changed his shoes and walked in big strides, loosening his tie as he went, and sat down on the sofa. Zhao Sa did not offer anything to Xia Zhi, as if she had overlooked her. Xia Zhi was not particularly concerned, slowly taking out disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet to change. Later, your Aunt Ji and your 2 brothers will be back. I told you before, the Ji family is big. Your Aunt Ji is the chairman of the Ji group. Your elder brother is known as the son of commerce, and your second brother has been a potential genius since childhood. Be smart and don't embarrass me. Say what you should say and don't say what you shouldn't. Xia Zhengqing poured himself a glass of water and took a sip. Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow, standing there coldly, her words sharp. Don't worry, when have I ever bothered you? Seeing Xia Zhi's indifferent demeanor, which was also the attitude Xia Zhengqing disliked the most, he was momentarily speechless. After a while, he finally spoke. Is this how a daughter speaks to her father? After saying this, feeling the awkwardness with Xia Zhi, he furrowed his brows and stood up to return to his room. It was frustrating to watch that he never really cared for this daughter since she was little. She had a bad temper, a strange personality, and was not likable at all. After more than 10 years apart, he thought his dislike would have faded, but to his surprise, after all this time, he still did not like her. Her poor grades were one thing, her abilities were also lacking. At her age, she was still a waste with an A-level physique and a D-level mental strength. If it weren't for his ex-wife's death and the Interstellar Alliance law requiring him to raise his underage children, he might not even remember he had such a daughter. This daughter was truly blemished. He didn't want to reminisce. The Ji family had plenty of guest rooms, and Zhao Sa arranged a room for Xia Zhi. It was on the first floor, right at the front, and the room was quite plain. "Miss Xia, you'll stay here." Zhao Sa's tone was somewhat indifferent, lacking any respect. She heard that this one came from a low-level cultural star, a broken and impoverished little place. Seeing the impatience from the sir earlier, it was likely this daughter from the countryside wouldn't receive much favor. Thinking of this, Zhao Sa straightened her back, her expression blank. Chapter 3. Members of the Ji family. Xia Zhi couldn't care less about these things. She walked slowly, her thoughts already drifting elsewhere. "Miss Xia, we have arrived." Zhao Sa raised her voice, interrupting Xia Zhi's musings. Once inside the room, Zhao Sa kept her gaze straight ahead. "I suppose Miss Xia hasn't stayed in such a luxurious place on Blue Star before, right? If you have any questions about the high-tech devices, feel free to ask me." Zhao Sa's attitude suggested that she saw Xia Zhi as a bumpkin from the countryside who had never seen the world. Xia Zhi wasn't angry. She turned and slammed the door shut behind her. That momentum, arrogant and cold. Zhao Sa's temple throbbed, thinking to herself that this was indeed a bumpkin from a small place, lacking any manners. With that thought, she curled her lip and left. Inside the room, Xia Zhi locked the door. She tossed her backpack on the table, unzipping it with a flick, boredly fiddling with the items inside. After a while, she pulled out a few things irritably. An old holographic computer, a picture framed, a few scattered letters, and some change of clothes. Xia Zhi lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. The white dress made her look serene at that moment. Her temperament softened, losing some of its sharpness. She glanced at the senders of the letters, but quickly lost interest and put everything back. She casually set the backpack aside, not even zipping it up properly. One of the letters peeked out halfway, prominently displaying the sender. Ryan Military Academy. Around 8 o'clock, there was a commotion in the living room. Ji Rushu and the others had returned. Xia Jingqing's current wife and their 2 sons. As soon as Ji Rushu returned, Zhao Sa knocked on the door. "Miss Xia, the madam and the 2 young masters have returned." In the living room, Xia Jingqing and Ji Rushu sat on one end of the sofa, laughing and chatting, seemingly discussing something interesting. Cang Liang looked down at his holographic computer, leaning lightly against the sofa, his expression indifferent. The pair of silver glasses perched on his high nose, his lips pressed together, exuding an elite business aura. On the other end, Cheng Yunting was engrossed in a game, his face animated. Both seemed uninterested in meeting Xia Zhi, even somewhat neglectful, indicating their complete disregard for this new sister. Though the Ji family was large, it was also complex. Chairman of Ji Group, Ji Rushu. Ji Rushu was also on her second marriage. Her first was a family-arranged marriage that ended in a mutual divorce. She had 2 sons with her ex-husband, the elder, Cheng Yunlin, and the younger, Cheng Yunting. Now she was married to her second husband, Xia Jingqing. Xia Jingqing also worked at Ji Group, currently serving as the general manager. The atmosphere in the living room was warm, like a big family. When Xia Zhi left her room, she changed into a black t-shirt and long pants. She appeared slender, her legs long and straight. Her expression was cold, and her face alone was enough to leave people in awe. This was Xia Zhi's second time entering the living room. She casually raised her eyes to survey the surroundings, thinking that her good father was quite lucky to find a good second wife. Her movements were not loud, yet they were enough to catch their attention. Xia Jingqing and Ji Rushu slowly lifted their heads. Ji Rushu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xia Jingqing's daughter to be exceptionally beautiful. Cheng Yunlin was also startled by the noise. He casually glanced up, surprised that this sister differed from what Xia Jingqing had described. At least her aura didn't resemble that of someone from a small place. Cheng Yunting remained completely still, showing no respect, still immersed in his gaming world, clearly ignoring her. Chapter 4. Hello, Ms. Ji. Xia Zhi, come here. When facing Xia Zhi, Xia Zhi put away his smile and introduced her seriously. This is Aunt Ji, and these are your brothers, Yunlin and Yunting. Sitting next to Xia Zhi was a poised woman. With a clean and sharp short haircut and a refined makeup look, she exuded an extraordinary aura, her eyes revealing a sharpness that suggested she was not to be trifled with. A young man sitting on the left is dressed in a royal blue suit, exuding the elegance of a young nobleman, and a pair of silver glasses rests on his high nose, slightly obscuring his fierce phoenix eyes. On the right is a young boy, full of vigor, whose casual posture reflects a carefree personality. Xia Zhi fell silent for a moment before speaking naturally. Hello, Ms. Ji, Yunlin, Yunting. Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi subtly gestured with his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. Just like her mother, not likable at all. Ji Rushu's expression momentarily cracked. She considered many outcomes, but did not expect this. She looked at Xia Zhi with a questioning gaze. Xia Zhi's face was very unpleasant. You are a junior, and Aunt Ji is an elder. How can you be so disrespectful? Xia Zhi found it somewhat amusing, her eyes cold, but she said nothing. The atmosphere around her grew even colder. Great, very willful. Xia Zhi clenched his fists, struggling to catch his breath. He released his fists and gestured to Ji Rushu, explaining, this child has been like this since she was little. She doesn't call anyone but her mother, not even me. I really don't know who spoiled her this way. Ji Rushu had been in the business world for many years and had seen all sorts of people. She looked at Xia Zhi's exquisite and mischievous face and sighed inwardly. After all, she's still a child, but her personality is a bit too arrogant. After thinking for a while, she decided to change the subject for Xia Zhi's sake. Are you all hungry? Let's get ready to eat. Meanwhile, Cang Liang was too engrossed in his game. Yunting, what are you doing? Do you have any manners? Ji Rushu scolded her son. Cang Liang turned off the game and tossed the console aside, wearing a somewhat disdainful expression. What sister? She has no blood relation to me. Don't try to establish connections, I can't afford it. Xia Zhi felt a bit awkward, and Ji Rushu shot Cang Liang a glare, signaling him to tone it down. Xia Zhi showed no reaction and didn't seem to care at all. Yunting, watch your tone, Cang Yunlin warned him. Cang Liang fell silent and didn't speak. However, he still seemed indifferent, snorting lightly and turning away, leaving behind his back. Tea was getting late, and no one had eaten, so they all headed to the dining room. The table was filled with natural foods. Just looking at it made one's appetite grow. In the year 3413 of the Interstellar era, due to environmental changes, plants that could be naturally cultivated were becoming increasingly rare. How rare, you ask? They had essentially become synonymous with wealth. Those who could afford natural food must come from affluent families. Ordinary people in the interstellar era mostly consumed nutritional supplements, at most synthetic food. Natural food was something ordinary people could hardly even dream of. Cang Yunlin glanced at Xia Zhi, but the clumsiness he had imagined was absent. Instead, she sat down confidently, showing no signs of being polite. This was not something that seemed typical of someone from a small place. During the meal, Xia Zhi kept a close eye on Xia Zhi's behavior. Fortunately, Xia Zhi ate slowly and quietly, making almost no noise and maintaining a relatively elegant demeanor. Seeing that Xia Zhi did not exhibit any bad habit from her small-town upbringing, Xia Zhi's anxious heart finally eased a bit. And no matter what, Xia Zhi is his biological daughter, and her every word and action would inevitably reflect on him. When outside, Xia Zhi did not want people from high society to mock him for having a daughter with coarse manners who couldn't hold her own. The meal was quite pleasant. Ji Rushu put down her chopsticks and asked, Xia should have finished her compulsory education by now. Have you decided whether to go to a comprehensive university or a military school? Chapter 5, Potential Wasteland in the Midsummer. I lowered my gaze, my thoughts wandering far away. In my memory, my mother lay on a cold hospital bed, her face pale, her lips devoid of color. I only remember her saying intermittently, Xia, promise me, will you? Xia sat in front of her, her delicate brows furrowed, and the sadness in her eyes lingered. Why? Clearly, I could save you, but you don't want to live? Mom Xia's face was filled with guilt, and her crazed eyes finally cleared up with great difficulty. Her voice was weak. My body. I know it's just a waste of time, but can you promise me, dear? Xia's heart was filled with sorrow. Her mother, who had raised her for 19 years, harbored thoughts of death. She didn't understand. but ultimately chose to respect her mother. She raised her gaze, stared into her mother's eyes, and slowly nodded. All right, I promise you. I will stay on Blue Star forever and will never reveal my potential in front of outsiders. Mom Xia showed a relieved smile, and as she smiled, tears streamed down her cheeks, and suddenly her hand fell down. Xia Zhi is quietly calm, devoid of malice and arrogance, behaving obediently like a delicate doll. She is seriously and carefully staring at her mother's stiff face. Mom, I may not be able to promise you anymore. Xia Zhi put down her chopsticks and casually replied, go to military school. Upon hearing this, Cang Liang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, as if he had heard a joke. With your physique at E and mental strength at D, you think you can go to military school? Don't make me laugh so hard I lose my teeth. Ji Rishu gave Cang Liang a cold glare. Xia glanced at it, her fingertips carrying a hint of coolness as she gently tapped her thigh a few times. She thought to herself that it seemed the profile information she casually set for herself back then was too low-key. Next time, she should set it higher. Xia Zhi has been a prodigy since childhood, learning everything quickly but lacking patience. Computer science is one of the few subjects he has mastered. Xia Zhengqing felt a bit depressed as he looked at his daughter's indifferent expression, which left him feeling uneasy. Throughout his smooth and glorious life, he had only stumbled when it came to Xia Zhi. Was his gene really that poor? After all, he used to be a mecha fighter with a physical quality of B and a mental strength of B. It's one thing for Xia to have a bad temperament, but being such a useless person in this era where strength is paramount is quite another. To say he is completely useless would not be entirely accurate. The average level of ordinary people in the Interstellar Alliance is generally F in physical fitness and F in mental strength, with some weaker ones even having double GS. However, in a military academy filled with strong individuals, the situation is different. A physical fitness of E and mental strength of D barely meets the threshold for an ordinary military academy. Without any real strength, one might as well be dreaming. Ji Rishu pondered, her expression somewhat troubled. The military academy isn't easy to get into, but coincidentally, the principal of a military academy on Scorpio star owes me a favor. So I might give it a try. There's indeed a military academy on Bardina Star, but it is one of the top 10 military academies in the Interstellar Alliance. Considering the hundreds of billions of people in the Interstellar Alliance, countless passionate youths strive to get in, but can only look up in admiration. In short, without strength, don't even think about getting in. Xia Zhengqing's complexion was not good, and his head ached. He felt that Xia Zhi, despite being somewhat capable, was just making things unnecessarily complicated. As for Ruchu, he thought it was too much trouble for her. He believed that it would be good enough if she could get into an ordinary university. Yinting was right. Her potential was indeed a bit low, and with poor academic scores, it would be difficult to even get into a regular school. Xia Zhengqing felt embarrassed to say these words. It really was a loss of face for him. Ji Rishu also had a bit of a headache, but she felt sorry for the child who had lost her mother. Chapter 6. So what if I'm a genius? She turned her gaze to Xia Zhi, her tone slightly serious. Since you have entered the Ji family, I will not treat you poorly. As for your aspirations, I will do my best to help you arrange to go to a military academy, but I can only try. Ji Rishu did not finish her sentence. Military academies were not places where she could just send anyone she wanted. Ji Rishu had no hostility towards Xia Zhi. She just felt that the child was still young, and with her mother just passing away, as a mother herself, she could take on some responsibility. Moreover, she was also Zhengqing's biological daughter. Usually, Zhengqing treated her two sons very well. The two sons had achieved their current success, had upright values, and were both outstanding. It was evident that Xia Zhengqing had put in a lot of effort as their stepfather. Hearing this, Cang Liang snorted in dissatisfaction, thinking that getting into a military academy was as simple as just wanting to. What he said was true. Military academies were indeed hard to get into. Even a large group like the Ji family couldn't just send someone to a military academy as they pleased. Not to mention comprehensive universities just among the 36 major stars. There were numerous military academies, but there were only about 10 top-tier military academies. Talents like Cang Liang, with an S physique and a mental strength, naturally got into one of the top 10 military academies, Ryan Military Academy. The competition in such places could be described as terrifying. Even a genius like Chang Yunlin felt that Ryan Military Academy was indeed filled with talent, with dark horses occasionally emerging, making the feeling quite uncomfortable. However, military academies were the places that all young boys and girls were most enthusiastic and yearning for. They represented honor. Compared to Chung Yunting, Chung Yunlin appeared much more composed. "Mom, is there anything you need my help with?" Ji Rushu shook her head, saying it was not needed for the time being. Xia leaned back in the chair, casually listening to their discussion, and thought about the admission letters in her backpack. She glanced at Ji Rushu and said, "Oh, no need to trouble you. I have an admission letter from the military academy." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Xia Zhongqing and a few others thought Xia Zhi was joking. With Xia Zhi's useless physique, how could he possibly get into a military academy? "Stop dreaming," Chung Yunting sneered, showing no respect. "Do you think you're a genius? That all the military academies are fighting over you?" Xia leaned back in the chair, lazy and relaxed, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. She spoke in a flirtatious and carefree manner. "So what if I'm a genius?" Her tone was both arrogant and defiant, and the look on her face, dismissive of everything, really made her seem like a troublemaker. Xia Zhongqing was so angry that it reached his throat. He slammed the table and shouted, "Xia Zhi!" He couldn't stand Xia Zhi acting like this, like a rogue or a ruffian. Where's the slightest bit of a girl's gentleness and understanding? Xia Zhi laughed softly and stood up. Before leaving, she left a message in front of Xia Zhongqing. "You don't need to be so loud. I can hear you. Also, please mind your own business a little more regarding my matters and live a long life." After saying that, she turned around, leaving a proud silhouette behind. Xia Zhongqing struggled to suppress his anger, trying to calm down as he looked at Ji Rushu. She was really being unreasonable. Ji Rushu had no choice but to comfort him. "It's okay, Zhongqing. Xia might just be lacking in security. It will get better after a while." In the bedroom, Xia lazily leaned against the chair, her damp hair slightly messy against her back. Her slender fingers twirled the pen, the black pen contrasting sharply with her delicate white wrist. There was a haze in her eyes, her expression cool. She had just finished showering, raising her hand to pull at her half-wet hair. Chapter 7. Xia put down the pen, and a message from the other party popped up on her light brain. "Are you really not considering Kino Military Academy?" The other party asked persistently. Xia raised an eyebrow, changed positions, and crossed her legs. The look was both wild and rebellious, exuding a strong sense of pride. Her fingertips tapped on the keyboard, but no. The information had just been sent, and the other party replied immediately, seeming very confused. "Why? This is the first military academy in the Alliance." Meanwhile, in the distant office of the principal of the Chino Military Academy on the main star, Laland, the person being questioned shook his head with a bitter smile. Old Mu frowned deeply, and after a long time he sighed. "Forget it. Everyone has their own aspirations. It seems we can't keep him here at the Chino Military Academy." Suddenly, there was a ding sound from the light brain, and Old Mu's once calm heart began to stir again. "Quick, take a look. Has she changed their mind?" Two pairs of eyes turned to the light brain. The screen displayed calmly, "Go wherever you want." The words were willful and arrogant, reflecting a carefree attitude. Indeed, she had the capital for it. However, those few words hit the two like thunder, leaving them stunned for a long time. They never expected that today's geniuses would be so unruly. Truly, an incredible powerhouse. Old Mu was full of disappointment and didn't hold it against the youth's arrogance. Was it fate? Old Mu had no choice but to temporarily give up. This person, codenamed Xia, was a genius with a physical and mental strength of 3S. In the vast alliance, it would probably take 100 years to produce another like this. At least, so far, no one had shown potential at the 3S level. Old Mu lamented not witnessing the growth of such talent and felt a deep sense of loss. After a moment of silence, he still couldn't help but ask, "Still unable to find out who Xia is?" The questioned person shook his head, unable to trace any sign of the other party at all. "I suspect there is a powerful hacker behind him. Other than knowing the potential level and email address, everything else shows no trace. Not even a gender. Not even a gender." Old Mu furrowed his brows, feeling very uncomfortable inside. It felt like 1,000 ants crawling on his heart, extremely distressing. After a while, he straightened his back and gazed into the distance, faintly hearing a sigh. I hope she can grow smoothly. When summer arrived, it was already the end of August. According to ancient traditions, the beginning of September marked the start of the school year for universities. To others, Xia Zhi seemed very relaxed, showing no signs of urgency at all. On this day, Ji Rushu handed an admission notice to Xia Zhi. At that moment, Xia Zhi was leaning on the sofa, using that old light brain, her slender fingers occasionally tapping the keyboard. She was focused, and a series of seemingly coded numbers flashed rapidly across the screen. However, what Ji Rushu saw was a large game scene. Yes, it was truly enticing. Xia turned off the game and looked indifferently at the words admission notice in front of her. It clearly stated the sender, Xining Military Academy. A very ordinary military academy on Scorpio. Xia Zhi paused for a moment, feeling a bit helpless, knowing that Ji Rushu had a sincere intention. She restrained her expression somewhat, and for once, she said seriously, "Thank you." Ji Rushu was somewhat taken aback, thinking that Xia Zhi had accepted it, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, on Xia Zhi's first day, her arrogant and wild demeanor was still fresh in memory. Chapter 8 Hacker 0 She shook her head inwardly, placing the notification letter on the desk. Seeing Xia Zhi playing a game, her serious face rarely broke into a smile. Xia, do you like playing games? Xia Zhi squinted his eyes in a casual manner. So what does Xia usually like to do? Fight. Yiruhu. All right, very social. Ji Rushu sat down and unintentionally glanced at the dilapidated light brain, frowning slightly. If you need anything, just let me know. Ji Rushu's gaze was on the light brain, hinting to Xia Zhi whether he should get a new computer. Xia responded with a refusal, saying she didn't need anything and thanked him for his kindness. She lowered her head and played the game, the bright lights shining on her face, almost blinding. Ji Rushu was stunned, thinking to himself that he had never seen such a delicate girl in all his life. After a pause, he remembered something else and asked, I prepared a Star Network pod for your room. Did you see it? Xia nodded, having seen it. The Star Network pod is not cheap, costing at least tens of thousands of credit points. It provides a sense of comfort for the wealthy. The Star Network pod is similar to the Star Network helmet, a helmet-type brainwave sensor, both used to connect to the Star Network. However, the Star Network pod has more extensive functions and is more comfortable to use. Suddenly, the light brain started beeping. Xia Zhi took a glance and paused for a moment. Do you have any other business? No. Ji Rushu stood up. Since Xia Zhi didn't want to change, she didn't dwell on it anymore. School would start in a few days, so remember to prepare. After Ji Rushu left, Xia Zhi slowly switched pages, entered a few codes, and accessed a chat system to check messages. Cute and adorable. Baby, come save me. Cute and adorable. Woo, cute and adorable. If you don't save me, I'm gonna die. 0. Question mark. Cute and adorable. Those Imperial pups actually found my trail. They're about to hunt me down. Hurry and help me. 0. Get lost. 0. Act normal. Cute and adorable. Whoa, how am I not normal? 0. Goodbye. Xiao looked at the screen. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her typing speed quickened a bit. 0. Die faster, so I can collect your body. Cute and adorable. Woo, you really don't love me anymore. 0. 0. Just like before. Cute and adorable. Still, Xia baby loves me the most. Xia was too lazy to reply and switched the page. A string of garbled text kept scrolling on the screen. About half a minute passed. The scrolling stopped on the screen, and the loading bar was in progress. When it reached 100%, it displayed OK. Summer switched to the chat page. 0. Are you there? Kawaii. Thank you. 0 darling, love you. Kawaii. Oh, by the way, 0 darling, I sent you something. Hope you like it. When Lu AI was waiting for a reply, he found that the other person was already offline. He couldn't help but chuckle, lit a cigarette, and the thin mist obscured his face, his deep features barely visible. Lu AI was a mech creator, and the mechs he built were extraordinary. His name was well known throughout the entire galaxy. This time, he had created another mech, but it was discovered by the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun, which aroused their curiosity, forcing him to hide and evade the Empire's pursuit. By chance, he met 0, a highly skilled hacker. Xiao only knew that he was a mech builder cute, and lovable. Lu AI only knew that she was a hacker. 0. Lu AI took a puff and extinguished the cigarette. She got up and began her escape. Chapter 9. The package arrived the next day. There was a hurried ringing of the doorbell outside. Aunt Zhao came out of the room to open the door, and outside was an AI robot delivering a package. It had a human-like appearance, dressed in formal attire, smiling. "Hello, ma'am. Here is a package for 0. Please sign for it." Aunt Zhao paused, looking at it suspiciously. 0? Did it get delivered to the wrong place? The robot smiled. "Hello, ma'am. The delivery address shows here. May I please have your signature?" Aunt Zhao frowned and scanned the package before signing for it. Perhaps it was a package for her husband. A few years ago, Aunt Zhao had also signed for packages sent by relatives from her husband's hometown. As for what those relatives were after, Aunt Zhao secretly curled her lip. They just wanted to build some connections. Did the Ji family really think they could aspire to something with those poor relatives? During dinner, Aunt Zhao remembered the morning's events and mentioned, "Sir, you have a package that arrived." At dinner tonight, only Xia Zhi, Cheng Yunting, and Xia were present. Xia Zhi had just finished eating, put down his chopsticks, and instinctively replied, "Express delivery? How could I have a delivery?" Aunt Zhao slowed her movements, standing to the side, and asked in confusion, "Isn't it for the gentleman? Then whose is it?" Aunt Zhao suddenly fell silent, as if remembering something. She glanced at Xia Zhi, who was eating seriously beside her, and furrowed her brows without saying a word. Xia Zhi also realized that this package was probably for his daughter. He furrowed his brows and looked at Xia Zhi, asking, "Is this package yours?" Xia was biting into a piece of rib, lowering her head and eating seriously, her expression nonchalant. After finishing, she put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and slowly raised her eyes to meet Xia Zhengqing's gaze, saying maybe. Xia Zhengqing frowned even more tightly, his elegant face filled with seriousness. "What did you buy?" "I don't know." Xia Zhi didn't know. She had never bought anything online. She looked at Sister Zhao with a hint of coldness in her gaze. "Could you bring my package over?" Sister Zhao was unhappy with Xia Zhi's icy attitude, but she didn't dare to say anything with Xia Zhengqing present. She secretly glanced at Xia Zhi and went to fetch the package in a bad mood. Before long, Sister Zhao walked over to everyone holding a delicate little box. Xia Zhi took it over, lowered her head to conceal her expression, and opened it in front of others. A pink round ball appeared before everyone. Cheng Yunting had been observing in secret and, seeing that it was a pink mech spatial button, wore a hint of mockery on his face. He didn't believe that a country bumpkin from Blue Star could have any mechs. There was indeed a type of mech on shopping websites designed to satisfy the vanity of ordinary people, meant only for display and not for use. To put it this way, a typical mech costs at least hundreds of thousands of credit points, while an ordinary adult's annual income is around 30 to 50,000 credit points. One would have to save up for several years without eating or drinking to afford even a very ordinary mech. As a Blue Star person who came from a low-level literary world and is also an underage person with no financial means, what money does Xia Zhi have? At most, she could buy a decorative mech to satisfy her inner desire. Cheng Yunting spoke up, his face full of mockery, thinking it was something rare. But it turned out to be a toy for a little kid. Regarding Cheng Yunting's words, Xia Zhi didn't even lift her eyelids. She thought for a moment and suddenly remembered the message Kawai sent a few days ago. "As summer rises, I have finished eating. Hey, don't go. Let me take a look at your big toy." Cheng Yunting seemed to take pleasure in others' misfortune, as if he didn't mind causing more trouble. Xia did not pay any attention to him and went outside to find an open space. With her cold fingers, she pressed the button on the mecha control. Suddenly, a faint mechanical sound echoed, and a colossal object descended from the sky. Chapter 10. Much like chasing the sun, before her stood a towering silver mecha, dozens of feet high, imposing and majestic. Its streamlined body reflected a unique coldness belonging to machinery, and its enormous right hand grasped a long sword, the cold blade emanating a powerful sense of killing intent. The scene was extremely shocking. Xia raised her eyes and squinted. Cheng Yunting stared in disbelief at the massive mecha in front of him. He was a fervent mecha enthusiast. What the hell is that? The Sun Chaser? It looked so much like it. It was almost identical to the majestic image of Sun Chaser in his mind. Cang Liang was instantly mesmerized, unable to look away. This was a military mecha. Soon after, Xia Zhi also came out and was equally shocked by the scene before them. They had never seen such a large and menacing mecha. Generally, ordinary mechas in the starry skies are about 10 meters tall, and those with slightly better performance might be around 20 to 30 meters. The mecha in front of them, towering over dozens of meters, was truly breathtaking, especially that long sword gleaming with cold light, exuding a strong aura of slaughter that sent chills down their spines. Cang Liang found it hard to believe. He looked at Xia and swallowed hard. What is this? A decorative mecha couldn't possibly be this large. Typically, decorative mechas are smaller than civilian mechas. But he couldn't believe that the one before him was genuine, and civilian mechas were far inferior to military ones. If it really was the Sun Chaser, no, that is impossible. That is the masterpiece of Master Lu AI. Who is Master Lu AI? He is a renowned mecha manufacturer throughout the entire starry realm. The mechas he creates are hard to come by, and it is said that he wanders the world, his whereabouts unpredictable. Just finding him is a huge opportunity, let alone having him custom make a mecha for you. In short, it is something that even money cannot buy. Cang Liang quickly dismissed this thought from his mind. No, how could it be the Sun Chaser? At most, it's just a high-quality imitation. Oh, Xia Zhi glanced a few times and had a rough idea. So she retracted the mecha back into the mecha button. She glared at Cang Liang, her expression cold and indifferent, but the words she spoke were extremely arrogant. What's it to you? Cang Liang's face turned a bit red. I was just asking what happened. He was a mecha fanatic, perhaps due to his talent. He was crazily passionate about mechas. Now seeing this mecha that closely resembled chasing the sun, he couldn't help but feel a bit itchy with curiosity. Xia Zhi snorted and turned to leave with her long, straight legs. Cang Liang felt awkward, not expecting the tables to turn so quickly. He thought a lot in that instant, and finally mustered the courage to chase after her. Sister? Sister, don't go. Gigi, sister. Both of them walked away, leaving Zhongqing in a state of confusion. What has happened? Today is the first day of school for various universities. Early in the morning, Xia Zhi was awakened by the noise outside. Over the past few years, her sleep had been very light, but it was rare for her to sleep in a bit longer after coming to the Ji family. Not only was she a light sleeper, but coincidentally, she also had a bad temper in the morning. With a loud bang, the door slammed against the wall. What is all the noise? She leaned against the door, her head resting on the edge, her eyes holding a mix of fog and coldness, arms crossed, fierce and wild, yet still frustratingly beautiful. Xia Zhongqing stopped his actions and couldn't help but endure his daughter's tremendous morning grumpiness. Did I wake you up? Xia Zhi didn't respond, just silently glanced at him from the side. Xia Zhongqing wanted to explode in anger, his tone low. Aren't you supposed to head to Scorpio today? Why haven't you packed your bags yet? Xia was pursing her lips, her eyes still half closed, not going anywhere. Xia Zhongqing's temples throbbed. Can't you learn from your brothers Yunlin and Yunting? Do you know how much effort your Aunt Ji has put in to get you into the military academy? He never expected that today Xia Zhi would still be so stubborn, simply like trying to lift up a wall made of mud. Chapter 11. Learning to Lie. I told you I have the admission letter, Xia Zhi replied succinctly. That's enough. Xia Zhongqing's face darkened. How come you've learned to lie now? Aren't you ashamed? How could Xia not know about the situation of living on the Blue Star? During compulsory education, he performed poorly, and his potential was not great either. He had a bad temper, an eccentric personality, and the most outrageous thing was that he even learned how to fight in groups and play games. Is this something a girl should be learning? Xia Zhongqing was already unwilling to bring her over, and at this moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Cang Liang had just returned from his morning run and saw the two of them in a tense standoff. Dad, what are you doing? Xia Zhongqing snorted, laughing in anger. I'm educating her. Cang Liang walked over, and the moment he saw Xia Zhi, he was reminded of the mecha that resembled chasing the sun. Suddenly, his mind became active. Dad, Zhi's younger sister is still small. Please don't say that about her. He strode toward Xia Zhi and raised his hand, intending to rest it on her shoulder. Xia Zhi's eyes were pitch black, and her gaze was cold, as if warning him. Cang Liang suddenly felt a chill in his heart, but he didn't take it too seriously and continued his movements. Just as he was about to make contact with Xia, She took a step back and seemed to raise her right hand. In an instant, everything spun around. Bang! The collision of his body with the ground sparked intense friction. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Cang Liang widened his eyes in disbelief. Where was he? What was he doing? At the same time, his back, pressed against the ground, burned with pain. He furrowed his brows tightly. How much force was used for this? He felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't get up for a moment. Xia Zhi, Zhengqing, was also stunned. After realizing what happened, a surge of anger rose within him, nearly causing him to faint. He could hardly believe the scene before him. Could it be that he was seeing things? How could it be Yunting lying on the ground? Xia Zhengqing rubbed his eyes in disbelief, only to find that the scene before him had not changed at all. Her eyes were half closed in the summer, with dark strands of hair sticking to her cheeks, looking as if she hadn't fully woken up. She still leaned there lazily. Perhaps it was because she had just gotten out of bed. The simple features of her face showed less hostility and more docility. After a moment of reflection, she slowly seemed to have just received a signal. Xia Zhengqing's hand trembled as she pointed at her. What have you done to Yunting? You even laid hands on your brother. Who taught you to be so rude? She spoke slowly, her almond-shaped eyes holding a hint of coldness. You're so noisy. In the end, she looked down at Cang Liang. Is it comfortable lying on the ground? Cang Liang's face turned red with shame. He realized he was still in that embarrassing position and, enduring the pain, quickly stood up and fled the scene. It was simply hard to speak of. So humiliating. What image, what disgrace could compare to the awkwardness he felt at that moment? As he escaped, Cang Liang didn't have time to think about how he, whom he called useless, was taken down so easily by Xia Zhi. He probably didn't have the time to think about it now. Xia Zhengqing's eyes widened in shock, completely losing his usual refined demeanor. Remembering Cang Liang, who had just escaped, he glared at Xia Zhi and said, I can't manage you anymore. With that, he turned and walked away. At this point, Xia Zhi's morning grumpiness had mostly worn off. The mist in her eyes slowly dissipated, and her pair of black eyes regained their usual arrogance. She looked around the empty house. TCH, boring. After lunch, Xia Zhi returned to her room. Chapter 12. Did you receive the gift? With no one else around, she casually sank into the sofa, feeling quite comfortable. Sleepiness suddenly overwhelmed her, and she wanted to take a nap. After a while, she got up, slightly irritated. She grabbed her backpack and stuffed everything from the table into it. Her gaze landed on a pink mech toy. Just then, her light brain chimed twice, and Xia Zhi opened it. Cute and adorable. Dear, did you receive my gift? Xia's lips were pursed, and her eyes still held a hint of restlessness. After resting for a while, she slowly returned. Zero. Did I overdo it? Lu AI looked at the message from Zero, and a smile overflowed from her peach blossom eyes. Cute and adorable. Of course. This is my most time-consuming and satisfying masterpiece. Zero. All right. Cute and adorable. Is that it? Don't you have any expression of gratitude? Lu AI leaned against the sofa and lit a cigarette. He didn't know the other person's name, age, or gender. Zero had saved him several times, and they were already close as life and death friends. One could say that Zero was like a big brother to him, the kind with whom he could share the same pair of pants. In the slow summer, Xia typed a few words. Zero, want to know about the Imperial Army? Lu AI saw this, and with a shake of his hand, the cigarette almost burned him. He patted the ash off his leg and extinguished the cigarette. Cute and lovable. You really don't love me anymore. Xia was too lazy to argue with him and replied, I'm off. Have something to do. Cute and lovely. Okay, bye-bye, dear. Xia Zhi closed her light brain and pulled the zipper of her backpack. Her gaze inadvertently fell on the pink object again. Her eyes were downcast, and the depths of her eyes were dark and profound, making it hard to discern her expression. Not long after, with a soft sound, the pink mecha button was tossed into the backpack. The backpack was not heavy, just like when she came. The only difference was that there was one more item inside. As a skilled hacker, Xia knows how to easily obtain information about others, especially when it comes to helping them cover their tracks. However, she mostly acts according to her mood. If she encounters someone, she does, but she has never felt much curiosity. When the time is right, she believes she will naturally find out. Xia opened the door, and Cang Liang was waiting downstairs. When summer came, she wore a white t-shirt on top, and changed into long pants below. Her legs were both slim and long, looking nice and tight. Ever since Cang Liang made a fool of himself in the morning, he didn't want to hang around in front of Xia Zhi. Seeing Xia Zhi coming downstairs, he pretended to cough and casually looked elsewhere. My mom asked me to take you to Scorpio. Oh, that's not necessary. Just go to your school. Cang Liang was confused, frowning. Go my school? Do you know where I study? I'm at Ryan Military Academy. Xia nodded, succinctly saying, That's right. Let's go together. Huh? Cang Liang was stunned, incredulous. His voice raised a few notches. I didn't hear you wrong, did I? You're saying you want to go to Ryan Military Academy with me? Xia looked at him with a glance, her eyes as if she were looking at someone with a mental disability. She lowered her head, took off her backpack, opened it, and slowly pulled out an admission letter after rummaging through it for a while. Cang Liang's eyes widened in shock. He had once owned that familiar envelope. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent. After a long time, it seemed that Cang Liang finally heard his own voice. Could it be real? As he spoke, he reached out to verify the authenticity of the envelope. Xia Zhi retracted her hand, her eyes appearing to smile, yet not smile. Are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, then I will. Cang Liang awkwardly withdrew his hand. In his gaze towards Xia Zhi, a hint of inquiry flashed by, but he quickly acted as if nothing had happened. This is what my mom prepared for you. As Cang Liang spoke, he handed what he was holding to Xia Zhi. Chapter 13. That's right, I'm going with you. As she lowered her gaze in the summer, she glanced at the space button. She made quite a bit of money. With a raised brow and a wicked smile, she asked, Is this for me? Pink. Cang Liang, being very straightforward, said, Don't you girls just love pink and tender things? No need to trouble her. Please thank Ms. G for me. Xia Zhi handed something to Cang Liang and turned to leave. Hey, it's my mom's heartfelt gesture. Can't you at least acknowledge it? Cang Liang was furious, watching her figure grow more distant, and he secretly vowed that if she really was at Ryan Military Academy, he would show her what social etiquette was all about. 2 hours later, at Ryan Military Academy, it was the start of the school year, and the bustling crowd made it seem very lively. The young boys, full of youthful vigor, all wore bright smiles, perhaps filled with anticipation and longing for their upcoming college life. Under the summer sun, the magnetic levitation vehicle arrived, and she was stunningly beautiful, quickly attracting the attention of those around her. She walked slowly, her expression indifferent. Her cold and proud eyebrows and eyes held a hint of uncontainable arrogance, and the collar of her white t-shirt revealed her collarbone, which was blindingly white. That rebellious aura made it hard not to notice her. Cang Liang looked handsome today as well, with clear brows and eyes, and a tall, striking figure. The two of them walking together was simply a scenic view. Beautiful things always draw attention, and soon whispers filled the air. Meanwhile, in a black, low-profile magnetic levitation vehicle parked by the school, Fong Sudong glanced at the stoic man across from him and joked, So, have you taken a liking to her? The young man sitting beside him wore a black shirt with the sleeves casually rolled up, his arms strikingly white. He tilted his head slightly, his high nose bridge visible up close along with his long eyelashes. He suppressed some of his rebelliousness, the corners of his lips slightly curling. He said, TSK. Quite the personality. Fong Sudong was surprised. This man was usually tight-lipped and didn't casually comment on others. Fong Sudong looked outside and nodded in agreement. When did such a beautiful girl appear here? A freshman, I suppose. I see. Fong Sudong shifted the topic, stroking his chin with a lewd smile. Really taken with her? After a few seconds of silence, he thought the man wouldn't respond, but then heard, None of your business. Fong Sudong. Lin Yi squinted slightly, his eyes full of cold detachment, but he smiled. Aren't you leaving? All right. You're the boss, whatever you say goes. Fong Sudong stopped asking questions. After all, this boss had a high position and significant family power. Shall we head in first? Lin Yi tossed an appointment letter to Fong Sudong, brushed off non-existent dust from his thigh, and said, Let us go. After entering the campus, Cang Liang turned his head, his eyes bright. Which department are you in? I'll take you to register. Xia Zhi paused for a moment, seemingly indifferent, and said, Mecha combat system. Cang Liang was astonished. What the hell? Did he hear that right? He dug at his ears, trying to hear clearly. Are you sure? Xia Zhi found him annoying, startled, and jumpy. She turned around and walked forward with her long, slender legs. Cheng Yunting was utterly shocked. What kind of place is Ryan Military Academy? It's one of the top 10 military academies in the Star Alliance. And the Mecha Combat Department? It's a gathering place for geniuses at Ryan Military Academy. With her being a potential waste, he simply couldn't understand why she would be here. Cheng Yunting thought for a long time in silence, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 14. Mecha Combat Department. One person stood frozen in place, not even noticing when Xia Zhi left. The school environment was quite good, filled with a strong sense of technology, and laughter echoed as people came and went. To welcome the new students, not far from the entrance was the admissions office, where the senior students were energetically attending to everyone. Xia is very beautiful, which has attracted frequent glances. However, her rebellious aura makes people hesitate. She doesn't seem very approachable, alone by herself, but her stunning looks are hard to resist. Finally, someone mustered the courage to approach her. "Do you need help, Junior?" A boy wearing glasses came over, smiling widely. In the languid heat of summer, she felt a bit drowsy. Suddenly, she felt uncomfortable all over, her delicate brows and eyes both cold and restless. She squinted and lowered her voice. "Excuse me, where do I report for the Mecha Combat Department?" The bespectacled man looked at her strangely, not expecting to casually encounter such a formidable person. The Mecha Combat Department. Not simple at all. His mind began to race, and he spoke gently to the pretty junior. "You just arrived and don't know the way. How about I take you there?" "No, please just tell me where it is." Seeing that she was not to be trifled with, the bespectacled man gave up on his thoughts and focused on giving directions. "Do you see that iconic building? That's it. The Mecha Combat Department should be on the second floor, room 110. It should be right. Once you get there, just ask." Xia slowly looked up and nodded. "Thank you." "No, you're welcome. No matter how cold a beauty is, she is still good-looking." The bespectacled man gazed longingly at the disappearing figure. Following the route, Xia arrived at the building mentioned by the glasses-wearing man after swaying for a good 40 minutes. Surprisingly, there weren't many people. The entire building was desolate and quiet. Xia Zhi couldn't help but let out a small yawn, and a mist quickly formed in the depths of her eyes. Which floor was it? She was too sleepy at that time and thought for a long time. It seemed like she didn't take it in. Then let's go with the first floor. It was a lazy summer day, and I made a casual decision, walking in with my eyes half closed. It was very quiet inside. Seemingly only 2 people were there. Xia knocked on the door and politely asked, "Excuse me, is this the registration office for the Mecha Combat Department?" Fang Sudong looked up, almost exclaiming in surprise. "What is this? Man Gi Dung?" Fang Sudong grinned, feeling both mischievous and bold. "Sister, you've got the wrong place. This is..." "Kumein." A sudden, deep voice interrupted him. Fang Sudong turned in shock. Xia Zhi walked in upon hearing the words. Lin was also sitting in the office chair in front of her, his long fingers tapping on the keyboard. "Here, it's a report?" Xia nodded slowly. Lin suddenly asked, "How do we go to the Mecha Combat Department?" Xia Zhi was still a bit drowsy, having slept too little recently. There's a type of insomnia called physical drowsiness. She half lowered her eyes, not sure if she heard anything. After a few seconds, she said, "The talent is just too good, there's no way around it." Fang Sudong, listening from the side, was stunned. This girl seemed a bit arrogant. Lin Yi paused with his fingertips, smiled, and asked, "Do you have an acceptance letter?" Xia nodded lightly and took out the envelope from her backpack, retrieving the admission notice inside. This admission notice was quite special. The 4 corners were embossed in gold, and Lin also touched the material, which turned out to be an ancient traditional paper. He squinted his eyes, looking at the dazzlingly white little girl in front of him, smiled, and then took the terminal. Chapter 15. Fate. Xia removed the terminal from her wrist and handed it to the other person. Her delicate fingers were as bright as jade. Lin scanned the code on the admission notice and updated the identity information on the terminal, casually saying, "All right, within the school, you can still use credit points for payments. However, we also have another type of currency circulating, which is points. This type of points is valid across all schools, understood?" "Understood." Report to the Mecha Combat Class 1 tomorrow. The dormitory building is Building 3, Unit 1, Room 106. Lin deducted the tuition fees and returned the terminal. Xia took it over and put on slowly. Perhaps due to the drowsiness, her eyes always had a hint of mist, looking somewhat hazy and less fierce. Thank you. Lin suddenly smiled, a beautiful smile. You're welcome, new classmate. Xia Zhi nodded, not expecting the enrollment procedures to be handled so quickly. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, he greeted and left. After stepping out, Xia Zhi felt something was off. He slightly raised his eyes to look at the sign. Vice Principal's office. Summer. After Xia Zhi left, the invisible person Fong Mumu beside him made a clicking sound, saying, "Fate, oh fate." Just recently, he had seen her, and now they met again. Isn't that fate? However, he seemed to be the newly appointed vice principal, right? Lin Yi glanced over coldly. Shut up. Fong Sudong. Can you not treat me so differently? Fong Sudong looked in the direction Xia Zhi had left, thinking about Lin Ye's actions today. He felt that aside from her good looks, Xia Zhi didn't seem particularly special. Lin Yi wouldn't just ignore so many noble ladies from the Interstellar Alliance for her, right? But given the situation today, Fong Sudong felt it was suspicious. In the principal's office, Fong Sudong placed the admission notice he had in his hand on the desk, turned around, and found a place to sit. Principal Wang, the school is quite generous this year. This admission notice was different. It was made from natural plants, and the edges were embossed in gold, almost blinding to the eyes. Lin Yi sat beside him, his long legs slightly propped up, appearing very relaxed. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang looked up and was surprised to see Lin Yi there as well. Young Master Lin, what brings you to my little place? Lin Yi similit elegantly. Just to see the world. Principal Wang was momentarily speechless. Did this young master from the main star really need to see the world? He couldn't say much more and accidentally glanced at the special admission notice, his pupils instantly constricting. He suddenly stood up, almost losing his composure. His entire face trembled with excitement. And for a moment, he couldn't find the words. After a while, he finally said, "It's Xia. She actually came to our school." The usually dignified Principal Wang seemed to have transformed into a different person. Not to mention Fong Sudong. Even Lin Yi felt a bit surprised. It was rare to see Principal Wang in such a state. Fong Sudong was a bit confused. What's wrong with her? Is she so good-looking that even Principal Wang knows about her? Lin Yi wasn't particularly curious. He lowered his gaze and interjected. She's from the combat department and got into class 1. Principal Wang quickly walked up to Lin Yi, speaking excitedly. Young Master Lin, did you really see her? I did. Principal Wang rubbed his hands together, eager. Which boys' dormitory is she in? I want to check it out. Lin Yi teased. Who told you she's in the boys' dormitory? Chapter 16. Lin Jinran. Principal Wang was taken aback, looking at Lin Yi with a hint of suspicion. Aren't boys in the boys' dormitory? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, and Fong Sudong beside him revealed the truth, his eyes full of amusement. Principal Wang, who told you she was a boy? She's a girl, and a very good-looking one at that. Principal Wang was left dumbfounded. A girl? A girl? Although he didn't know her gender, he always assumed she was a boy. Fong Sudong was itching to know what she was all about that could make Principal Wang change his expression. What was her background? Principal Wang, recovering, smiled slyly like an old fox. Guess. Fong Sudong was anxious. Just tell me. Principal Wang shook his head, unwilling to elaborate. Lin Yi kept his gaze down, his eyes inscrutable, remaining silent, leaving Fong Sudong feeling frustrated. The next day, Xia Zhi woke up early. The reason was she couldn't sleep again. She pursed her lips, exuding a low pressure. Thinking about the official start of school today, she took a moment to calm her emotions and got out of bed. The school's dormitories were quite nice, with 2 households per staircase, and each household had only 3 bedrooms, meaning 3 people. From yesterday until now, no new roommates had arrived. In other words, in this big house, Xia Zhi was currently the only one living there. When she arrived at the classroom, many people had already gathered inside. The sound of laughter and chatter was so loud it was headache-inducing. Before Xia entered, she was already annoyed by the noise coming from inside. Just as she was hesitating whether to go in, a cold female voice came to her ear. Classmate, are you in the wrong place? Xia Zhi turned her head and raised an eyebrow. Class 1, the battle department? The reflection in her eyes revealed the face of the person in front of her. Well-proportioned features, a high-nose bridge adorned with glasses, and an aura filled with the fragrance of books. Mu Qingling was momentarily stunned. The girl in front of her was exceptionally beautiful. She realized she had been distracted and quickly regained her composure, saying seriously, "This is indeed class 1 of the battle department, but how come I haven't seen you before? Xia Zhi, can you check if there's anyone missing?" Xia's right shoulder was draped with a bag, and she wore a light purple long dress. Although she looked quite demure, her nonchalant expression carried a subtle hint of understated pride. Mu Qingling raised her hand and opened the terminal, carefully examining the list of new students. Finally, she looked at the last name on the list. Xia Zhi. Mu Qingling showed a look of surprise. She clearly remembered that she hadn't seen this talented person when signing up yesterday. Moreover, such a beautiful girl would definitely leave a strong impression on her. But the list in front of her was undeniably real. The school had always been strict, and all lists had undergone rigorous scrutiny, so there couldn't be any mistakes. Since this person was on the list, Mu Qingling didn't dwell on it and decided to investigate when she had time. She tucked away her inner doubts and wore a smile unique to teachers. "Xia, welcome to class 1. Would you like to come in with me?" Xia Zhi nodded. At that moment, the classroom was noisy, and Mu Qingling coughed at the door, instantly silencing the commotion inside. Mu Qingling straightened her back and walked in, with Xia Zhi leisurely following behind. The classroom was silent. As soon as they entered, all eyes were on the two newcomers. Mu Qingling walked to the podium and looked over at Xia Zhi. "Classmate Xia, feel free to find seat." The classroom was quiet. No one spoke. A glance around showed that the boys made up the vast majority, while there were very few girls. Xia Zhi nodded and casually found a place to sit down. Chapter 17. The true identity of Xia Zhi supported her chin with one hand and casually placed the other on the table, her eyes dark and bright, exuding a certain devil-may-care charm. Beside her, a little girl peeked at Xia Zhi's incredibly beautiful profile and blushed slightly. She sighed inwardly, thinking how beautiful she really was. "All right, everyone should be here now. Since we've already met yesterday, I won't introduce myself. First of all, welcome to all the new students at Ruyan Military Academy." Mu Qingling began her lengthy speech, and the students below listened attentively. However, Xia Zhi still received many scrutinizing glances, especially from the boys sitting in the back, who revealed predatory looks and whispered among themselves. Lin Jiran felt a bit shy. She wanted to talk to Xia Zhi, but was so intimidated by the latter's dominating aura that she couldn't muster the courage to say a word after a long pause. Up front, Mu Qingling was getting to the point. "This time, for the military training upon entering the school, we are adopting a new method, and whether our class can achieve fame depends on your performance. This is class 1 of the combat department, and with over 100 students. We have basically gathered the elite of the entire combat department." Mu Qingling's words had both basis and confidence. Below, the students' enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Everyone's eyes sparkled with passion, secretly vowing to achieve good results. In short, those who could come to class 1 of the combat department are all outstanding, top students from various places. Who isn't proud? The atmosphere in the classroom was suddenly lit up. "All right, that's it for the morning. In the afternoon, bring your things and gather at the Inspirational Square. The military training will begin." After Mu Qingling finished speaking, she left. As soon as the teacher left, the classmates also began to leave in groups. When most of the people had left, Xia Zhi slowly got up. Lin Jiran watched the beautiful new student leave, not daring to say a word. Outside the classroom, Mu Qingling had just stepped out when she received an order from above. "Principal Wang?" Mu Qingling opened her terminal, somewhat surprised. "Is it Teacher Mu?" "Yes, it is. Teacher Mu, please bring a girl named Xia Zhi to my office right now." Principal Wang's tone gave no indication of his emotions, making Mu Qingling feel a bit uneasy. "All right, I will bring her over immediately." Mu Qingling ended the communication and just happened to see Xia Zhi walking out. The imposing aura of the big shot was unmistakable. Mu Qingling called out loudly, "Xia Zhi." Xia Zhi paused for a moment, lifted his horns, tilted his head, and asked, "Teacher Mu?" Mu Qingling adjusted her glasses and said, "Come here, follow me to a place." Xia Zhi nodded and did not ask further. The two arrived in front of Mu Qingling's maglev car, getting in one after the other. The school was large, and it was impossible to get around solely on foot. Therefore, teachers had dedicated maglev cars, and students took the bus. After reaching their destination, Mu Qingling brought Xia Zhi to the principal's office. She knocked on the door, and after it opened, the two walked in. Principal, the person has arrived. Principal Wang looked up and immediately noticed Xia Zhi beside Mu Qingling. She looked quite impressive, and Principal Wang couldn't help but admire her a bit. Xia Zhi had a pair of cold, clear eyes that were exceptionally bright. What stood out was her rebellious aura, making it clear that she was not someone to be easily provoked. As Principal Wang secretly assessed Xia Zhi, he found that this seemingly unruly girl was far from the genius he had imagined. At first glance, she looked like a reckless socialite, completely wild. Principal Wang said to Mu Qingling, "Mu teacher, you can go about your business. I need to have a word with this child." Mu Qingling glanced at Xia Zhi, feeling a bit uneasy. After all, she was the one who brought her, and she didn't know what Principal Wang wanted to discuss with her. Unable to fathom what connection an ordinary student could have with the principal of the school, Mu Qingling leaned slightly closer to Xia Zhi and reminded her, "I'll wait for you outside." Mu Qingling meant well, and Xia Zhi didn't refuse, responding, "Got it, teacher Mu." After Mu Qingling left, Principal Wang openly sized up Xia Zhi, but his eyes couldn't hide the enthusiasm within. "May I ask why you chose to come here?" Principal Wang asked with a friendly demeanor, exuding a sense of goodwill. For ordinary people, Ryan Military Academy was indeed an unattainable existence, but for a potential genius rated 3S, it was not a big deal at all. When he saw the potential level of Xia on the Star Network's official list, he had only sent the acceptance letter to the address with a try-it-out attitude, thinking that the chances were slim and thus hadn't told anyone else about it. He never expected that this meager chance would actually come true. He rubbed his hands secretly, barely able to contain his excitement to boast around, having never thought that Ryan Military Academy could also have a time when it was at the top of the first military academy. However, Xiao's information had always been elusive, with no traces to follow, leading him to suspect that there might be a powerful hacker backing her. Now that Principal Wang finally saw her in person, he felt a sense of unreality. Principal Wang gestured for Xia Zhi to sit down. Xia Zhi had no pleasantries to exchange, finding a seat to lean against, appearing quite lazy. After a while, Xia Zhi smiled and replied casually, "Your school is quite good." Principal Wang paused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I believe that student Xia's choice is absolutely correct." Finally, he added, "I have a request here. I wonder if student Xia could listen?" Xia glanced out the window, and you said. Principal Wang took out a device, small and round, with a palm shape on it. He said, "This is a testing instrument for mental strength and system, and I hope Xia can give it a try. Of course, I am not questioning Xia's abilities. It's just, this matter is not trivial and needs to be confirmed multiple times." Xia Zhi was silent for a few seconds, and her tone was unreadable. Okay. Principal Wang didn't expect Xia Zhi to be so agreeable, and the numerous thoughts he had prepared were swallowed back down. Summer lazily walked over, raising her hand to place it on the potential tester. Her hands were slender like scallions, with distinct joints. Xia felt a mechanical chill and casually let a strand of spiritual energy slip out from her palm. The testing device, which had just been unresponsive, suddenly lit up brilliantly, beeping continuously. The display on the device showed Spiritual Energy Test Level, SSS. Principal Wang was instantly overjoyed. Xia Zhi suddenly found it interesting and withdrew her mental power. Switching to a physical test, she raised her hand and gently slapped down, causing an invisible airflow to surge towards the testing device connected to her palm. In an instant, there was a cracking sound. The potential tester surprisingly couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces. Wait, hold on. Principal Wang didn't have time to retract it. He could only watch as the expensive potential tester he had just bought was ruined like this. Principal Wang looked dazed. Was it really broken like this? Chapter 19. Inspirational Square. He had spent a large sum of credit points to purchase it. To say he wasn't heartbroken would definitely be a lie. This thing was sky-high expensive. Principal Wang wanted to cry, but had no tears, filled with regret and despair. Xia Zhi was taken aback for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed for the first time. "I didn't expect. How about I compensate you with one?" Principal Wang had a pained expression, thinking that Xia Zhi was just a student after all, and besides, it was his own request. This time, he could only swallow his frustration. "It's fine. Principal Wang, I truly admire Xia Zhi's ability. He had lived for so long and had never seen anyone break a testing device like that. That's right, it was broken. Xia Zhi turned around and sat down, her long legs slightly crossed. Principal Wang, could you do me a favor? Principal Wang forced a smile and said, just tell me what it is, Xia. I hope to keep Xia's identity a bit hidden. I don't like causing trouble. That's easy to arrange, Principal Wang said, feeling relieved since Xia's request was very simple. His fondness for her increased as he added, I completely understand your thoughts, Xia. Just tell me how you want to proceed. I would like to lower my potential talent in my file, and I hope the principal understands what I mean. Xia Zhi lowered her eyes, her tone casual. Principal Wang was a clever person. With just a little thought, he understood Xia Zhi's meaning. He immediately responded, no problem, you can go ahead and do it. He also knew that Xia Zhi had a powerful hacker behind her. Even if he disagreed, that person could easily breach the school's firewall and alter the records. So it was better to agree and give her some face. Thank you, Principal. Xia thanked very politely. In the end, he asked, do you have any other matters? Principal Wang shook his head. Xia Zhi said a word and went out the door. Outside the door, Mu Qingling was standing nearby. She looked Xia Zhi up and down a few times, and seeing that Xia Zhi's complexion was normal, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Xia Zhi shook her head, saying it was nothing. Mu Qingling nodded and didn't ask any further. In the afternoon, at the lit CZ Square. Here, all the freshmen of the Ryan Military Academy gathered. Looking around, there were countless heads, making one feel dizzy. Xia furrowed her brows, feeling a strong urge to turn back. In the end, she still managed to hold it in. As she walked through the summer, a chilling aura radiated within a meter around her. That feeling sent shivers down people's spines, so much so that no one dared to approach her within that distance. Xia Zhi walked into the line of Class 1, standing tall with her long, straight legs. Her beauty attracted a lot of attention. Even a boy nearby lowered his voice and exclaimed, wow, she's really good looking. At that moment, the crowd fell silent. Principal Wang was passionately giving a speech on the platform, starting his lengthy discourse as he did in previous years. Xia Zhi was not paying attention, exuding an air of authority. It wasn't until the shadow of a massive starship enveloped him that he finally looked up. For the new students, the scene was exhilarating and shocking. The enormous starship slowly came to a stop in a nearby clearing, its thunderous roar filling everyone's ears, and the hurricane-like wind whipped against their faces. It stood proudly in place, its silver-gray hull reflecting a cold, mechanical chill under the sunlight. It was both vast and imposing. Most of the students gasped in awe. All right, everyone, get ready to depart. New book, Zombie Little Puppy is Not Well Behaved, Chapter 20. 2 major systems with the principal's command, the students lined up to board. The starship was enormous, capable of carrying at least tens of thousands of people. This year, there were many new students, and in the face of such a colossal starship, they felt quite small. Lin Jianran, petite at 1.65 meters tall, was instantly swallowed by the sea of people. She looked around and suddenly spotted a tall figure. Her eyes lit up, and she squeezed her way through with difficulty. After a long moment of mental preparation, she finally spoke, Xia, classmate. Can I walk with you? The girl's voice was timid, but her eyes shone brightly. Xia Zhi glanced over, feeling a bit of familiarity. It seemed to be a girl who sat beside her that morning. Well, whatever you say. Lin Jianran didn't expect Xia Zhi to agree so quickly and was a bit surprised. Ah, my name is Lin Jianran. Yes, the girl who sat next to you this morning. I know. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianran felt delighted. She didn't expect that the seemingly cold new classmate was actually quite easy to get along with. Following Xia Zhi, Lin Jianran noticed that the people around them dared not approach due to the imposing aura radiating from her, making the air feel much fresher. The students lined up in an orderly fashion until they all boarded the starship. At this moment, in a certain part of the starship, Principal Fang, this year's military training for the new students is entrusted to you. Principal Wang solemnly instructed from his side. Fang Sudong sat in a chair, casually crossing his legs. Rest assured, I will complete it successfully. Principal Wang nodded, his expression cryptic. This year's new students' military training will require your extra attention. That group from the Empire has started to stir again, and we can't let our guard down. The entire galaxy consists of two major systems and some scattered smaller systems. The two major systems are the Star Alliance and the Sun Never Sets Empire. They have dominated the interstellar sea for many years, being arch-rivals yet mutually constraining each other. Of course, the vast interstellar space is also home to many dangerous entities, such as human factors, natural factors, star beasts, black holes, and so on. Humans, in the grand interstellar system, are just one of many beings. For survival, human evolution is inevitable. This time, Principal Wang has put in a lot of effort for the military training of the new students. Fang Sudong's long fingers lightly tapped the table, his tone quite serious. I will keep an eye on this group of little rascals. If worst comes to worst, we still have Master Lin. Principal Wang nodded with satisfaction, looking at Lin Yi sitting beside him. This matter will also trouble young Master Lin. Lin Yi held a teacup, and what was clearly just ordinary tea was perceived as high-grade tea. He smiled with a noble nonchalance. Principal Wang is being too polite. Afterward, Principal Wang left the room. At the same time, Xia Zhi, who was walking alongside Lin Jianran, seemed to sense something and looked up, her eyes narrowing slightly as she casually glanced into the distance, quickly retracting her gaze as if the earlier scene had never existed. Lin Jianran, beside her, felt no sense of abnormality at all. Lin Jianran felt a bit shy, her high ponytail giving her the appearance of a neighborly little sister. She looked around at the densely packed crowd and couldn't help but exclaim, "There are really so many new students this year." Xia Zhi didn't speak, her brows and eyes exuding a sense of coldness, revealing a nonchalant attitude. Lin Jianran weakly fell silent. Even she, no matter how slow, could sense the restless elements around the new classmates. Once all the freshmen arrived, the school quickly assigned dorm rooms based on their departments. Chapter 21. Classmate Xia is tired features a room for 4. Lin Jianran was fortunate to share a room with Xia Zhi. There were only 2 beds, a classic bunk bed setup. Xia Zhi chose the lower bunk on the right, and Lin Jianran, wanting to be close to Xia Zhi, steeled herself and chose the upper bunk. Xia Zhi squinted her eyes, looking a bit listless. She tossed her backpack onto the bed and lay down, leaving a slender back exposed. Lin Jianran felt a bit awkward. She had intended to strike up a conversation with Xia Zhi, but unexpectedly, the latter fell asleep immediately. After hesitating for a moment, she took off her shoes and gently climbed up to the upper bunk. Not long after, 2 girls came in. One was a playful and cute girl with short hair, and the other was a fashionable girl with curly chestnut hair. "Alu, I'm Du Yanyan from Class 7 of the Combat Department." Du Yanyan greeted them cheerfully as she entered, her smile radiant and full of youthful energy. Lin Jianran wanted to lie down and rest, but as soon as she did, Du Yanyan's loud voice startled her, causing her to sit up abruptly. Out of politeness, she also greeted back, "Hello, I'm Lin Jianran from Class 1. "Wow, you're from Class 1? Du Yanyan exclaimed in disbelief, as Class 1 was known to be a gathering place for geniuses in the combat department. "Yes, yes," Lin Jianran replied with a somewhat forced smile, silently tightening her grip on the blanket, thinking to herself that this girl was a bit too enthusiastic. Du Yanyan placed her things down, her eyes darting around, and then smiled again. "Class 1 is the top class in the combat department. You're amazing." Lin Jianran nodded absent-mindedly, feeling a bit reluctant to continue the conversation. Du Yanyan seemed like she wanted to say something more, but suddenly shivered, a chill running from her feet straight to the top of her head. She looked around curiously. The room was empty, and she found nothing unusual, thinking it was really strange. "Hello, I'm Yelena from Class 3 of the Combat Department. I'm a local from Badnestar, and I'm very familiar with this place. So feel free to ask me if you need anything." Yelena was wearing a little black spaghetti strap dress, her wavy hair giving her a sexy and alluring appearance. True to her name, she was a stunning beauty. When she mentioned Badnestar, she exuded a confident aura. Du Yanyan's eyes lit up instantly, and she said somewhat flatteringly, "Wow, this is my first time on Badnestar. Please take good care of me, Sister Lena." Yelena smiled and placed her things on the lower left bunk. Du Yanyan noticed that there was only one bed left, and her expression fell a bit. She disliked sleeping on the upper bunk the most. However, Yelena looked like a rich girl from a well-off family, and Du Yanyan didn't dare to provoke her. Thinking this, she turned her gaze to the lower right bunk. Who is this? Xia is turned to the side, with an extremely slender waist and a pair of straight legs bent. A cold aura surrounds her, making her seem unapproachable at first glance. Xia Zhi didn't respond. The big shot had a full attitude, completely ignoring her. The air fell silent for a few seconds, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on Du Yinyan's face. The bangs on her forehead obscured the emotions in her eyes. What was she doing? Lin Jinran knew that this classmate Xia seemed to have a bad temper, so she kindly answered for Xia. Her name is Xia Zhi. She's in my class. Oh. Du Yinyan glanced at her very subtly, quickly making it hard to decipher. She raised her smile again, took a few steps forward, and asked, "Classmate, are you asleep?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it sounded abrupt. Lin Jinran hurriedly shushed her, signaling to Du Yinyan. Classmate Xia might be tired. She fell asleep. Du Yinyan glanced at the backpack Xia Zhi had tossed aside, unable to tell what brand it was. The color looked a bit worn, suggesting it had been used for a long time. Chapter 22. Are you really polite? She secretly curled her lip, ignoring Lin Jinran's advice. Classmate, can you hear me talking? Classmate? Classmate? I want to... It's so noisy. Can you be a bit quieter, please? The cold voice interrupted Du Yinyan's words. The owner of the voice didn't seem very easy to get along with, and there was a hint of icy hostility in her tone. Du Yinyan's smile froze for a moment. She didn't expect the girl lying in front of her to be so ungracious. Suppressing her displeasure, she quickly restored her smile. Classmate, I'm sorry to bother you, but can I change my bunk with you? I'm not very used to the upper bunk. Get lost. Just one word made Du Yinyan's face turn red. She pointed at Xia Zhi's back and exclaimed, How can you be so rude? Xia Zhi sat up, raised her eyes. And you were very polite? Those eyes were not purely black and white, but had subtle blood vessels, and the originally cold pupils were quietly filled with a fierce and hostile aura. Du Yinyan's heart tightened, and she was stunned in place, unable to say a word for a moment. Xia Zhi casually glanced over, snorted, and lay back down. Du Yinyan came to her senses and pouted. What was the big deal? It was just changing a bed. Was there really a need to be so fierce? She looked up and found Lin Jinran and Yulin staring at her. Suddenly feeling awkward, she sulkily took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, pulling the blanket over her head. Late at night. During this time, Lin Jinran wanted to call Xia Zhi for dinner, but saw that she was still sleeping. So she placed a portion of food on the table beside the bed. Ryan's student meals were very delicious, not just various flavor nutritional agents, but mostly synthetic food, which was considered excellent for students. At this time, the students were basically fast asleep, and the entire starship was quiet. However, Xia Zhi suddenly sat up. Her breathing was unsteady, and an invisible current of air surged chaotically beside her. She opened her eyes, which were originally black and white, but now filled with blood red, standing out sharply in the pitch-black night. Xia furrowed her brows, not expecting it to appear at this moment and cause trouble. Under the summer, she got out of bed, her steps light, and after opening the door, she walked to the right. She used her mental power to interfere with the surveillance, her figure flashing by like a shadow. A minute later, she arrived at an open area that seemed to be the cafeteria. The tables and chairs were arranged neatly, and the space was not large, making everything clear at a glance. Xia Zhi casually found a spot to sit down, the dim light in the cafeteria casting a faint glow on her face, her delicate features appearing somewhat obscured, exuding a hint of casual defiance. The air around her began to swirl faster, and her long fingers tightly gripped the edge of the table. Beads of sweat the size of beans trickled down her fair cheeks, clearly enduring immense pain. Yet she remained silent. At this moment, her internal organs were being tortured inhumanely. A small stream of pale blue liquid darted around rapidly, severing her meridians and causing continuous bleeding wherever it passed. It was very cunning. Whenever Xia Zhi attempted to catch it, it would slip away like a loach, darting far out of reach. Time ticked by, and this intense pain was something she experienced almost every month. Xia Zhi was used to it, enduring it. Once she got through it, her expression was cold, her face already drenched in sweat, her whole body feeling as if it had been soaked in water. Suddenly, Xia Zhi's mental energy condensed. The light blue liquid within her body was instantly trapped. It seemed to know the consequences and struggled desperately. Chapter 23. Is it insomnia? The early summer had been gathering momentum, all for this moment. Countless strands of spiritual energy enveloped the blue liquid, trapping it so that it could not move. It struggled in its dying throes, seemingly roaring in despair. However, all of its struggles were in vain against the billions of strands of spiritual energy. Soon, the blue liquid encased within began to shrink visibly, as the strands of spiritual energy glowed with a faint golden light, like satisfied children. Xia Zhi controlled the spiritual threads to send the light blue liquid back to where it originally belonged, sealing it once again. After everything was over, she rarely sat there quietly, with a hint of less hostility, her gentle demeanor a rare sight. Since birth, Xia Zhi had to endure inhumane torment every month. In her childhood, it was her mother who went to great lengths to protect her life, and, as she grew up, it was her own perseverance under her mother's expectations that helped her get through time and again. Each time Xia Zhi managed to pull through, her personality became unstable, sometimes furious and sometimes gentle. To others, she appeared to be eccentric, reclusive, and not often engaging in conversation. Xia Zhi has never asked why, and her mother is unwilling to say much. The only benefit of that light blue liquid is that every time Xia Zhi manages to consume a part of it, her potential and talent increase a little. Over the past 19 years, the light blue liquid has changed from the size of a quail egg to its current size, which is only that of a peanut. She doesn't know what will happen when it completely disappears. The summer's eyes drooped like curtains, long eyelashes slightly trembling, half-wet strands of hair sticking to her cheeks, her expression casual, yet carrying a hint of cool indifference. After a long silence, suddenly, with a crack, the light turned on. The bright, incandescent light was intensely blinding. Summer leaned against the back of the chair, squinting slightly, lips pursed, her delicate brows and eyes showing a trace of indifference, while the remaining expression seemed almost to burst forth with an inherent mischief. "Summer, what are you?" Lin also wore a silky black shirt, his long legs crossed, leaning against the doorframe with a half-smile, half-mocking expression. The Summer's eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were dark and deep. She raised her gaze and said seriously, "I'm sorry to interrupt." As she spoke, she stood up, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment." In the Summer, she paused for a moment, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. She was incredibly beautiful, her hair brushing against her cheeks, and the whites of her eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, creating a hazy look that softened the usual stubbornness she couldn't hide and added a touch of wild beauty. Lin also raised his gaze, his usually indifferent eyes now carrying a hint of amusement. Was he sleepless? Xia Zhi looked at the noble man in front of her and instinctively nodded. Lin also walked over, leaning slightly closer to Xia Zhi. As the man passed by, he carried a refreshing fragrance, reminiscent of mint. Xia felt much calmer as she breathed in the light scent of summer, the restless factors within her quieting down. The whites of her eyes were not as red anymore. She took a few steps back and looked at him with her hazy eyes. Lin Yi had a kind of dried grass in the palm of his hand, crescent-shaped and dark green in color. He handed it to her, saying, "This is calming herb. It can help with insomnia. Want to give it a try?" Xia Zhi's expression was sullen, but as she breathed in the fresh scent of the grass, her mood stabilized a bit. She took it, pinched it, paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Yi and said, "Thank you." She lowered her head to gaze at the calming herb in her hands, thinking to herself that the fragrance from him was still more useful. At Lin Ye's height, he could see the other person's slightly trembling eyelashes, and suddenly felt a bit of itchiness in his heart. He touched his nose to mask his unease, turned his head, and said bluntly, "Just go back and put it under your pillow. It's late, so sleep." Chapter 24. Not even 1/10,000th of you. Xia nodded slightly, turning and leaving while holding the calming herb in her hand. Lin watched the little girl's departing figure and lost his smile. The next day, in the morning, Xia Zhi was the first to wake up. The calming herb given by Lin Yi was indeed effective, and she managed to catch up on a few hours of sleep. One by one, others began to wake up as well. Lin Jianran quietly said good morning to Xia Zhi, and Du Yinyan, along with Yulena, also got up. Yulena glanced at Xia Zhi, whose plain face was exceptionally beautiful. With her head lowered and her eyes cast down, A beam of light fell on her face, adding a touch of color. Yelena stood up, revealing a charming smile. "Hello, I saw you were asleep yesterday, and didn't get a chance to greet you." Summer raised her eyes and said succinctly, "Hello, Summer. I am Yelena, a local." Xia nodded politely and put away her holographic device. She got up and headed to the bathroom for a quick wash. Not long after, there was a flurry of sounds outside. A voice came from outside the door. It was Du Yinyan. She was wearing wireless earbuds, her eyes scanning the surroundings, and she spoke in a lowered voice. "Sister Xia, let me tell you, I met a crazy person yesterday. Just saying a couple of words to her, and she acts all high and mighty, like a social queen. It's just ridiculous." The other person seemed to have said something in response, prompting Du Yinyan to agree enthusiastically. "Sister Xia, don't say that. You said she shares your last name. How could she be even 1/10,000th of you?" Du Yinyan's tone was cheerful, but she kept her voice low to avoid being overheard by the other two. She glanced out the window and continued chatting. "Sister Xia, you're too kind. With your potential and talent, the people chasing you could circle the main star. Oh, by the way, Sister Xia, are you going to school?" Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. Du Yinyan was startled and turned to make eye contact with Xia. Those cold eyes were clear and carried a hint of chill. Xia was holding her toiletries, leaning against the door frame, looking up with a half-smile that seemed to say, "Can you let me through?" "Thank you." The space was small. After the door opened, there was only a few square meters of corridor. Du Yinyan's eyes widened, looking overly frightened. Remembering the fierce expression from the day before, she instantly fell silent, unable to utter a single word. Hearing the other person's words, Du Yinyan instinctively moved to the side, frowning. Xia glanced over with little interest and walked in. It wasn't until her figure gradually faded away that Du Yinyan realized. Hurriedly lowering her head and turning around, covering her ear and lowering her voice, she apologized and quickly hung up the phone. At this time, Cang Liang, a sophomore, was still lying in bed sound asleep. There were no classes today, making it a perfect opportunity for a lie-in. Cang Liang was awakened by a series of urgent ringing sounds. He answered the video call, looking annoyed. "Mom, what are you doing?" Xia Zhi, dressed in home clothes, was leisurely eating breakfast. "Where's your sister?" Cang Liang, disturbed, impatiently blurted out, "What sister?" "Mom, have you gone crazy missing your daughter?" Xia Zhi's expression darkened, her tone quite serious. "Cang Liang, I command you to wake up in 3 seconds, or I'll freeze your card." Cang Liang jolted awake, and, after thinking for a while, he realized something, feeling invincible. "Mom, go ahead and freeze it. I don't care. I have plenty of points anyway. I'm not sure on that little bit of credit." The points circulated among various universities, and he had won quite a few points from mech competitions, enough for a while. Xia Zhi hadn't considered this. She paused, put down her knife and fork, feeling quite troubled. "Did you send Xia to the Xining Military Academy?" Chapter 25. Shocked Cang Liang was almost fully awake by this point. Upon hearing Xia Zhi's words, he immediately grinned. "Sister Gigi? She doesn't need you to worry about her. She's already found a way out." As soon as this was said, it was a big deal. Xia Zhengqing thought the worst. What good place could she find? She won't be getting into fights again, will she? The more he thought about it, the more he felt Xia was disappointing, losing face. He awkwardly asked, where did Xia go? If she wasn't going to be so willful anymore, then as a father, he really couldn't manage it. In the video, Cang Liang touched his handsome face and then propped up his chin, casually dropping a bombshell, Ryan Military Academy. After he spoke, the video went eerily silent. For a moment, no one spoke. Cang Liang scoffed, watching the shocked expressions of the two on the other side of the video, suddenly feeling incredibly good. Even Xia Zhi, who had experienced many storms, showed obvious astonishment. Xia Zhengqing's expression was inexplicable, and his emotions were complicated. Back then, in order to bring this daughter to the Ji family, he had to swallow his pride and plead with Xia Zhi. Although Xia Zhi didn't oppose much, Xia Zhi's notorious reputation and fiery temper made it difficult. Being in high society, this daughter was truly not presentable. Xia Zhengqing opened his mouth, and, after a long pause, he asked Xia, how could she? This daughter of his had always been unimpressive, and he had always felt frustrated with her. As for this matter, Cang Liang actually didn't know the details either. You should understand your daughter better. In the end, he yawned and said, Mom, If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. After the video call ended, Xia Zhi furrowed his brows, which remained tense for a long time. The starship's destination was Skull Star, as a planet where star beasts coexist with humans. Skull Star is extremely dangerous. Many interstellar hunters rely on the hides and bones of star beasts for their livelihoods, while the star beasts see the humans who intrude into their territory as a delicious meal. Skull Star has human cities as well as habitats for star beasts. This time, the starship landed in a habitat of star beasts, specifically at a military base, to provide a safe yet stimulating environment for the new students. The school had truly gone to great lengths. As the new students disembarked from the starship, they were met with a desolate landscape. Fang Sudong, dressed in a black suit and assuming the demeanor of a vice principal, faced nearly 10,000 new students. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "Hello, new students. I am Fang Sudong, the vice principal of Ryan Military Academy, and I will be leading you." At his words, there was a chilling silence. Below, Lin Jianran squinted her eyes, gazing at Fang Sudong in the distance, and muttered softly, "This vice principal looks so young." Nearby, a girl echoed, "Yeah, he looks quite handsome." Hearing this, Du Yinyan sneered, "A bunch of country bumpkins. Are there still people who care about looks?" He could very well be an old man over 100 years old. With the advancement of technology, everything is improving, especially maintaining one's youth. "Ignorant," Yulina interjected. Du Yinyan, feeling unconvinced, puffed out her cheeks and asked, "Sister Lina, what do you mean by that?" Yulina stood up straight, glancing at Du Yinyan with the corner of her eye, and lowered her voice. "Do you know who Fang Sudong is? Didn't he just say? Vice principal. That's your ignorance. Fang Sudong is from the Fang family of the main star." Du Yinyan furrowed her brows, confused. "Fang family?" Yulina shot her a look, instantly disinterested in explaining further. They were simply not on the same level. Chapter 26. The unapproachable Fang Sudong. "You just need to know, you can't provoke him. Not even 10,000 of you," Yulina said seriously. Du Yinyan sulkily fell silent, pouting. Lin Jianran remained quietly observant, and Xia Zhi had not spoken a word from beginning to end. Once you enter military school, I believe you all know what that means. You are not just talents cultivated by the school, but also the hope of the Alliance's future. The era we live in is brutal. We face powerful star beasts that have destroyed countless homes. How many Alliance warriors have died at their claws while protecting their families and homeland? You are the future of humanity. Faced with powerful star beasts, I ask you, are you afraid? Fang Sudong's words were filled with passion, and the young warriors, full of youthful vigor, were fearless. Not afraid. The roar of thousands filled the air. This scene was beyond mere shock. Fang Sudong looked on, nodding in satisfaction. "All right, now you are still quite inexperienced. First, think about how to get through military training. Those who perform excellently in military training will receive point rewards." Points. Upon hearing these two words, most of the new students displayed a fierce glint in their eyes. After all, points are very important in university. They can be exchanged, used, or purchased, and can almost replace credit points, even having a much higher cost-performance ratio than credit points. However, points are not so easily obtained. Without achievements or outstanding performances in school, it's very likely that by the end of university, one might not have a single point. Of course, the fastest way to accumulate points is through mech battles. If you bet wisely, overnight wealth is not impossible. We have arrived at our destination. Now hand over everything you brought with you, including food, supplies, and clothing. You can keep your terminals, but your signals will be blocked, so don't even think about cheating. Fang Sudong smiled as he delivered a series of harsh words, leaving the new students stunned, standing there like statues. Once they regained their senses, chaos erupted. "Did I hear that right?" A new student said, dumbfoundedly. "Oh my God, why is this new batch of students suffering so much?" Lin Jianran also wore a distressed expression. "No way, I brought a lot of food." Xia had no expression, still cold as if none of this affected her at all. "Xia, aren't you heartbroken?" Xia Zhi casually opened her backpack and took out a chip. Hearing this, she raised an eyebrow, asking what hurts. "There's nothing to eat." Lin Jianran exaggeratedly made a heartbroken gesture. Her usually lively little face seemed to lose its vitality. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt," Xia Zhi smiled. Lin Jianran clutched her chest, still feeling a heartache. She looked at the item Xia Zhi took out, glanced around, and cautiously said, "Classmate Xia, taking this out is useless. The signal has been blocked." As summer approached, Xia installed the chip on the terminal, acting casually as if it was no big deal. "All right, that's quite impressive." Lin Jinran naturally had nothing more to say. After Fang Sudong finished speaking, senior students expressionlessly collected everything from the freshmen. Immediately, there was a wail of despair from the crowd. After half an hour, besides the clothes on their backs and the terminals in their hands, the freshmen had nothing left. Each of them looked mournful, as if they had lost everything. Once it seemed about right, Fang Sudong looked at the dejected freshman with a half-smile and said, "The terminal has provided you with basic information and a function. The information is the basic details of all freshmen, and the function allows you to communicate with your teammates." Chapter 27. Competition rules. At this moment, a bold freshman asked, "Principal Fang, do we have to work in teams?" Fang Sudong replied with a smile, "That's right, you will be competing in teams. So being exceptional individually won't help you much. There will be 5 people per group, and each person's potential talent will appear on your terminal soon. You can form teams as you see fit. I won't interfere. However, how well you perform will depend on your own abilities. Now, let's talk about the rewards, so you little rascals have some motivation. The first place team will receive 1,000 points each. Second to 10th will get 500 points. The top 20 will get 200 points. And the top 100 will receive 100 points. As for the last 100, they will lose 50 points. The freshmen were in an uproar, whispering among themselves. "Principal Fang, how can you deduct points to 0? "Yeah." Fang Sudong smiled mysteriously. "Negative points mean you won't graduate." The freshmen gasped. This was really harsh. Now that the rewards are out of the way, let us discuss the rules. Fang Sudong straightened his back, his handsome face serious. "You will be participating in a team competition with no more than 5 people per group, and the competition will take place at the Star Beast habitat, which is 10 miles away from you. You will be surviving in the wild for 3 days and 3 nights. Every day at sunset, I will randomly distribute 100 supplies. During these 3 days, you must do everything possible to hold on until the end. Each of you freshmen has a star on your terminal. If your star is taken by someone else, you will lose your qualification to compete. Each freshman will wear an ion sensor. If you are in life-threatening danger or your vital signs disappear, the sensor will automatically send out a rescue signal, and we will send someone to assist you. However, once you're rescued or voluntarily give up, it means your competition is over. The final results will be determined based on the number of stars. During the competition, you must avoid death at all costs. Once it occurs, you will face the most severe punishment. The more detailed rules will be sent to your terminals. Do you all understand?" The freshmen collectively responded, "We understand." Fang Sudong waved his hand, stating that the basic information of each freshman had been sent to their terminals. "You have half an hour to form teams, and the competition will start half an hour later." "Yes." After Fang Sudong finished speaking, he withdrew. Back on the starship, he adjusted his tie and looked at the aloof man in front of him, suddenly breaking into a mischievous smile. "Lin Yi, why are you here?" "Came to see your little sister." He had known Lin Yi since childhood, and this was the first time he saw him so serious. Normally, he would avoid him. Lin Yi looked through the glass at the crowd outside. His long legs straightened as he casually asked, "Did you hear anything unusual last night?" Fang Sudong frowned, hesitating. "Lin Yi, did you discover something new?" Lin Yi glanced at him, recalling the terrifying aura from last night, smiling inscrutably. "Nothing." Fang Sudong chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. Meanwhile, back with the freshmen, once each freshman's basic information appeared on their terminals, everyone began searching for teammates. Xia Zhi raised her eyebrows and was the first to speak. "Lin, do you want to form a team?" The tall figure of the senior loomed over her, his long legs crossed, looking slim and lazy. Chapter 28. Big? Senior? Huh? Lin Jianran was taken aback, never expecting Xia to talk to her. Her face turned slightly red. "Feeling a bit shy?" "Sure, as long as you don't mind me, Xia." Lin Jianran glanced around and noticed everyone was busy forming teams. She leaned a little closer to Xia and whispered, "Xia, should we find some people to team up with? The competition rules say there should be 5 people in a team, and we still need 3 more." Xia Zhi had his hands in his pockets, his brows furrowed and head lowered, not fond of places with too many people. You can do as you like. I'm fine with anything. Lin Jianran's eyes widened. Anything? Isn't that a bit too casual? She felt a mix of laughter and tears inside. Xia's classmate was just too laid back. After all, this was a competition. After pondering for a moment, she lowered her head and flipped through Xia Zhi's information on the terminal, trying to assess his abilities to find a teammate. Lin Jianran didn't expect this. Her jaw almost dropped. Name: Xia Zhi class, 13th grade Mecha Combat Class 1 Mental Strength, S Physique. Lin Jianran was stunned for a moment, her pupils gradually dilating. This is a big shot. Xia classmate, can I hug your thigh? Lin Jianran's eyes sparkled as she clasped her hands together. It's worth noting that in previous years, there were hardly any with S-level potential in the entire mecha department. It was said that in the last cohort, only senior Zhai Changfa had S-level potential. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow. Lin Jianran, aren't you already hugging it? Oh, right. Lin Jianran shyly lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. With Xia classmate's abilities, he could surely attract many people to form a team. Lin Jianran, being able to enter Mecha Combat Class 1, also had considerable potential and talent. The summer's eyes lowered like curtains, and a slight coolness lingered on the fingertips, which unconsciously moved on the terminal. The speed of the movement was so fast that it was hardly noticeable. In just a few seconds, the summer withdrew her hand, while Lin Jianran was still lost in her fantasy of hugging a thigh, completely unaware of everything happening around her. The new students nearby were quickly forming teams, and several people came over to invite Lin Jianran to switch teams, but she decisively refused, resulting in none of them being successful in the end. The reason? They complained about Xia Zhi's low potential and talent? Huh. This is a potential S-level powerhouse. Are you all out of your minds? After a while, not a single person succeeded. Lin Jianran had no choice but to grit her teeth and actively invite others to form a team. But the other party shook their heads upon seeing Xia Zhi's profile. Lin Jianran was confused. She had to come back with a sorrowful face, unable to understand why. Looking up in bewilderment, she asked classmate Xia, "What should I do if I can't find anyone to team up with?" Who would have thought that in this day and age, there would still be people who looked down on a powerhouse? Do you want to team up with just the two of us? Xia Zhi's expression was cold, but a hint of a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. Huh. Lin Jianran realized. Does classmate Xia mean that we should form a team with just the two of us? Lin Jianran hesitated, frowning. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Didn't Principal Fong say that there should be 5 people in a team? Wouldn't this be breaking the rules? Summer's casual demeanor was evident as she glanced at the competition rules on the terminal, smiling mischievously. And she didn't say anything about not being allowed to form teams of 2. So what was there to be afraid of? Lin Jianran was naturally simple-minded, with no particular ambitions, just hoping not to lose points. She bit her lip, nodded, and agreed, saying, "Then I'll listen to you, Summer." In the end, she was still puzzled and asked, "Why did everyone refuse to team up with us when I invited them before, saying that Summer's talent was too poor, when clearly Summer is a potential S-level powerhouse?" Xia Zhi paused for a moment, touched her nose, turned her head away, and her long hair lightly swayed. After a while, she finally replied, "Maybe it's just that they lack vision." Lin Jianran nodded in agreement, her features twisted together in indignation. It's not just a lack of vision. It's downright short-sighted. It's such a waste that they don't come to our excellent team. Xia Zhi nodded seriously. Time passed quickly, and after half an hour, the freshmen formed their teams and reported them. At the same time, in the Starship office, 3 people stood around a light screen, monitoring the movements of the freshmen, while one person sat lazily, his long legs slightly propped up, exuding a casual demeanor that suggested a carefree attitude. Lin Yi casually rolled up his sleeves, revealing his eye-catching white wrists. He gently held a teacup, as if savoring expensive tea, looking very relaxed. The light screen displayed the movements of all the freshmen, and their activities would be live-streamed on the Ryan Military Academy's official website, which was quite a big deal. Meanwhile, the senior students had already eagerly connected to the Star Network to watch the live broadcast. In an instant, a large set of data appeared before everyone, showing the names of each team's captain and members. Comments rolled in below the live stream, Love the house and the crow. The exciting moment is coming. Throwing flowers, throwing flowers, throwing flowers. Every day I love you a little. These freshmen are amazing. The school is making such a big deal. I'm jealous. The king comes to patrol the mountains. I'm jealous one. Lazy little cat. Jealous of their ID numbers. Fong Sudong looked at the graying Director Qin in front of him, raising his pair of phoenix eyes. Director Qin, what do you think of this year's freshman? Director Qin frowned, his personality somewhat stubborn, and he was slightly displeased with Fong Sudong's unserious demeanor. He glanced at the light screen, thought for a moment, and numerous videos flashed in his mind. Finally fixing his gaze on a strong black figure, he said slowly, I think Ji-Bai's team looks quite good. Ji-Bai's team was indeed impressive. Ji-Bai was the captain, and his potential and talent were excellent. In the entire team, Ji-Bai was a potential S-level genius, and one of the few outstanding individuals among this year's freshmen. Moreover, the lowest among his team members had a psychic power of B and a physique of A. It could be said that they had a great chance of securing first place. However, Director Qin's frown deepened as he unintentionally caught sight of two girls in one of the surveillance feeds on the light screen. One looked rebellious and unruly, while the other appeared gentle and weak. How could these two dare to team up, just the two of them? Did they not care about their results? Director Qin's tone was very displeased, his white hair shaking slightly as he pointed at the two in the video, questioning Fong Sudong, Principal Fong. What is the situation with these two? How dare they publicly violate the competition rules in such a dangerous place? That's outrageous. Director Qin was somewhat unconvinced by Fong Sudong, who was younger and had a higher position. At this moment, a tall teacher with slick back hair and a proper appearance interjected, Director Qin, calm down. Let's hear what Principal Fong has to say. Director Qin huffed. Fong Sudong was stunned and looked up, frowning as he wondered who had the audacity to speak up. Upon seeing Chapter 30, Gathering of Geniuses. Oh, this is serious. It's that girl with a bad temper. Fong Sudong stroked his chin, thinking this could be quite troublesome. He coughed, trying to justify himself. Well, it doesn't necessarily violate the rules. Director Qin's eyes widened. If it doesn't violate the rules, then what do you call this? In the end, he also looked at the casually seated Lin Yi. Young Master Lin, what do you think? Fong Sudong silently lit a candle for this stubborn old man as he steered the conversation towards Lin Yi. Sure enough, Lin Yi raised his eyes, his gaze inscrutable, smiling casually. I think this matter, Principal Fong. Just as Director Qin was secretly feeling pleased, thinking Lin Yi would agree with him. You said it perfectly. Director Qin was taken aback. Realizing this, his face turned red with anger. Due to Lin Yi's status, he couldn't speak harshly. Then could you at least provide a reason? Ahem. It's like this, Director Qin. Fong Sudong interjected, unable to deal with Director Qin's stubbornness. The rules for this competition state that there can't be more than 5 people in a group. Logically speaking, 2 people in a group isn't a problem. Don't be too serious about it. Director Qin. The tall teacher beside him also advised, that's right, Director Qin. Let's discuss this calmly. Director Qin knew he couldn't argue anymore, waved his hand, and helplessly said, Fine, fine, Principal Fong, I understand what you mean. But this is taking place in the Star Beast habitat for outdoor survival training. Now that these 2 girls are in a group, are you not worried about potential dangers? Can you bear the consequences? The rules are dead, but people are alive. Director Qin wasn't unaware of this. But having 2 girls go to such a dangerous place was an extremely irresponsible act. After all, they were just kids who had just stepped out of their homes. Director Qin's sudden change of attitude left Fong Sudong dumbfounded. Without saying a word, he directly pulled up the basic information of Xia Zhi and her partner. Upon seeing that Xia Zhi was a potential S-level genius and Lin Jianran also had an S physique and B psychic power, Director Qin was completely stunned. Unable to say a complete sentence, when did the school have so many geniuses? In previous years, it was rare to have even one S-level potential genius in a class. But this year, 2 appeared so quickly. Fong Sudong shrugged, a teasing smile on his face. Director Qin, you should feel reassured now. Although the competition location for the freshmen was in the Star Beast habitat, those little kids faced not only human factors, but also natural disturbances. But the school wasn't foolish enough to put those inexperienced kids in such dangerous situations. With nearly 10,000 freshmen, if something serious happened, the school couldn't bear that responsibility. Although it's called a star beast habitat, inside there were at most a few fierce serrated rabbits, mutated wild boars, and mutated insects, all of which were just first or second level star beasts. Facing a star beast alone, it could indeed be dangerous, but this time, the kids were participating in a team competition, which significantly reduced the risk. As for the 3 days and nights of outdoor survival, it really depended on their abilities. If worst came to worst, they still had the option to withdraw, and the school would send someone to assist them immediately. It could be said that the school put a lot of effort into this freshman military training competition, just to be able to train them. Chapter 31. Too much strength at the border of the Interstellar Alliance. Many Alliance warriors were using their flesh and blood to defend their homeland. These inexperienced freshmen might, in the near future, follow in the footsteps of the Alliance warriors, stepping onto the battlefield to protect their loved ones. Director Chen's mouth twitched as his gaze swept over the two in the video, ultimately falling silent. He sighed inwardly, since Fong Sudong had his own plans. He was too lazy to interfere further. After everything was ready, the freshmen were quickly dispersed and sent to various locations in the nearby Star Beast habitat by the senior students. In fact, the Star Beast habitat was quite large, and accommodating nearly 10,000 freshmen didn't seem to stir up much of a wave. The comments in the live stream were bustling, and the number of viewers gradually exceeded 10,000. Clean and neat. Wow, this year's freshman girls are so pretty, love it. A little one, I didn't expect there would be S-level potential students this year. Is it G by Cincinnati? Wow. Quick look. There are only 2 girls here. The one on the right is simply stunning. It feels like the campus bell is going to be replaced. Chopping rice at noon. Where? Wow. So beautiful. Truly amazing. Li Fuguei. What does looks matter? In this world, only strength is king. It's a shame you are still military academy students. Understand that strength is paramount? And I'm Xia Zhi. Which idiot is this? Get lost. Oh. Get lost plus ID number. The live broadcast room was extremely lively, and the freshmen were completely unaware of all this, fully prepared to face the upcoming competition. Over here, Xia Zhi and Lin Jianran were taken to a place that was shaded from the sun. The towering trees were lush and green, and not a single ray of light could be seen above. Everywhere in sight was filled with greenery, and the faint sounds of insects could be heard. Lin Jianran wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking at the endless greenery around her, suddenly feeling a sense of despair. Xia classmate, I feel like I'm done before I even start. This hellish place looks too torturous. We have to stay here for 3 days and nights. Just thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable and tormented. Although Lin Jinran's family is only moderately well off, she has been pampered since childhood, never having to worry about food and clothing, and she often ate synthetic food. This was her first experience with hardship. Follow me. What are you afraid of? Xia raised her hand and broke off a branch, planning to use it to explore the path. This series of actions was incredibly skilled, as if she had practiced countless times. Xia, aren't you afraid? On the side, there were quite a few weeds and branches, and Lin Jianran broke off a thicker branch. Mimicking her well, she held the branch and vigorously swatted at the surrounding leaves. Perhaps because she was using too much force, the leaves fell down with a rustling sound, landing all over her. As summer turned, a pair of eyes sparkled with interest, dragging out the last syllable. Lin, you look a bit dazed. Lin Jianran, feeling a bit embarrassed, gave a dry laugh and explained awkwardly, I really didn't mean to. I've always had a good physique since I was young, and I can't quite control my strength, so I tend to overdo it. Oh. Xia stood straight with her long legs, holding a branch, a strand of hair falling down beside her face. You follow me, don't get lost. Okay, sheklasmat. Lin Jianran quietly glanced away. Xia classmate was just too beautiful. What should she do? The two walked one in front of the other, and for the moment, they encountered no danger. Everything was peaceful. Speaking of which, the team of G Bai, the most popular and talked about team, was currently stuck in a quagmire. Chapter 32. The Unlucky G Bai literally. G Bai's team was not having good luck. They were assigned to the swamp from the beginning. And what was even more awkward was that in front of them was a giant crocodile glaring at them, while behind, a group of sawtooth rabbits was eyeing them hungrily. These rabbits were not simple. Unlike in ancient times, They were now carnivorous. About 10 or so sawtooth rabbits were restless about 30 meters away. Each of them robust and sturdy, estimated to be about a meter tall. Their crimson eyes were wide open like copper bells, their sharp front teeth gleaming menacingly, making one feel intimidated. The five stood in place, looking at each other, then glancing down at their hands, truly two sleeves of clear wind. One young man trembled and said, "Captain G, what do we do now?" Ji Bai's face darkened. He didn't expect his luck to be this bad. He had always been the favored one, and this little difficulty shouldn't be able to stop him. Ji Bai glanced at the swamp ahead, where something large and fierce was moving. It was not something they could deal with barehanded. After weighing his options, he decided, we retreat. The other four had no objections. This might be the best course of action. Compared to the giant crocodile, they might have an advantage against the sawtooth rabbits, but faced with the crocodile, they were outnumbered and outmatched, likely to be beaten up, and their competition might end here, which they couldn't accept. Ji Bai and his team quickly retreated and charged towards the sawtooth rabbits. The rabbits squeaked and, with a powerful push from their hind legs, tangled with Ji Bai's group. At this moment, the number of viewers watching Ji Bai's live broadcast skyrocketed. It's so exciting right from the start. Truly a team with hopes of taking the championship. Wow, sawtooth rabbits. This team is really unlucky. Ji Bai's team has decent strength. Although there are many sawtooth rabbits, considering their overall capability, they still have a great chance of winning. Haha, what are these sawtooth rabbits? TSK. This year's freshmen are just like this. Ji Bai narrowed his eyes and swung his hand hard at a sawtooth rabbit to his right. The wind from his palm struck the rabbit's back like a heavy hammer, causing it to stagger and almost fall. Ji Bai retracted his slightly aching hand, not expecting the sawtooth rabbit to be so tough. He only managed to force it back with half his strength. The sawtooth rabbit squeaked in pain, its copper bell-like eyes bursting with fierce light, and it opened its mouth, showing off its frighteningly sharp front teeth, charging at him. Ji Bai quickly sidestepped to avoid the teeth, seizing the opportunity to punch the rabbit's head hard. With a loud bang, the sawtooth rabbit's head finally couldn't withstand the blow and fell to the ground dead. One person with a weaker physique was knocked to the ground by a sawtooth rabbit, the immense impact causing her to cry out in pain. She fell to the ground, and suddenly, the ion sensor on her chest emitted a piercing alarm. Life in danger detected. Would you like to forfeit and terminate the match? Qin Minghua wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, cursing, "Damn, this thing is really strong." The sensor kept ringing. Qin Minghua quickly got up, absolutely refusing to forfeit. The sensor blinked twice and then fell silent. As the only girl in the team, Qin Minghua naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, at this moment, with so many sawtooth rabbits around, everyone was too preoccupied to notice any mistakes. Chapter 33. A little green snake. Ji Bai hurried over and struck down a sawtooth rabbit, standing in front of Qin Minghua. "Are you okay?" "It's not a big deal. Just a little pain in my chest," Qin Minghua replied. Everyone aimed for the rabbits' heads. "Let's finish this quickly," the others responded. The battle was intense, and all five fought with all their might against the sawtooth rabbits. Fortunately, they had learned tactics since childhood. Aside from a bit of initial confusion, they grew more proficient as they went on. After about 10 minutes of fighting, they managed to take down about 10 sawtooth rabbits, with each person handling 2 or 3. The 5 sat on the ground, panting heavily, completely out of shape. Qin Minghua wiped her face. These rabbits are too fierce. Ji Bai took a break and, once he felt ready, quickly organized everyone. "We need to hurry. The smell of sawtooth rabbit blood will soon attract other star beasts." Qin Minghua stood up, looking regretfully at the piles of rabbit corpses. TSK. If only these things were edible, I'd really want to make some braised rabbit heads. From ancient animals to modern star beasts, nature had changed everything. Now, star beasts contain a substance that was deadly to humans. Eating it would be fatal. In other words, star beasts could eat each other, and the food chain hadn't changed much from ancient times. The only difference was that humans couldn't eat star beasts. To this day, no technology had been developed to counteract the substances inside star beasts. Perhaps this was nature's rule to protect all life except humans. Over time, star beasts could eat humans, but humans could only kill them. Of course, humans have always been wise. Unable to eat star beasts, they cultivated a type of food called natural, including natural vegetables, natural fruits, natural chickens, natural pigs, all outrageously expensive. Ordinary people still relied on various forms of nutrient supplements as their staple food. One nutrient supplement could support a person's energy for 2 or 3 days. Before they knew it, it was noon. Lin Jianran rubbed her belly and smacked her lips, sighing. Xia classmate, what is the school doing this for? As she spoke, her stomach growled twice. I'm really hungry. If you're hungry, just eat. Xia Zhi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair wrists, her fingers pinching a branch, looking rather indifferent. Lin Jianran followed on the right side, her legs sore after walking for several hours. Is there any food in this godforsaken place? Besides, if the star beast could eat, I've already fed it insects. When it comes to food, Lin Jianran has never been able to control herself since she was young. Now, with nothing left in her stomach, she truly feels a pang of sorrow. Xia Zhi paused for a moment, glanced at the upper right, and with a swift flick of the branch, moved so quickly that it was hard to see. Lin Jianran didn't react in time to understand what Xia Zhi was about to do. She only felt a chill above her head, and before her eyes appeared a shocking scene. Xia was pinching a branch. It was thick and long, and at the other end, the tip of the branch was surprisingly entwined with a small green snake, which was flicking its tongue. Lin Jianran saw this and turned pale. Xia, hurry, and remove it. Lin Jianran's face was grim, and she froze in place, afraid to disturb the little green snake, feeling as if the air had solidified. Xia raised her eyebrows. It seems like it's about 2 meters away from you, right? Lin Jianran was almost scared to tears. When it comes to snakes, who cares how far away they are? As long as it appears, it's frightening. Which girl isn't afraid of snakes? Xia, please don't scare me. Summer responded without saying much. Chapter 34. Hidden Big Shot? This little green snake originally rested on the branch above Lin Jianran's head. Perhaps due to its protective coloration, it was quite difficult to spot the little snake in the surrounding greenery. Seeing that Lin Jianran was truly scared, Xia Zhi gripped the branch and swung it hard. The green snake shot off like an arrow, impaled onto the nearby trunk right in the head, and died within seconds. Lin Jianran forgot her fear, her eyes wide like copper bells. Xia classmate. Wow, you're amazing. Xia classmate. No, big shot, how'd you do that? Lin Jianran looked at the little green snake nailed to the trunk, the sharp end of the branch perfectly piercing through the snake's head and firmly embedding it into the trunk, leaving the snake utterly powerless to resist. This move was simply too cool, wasn't it? Xia Zhi remained cold and unresponsive, as if it were a very ordinary matter. Her eyes were calm and devoid of ripples, with a hint of bloodshot in the whites, giving off a somewhat hazy beauty. Lin Jianran noticed that Xia seemed to be having trouble sleeping and silently made a note of it. Meanwhile, the livestream room was quite lively. Wow, she's too amazing, right? Who can do that? It seems the junior not only has looks but also skills. It's just a pity her potential isn't great, destined to stop here. TSK, it's a shame for that neighbor girl beside her, dragging such a big burden. Yeah, and they're teaming up. How big must their hearts be? Suddenly, Xia Zhi raised her eyes and glanced at a certain spot with a half-smile, and soon after, turned her gaze elsewhere. The comment section of the live stream fell silent for a few seconds before exploding. Did you guys notice she seemed to look at us for a moment? Damn, that made my back chill. That smile is really too scary. Shivering. Wasn't it said that freshmen don't know? The comment section fell silent again for a few seconds. At this point, someone quietly typed, could it be a hidden big shot? There can't be that many big shots. It's impossible. Impossible one. Impossible ellipsis. Lin Jianran saw Xia Zhi coldly looking elsewhere, and out of curiosity, she followed her gaze for a few seconds but saw nothing. She secretly changed her address to Xia. What are you looking at? Is there a snake or something? Saying this, she started to feel scared herself and wrapped her arms around herself. Xia Zhi Yuning. What is this little girl thinking day by day? It's just a few annoying flies. Lin Jianran's eyes widened in confusion, but she saw that the big boss had already walked far away. So she could only reluctantly keep her mouth shut. The two walked for a long time, from sunrise to sunset. The big boss Xia had no reaction. while Lin Jianran was exhausted, unable to move her legs, and simply sat down with a thud. She was breathless and had no strength left. Xia. I really can't do it anymore. I can't walk any further. Xia Zhi glanced up at the small black dot not far in the sky, then lowered her head to take a look at the terminal. On it was a map with many small red dots and a glaring green dot. The red dots represented supplies, while the green dot represented herself. Currently, the green dot was not far from one of the red dots, at most just a few hundred meters away. The display on the terminal showed that Xia Zhi had breached the firewall of every drone, compiling big data. Perhaps she and T expected that this year's new students would be so bold. The firewall was like a thin membrane that broke with just a light touch. Chapter 35. Supplies. Xia effortlessly grasped their movements without much effort. Xia Zhi put her hand with the terminal into her pocket, tilting her head, looking quite proud. As the sun was about to set, she clearly had no extra movements, yet her voice carried an air of superiority. Lin Jianran was desperately fanning herself with both hands, looking up at her, wishing the sun would set quickly. I'm practically dying from the heat. The environment on Skull Star is really harsh. I've been walking for a whole day. A whole day. Xia raised her eyebrows, looking at the darkening spot in the distance, cold and arrogant. If I didn't leave there, it would be very dangerous at night. Lin Jianran remained silent. Although she had a simple nature, she wasn't foolish. The dangers of the nighttime forest were easy to imagine. They were just two people, far less than the other teams of 5, so they needed to be more cautious. They couldn't let it end before it even began. That would be too embarrassing, right? Lin Jianran raised her hand to check the latest updated competition data on her terminal, her voice dull. So many teams have been eliminated already, over 200, it was really fast. Xia Zhi slightly turned her gaze and gave a faint We're really lucky. We haven't encountered anyone at all. Lin Jianran sighed. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhi glanced at her. Her fingertips moved slightly, and after a moment of silence, she ultimately said nothing. If it weren't for her psychic powers actively avoiding detection, it would be hard to say if they could journey so smoothly. Lin Jianran had rested enough, rubbed her sore backside, and got up. Xia, I'm good to go again. Let's go. Look. Xia Zhi pointed at the gradually enlarging black. Doesn't it seem like we've suddenly gained motivation? Lin Jianran, puzzled, followed Xia Zhi's gaze. That is supplies. In an instant, Lin Jianran's fatigue vanished, and she was filled with energy, eager to rush over. Xia. You're amazing. Food. We finally have something to eat. Lin Jianran felt that everything was great now, full of enthusiasm. Let's hurry over. Xia. Lin Jianran wanted to pull Xia Zhi and run, but Xia Zhi didn't move, her eyes slightly squinted. A chill came from her fingertips, and Lin Jianran silently let go of her hand, feeling a bit awkward. Xia, why aren't we going? Xia's hand rested in his pocket, his delicate brows and eyes cold and impatient. Dragging out his tone, he said, It's just the two of us, classmate Lin. Lin Jianran's expression froze, covering his chest and letting out a long howl to the sky. The heavens are going to take me, Lin someone. Xia Zhi. She pulled her hand out of her pocket, lowering her head with the curtain of hair draping down, the afterglow casting a soft light on her profile, delicate and exquisite. A gentle breeze brushed by, stirring her dark hair. She said, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Just as the sun began to set, 100 supplies were distributed on time. 100 drones started dropping supplies from fixed points, ensuring an even distribution in the habitat of the star beasts. With nearly 10,000 new students, even if each team consisted of a full 5 members, considering the eliminated teams, there were still around 17 to 1,800 teams left. With so many teams competing for just 100 supplies, the level of competition was fierce. Moreover, no one knew what was in those supplies. The 100 supplies quietly landed, waiting to be picked. At this moment, on a relatively open flat ground, a wrapped supply quietly settled, partially obscured by scattered large trees. It was still easily noticeable. Chapter 36, Antique Car, because it was blindingly red. The entire supply was completely tinted red, as if afraid others wouldn't see it. From a distance, a bright red color could be seen. Captain, look over there, there are supplies. A boy shouted excitedly, pointing at the glaring red supply. Lu Shiqi gave the boy a hard slap on the head, scolding, Are you stupid? Why are you shouting so loudly? Afraid others can't hear? The boy looked aggrieved, rubbing his head. I was just trying to be helpful. Lu Shiqi glared at him, bending down to hide in a patch of grass, observing the movements ahead. The other four also crouched down like Lu Shiqi, not making a sound. Lu Shiqi carefully watched the surroundings, not letting any oddity slip by. After a long time, the area remained silent without a trace of movement. Lu Shiqi pursed his lips. It seemed no one had come nearby, making it a good opportunity to act. Lu Shiqi estimated it was about time and gave the order. Let us go. We're moving in. The four responded in unison, closely following behind him. Lu Shiqi was from the Mecha Materials Department, where the requirements for potential talent were not high, involving an understanding issue. Students from a materials department generally had mediocre potential compared to those from the combat department, who were much stronger. However, the materials department was also essential. Without materials, how could a complete mecha be constructed? The focus of the materials department was on refining, synthesizing, and innovating. Most students in materials were refining, a small portion were synthesizing, and an extremely rare few were innovating. Lu Shiqi and his team of 5 were all from the mecha materials department. Therefore, they were particularly cautious. Facing the mecha combat department would undoubtedly be a huge disadvantage. Lu Shiqi was meticulous, considering everything thoroughly, which is why he became a captain. They had come this far with no surprises. Walking until now was quite good. Lu Shiqi walked while paying attention to the surroundings, and soon they arrived in front of the supply, a large box about 1 cubic meter in size. There was a small button on one side of the supply that could easily be overlooked. Lu Shiqi was delighted. This should be the key to opening the supply. He reached out and pressed it, and the entire large box made a cracking sound, its shelf falling away and stirring up a cloud of dust. Captain, what's inside? One person peeked in and asked. Lu Shiqi squinted, and before he could react, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Not good. Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the supply suddenly erupted. The 5 quickly retreated, their excitement turning into fear. For a moment, dust flew everywhere, obscuring their vision, and they couldn't see anything clearly. When the dust finally settled, Lu Shiqi and the others could finally see what was in front of them. Captain, what is this? The hovering vehicle had 4 wheels installed at its corners, but it didn't quite look like a hover vehicle. The whole vehicle was heavily armored, its frame old, and the windows were large, revealing a spacious interior. It looked like an off-road vehicle used in ancient times. Lu Shiqi had come across it accidentally while browsing on StarNet. An off-road vehicle? This is so outdated. The supplies were just this piece of junk? One person frowned, dissatisfied. Lu Shiqi also frowned, looking conflicted at the massive object before him. He had originally thought they might get some food, but unexpectedly it was something that looked good but was useless. Not far away, Lin Jianran was secretly hiding in the grass, spying on Lu Shiqi and his team. The joyful anticipation of food turned into disappointment upon seeing the iron lump, and she sighed softly, feeling disheartened. I thought it would be a feast. I got my hopes up for nothing. What a letdown. Chapter 37. Stop. Robbery. In the end, she glanced at Xia Zhi, who was pitifully leaning against a tree trunk. Looking forlorn, Xia has no food left. Xia narrowed her eyes slightly, her fingertips moving. Let's go. We're going to take the car back. The words were both wild and arrogant. Lin Jianran was dumbfounded. Take it back. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Besides, what's the use of taking a metal lump? Hey, wait for me. Xia Zhi stepped out from behind the tree trunk, her long legs on display. Her pace was neither hurried nor slow, and her expression carried a hint of indifference. Her delicate brows and eyes held a touch of coolness, and up close, one could see her slightly trembling eyelashes. The corners of her lips were slightly curved, exuding a sense of mischief and a rebellious air. Lin Jianran followed closely behind, bracing herself as she walked forward. The appearance of the two quickly caught the attention of Lu Shiqi and others. The atmosphere became tense, but upon realizing they were 2 girls, it eased a bit. However, showing up at this moment wasn't particularly friendly for anyone. As the team leader, Lu Shiqi was the first to speak. What do you want? Xia Zhi stopped a few meters away from them. Her expression was serious as she spoke sternly. I don't want to do much, just rob this car. The group was taken aback, perhaps not expecting her words to be so brazen. One person in Lu Shiqi's team flushed with anger, probably having never encountered someone who spoke shamelessly as if it were perfectly natural. Lu Shiqi's gaze darkened. This girl in front of him looked quite delicate, yet her words were so unruly. We found it first. Why should we give it to you? To be honest, Lu Shiqi wasn't intimidated by these two in front of him. After all, there were 5 strong men, while the other side had just 2 seemingly weak girls. Xia Zhi tilted her head and explained seriously again. So, I said it's a robbery. Lin Jianran beside her felt a bit guilty and quietly said, Xia, won't we be too arrogant like this? How about we tone it down a bit? Xia's eyes drooped, unwilling to eat. This sentence struck at Lin Jianran's weak spot, and her gaze suddenly filled with killing intent. So what if they were arrogant? If they had the ability, why not hit me? Originally, seeing that they were 2 little girls, Lu Shiqi didn't plan to go hard on them, but he didn't expect the other party to become increasingly arrogant. Did they really think they could bully girls? Lu Shiqi sneered, his expression darkening and his tone turning harsh. Some things are not up to you girls to decide. Today, let me teach you a lesson so you know what it means that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. You go and snatch her star. Lu Shiqi pointed to a relatively weak-looking person in the team. That person chewed on a blade of grass and spat it out with a thud, saying, all right, Captain. He looked at Xia and ran over, reaching out to grab her. After stepping back, Xia Zhi's delicate brows furrowed. I only want the car. I'm giving you a chance. The person gazed at Xia Zhi's extremely beautiful face, momentarily dazzled, but the movement in their hand did not stop. Xia dodged to the side and then suddenly lifted her foot, kicking directly at his calf. The man couldn't withstand such a strong impact and went down to his knees, his legs feeling a sharp, numbing pain, unable to stand up at all. Xia Zhi's gaze was cold as she looked on. The man struggled to hold himself up, trembling as he pointed at her. She is from the combat department. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene fell silent. For a moment, no one spoke. Chapter 38. The terrifying woman, the man finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted from the pain, the sensors on his chest beeping incessantly. It was just a kick to the calf. Did it have to be so exaggerated? Lu Shiqi's expression suddenly changed, his breath becoming a bit erratic. He no longer underestimated the 2 people in front of him. Combat department. Regardless of gender, their fighting ability was extraordinary. The pretty girl in front of him, judging by her strike, was both fierce and fast. Lu Shiqi suppressed his anger and growled, you don't have to hurt someone just to rob them, do you? Xia Zhi paused, curled his lips, and said that he came up first and gave a chance. In the end, he added, so, will you give me the car or not? Lu Shiqi felt like she was on the verge of exploding. He was being too arrogant. Xia Zhi raised her eyebrows and said seriously, I'm stealing your car. Everyone, at this moment in a live stream, this woman is so arrogant. I like it. The junior has long legs and a slim waist. Hurry and kick them with those long legs. Don't you think she's really asking for a beating? No, good-looking people are always right. Upstairs, you superficial person. Lu Shiqi spat and said, I don't believe it. Everyone go for it. I really don't believe that 4 big men can't handle one woman. Lin Jianran quickly leaned closer to Xia Zhi. Xia. Xia raised her hand to block in front of her, her fingertips like green onions, showing you what it means to let strength speak. As soon as she finished speaking, the 4 opponents rushed over. Xia bent down to dodge, and a hand reached out in front of her. She suddenly grabbed it, pulled hard, and threw the opponent down with a shoulder throw. Another person approached, and she lifted her foot and kicked hard at their stomach, causing them to double over, clutching their belly and unable to stand up straight. In the summer, they fought with ease. In just a few moves, the 4 of them were bruised and battered, some lying on the ground, others groaning. The scene was a complete mess. Xia Zhi withdrew her hand, tilted her head, and smiled lightly. In a slightly better mood, she whistled, looking quite cool and mischievous. Are you coming back? No more. No more. No more. Lu Shiqi held his stomach, fully aware of the situation. Boss, what else do you need? Just take it all. Please go easy on me. Ugh. There's no way around it. This woman is just too ruthless. If I can't fight back, I have to be honest. Lin classmate. Huh. I'm here. Do you want points? Lin Jianran's eyes lit up. Points? Yeah, that's what they are. Lin Jianran instantly understood. She approached the 4 people, grinning, sorry, big brother, I offended you. Lu Shiqi clutched his stomach in pain, but was so frightened that he took a few steps back. Once the stars were stolen, his match would end there. Which wasn't the result he wanted. He wore a flattering smile on his face. No, we're all classmates. We could discuss things, right? Lin Jianran ruthlessly swiped the stars from the other four's terminals, preparing to go after Lu Shiqi. No. Lu Shiqi shouted. Stop shouting. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Lin Jianran walked closer to him, and just as she reached out, Lu Shiqi called out. Wait a second. In dramas, the villains often meet their end because they talk too much. Just accept your fate. Lin Jianran took a step forward, and Lu Shiqi desperately stepped back. In the end, Lin Jianran became impatient. She grabbed his wrist like a vice. Lu Shiqi struggled hard. The strength of this woman in front of him was terrifying. Is this battle-type woman really a woman? Chapter 39. Captain, pray for your own blessings. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Lu Shiqi, still not giving up, shouted, Can you even drive after stealing the car? That's an antique. Lin Jianran paused, thinking for a moment. She still held Lu Shiqi's hand and turned to Xia Zhi. Xia, I think I can't drive, can you? Xia shook her head, originally intending to say that she wouldn't learn it, which is quite simple. But Lin Jianran turned around quickly, looking down at him with narrowed eyes and a hint of doubt, as if to ask, Can you really do it? Lu Shiqi felt he had caught an opportunity, puffed out his chest, and said, I definitely can. Yet inside, he felt very guilty. In this situation, how could he dare to say otherwise? Lin Jianran kept staring at Lu Shiqi, as if trying to see through him. Lu Shiqi met her gaze, his eyes wide open. The two faced off for a few seconds, and then Lin Jianran snorted, relaxed her grip, and said, I'll let you off for now. The car is here. You can figure it out yourself. Lu Shiqi stumbled back a few steps before steadying himself. The commotion was quite loud, and it wasn't a good place to linger. Xia got into the car and sat in the back seat, her emotionless gaze sweeping over Lu Shiqi. Lu Shiqi stiffened slightly, feeling a bit awkward. He pretended to look elsewhere, taking a breath. As he walked over, he rubbed his kicked stomach as if it didn't hurt as much anymore. He straightened his back a little and got into the car, acting diligently like a driver, while Lin Jianran quickly got into the passenger seat, her eyes fixed on him. Lu Shiqi coughed twice, avoiding Lin Jianran's gaze, then leaned out the window and asked the other four, Do you still have the energy to move? The three of them supported each other and shakily stood up, one of them saying, Captain, you go ahead. Finally, he added dryly, Good luck to you. Rescue usually arrives in a few minutes, also to prevent accidents for the students and ensure timely assistance. Lu Shiqi glanced at the person lying unconscious beside him and sighed. You guys take good care of him. He couldn't care for others when he was struggling to protect himself. Xia leaned against the chair, crossed her legs, and coolly said, It's not like I hurt any muscles or bones. I know my limits. I guess he just likes lying down. As she spoke, she touched her chin, raised her eyebrows, and with a mischievous smile added, How about I get off the car and let him lie down as much as he wants? As soon as she finished speaking, the person who was originally lying there suddenly jolted and flipped over like a carp, perhaps due to the intense movement. He pulled his wound and let out a low hiss, then looked up with a face full of embarrassment. I'm fine now. The atmosphere was quite awkward, extremely cringe-worthy. Lu Shiqi saw that the other four only had superficial injuries, so he felt relieved. Lin Jianran turned her head and asked in a crisp voice, Xia, where are we going next? Xia lowered her head and glanced at the data on the terminal, poking at it slowly. There seems to be something happening about a few kilometers in our 7 o'clock direction. Let's go take a look. Okay. Lin Jianran shifted her gaze to the driver's seat and saw Lu Shiqi with a bruised face, squinting his eyes into a line, and couldn't help but chuckle. Pig head. Drive properly. I have a name. I'm Lu Shiqi. Lu Shiqi was furious but dared not speak out, secretly gritting his teeth, thinking that one day he would pin this strong woman down and let her know what a man's might is. Lu Shiqi? Lin Jianran was taken aback, finding the name so familiar. Lu Shiqi closed his mouth, recalling the segment about introducing antique cars in his memory. The SUV was automatic, making it relatively easy to handle. Lu Shiqi had at least driven a maglev car before, and after some exploration, he gradually got the hang of it. He stepped on the gas, and the steering wheel turned. What the hell? Lu Shiqi, can you even drive? Lu Shiqi raised an eyebrow. Women. Chapter 40. The Xia from the Rumors appeared a few hours ago at the Kino Military Academy on the main planet of Lauant. Old Mu was pacing back and forth, unable to settle down for a moment. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. According to legend, that 3S-level genius was actually coming to their school. This made Old Mu extremely happy, grinning from ear to ear. He recalled how much effort he had put in back then, yet he had not seen the other party show any interest. Now, here they were. Old Mu was the dean of the combat department, and also the principal, a highly respected elder with significant authority in the field. Old Mu turned to his assistant, his tone showing a hint of respect. Has that person arrived? The assistant was astonished to hear such a question from this former big shot. He quickly bowed his head to explain, that person will arrive in a few minutes. Old Mu frowned. It was the first time in his long life that he felt anxious. If the other party really came, then Kino would definitely be recorded in history. The other party's talent was simply too high, unimaginably so. A genius that appeared once in hundreds of years across the entire galaxy. Those few minutes felt like several long years, full of torment. Old Mu asked every few seconds, unable to wait even a second. Old Mu, that person has arrived. Old Mu was instantly filled with joy, straightening his attire and hurriedly going to open the door. The girl was wearing a white dress, with scattered hair covering her eyes, her double pupils like water, and her skin as smooth as cream, looking like a delicate beauty. She shyly raised a smile, resembling a goddess for home buddies. Hello, Old Mu, I am Xia Zhi. The impact was too great compared to what he had imagined. Old Mu found it hard to express himself. The overwhelming and arrogant aura of the person online made it difficult for Old Mu to associate it with the girl in front of him. The person was here, and Old Mu could not jump to conclusions. He quickly reacted, suppressing his doubts. You are the Xia? This question made Old Mu feel somewhat incredulous. However, with the testing device right there, the truth would soon be revealed. Xia Zhi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiled gently, and took out an admission notice from her space bracelet, wondering if this could prove her identity. Mu Lao's gaze sharpened. It was indeed Kino's admission notice. He then smiled and said, What are you still doing at the door? Come in and talk. Xia Zhi walked in. She had little luggage, only a bracelet on her wrist. Old Mu caught a glimpse and thought to himself, what a find. It's a spatial bracelet. Such things are rare and are treasures possessed only by hidden aristocratic families. These hidden families are absolute powerhouses that remain concealed in various star systems. They usually don't take action, but when they do, a stomp of their feet can make the entire star system tremble. This sight made Old Mu slightly believe in her identity. Not long after, Old Mu found a reason to have Xia Zhi test her potential. She was calm and collected, with a smile in her eyes, as she placed her hand on the testing device, showing no signs of retreat. Old Mu stared intently, afraid of missing even a second. Xia Zhi lowered her gaze, the corners of her lips slightly curled up. The testing device began to move, slowly lighting up with a white glow. Xia Zhi turned to the side, her white dress covering one of her hands. Her fingertips moved slightly a few times before coming to a stop. The movement was so subtle that Mu Lao Jin, who was completely focused, didn't notice it at all. At that moment, the testing device displayed the results. Mental strength, SSS. Physique, SSS. Mu Lao burst into laughter, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He was overjoyed, exclaiming, Miss Xia coming to our school is truly a great honor for us. New book, Zombie Little Puppy, He's Not Obedient, Chapter 41. The Old Man is Quite Bad. Xia Zhi withdrew her hand, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and she smiled lightly with pursed lips. It's my honor to come to your esteemed school, she said. You can handle it, ha ha. Mu Lao waved his hand. Quick, I want everyone to know this news. A glorious chapter in the history of Kino Military Academy. The assistant took the order and exited. Xia Zhi smiled, graceful and elegant, her watery eyes slightly curved. She tilted her head and looked out the window, her eyes narrowing slightly. Nowadays, everything you have is mine. Soon, the entire Kino Military Academy knew that a potential 3S-level genius had arrived. In the age of the internet, news spreads rapidly. In just a few hours, The entire Star Alliance was in an uproar. Netizens left comments. Wow, wow, wow. Is our alliance about to rise? Potential 3S level. What does that even mean? Oh. Kino Military Academy is amazing. No wonder it's the top military academy. They have such talent. Big boss. Worshipping. This news not only caused a stir in the Star Alliance, but also in the neighboring Empire of the Rising Sun. It is said that they are fuming over there. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was lounging with his legs crossed, a light brain on his lap. Suddenly, a piece of news popped up. He glanced at it, paused, then swiped past it disinterestedly. Fong Sudong and Director Qin were still closely monitoring the new students' activities to prevent any surprises. Suddenly, the terminal vibrated. Fong Sudong looked and saw it was Principal Wang. He pressed to answer the video call. Old Wang, did you need something? Principal Wang looked unwell, appearing somewhat fatigued. Xia Zhi, is she with you? Fong Sudong was a bit puzzled and inadvertently glanced at Lin Yi. Suddenly realizing Xia Zhi is that pretty little sister, Lin Yi shot him a cold glance. Fong Sudong quickly changed the subject. Xia Zhi has been here all along. Does Old Wang need her for something? He remembered the expression on Old Wang's face that day. This girl must have an extraordinary background. In the video, Principal Wang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, paused, and continued. Did you see the news? News? Fong Sudong was surprised and turned in another direction. Director Qin and I have been focused on the new students' actions. We haven't had time to watch the news. What major event happened recently? Just now, the Alliance announced that Kino has recruited a new student with a potential of 3S level, and they are now widely promoting it. Principal Wang turned his head, his eyes looking elsewhere, as if he was deep in thought. Fong Sudong's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 3S? Is it SSS? Principal Wang nodded. That's right. The new student has a potential of 3S level. Director Qin stepped forward. What's the new student's name? Xia Zhi. As soon as the words fell, the scene fell silent. Summer. Xia Zhi. Just one word short. There's nothing fishy about this, but everyone seems a bit skeptical. Upon hearing this, Lin also glanced up with a sidelong look, then lowered her head again, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her fair skin, her gaze deep. Now, Fong Sudong also didn't understand Old Wang's intention. What do you mean? It's nothing. This time, the video showed no sign of Old Wang, only his voice saying, Xia Zhi has some relation to me, so I just wanted to ask. Principal Fong, I trouble you to manage this competition well. The video cut off. Fong Sudong's inner thoughts. I don't believe a word of your nonsense, you old rascal. Chapter 42. The little girl is quite sensible. Extra update. In a habitat of the star beasts. The competition is still intense, and due to the scarcity of resources, more and more teams are being eliminated. 1, 2, 3, 7. Wow, so many stars. Xia, look, we hit the jackpot. Lin Jinran counted the row of stars on the terminal, grinning from ear to ear. Xia lowered her head and poked at the terminal, giving a faint HM. A series of strange numbers flashed across the terminal, and Lin Jinran glanced at it, but couldn't understand it. Instead, she thought of the implanted chip. Xia, these stars are mostly your achievement. I'll assign them to you. Lin Jinran felt that Xia was so impressive again, and it was safer to keep them with Xia. Xia Zhi was still playing with the terminal. You can take it. I don't mind. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep it safe. What if someone steals it? Lin Jinran frowned, looking quite conflicted. Xia raised his head proudly and confidently, saying, with me here, what are you afraid of? This statement was simply explosive. Lin Jinran's eyes sparkled in an instant. What should she do? It seemed like she was about to fall in love with Xia. He was just too handsome, wasn't he? Up ahead, Lu Shiqi almost choked on her own saliva. Growing up, she had seen arrogance, but never had she seen such an unabashed kind of arrogance. Lu Shiqi's unusual reaction caught Lin Jinran's attention. She turned to look at Lu Shiqi, smiling cheerfully. TSK, stealing stars really is more comfortable, don't you think, pighead? Lu Shiqi, I can endure it. He looked ahead. They were almost there. Xia Zhi lifted her eyelids to take a glance, her fingertips tapping on her thigh, stopping here. Lu Shiqi slammed the brakes. The car screeched loudly and came to a sudden stop. You pighead. You did that on purpose. Lin Jinran glared angrily. Lu Shiqi touched his nose. The boss has spoken, so I just followed orders. He had a look that said, I did it on purpose. What do you do about it? Xia Zhi opened the door and glanced at him before getting out of the car. Although she showed no expression, the air felt a bit thinner. Inside the car, Lu Shiqi shrank his neck, repeatedly confirming that this was indeed a formidable figure. Even her gaze was piercing. The car remained in place while Xia Zhi walked ahead, with the two behind her following. Soon, they arrived at the location. The supplies were very conspicuous, still brightly red and seemingly unopened, leaving one to wonder what was inside. Unfortunately, there were already two teams ahead. The appearance of the three from Xia made the atmosphere even more tense. The other two teams had one with 4 members and the other fully staffed. As for Xia's team, they were pitifully few, with 1 extra person. 8 or 9 pairs of eyes all turned to look, and this time Lin Jianran stepped up. "This road is mine. This tree is mine. Robbery." She stood tall and confident. Everyone else. Where did this funny person come from? Lu Shiqi turned his head away shyly, but couldn't help but sneak a glance at the expressions of others, realizing that he had been just like this back then. Xia Zhi smiled and tilted her head, learning quite quickly. Lin Jianran shyly lowered her head, looking like a little neighbor girl. At this moment, the time for watching the show came to an end. The captain of the full team was a girl. She snorted and looked at Xia Zhi and the others with disdain, saying, "There are only 3 of you. I advise you to leave obediently, or you might lose your chance to compete." The girl indeed had the capital to say that, as she was the only captain present, and there were also 3 boys on her team. "Xinyali, I see you're afraid that I will team up with them to deal with you." The captain of the other team spoke up. Xinyali shifted her gaze, looking at the opposing captain. A flicker of pity quickly flashed in her eyes, but vanished in an instant. Chapter 43. Almost forget that I am S-class. She maintained a determined expression, saying, "I'm not as despicable as you. If I lose, I lose. I won't think about scheming everywhere." The last sentence clearly hinted at a story. The two captains obviously knew each other and seemed to have some grudges. The afterglow spread. The setting sun painted the western sky red. It was getting dark. Xia Zhi didn't have much patience. She patted Lin Jianran's shoulder and asked, "Are we going in or not?" "Let's go." Lin Jianran stretched her muscles and said, "Geez, if I don't get a fight, I might forget I have an S-level physique." As soon as she said this, everyone fell silent. Xinyali frowned, surprised that this seemingly delicate girl had such a strong physique. It seemed she had to be cautious of her. "Are you serious?" Although she was from a mecha manufacturing department and couldn't be compared to the combat department freaks, she still had an A-level physique and C-level mental strength. The mecha manufacturing department was known for its strong physiques, and a manufacturer who couldn't handle prolonged physical exertion wouldn't achieve much in this field. Moreover, there were 5 of them on this side. Lin Jianran rolled up her sleeves and said bluntly, "Of course I'm serious. This stuff is scarce. Whoever grabs it gets it. If I don't grab it, do you think you'll share with us?" She wasn't some naive little lamb who didn't understand anything. Xinyali hesitated, realizing that she indeed wouldn't. After thinking for a moment, she turned to the opposing team leader, LV Lin. "Let us put our personal grievances aside for now and form an alliance to eliminate their 3 members first. We can discuss the rest later." Xinyali had thought this through carefully. Although the opposing team was small, having 1 S-level physique made her reconsider. S-level, A-level. It seemed like just 1 level, but many people spend their whole lives unable to surpass this hurdle. Besides, there was also someone on the opposing side who looked quite formidable. Her intuition told her that this person was definitely dangerous. As for the only guy, she couldn't tell much, but since he was part of the team, he shouldn't be too far off. It seemed she wasn't very lucky to encounter such a strong team. This was why she chose to ally with LV Lin. Xinyali and LV Lin had a past. They both came from the same place, but separated due to a love triangle. This encounter was unexpected for both of them. Although they had split, they had spent time together before, and compared to working with Xia Zhi, Xinyali chose someone she was familiar with. LV Lin still had some feelings for Xinyali, so he readily agreed. "All right, I accept your proposal." The team members on both sides had no objections, and they reached a consensus. Lu Shiqi took 2 steps back, swallowed hard, and quietly approached Xia Zhi, not daring to get too close. Big shot. There are 9 of them. Shouldn't we leave first?" Xia Zhi didn't say anything, but Lin Jiran heard her and scolded, "Lu Shiqi, you coward. Are you even a man? Lu Shiqi coughed twice and turned his gaze away. How can I, a weak scholar from the materials department, compare with you from the combat department? I can only compete in brains. Fighting is too undignified. Lin Jiran, since you put it that way. Lu Shiqi gradually smiled. Do you want us to beat you up or them? Lu Shiqi's smile froze. Sister, can you not be so violent? Lin Jiran rolled her eyes at him, furious, and raised her fist. Pighead, who are you calling sister? Chapter 44. 2 versus 9. Wait. Miss, can we stop? Fine, you know your place. Lin Jiran lowered her fist and turned to Xia Zhi. Xia, should we make a move? Xia Zhi raised her eyebrows and whistled at the other party. Xinyali, seeing their arrogance, could no longer hold back. Let's take their stars. That's our hope for points. Xinyali growled, and everyone rushed forward. Come look, the big boss is starting to slap faces again. Passing by, what's going on here? It looks so intense. Smirk. Is this another one against several? Impressive. 3 people against 9. Midnight Force battle. The reason is actually like this, huh? The title upstairs is clickbait. Just quietly saying, I'll watch from start to finish. It's not 3 against 9, it's 2 against 9. That guy is just useless. Lin Jianran was at the front. A kick to the left, a spinning kick to the right. The opponent also had skilled fighters among them. Lin Jianran was handling several opponents at once, not losing, but not gaining either. Someone passed by Lin Jianran and swung a fist at Xia Zhi. Xia turned to the side. Her slender arm lifted, gripping the opponent's hand and yanking hard. The opponent was pulled forward by sudden force, losing balance. She raised her knee and forcefully drove it into the opponent's stomach. Ugh! He groaned in pain, unable to straighten his back from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, she executed a shoulder throw, and the opponent crashed to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xia Zhi didn't stop. Her movements were swift and ruthless. In just a few moments, 8 or 9 people were incapacitated, lying on the ground, their bodies broken. Only Xinyali was slightly better off. Xia Zhi didn't hit her face. Lu Lin knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, filled with regret. You guys. TCH. Lin Jianran kicked him lightly, causing him to stumble and unable to get up. She bent down and swiped at his terminal, clicking her tongue. There were quite a few stars, more than 10. How many teams have been harmed? You. Don't go too far. Lu Lin gritted his teeth. Lin Jianran stood up, inexplicably annoyed by him. The winner is king. The loser is a bandit. You need to face reality, brother. Lu Lin lowered his head, his chest heaving, clearly furious. Lin Jianran seemed like a little angel fallen to earth, collecting stars more diligently than anyone else. Soon, only Xinyali was left. Xinyali turned her head away and huffed. Take them all. They won't kill you. Lin Jianran said oh, and unceremoniously took away her stars. Don't worry. I can tolerate a lot. No need for you to worry. Xinyali's face looked very bad, and she held back her words. Just a few seconds after the stars were taken away, the ion sensor she wore started beeping. Your stars have been stolen. The match is over. Do you need assistance? Xinyali reluctantly replied yes. The sensor quieted down, and she closed her eyes. Inside, her feelings were mixed. Everyone had their own unique stars marked with their names. Stars taken from others would not end the match. But once one's own stars were taken away, the match would end. Generally, people wouldn't be foolish enough to leave other stars behind. As long as the match wasn't over, there was a chance for the opponent to recover them. Only when the opponent completely ended the match would the stars not be taken back in retaliation. Chapter 45. The school is quite generous. A group of 9 people, all eliminated. Lu Shiqi hid aside, trembling, finally realizing that life had shown him some mercy. These 2 people are probably not human. Perverts. Naked perverts. Seeing the 2 stop, he approached them in a very sycophantic manner. 2 big bosses. Is there anything I can do for you? Get lost. Lin Jianran shot him a glare. Lu Shiqi touched his nose and fell silent. The sky had darkened, and the moon was a unique feature of the blue planet. Without the bright moonlight, the earth was left dim and dull. With human cities, perhaps there would be a glimmer of light. Unfortunately, this was the habitat of star beasts. Lin Jianran directly went to the supplies and pressed a button in front of everyone present. The supplies made a cracked sound, this time much quieter. Xia, come quick. Lin Jianran exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. This time the supplies seemed useful. Hearing this, Xia Zhi walked over slowly. She raised her eyes slightly and took a quick glance. 5 nutrient solutions, 5 tents, 5 bottles of drinking water, and a flashlight. The school is quite generous. Lin Jianran. This is going to drive her. Lin someone to death. However, the 9 people lying nearby unconsciously swallowed hard. Pig head, pack it up and take it away. Lin Jianran waved her hand authoritatively. Lu Shiqi took 2 steps back, a look of resistance on his face. How can you make me, who is as weak as a chicken, do heavy work? Is your conscience okay? In short, he was lazy and didn't recognize his lowly position. Lin Jianran chuckled twice and walked over to Lu Shiqi. Lu Shiqi wanted to dodge, but how could he be a match? Lin Jianran grabbed his collar, standing on her toes, fiercely asking, "Don't want the stars?" She transformed into a domineering CEO, while Lu Shiqi was like a little white flower, wanting to refuse yet unable to cry. No, big boss, please spare me. Have you been obedient? Be obedient. Lu Shiqi looked wronged, like a little wife. Imagine a tall guy at 1.8 meters being held by the collar by someone 1.6 meters tall. It was truly a beautiful sight. Lu Shiqi was unwilling in his heart, squatting down to hug the supplies one by one. He even tried to cut corners, only taking 3 tents. Suddenly, bright lights shone above, signaling that rescue had arrived. Xiao placed one hand in her pocket, laughing freely. "Aren't you leaving?" Lin Jianren responded, while Lu Shiqi frantically hugged the supplies, following behind. Only 9 people were left with envious eyes. The 3 returned to the car, and Lin Jianren picked a pink nutrient drink, opened it, and brought it close to her nose to smell, which seemed to have a peach flavor. She brought it to her mouth and took a sip, furrowing her brows. It had a strange taste, hard to describe. Lu Shiqi, smelling the scent, swallowed hard. She was hungry. Everything smelled delicious. Xiao looked at him with some disdain and shifted to the side, thinking that if he wanted to eat, he could take it himself. "Can I eat it?" Lu Shiqi widened his eyes. Lin Jianran took another bite, and the taste was still extremely bad, sticky and gooey, almost impossible to swallow. After holding it in his mouth for a long time, he looked as if he was facing death with his eyes closed. Gulp. Lin Jianran let out a sigh of relief. Lu Shiqi didn't pay much attention, picked a blue one, held it in his hand, his eyes shining with curiosity. Imitating Lin Jianran's actions, he took a bite. Lu Shiqi. Really? An indescribable strange taste rushed straight to his brain. Ugh. Lu Shiqi quickly opened the door and dashed out, holding his stomach. "What the heck? Who are you grossing out? Don't throw up. You hear me?" Ugh. Lin Jianran couldn't hold it in either, bending over next to Lu Shiqi, almost spitting out acid. A cool breeze passed. This scene was too beautiful. Chapter 46, It's Too Disgusting. Xia Zhi picked a nutrient agent with an orange flavor. She bit one end open, her expression very serious. She sipped it slowly, one mouthful after another. It was clearly quite unpalatable, yet she looked as if she were savoring a delicacy. She ate slowly, her head slightly lowered, her expression inscrutable. Lin Jianran ran over after spitting it out and took a big gulp of water, feeling very displeased. Lu Shiqi, that pighead, made me throw up what I had finally managed to swallow. She really didn't want to taste that strange flavor again. Low-grade nutrient agent. As always, it was deadly. Ever since she tried it out of curiosity when she was a child, she vowed never to eat it again. Unexpectedly, today, she was tasting the heavenly yet torturous flavor once more. It was killing her. Lu Shiqi wasn't much better off, returning with a pale face. He silently grabbed a bottle of water and gulped down a few mouthfuls to wash away the taste. He looked bitter and desperate. What kind of divine thing was this? It was too deadly. The taste was so bad it almost sent him to his demise. "It's all your fault. I almost finished it. Now I've thrown it up. How am I supposed to eat anything else?" Lin Jianran looked at the thing in her hand with a face full of rejection. Lu Shiqi raised his hand, shaking the thing he held. The light blue liquid flowed slowly, surging like a vast ocean, the color quite beautiful. Is this really a nutrient agent? Lu Shiqi couldn't believe it. Such a good-looking thing was so terrible to eat. You still don't recognize nutrient agents? Lin Jianran's eyes widened. This stuff was an essential food for ordinary people. Hearing this, Lu Shiqi looked confused. He sat back in the driver's seat. He knew of them, having only heard of them before, but had never tasted them. After trying it today, it was indeed extraordinary. I'm not eating the rest. I can't stomach it. Lin Jianran didn't respond, looking at the nutrient agent in front of her with disdain. She made countless mental preparations, suddenly closed her eyes tightly, pinched her nose with one hand, and gulped down the remaining nutrient agent in one go. That strange taste came back. She swallowed hard without thinking, opened her eyes, and hurriedly drank a few mouthfuls of water, finally finishing it. Although she couldn't afford synthesized food, she had grown up eating high-grade nutrient agents. High-grade nutrient agents were nothing like low-grade ones. They had a natural fragrance, tasted like a drink, and were not unpleasant. Low-grade nutrient agents were only popular among residents of backward civilizations living on junk planets or remote stars. She glanced at Lu Shiqi, but didn't stop him. After all, it wasn't her who was hungry. On the starship, they ate synthesized food, which naturally tasted good. But there was one thing it couldn't compare to. Eating nutrient agents could fill you up for 2 or 3 days, enough to last until the end of the competition. Eating synthesized food didn't provide a strong sense of fullness. It was easy to go hungry. TSK. I didn't realize you were a young master from a wealthy family. Lin Jianran casually remarked, looking at Xia Zhi, only to discover that Xia was also eating a nutrient agent and looking completely normal. No. What puzzled her was if she couldn't swallow this. How is Xia managing to look so relaxed? Xia, don't you think it's hard to swallow? As Xia finished the last sip, leaning back against the chair, she appeared quite lazy, speaking slowly. There's no taste. Maybe I'm just used to it. Lin Jianran swallowed hard, feeling a bit frustrated, and didn't ask again. At night, the three took turns keeping watch. The first guardian of summer is a mandatory arrangement by Lin Jianran. Xia has been having trouble sleeping, and she doesn't want to overwork herself. The tent is fully automatic. With the press of a button, it sets up by itself. Lin Jianran and Lu Shiqi entered the tent, while Xia Zhi sat in the car, leaning back. The car's lights were bright, illuminating the surroundings without a hint of darkness. She rested her chin on one hand while casually draping the other, looking up at the starry sea of Skull Star with a carefree expression. The night was enchanting, with light clouds and a gentle breeze. Chapter 47. The Big Brother's surname is G. Badna Star, Starship Docking Point. Another special line arrived, and the mechanical door slowly opened, as a group of people orderly queued to disembark. Among the crowd, a tall and strong figure wearing a hat, sunglasses perched on his nose, and dressed in a trench coat stood out. His long figure revealed a strand of golden hair. Lu AI looked up, his blue eyes sparkling, and shouted to the sky, Zero baby, I'm here. Nearby people looked up at him with strange expressions. Where did this idiot come from? Lu AI ignored the unusual gazes around him. He had traveled a long way to see his big brother. The little brats from the Empire had been chasing him closely, making it impossible for him to even build mechs. There was no choice but to seek refuge with his big brother. Lu AI held the address of chasing the son that he had mailed last time and looked down carefully, murmuring, Shurian Mansion, G Family Villa? Lu AI paused, realizing that his big brother's surname was G. He squinted his eyes and opened his terminal to send a message to his big brother. Zero baby, I came to Badna Star to see you. Are you excited and happy? After sending the message, Lu AI flicked his hand dramatically, the trench coat billowing in the wind, leaving a stylish silhouette. A peaceful night passed, and dawn broke slightly. The three packed up the tent and returned to the car. Lu Shiqi checked the fuel gauge and noted that the car could still be used for a while. Lin Jianran buckled her seatbelt and asked Xia, what do we do next? Xia Zhi squinted her eyes, the corners tinged with red, looking somewhat sulky and appearing less aloof than usual. Usually, she always carried a hint of coldness, her brows and eyes filled with hostility. Lin Jianran took a closer look, and it seemed that Xia's sleep quality had worsened. Why don't you take a nap? Lin Jianran couldn't bear it, thinking about using her family's secret recipe for Xia after the competition ended. Xia Zhi shook her head. How many stars do we have now? 26 stars. The 26 stars represent the 26 eliminated individuals. Xia Zhi glanced at the latest data. So far, there are still over 300 teams. Only over 600 teams have been eliminated. The competition is becoming increasingly fierce, and more teams are being eliminated. But that's not enough. The stars represent the total number of teams. So many already impressive. You guys. Lu Shiqi admired, an average of 13, which means one person has eliminated 13. Be quiet, we are working on something big, Xia Zhi said. Lin Jianran glanced over, signaling him to shut up. Xia used her hand to poke the terminal, changing the display to a black screen, and entered a series of strange numbers. Within a few minutes, a bug in the firewall was exposed, and she seized the opportunity to slip in. Xia Zhi paused for a moment, casually typing. Do you want the competition to be more exciting? Meanwhile, inside the Ryan starship, the programmer was sweating profusely, unable to stop the other party at all. The originally full-screen surveillance videos turned into a line of large characters, especially eye-catching. Everyone. Fong Sudong frowned. Where are the programmers? Your home has been broken into. What are you doing? Beside him, several programmers were terrified. Principal Fong, the other party seems to be a highly skilled hacker. We can't stop them. Programmers and hackers are different. One follows the rules and does things methodically. The other acts recklessly and takes advantage of the situation. Fong Sudong glanced at Lin again, then withdrew his gaze. If the other party had malicious intent, this would be serious. Fong Sudong looked at the big screen, pondering for a moment, trying to see what they wanted to do. Chapter 48, Suspected 0, several programmers nodded. While the other party was indeed formidable. Our firewall was specially designed by professionals, and it could hold up for a while. These programmers were some of the top technical personnel in the Alliance, specially hired by Ryan for this new student trial. Although the other party was aggressive, they were not easy to deal with either. Fong Sudong nodded, feeling a bit irritated, and ran his fingers through his hair. If they knew that the other party had just used a simple terminal to create a hole in the firewall, they wouldn't be so calm. Xia was calculating the time and moved her fingertips a few more times. The car was very quiet, mainly because Lin Jianran was staring at Lu Shiqi, not allowing her to make sound. Xia is seriously working on her career. What should I do if I disturb Xia? Although she also doesn't know what career Xia is pursuing. The summer's hand stopped, her fingertips like scallions. She closed her eyes to rest after shutting down the terminal. On Fong Sudong's side, a group of people gathered together, and on the holographic projection screen, a few lines of bold text appeared, unrestrained and arrogant. Your competition is too boring. Director Chen's features twisted together. They understand nothing. Isn't the main purpose of the school to ensure the safety of this group of new students? Suggestion: change the rules. Every 3 hours, shrink the competition area, designating the student's activity zone as the first safe zone. After 3 hours, the original safe zone will continue to shrink, and once the safe zone is fixed, it will shrink again after 3 hours until the competition ends. Within 3 hours, those who do not reach the safe zone will be eliminated. Oh, and no refreshing at night. You need to sleep. After those lines of bold text, there was a line of small text. 10 minutes to consider. After the time is up, I will make the decision for you. After reading it, everyone was stunned. The most outrageous part is that they also want to make demands. Teacher Gao stood there in shock. Who exactly is this person? What do they want by intervening in our competition? Fong Sudong pondered, his head aching. This person has an unknown background and remarkable skills. Even their specially invited programmers couldn't stop them. If people from the Empire intervene, that would be a disaster. Fong Sudong spoke up, still holding on to some hope. Can you track their location? The programmer shook his head. No, the opponent's attack methods are sophisticated. It's very difficult for us to trace them back in a short time. After he spoke, there was silence. Changing the rules is not a big deal. What they fear most is the shameless people from the Empire causing trouble. But they couldn't understand what good it would do for a mere new student's trial to get involved. Are they that idle? Suddenly, Lin also spoke up, impatiently, comparing the attack methods to rule them out. A programmer suddenly realized his hands moving quickly. In just a few minutes, the comparison results came out. The opponent had not erased their traces. Perhaps they simply didn't care. Who is it? Fong Sudong walked over. After seeing the results, the programmer looked confused and struggled. The similarity of attack methods on the light brain is 60. 0. Who? Fang Sudong could only be considered an outsider to computers. Zero, huh? The programmer sighed, and when he looked up, his eyes were filled with respect. That is a top boss in the hacker world, rumored to be elusive. Acting on a whim, very few people have seen them, and one can only trace their traces online. However, I think it might not necessarily be Zero. After all, a big shot doesn't become famous overnight. It could also be someone imitating their attack methods to mislead us. After all, that person is completely unheard of by ordinary people, and even someone slightly more advanced can admire them. How could a big shot possibly appear here? Chapter 49. Catching them all unbeknownst to Lin, Lin also stood by, slightly squinting his eyes, exuding an inherent nobility. Zero, this person is both righteous and evil. Lin raised his eyelids. Why not see what they want to do? Perhaps it's just a whim. A few people looked at each other. Fang Sudong made a decision, firmly stating, "Let's do as they say. I really don't believe they can create any big trouble." The programmer silently wiped the sweat from his brow, words difficult to express. Never underestimate hackers in any place with a network, because the consequences can be very serious. Upon receiving the order, the programmers raced against time. 10 minutes were almost up, and there wasn't much time left. They sat in front of the light brain, changing the rules, pushing them to every new student's terminal. At this moment, the live broadcast room was also terribly boring. Hey, why hasn't that car moved for so long? I can't see anything. Has the live broadcast just been to let us admire the old antique? Ugh. I woke up early just to see the big shot slap faces, and it turned out to be this. Leaving goodbye. DD2 sounds. Lu Shiqi looked down, rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Upon focusing, he exclaimed, "What the hell? They can change the rules halfway. What kind of broken school is this? I'm done." Lu Shiqi exploded on the spot. He was already on the verge of being wiped out, and now he has to face everything alone. He really can't take it anymore. Hearing this, Lin Ziren immediately checked the changed rules. She, like Lu Shiqi, looked despondent, her mood complicated. Which big shot came up with this terrible idea? Is there no way for people to live their new lives? The two lamented one after another, the atmosphere becoming increasingly bleak. On the side, Xia Zhi watched the two with pained expressions, raising an eyebrow, tilting her head. Actually, Lin Ziren suddenly shouted, "It's refreshing. How can I be so unlucky? I'm not in the safe zone. I'm done. I'm done too." Lu Shiqi echoed. Xia thought for a moment and held back the words in her mouth. After a pause, she lowered her head to look at the terminal and casually replied to Lu AI's message. "Zero, welcome, but I'm not very available lately. Can I wait a few days?" Lu AI quickly responded, "Okay, then I'll just hang out here for a few days." Xia Zhi saw this, turned off the terminal, and looked up, heading to the safe zone first. Unable to do so, Lu Shiqi stepped on the gas, bumping along the way. Fortunately, the newly marked safe zone was not far away. According to Xia Zhi's request, Lu Shiqi parked the car at the edge of the safe zone. Lu Shiqi looked down at the map, confirming that she was within the safe range. "Boss, we have arrived." Xia Zhi got out of the car and walked leisurely with her long legs. Suddenly, she nimbly climbed up a tree, her movements fluid like flowing water. She stood in the fork of the tree, her figure slender, with her slim waist particularly noticeable. With her gaze half lowered, she looked dispirited, her eyelashes casting a grayish shadow over her eyes. Perhaps she was too light. The tree trunk didn't sway at all. She spoke, "You guys come up, stay here for now, and we'll move once the safe zone shrinks." Lin Jianran skillfully climbed up a tree, leaving Lu Shiqi alone below to sigh at the sky. Hey, you can't do this." Lin Jianran glanced at him, made a funny face, and laughed. "Are you confused? Pighead, just stay down there." Lu Shiqi was speechless and could only find a patch of grass to lie down properly, becoming a ground-hugging monster. The surroundings were silent. Only the faint sounds of nature could be heard. Both of them were not foolish and understood what Xia Zhi meant. They would ambush those teams rushing into the safe zone along the boundary line, capturing them all in one net. This tactic was indeed clever. Chapter 50, Lin. A tiger ambushing requires patience. And surprisingly, the usually impatient Xia Zhi surprisingly showed restraint. After almost an hour, Lu Shiqi was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, the calm was shattered by a furious roar that made one's ears ring, sounding like a star beast. Who? Lu Shiqi jumped up, looking left and right, frightened and drenched in cold sweat. Xia Zhi jumped down, flicking the dust off his fingertips. It was a star beast. Star beast? Lu Shiqi felt a bit dazed and somewhat panicked. To be honest, after being here for so long, he had never seen a single star beast. Especially after being with the big shot. There weren't even any mosquitoes around. For a moment, he thought this was just a scary name meant to intimidate newcomers like them. After all, star beasts were ferocious, and it was a life-and-death struggle with humans. Many newcomers simply couldn't adapt to this environment. Now a star beast actually appeared. Oh my goodness, so scary. Lu Shiqi immediately hid behind Xia Zhi, realizing that someone like him, a weak scholar, was not even enough for a star beast to chew on. He still needed to protect himself properly. Xia cast him a glance, showing no expression. She didn't chase him away. Lu Shiqi clung on even more. Lin Jinran also jumped down, looking at Lu Shiqi's timid appearance and sneering. Lu Shiqi, aren't you a man? Why are you hiding behind the girls? Aren't you ashamed? Lu Shiqi didn't care. Not everyone is like you, sis. Lin Jinran walked over, smiling on the surface, but cursing inwardly. What are you saying? Huh? He realized it was bad and immediately straightened his back, grinning. Hello, miss. Goodbye, miss. As he said this, he tried to sneak away. Lin Jinran grabbed the back of his collar, smiling sinisterly. Don't go. The star beast is waiting for you. Indeed, the star beast was getting closer. The roar was growing louder, mixed with human voices. Xia Zhi glanced ahead, not avoiding the star beast this time, because along with it, there were also the stars that Lin's classmate liked. Soon, a group of people chased after a four-legged beast that appeared in front of the three. The four-legged beast had lost its usual imposing demeanor, its strong body covered in scars, with fresh blood oozing from the wounds, pooling into a puddle at its belly. Drop by drop, the drops fell onto the dusty ground, making it seem weak and helpless. What a big lion! Lin Jinran widened her eyes and took a few steps back, feeling a surge of fear when facing a real beast for the first time. She shrank her neck and hid behind Xia Zhi, standing side by side with Lu Shiqi. Xia Zhi thought for a moment and said seriously, Lin, that's a tiger. Lions live in the grasslands, but this is a forest. Ah. Lin Jinran felt very embarrassed. Lu Shiqi couldn't help but chuckle, and while his legs felt weak, it didn't stop him from mocking others. Lin Jinran shot him a glare, but didn't dare to speak. That was a red Xian tiger, 2 meters long, and it held a dominant position in this area of star beasts. Usually, ordinary people would be terrified upon seeing it, making the locals fear it greatly. However, its skin and bones were something humans dream of possessing, worth a considerable amount of credit points. Today, though, it was being relentlessly hunted by a group of reckless little brats. If it hadn't been injured previously while competing for a mate, the situation would definitely be reversed. Xia Zhi was not interested in the tiger, but rather in humans. The Qixian tiger charged over, and Xia Zhi took a few steps back, the strong smell of blood filling her nostrils, causing her to furrow her brows. The two people behind her quickly moved back a few steps as well, quite timidly. As it got closer, the Qixian tiger looked at the humans ahead and roared, roar, roar, roar. Chapter 51. It Can't Understand Again. The sound was deafening and truly terrifying. The two people behind trembled in fear. If it weren't for the big shot in front, they would have wanted to give up. It was too scary, too frightening, and it was just a baby. Xia Zhi frowned as the crimson tiger stood just a few steps away. She placed one hand in her pocket, showing no expression, and said, "You can go, my target isn't you." Lin Jinran opened her mouth, full of confusion, and weakly said, Xia, what are you talking to a star beast for? It can't possibly. Before she could finish, the crimson tiger let out a few low growls towards Xia Zhi, then turned to look at the human who was quickly catching up from behind. It flexed its front paws a few times, pushed off with its hind legs, and ran past Xia Zhi. Lin Jinran was dumbfounded. Are star beasts this human-like these days? Xia Zhi returned to her original spot, unfortunately blocking the way in front of that group of people. The leader frowned tightly, his voice displeased. Get out of the way. This person looked fierce and intimidating, with a hooked nose and a mole beside his thick lips. Any ordinary person would feel a bit scared upon seeing him. And he was also quite ugly. I won't let you. Hong Binkai looked up and saw a pretty woman, and with a hint of mockery, he said, "Oh, Are you overflowing with compassion and trying to save that red-black tiger? You should consider how many humans that red-black tiger has harmed. I'm doing the heavens a favor by taking down that beast. Since you're a woman, I won't hit you, but you better get out of my way. His words carried an air of righteousness, but his gaze was utterly shameless. TSK, quite disgusting. Xia rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair wrists. Her expression was, with delicate brows and eyes concealing a piercing chill. The corners of her eyes were tinged with red, adding a touch of hostility, while her lips curved into a careless smile. She was both cold and proud, exuding an unrestrained demeanor. Lin, let's go together, Xia called out, and Lin Jianran hesitated for a moment before resolutely stepping forward. She couldn't let her S-level physique go to waste. Xia is S rank. She is also S rank. Xia can do it, so she can definitely do it too. Take a deep breath, Xia Zhi reminded herself. Hearing this, Lin Jianran took a few deep breaths and calmed down quite a bit. Damn it, how dare you be so arrogant? Brothers, let's go. Hong Bingkai glared fiercely at Xia Zhi and the others, raising his fist without saying a word and swinging it down hard. He was an S-level physique, and no new student had appeared, yet who could deal with him? At this moment, the live broadcast room exploded. Wow, it's actually Hong Bingkai. It's over, will the boss get hurt? This person is too ruthless. This person fought with Ji Bai before, and his strength was almost on par with Ji Bai, making Ji Bai nearly suffer a loss. The boss is encountering such a tough opponent. It looks like he will have a hard time. No. Don't hit the face. How can this person bear to strike when the junior sister is so beautiful? It's such a waste. The live broadcast room was filled with discussions, and most people thought Xia Zhi would suffer a lot. To others, the action seemed as quick as lightning, but in Xia Zhi's eyes, it was like time had stopped. That fist was like a fierce wind, and Hong Bingkai's target was her. Xia Zhi's cold smile did not flinch. Hong Bingkai thought she was stunned, feeling quite pleased with himself. His actions did not lessen at all, determined to make her suffer. Xiao. Lin Jianran was worried. The fist was just inches away, bringing with it a bone-chilling wind. Just as it seemed the fist was about to make contact, it stopped moving. Chapter 52. I heard you have a sister named Xia Zhi. Huh. Hong Bingkai was shocked, his fist unable to advance an inch, completely motionless. Xia held onto the opponent's wrist, the slender wrist shining white under the light, faintly revealing the bluish veins. Hong Bingkai felt as if his hand was trapped by a terrifying force, and for the first time, fear emerged in his heart. Xia Zhi pulled with all her strength, seemingly light, but actually heavy as 1,000 pounds. Hong Bingkai had no power to resist. He was sent flying. Hong Bingkai spat out blood. A pool of blood lay before him, his body severely injured, and the sensor on his chest immediately began to beep. Hong Bingkai's eyes turned crimson as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with difficulty, struggling to get up. His gaze fixated on Xia Zhi with a sinister intensity. He was actually defeated in one move. How could this be possible? Xia gathered her thoughts, her expression cold, with a calm demeanor. Only those who have experienced Hong Bingkai's power understand how terrifying it is for someone to be able to subdue him with a single move. The scene was quite quiet. No one dared to speak. Xia Zhi's gaze turned towards Lin Jianran, smiling boldly. Classmate Lin, those people are up to you. Lin Jianran nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. She moved quickly, and the few people didn't even have time to react before being taken down in just a few moves. The highest among them was only A level, so Lin Jianran handled them effortlessly. Xia Zhi walked past him, her gaze looking down at him. Clearly expressionless, she exuded an air of superiority. Let me give you a lesson, speak more nicely, or one day when you get beaten up again, don't blame me for not reminding you, got it? She wasn't being kind, she was clearly mocking him. That blow was too harsh, and now Hong Bingkai felt like a useless person. He glared at Xia Zhi fiercely, appearing even more menacing. She smirked with a hint of mockery. The game was over. The stars were taken in the cold. Emotionless mechanical voice reminded everyone that the match had ended. Hong Bingkai clenched his fists. One day, I will get back everything with interest. She scoffed, showing no restraint. You don't have that capital. She took a few steps back, waved her hand, and said, let us go change places. Lin Jianran collected the stars and followed. Lu Shiqi finally regained his senses and dully followed behind. That moment was truly shocking. Not only the people on site, but also the live stream exploded. The boss is indeed a boss. Love it, love it. Hong Bengkai is an S-rank physique. There aren't too many who can defeat him. Yet she took him down in one move. Who exactly is Xia Zhi? If it weren't for Hong Bengkai's previous impressive performance, I would have thought he was going easy on her. Betting on spicy strips. This year's Rookie King must be her. This scene made Xia Zhi instantly famous. More people came to watch her. The comments in the live stream kept rolling in, filled with discussions. Everyone wanted to know about Xia Zhi's potential and talent, but only the new students currently in the competition had the right to investigate. Out of reach. However, Xia Zhi had completely become a sensation among the seniors. Ryan Military Academy, Cheng Yunting's dormitory. Tang Rizhao was one of those watching the live stream. Lounging in the living room, Cheng Yunting had just returned from outside and saw his roommate looking excited, typing away on the keyboard. Cheng Yunting was used to it. Glancing past him, preparing to head back to his room. Wait, Yunting. Cheng Yunting paused, his tone impatient. What is it? I want to give gifts to the female streamer for you anymore. Tang Rizhao chuckled awkwardly. I heard you mention that you have a non-biological sister who came Orion. Is her name Xia Zhi? Chapter 53, are you sure you're not joking? This guy was laughing so much, Cheng Yunting looked wary. What does it have to do with you? What does she look like? Cheng Yunting's mind conjured up that delicate face, and he replied, she's okay, just average. Tang Rizhao was in the same class and was also his roommate. They communicated quite a bit and got along reasonably well. However, this guy really loved to give gifts to female streamers, which Cheng Yunting looked down upon. Tang Rizhao simply turned on the holographic screen, pointing at the extremely pretty girl in the video. This person is your sister, right? Her name is Xia Zhi. Don't talk nonsense. Cheng Yunting shot him a glare, then looked at the person in the video, his pupils constricting, feeling a dull ache in his back. So what if she is? Wow. Yunting, is she really your sister? Tang Rizhao suddenly stood up, overly excited. Cheng Yunting looked at him strangely, backing away a few steps, disgusted. Why are you making such a big fuss? Do you know how powerful your sister is? She must be this year's Rookie King. Quickly tell me her contact information. I want to ride her coattails. Dan Zizao Winke. Cheng Yunting's first reaction was impossible. From Xia Zhengqing's mouth, Xia Zhi had always been useless, with bad conduct and a terrible temper. She didn't like socializing, had no friends, and no one wanted to play with her. If it weren't for him thinking her face was decent, she had no other merits. For someone like her, how could he believe that she was the Rookie King of Ryan Military Academy, one of the top 10 military academies in the Interstellar League? But although Tang Rizhao was unreliable, he wouldn't lie. Cheng Yunting recalled the time Xia Zhi spent at the Xiang family. It didn't seem that unbearable. As he thought about it, he felt a bit less resistant. Before Cheng Yunting could speak, Tang Rizhao asked again, all right, do you know how much potential your sister has? Cheng Yunting paused, E-rank physique, D-rank mental strength. Tang Rizhao was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Dude, you're not joking, are you? With such talent, she can attend Ryan Military Academy? Ordinary military academies would find it difficult to accept her. Are you sure? Seeing Tang Rizhao's disbelief, he snorted, glancing at him sideways. Her biological father said it himself. Do you think I'm unsure? Tang Rizhao's mouth opened, his mind in a mess. E-rank physique can take down an S-rank person with one move, so what do they count as? Useless? Cheng Yunting left, but Tang Rizhao still didn't quite believe it, and even typed a message in the live stream. Xia Zhi, are you really E-rank physique and D-rank mental strength? This message stirred up a storm among the crowd, eager to know about the boss's potential and talent. Meanwhile, Xia Zhi took the two to a different place. Still on the edge of the safe zone. Before getting out of the car, Xia Zhi looked down at the stars on the terminal. 256 stars. TSK, really ruthless. This time they weren't so lucky. It took 3 hours to reach, and the safe zone had shrunk again. They got in the car and changed places, until the sun began to set again. Damn, the car is out of gas. Lu Shiqi got out of the car and kicked the antique vehicle, losing his balance and howling in pain. Great, even this hunk of iron is bullying me. He plopped down on the ground, utterly ungraceful. Can you pay attention to your image? Lin Jianran stood by with a look of disdain. Lu Shiqi shrugged, looking indifferent, as if no one was paying attention to their image. If he knew at that moment that thousands of people were watching them, he probably wouldn't be so calm. Chapter 54 Lin Jianran's traditional technique Xia Zhi didn't get off the car, looking listless. She squinted slightly. The corner of her eyes reddened even more, and the dark gray under her eyes, covered by her eyelashes, was more pronounced. She pressed her lips together, her collar slightly askew, revealing her delicate and fair collarbone. Her expression was cold and indifferent, her brows and eyes reflecting a sense of irritation. Fortunately, her constitution was strong. Otherwise, she would have been exhausted by now. Lin Jianran got back in the car, this time sitting in the back seat. She had noticed that something was off with Xia Zhi for a while, but had been hesitant to ask. This time, she mustered the courage to reach out and touch Xia Zhi's forehead, murmuring, "Could it be a fever?" Her palm felt a bit warm, but it wasn't the temperature of a fever. Nowadays, humans rarely have fevers. When they do, they feel extremely uncomfortable. Xia Zhi opened her eyes and did not dodge. She simply stared at her with those pitch-black eyes. "It's nothing serious, just didn't sleep well," she said nonchalantly. "It's just a sleepless night. Not like I'm missing an arm or a leg." She really didn't take it to heart. Lin Jianran was still worried, withdrew her hand, and spoke in an exceptionally gentle tone. "Then Xia, why don't you sleep for a while? I'll call you when it's time." "I can't sleep." Her expression was gloomy, and even her breath carried a hint of warmth. Lin Jianran quietly moved closer to her, speaking in a tone that Xia Zhi could hear. Her words sounding like those of a con artist. I have an ancestral technique that can help people relax and is somewhat effective for insomnia. Xia, do you want to give it a try?" Xia raised her eyelids slightly, her tone a bit weak. "Let's give it a try." She had no hope at all. Insomnia had become a habit. Receiving the boss's affirmation, Lin Jianran found it hard to calm her emotions for a moment. She patted her thigh. "The space in the car is too small, so just lie on my thigh. It'll be more convenient this way." After a moment of hesitation, Xia agreed to her request. Xia, I'm starting now." She took a few deep breaths quietly, her fingertips trembling slightly, filled with excitement. Xia Zhi's skin was extremely pale, and her delicate brows and eyes were always furrowed. Lying down, she lost her sense of detachment and appeared less irritable. Lin Jianran thought that this version of Xia Zhi was quite nice. She placed her fingertips on both sides of Xia Zhi's temples and skillfully began to massage. The pressure was just right, neither too heavy nor too light. Gradually, the furrowed brows and eyes began to relax. Beside her, a long breath could be heard. Lin Jianran didn't stop and continued to massage. This went on for 3 hours. Lu Shiqi had been keeping watch outside the car, estimating that others had probably gone off to fight for supplies by now and had no time to pay attention to them. He kept stretching his head to look inside, his expression serious for the first time. It turned out that even big shots had their own troubles. In the summer, it is rare to have such a good sleep. When she woke up, she felt much more relaxed, and the bloodshot in her eyes had faded a bit. "Thank you." Her expression was very serious. Lin Jianran was taken aback, moved her stiff fingers, and her face looked tired. "You are too tense. That's why you always have insomnia. I help you relax a bit. It should be better now." Her technique was learned from her mother, a skill passed down matrilineally. She had once played around and learned it half-heartedly, just knowing a bit. Now she regretted it immensely. If she had learned it properly back then, perhaps she could have completely cured Xia's insomnia. No, after the competition, she must study it well from her family. Maybe one day it would come in handy like now. At this moment, it was already late. The 100 supplies had long been snatched up. During this time, Lu Shiqi quietly took a nutrient supplement, closed her eyes, and gulped it down resolutely. Chapter 55, Shrouded in Darkness. Damn, it really tasted horrible. Unfortunately, no matter how stubborn a person is, they cannot resist the feeling of hunger. Lu Shiqi knocked on the car window and asked, "Excuse me, has the safe zone been cleared? Should we leave now?" Xia was leaning against the wall. But Lin Jianran glanced at the safe zone on the terminal and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't far, and thankfully the school had some conscience, not allowing students to brush up at night. If they did that at night, it would really be a matter of life and death. Xia Zhi silently turned her head away, her legs crossed slightly. The fierce look in her eyes faded a bit. I don't have anything important. I'll go ahead. The other two had no objections. Lu Shiqi carried the belongings of all three, which weren't heavy, just a bit inconvenient. It's surprising that such a distinguished young master from the Lu family has fallen to the level of doing menial tasks today. Truly, the world is in decline. The night on Skull Star was as dark as ever, as if an endless thick ink had been smeared across the horizon. With only a few scattered stars emitting a hazy glow, resembling a delicate stream of sand forming a galaxy slanting across the sky, casting a faint light upon the earth, dispelling the gloom in one's heart. There was no wind, and such a night felt eerily lonely. The vehicle was on a main road, and, at this moment, they were also on a main road. The path was relatively smooth, with no pits, and tall trees stood on both sides, stretching ahead with no end in sight. Xia Zhi took a few lazy steps, glancing at Lu Shiqi from the corner of her eye, flashing her flashlight at him, and said, "You go ahead, I'm scared." Lu Shiqi, holding the supplies, was taken aback. Is she joking? He stood there with a complicated expression, not daring to move. If the boss said she was scared, did that mean he wasn't scared? He was scared too, especially at this late hour. Trembling slightly, seeing Lu Shiqi standing there like a fool, Xia Zhi shot him another glance, pursing her lips, her furrowed brows showing a hint of irritation and coldness, urging him, "I'll give you a star. You lead the way." The surrounding darkness loomed over her like a beast ready to pounce, and her breath was noticeably more agitated. Xia's temper wasn't very good, and Lu Shiqi was aware of it. He ultimately compromised, gritting his teeth, his words filled with longing. "Really give me the stars?" Lin Jianran glanced at him and then turned her head away. Xia lightly hummed a sound, indifferent and casual. "It's not that. I'm not saying we need stars or anything. We're all so familiar with each other, right? But even close brothers should settle accounts clearly." Lu Shiqi's mind started to race, calculating quickly, and he shifted the topic. "How many stars are you giving?" "Hey, don't go too far." Lin Jianran glared at him. "It's just walking ahead. Does he really think he can handle anything big? Besides, if he could stay until now, whose achievement is that? With his previous team, even if he didn't run into them, he would have encountered others, and those others probably wouldn't be so merciful. Xia, let us ignore him. People like this take advantage and act innocent. Now that the car is gone, he is no longer useful." AI, what did I just say? Why can't I remember? Lu Shiqi held something in one hand and supported his forehead with the other, pretending, "Oh, what did the big shot say about giving stars? Why is he being so distant with me? No need for that. Lu Shiqi, as a big man, it's my duty to protect girls. I have to do it." Lin Jianran, a dogman who is inconsistent inside and out. The surroundings grew darker, and the flashlight flickered twice. The connection was unstable. The school only sends out old antiques. I suspect they were dug up from some junk planet. Chapter 56, Big Shot. Did you give the wrong amount? Xia Zhi lowered her head slightly, making it hard to see her expression, and she seemed to exude a sense of dejection, feeling cold. She raised her gaze again and waved to Lu Shiqi, signaling him to come over. Lu Shiqi walked over with confusion about to speak, but was caught by Xia Zhi's hand that was wearing a terminal. He was startled and had no time to dodge. She moved quickly in an instant, swiping the terminal and then disdainfully letting go. Lu Shiqi stumbled, and the things in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Desperately looking at the stars on the terminal. 256 stars. Lu Shiqi suddenly looked up. She still seemed unresponsive, her expression growing more irritated. She glanced at him slowly and said very seriously, "Can we leave now? Be boss." Lu Shiqi confirmed the number on the terminal again, thought for a moment, and reluctantly continued. "Did you possibly input the wrong number?" He originally thought giving 10 stars would be enough. He didn't expect the boss to be so fierce, giving so many at once. It really scared him. His little heart was still thumping. "No." She suppressed her expression, seemingly on the brink of an explosion. Lu Shiqi picked up the things on the ground again, feeling disgruntled but dared not ask anymore. The boss had already spoken, and he didn't dare to pursue the matter. He consciously walked in front, his calves trembling, yet still holding his ground. Lin Jianran said nothing, silently following beside Xia Zhi, her low ponytail swaying as she walked. The safe zone wasn't far. This was also the last brush for tonight. After walking for about an hour, Xia Zhi stopped, her right hand resting in her pocket. "We're here. No more walking." Lu Shiqi also stopped, glancing at the terminal with a surprised expression. "Wow. We really made it. I didn't even notice." He looked around. It was quiet, eerily silent. "I'll guard for half a night tonight." Lin Jianran spoke up before Xia Zhi. "Then I'll guard for the second half of the night." Xia Zhi glanced at them. Lu Shiqi touched his nose, embarrassedly turning his head away. "If it weren't for the fact that I wouldn't be able to hold on tomorrow, I would want to stay up all night." "Oh, getting ambitious?" Lin Jianran raised an eyebrow. Lu Shiqi shrugged, saying that he had to live up to the stars given by the big shot. "Right? I'm not the kind of hypocrite who doesn't understand gratitude and repaying kindness." Seeing the two so enthusiastic, Xia Zhi didn't speak up. She was indeed very tired. Her slender white hand shook the flashlight, asking if they needed it. The observant Lu Shiqi shook his head, saying it wasn't necessary. "I have great night vision. Plus I have them to keep me company." He pointed to the stars in the sky. Xia Zhi didn't ask any more questions, seriously opened the tent, set it up, and crawled in with a flashlight, falling asleep immediately. The star beast habitat at night was indeed very dangerous. But there was a big guy who knew how to be grateful. Its fierce body lay on the ground, a tongue full of barbs cleaning up the traces left from the day, and its pair of eyes emitted a dark green light in the night, sharp and cold. It was the true guardian of the night. "Jibai, look, there are actually 3 tents here." Qin Mingwei pointed to a clearing in the distance where 3 tents stood side by side. She looked at the 3 tents, feeling envious. After 2 nights of roughing it outdoors, using the ground as a bed and the sky as a blanket, it was a miserable experience. As a delicate girl, how could she be so disheveled? She envied those who had tents. Chapter 57. That tiger is back. Extra update. Jibai frowned, his expression indifferent. They encountered someone again. Inside the gray-black tent, Xia Zhi lay flat, her slender waist and long legs maintaining the same position from last night without moving an inch. The outside noise was minimal, and Xia Zhi, not deeply asleep, opened her eyes slightly, her light pink lips pressed together, her brows knitted in irritation, clearly having a bit of a morning grumpiness. She glanced at the top of the tent, flipped over, and continued to sleep. Outside, Jibai and the others approached the tent. "Huh, there's actually someone here?" Qin Mingwei leaned in, seeing a girl sitting next to the rightmost tent, her legs bent at the knees, hands resting on them, head slightly lowered, looking extremely sleepy. Lin Jianran was indeed too tired. She had been guarding and, as dawn approached, couldn't resist and fell asleep. Her head rested on her wrist, sleeping soundly, not waking up even when people arrived. Wasn't she too bold? Sleeping so soundly in such a dangerous place? Qin Mingwei had been dragged up before dawn to hurry. And after 2 days of poor eating and sleeping, the star beast habitat lived up to its name, with waves of beasts coming one after another. Even her strong physique couldn't withstand it. Jibai also glanced over, his eyes naturally cold. Since they encountered someone, it meant they were unlucky. After they collected the stars, they should leave quickly. He checked his terminal. The safe zone had shrunk again an hour ago, now only covering 1/10 of the entire star beast habitat. Compared to before, their activity range had greatly decreased. The chances of encountering other teams were higher, leading to an increased elimination rate. So far, nearly 1,000 teams had been eliminated. Jibai pursed his lips. Just their team's accumulated stars had already exceeded 500. This was already a high number. A boy from Jibai's team stepped forward. Raising his terminal, "I'll go deal with her." Jibai nodded. Wang Jinshu was also from the combat class, and his strength was considered excellent, so he wouldn't cause any major trouble. Wang Jinshu strode over, getting closer and closer, while Lin Jianran still showed no reaction. Suddenly, a deafening tiger roar echoed, sending chills down their spines. Jibai immediately took a few steps back, and Wang Jinshu sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated. The group huddled back to back. On high alert, the tiger roar grew closer, and Lin Jianran was disturbed awake. With bleary eyes, she opened them and directly made eye contact with them. Lin Jianran. What's happening? Wow, there's so many people." She awkwardly greeted them with a smile, feeling inexplicably guilty towards the two still lying in their tents. The tiger roar stopped, and Lin Jianran stood up, a bit confused, murmuring, "Why do I hear that old tiger's voice from yesterday?" No. She slapped her head hard, trying to wake herself up. It couldn't be. It must be auditory hallucinations. Now fully awake, she looked at the 5 not far away, her heart tightening. She almost made a big mistake, shouting toward the tent on the left, "Lu Shiqi, get up. The stars are about to be gone." Lu Shiqi inside the tent had long been awake, disturbed by the terrifying tiger roar. Another Qi Xian tiger? The imposing figure from yesterday is still fresh in my mind. I really don't want to recall it again. New book, Zombie Little Puppy is Not Well Behaved, Chapter 58. The G family and the G Corporation, Lu Shiqi, suddenly flipped over, standing up and rushing out without a word. Outside, only Lin Jianran was there. This girl usually acted carefree and was rather sloppy in her work, making him quite worried. He opened the tent, and upon closer inspection, he found a few familiar faces. "Yabai, what are you doing here?" And Qin Mingwe? Lu Shiqi stepped closer to Lin Jianran, silently positioning himself in front of her. He looked at the two with some surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be at Kino Military Academy? Why are you back at Ruyan Military Academy?" "Interesting, Lu Shiqi. I didn't expect to see you here." Qin Mingwe smiled with her arms crossed, glancing at Lin Jianran behind him. How come genius Lu has a crush on a little sister? Seeing familiar faces. The tiger roar had stopped for a while, and since they couldn't figure out the reason, Ji Bai and the others lowered their guard. Listening to what Qin Mingyue said, they all turned to look at Lu Shiqi. "Don't talk nonsense. We're teammates." Lu Shiqi shifted his position. "But I want to ask, how are you all here?" Ji Bai's expression remained unchanged, his voice cold. "If Lu Xiao can be here, why can't we?" The Bedina Star has 4 prominent families that dominate, representing the top tier of society on this planet. The Ji, Lu, Qin, and Yu families. The Ji family firmly occupies the top position, with no ranking among the other 3 families. However, the Ji family is not the same as the Ji Corporation. Ji Bai's father is the head of the Ji family, while the Ji Corporation is merely part of Ji Rushu's dowry. Ji Bai is blood-related to Ji Rushu, as she is the younger sister of his father, and he respectfully refers to her as aunt. If Ji Bai's father is the main family, then Ji Rushu is the branch family. The Ji Corporation relies on the Ji family, the top of the 4 families on Bedina Star. Therefore, although Ji Rushu is a woman, this is why no one has dared to touch her over the years. The Ji family. Who dares to offend them on Bedina Star? Outside, the noise was unbearable, and Xia Zhi, with her eyes closed, turned over again, feeling very irritable. Lu Shiqi narrowed his eyes, looking relaxed, exuding the charm of a gentleman. Of course, Ji Xiao can go wherever he wants. I, Lu Shiqi, can't interfere. However, can you let us go this time for the sake of my Lu family? No, it's the Lu family, not him. Ji Bai was taken aback, glancing at the girl behind him. She was pretty and cute, like a neighbor's little sister, with no outstanding features. Lu Shiqi's potential and talent were not particularly remarkable, yet he was still a rare genius. He excelled in mecha materials, gaining fame at a young age, and could already synthesize materials before entering school, truly a prodigy. Even Ji Bai couldn't help but admire his talent in materials. However, this guy even brought up the Lu family. Was he really that concerned about the little girl behind him? Ji Bai had always been indifferent. It was just his nature. He glanced at Lu Shiqi with cold indifference. The Lu family's face? I'm not concerned. Lu Shiqi's expression tightened, his gaze wary. He still believed in Ji Bai. Sure enough, Ji Bai said, "I don't care about the Lu family's face, but I do care about your face, Lu Shiqi." Upon hearing this, Lu Shiqi breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't overpower Ji Bai, and although Lin Jianran had the same physical level as Ji Bai had been trained since childhood, making Lin Jianran no match for him. As for the big shot inside, Lu Shiqi shrank his neck. That person was a master. He didn't dare to have any ideas. Chapter 59. If you have the ability, fight it out. You 3 have a tent. It can't just be 2 of you, right? That's right. Qin Mingyue was indeed eyeing that tent. Lin Jianran stepped out from behind Lu Shiqi, raised her chin fearlessly. Of course, we have 3 people. How about this? I'll bring some food, and we can trade for your tent. What do you think? Qin Mingyue seemed to be speaking to Lin Jianran, but her gaze was on Lu Shiqi. After all, She believed that Lu Shiqi, who was in the same social class as her, was the only one qualified to negotiate with her. A breeze blew, and Lin Jianran, with her low ponytail, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her big eyes were clear and bright as she raised her chin towards Lu Shiqi, asking, "What about you? Do you want to trade?" Lu Shiqi felt speechless. She wanted him, the distinguished son of the Lu family, to sleep on the ground. Qin Mingyue was calculating. No trade. He wasn't hungry. He could endure the food, but sleeping in such a dangerous place was intolerable. In fact, it was mainly because he felt weak and powerless. What if something happened? I'm not asking you to give me yours. There's still the other two people, right? Qin Mingyue raised her eyebrows, her gaze dripping with disdain. What? You want to set your sights on my and Xia's tent? Dream on. Lin Jianran instantly exploded, her brows tightly knitted as she rolled up her sleeves. Ready to fight? What do you mean by that? If it weren't for Lu Shiqi, you'd have been eliminated long ago. Qin Mingyue, the young lady, was full of temper. Stop looking down on people. If you have the ability, fight it out. Fine, let's fight. Who's afraid of whom? The two women's battle was about to ignite, smoke rising suddenly. Qin Mingyue pretended to rush forward, but was pulled back by Ji Bai. She turned her head, astonished. Ji Bai shook his head. His tone as indifferent as ever. Mingyue, you can't beat her. Don't make a scene. Qin Mingyue. Ji Ge, do you know what you're talking about? He usually didn't like to explain much. The Qin and Ji families had some connections, and he stood there, tall and slender, his fingertips showing a slight callus. Lin Jianran. S-level physique, B-level mental strength. You can't just rely on brute force to defeat her. After he finished speaking, he released his grip, standing straight like a pine tree. Qin Mingyue paused, not moving forward, feeling very displeased. When did geniuses appear everywhere in Ryan? There was a Hong Binkai before, and now there was Lin Jianran, both commoners. She pouted, her eyes unable to hide their contempt, coming from the upper class. Suddenly, the mysterious tent stirred. The tent was pulled back, and a pair of jade-like fingers rested on the edge. They were the hands of a pianist. Just as she was astonished, the person had already stepped out. She was dressed very loosely, with a pair of long and slender legs casually leaning against the tent. Her features were exquisite, the corners of her eyes less red, and her gaze was filled with a hint of mischief, bold and unrestrained. That appearance was truly eye-catching. Xia, why didn't you sleep a little longer? Upon seeing that it was Xia Zhi coming out, Lin Jianran seemed to have found her backbone, but she was also worried about her sleep quality. Xia slightly squinted, and those eyes, clearly devoid of emotion, carried a wild and unruly arrogance, making it hard to sleep due to the noise. Boss, you're finally awake? Lu Shiqi's elegant, noble demeanor collapsed in an instant, replaced by a fawning expression. At this moment, everything was silent, not to mention Qin Mingyue. Even the usually composed Ji Bai couldn't help but look at Lu Shiqi in surprise. Chapter 60. The Appearance of the Big Yellow. Bonus update. When did the young master of the Lu family become so sycophantic? Ji Bai's typically indifferent expression furrowed in confusion. Lu Shiqi, have you lost your mind? Lu Shiqi smiled, but did not respond, his gaze carrying a significant meaning as he looked over. Xia Zhi rubbed her temples and said seriously, "Tell the Huang we're leaving." Da Huang? Lin Jianran was confused. Lu Shiqi had a bad feeling and quietly took 2 steps back. Roar. All security. Another roar echoed, and Ji Bai's expression tightened, his eyes dark as night. A powerful tiger leaped out from the weeds, its massive paws hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, baring its fangs in a fierce display. Imposing and aggressive in front of everyone. Ji Bai tensed even more, his eyes hiding a sharp glint. Qin Mingyue was startled, her mouth agape, looking shocked and a bit dazed. Dita Luo, another Qi Xian tiger has come? Lu Shiqi was at a loss for words and moved further behind Xia Zhi. Delicate and weak, no need to explain. The Qi Xian tiger swaggered over, stopping about 3 to 4 meters away from Xia Zhi. It growled at her, its sharp eyes revealing a certain emotion. Human. The favor has been repaid, no longer indebted. In a casual manner, Xia glanced at the massive creature before her. Her mental strength was so formidable that she could sense the emotions of animals, and the Qixian tiger was a species with spiritual sensitivity. The summer god looked quite serious and said with great solemnity, "Thank you for last night. One thing is one thing. She never owes anyone anything, including the star beasts." As soon as these words fell, the scene became eerily quiet. Lin Jianran was dumbfounded, while Lu Shiqi stood there gaping. The thought that a ferocious Qixian tiger had accompanied him last night sent chills down his spine. This is truly life-threatening. On the other side, Ji Bai and the others were shocked to see a star beast, which usually had a mortal enmity with humans, behaving so docilely that their jaws dropped. How is this possible? The war between star beasts and humans has always been a fight to the death. When has there ever been such a peaceful moment? This is simply too illogical. At this moment, it was terrifyingly silent. No one dared to speak. Not to mention the scene, the live stream was also flooded with comments. The Society of Summer, who can compete with her? Seeing Ji Bai's confused expression is really funny. A big shot is a big shot. Even star beasts can be conquered. What's going on upstairs? Don't slander my G God, you bunch of haters. TSK. Can we be a bit more harmonious in the same school? But that girl is indeed impressive. I watched yesterday's live stream. The Society of Summer, 666. 666 contact number. Don't let your guard down. Ji Bai warned Qin Mingwei, as this woman had secretly approached, trying to take action against the star beast. Qin Mingwei, caught on the spot, pouted unhappily. If she could catch a Qixian tiger and take it back, she could show those arrogant people in her family what true strength is. The Qixian tiger was very perceptive. It suddenly turned around, its fierce beast eyes glaring, baring its fangs and letting out a low growl as a warning. Its powerful aura intimidated everyone. It was not to be trifled with. Qin Mingwei stumbled back a few steps, feeling a deep sense of fear from those eyes. Realizing her own actions, she felt a bit frustrated. Da Huang, go back to your place. Don't show up again these days. Let's go. The voice of Xia Zhi was cold and distant. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiqi twitched the corner of her mouth, casting a speechless glance at the imposing Qi Xianhu. Da Huang, this name is really unique. Chapter 61. She is more than just simple on the surface. Qi Xian, who turned a glance at Xia Zhi, gazing for a few seconds before lowering its tiger head and leaping away, its shadow quickly disappearing. Once Qi Xianhu left, the smoky atmosphere eased a bit. Xia. Da Huang. No, wait, Qi Xianhu really stayed with us all night? Such a fierce star beast actually kept watch over them for an entire night. It's simply unbelievable. Just saying, it feels hard to believe. Thinking of this, Lin Jianran felt a bit of fear and also inexplicably guilty. Her gaze slightly dodged. Xia gave her a glance, quite indulgently. Classmate Lin is still innocent. I want to protect you. The innocent Lin Jianran was almost in tears. Big shot, she said. She wanted to protect her. Xia, you're really great. Xia Zhi casually moved her fingertips. Then, she glanced at Ji Bai and his group again, seemingly indifferent, her voice extremely cold. Lin, do you want the stars? We can leave after this deal. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Jianran froze, feeling the piercing gazes of those people on her back. She leaned closer to Xia Zhi and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Those people seem to know Lu Shiqi. Their backgrounds are quite impressive." She then explained what had happened earlier again. Lu Shiqi was anxious on the side. The boss always acted on a whim. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but Ji Bai from the Ji family was someone even the Lu family had to be wary of. No matter how powerful the boss was, he was fighting alone, and Ji Bai was definitely not someone to provoke. He pulled Lin Jianran closer, his expression anxious. Time is already half gone. It's not safe to stay here any longer. We should leave quickly. Xia glanced at him, with a smile that seemed to be both a smile and not a smile. Lu Shiqi was startled and silently pulled Lin Jianran back. Flattering. Are we going or not, big shot? That sycophantic demeanor was truly on full display. Ji Bai turned his head away, unable to watch. Qin Mingwei had a look that was hard to describe. This guy, has he changed his core? As summer arrived, everyone felt lazy and relaxed. After packing their bags, they hurried to the safe zone. Qin Mingwei watched their departing figures, then turned to Ji Bai. Shall we follow them? Ji Bai shook his head his expression indifferent, his eyes like pools. If we split up, we won't run into each other easily. We need to collect more stars and secure the top position this time. He stared ahead, lost in thought. He felt that Xia Zhi was not as simple as Qin Mingyue perceived. Although she appeared carefree and casual, his instincts told him she was a very dangerous person. It was a pressure coming from a strong individual. Ji Bai furrowed his brows, unsure why he felt this way. At that time, when Mu Qingling held a class meeting, he was present and immediately recognized this extraordinary girl. In this competition, her stats were D in physique and D in mental strength, completely fitting the profile of a struggling combat type. How could she have made it into Class A? He lowered his head, his indifferent eyes slightly narrowed. Summer is far more than it appears on the surface. Xia Zhi stood at the top of a small slope, one hand in his pocket, looking disdainfully ahead. We can't wait in one spot anymore. We must move around more. Lin Jianran climbed up after him, gazing at the vast expanse of forest ahead. Why? Lu Shiqi chuckled. Isn't it simple? The others aren't fools. They surely know that waiting for rabbits by the stump is a good tactic. If everyone is waiting, who will come to us? Chapter 62. Miserable Lin Jianran shot him a glare, her low ponytail swaying. You talk too much, pighead. Lu Shiqi's expression turned serious as he replied. The scars on my face have long since healed. Please don't insult my handsome and charming face by calling me pighead. Okay? Lin Jianran was taken aback, and Xia Zhi glanced at him, casually saying, pighead. Lu Shiqi's face turned beet red. Big shot, please don't joke around. I'm serious. Really? Oh. Ha ha. Even Xia called you a pighead, and you still don't admit it. Lin Jianran laughed, so hard she trembled. Lu Shiqi let out a light huff. Who would have thought that the dashing young master of the Lu family could also have a day when women don't see him clearly? The terminal displayed that over half of the participants had been eliminated. As the safe zone shrank, more and more teams began to encounter each other, engaging in battles and even forming alliances. Xia Zhi and her two companions encountered 2 or 3 teams as they stood at a certain point. These teams were nothing like the first few they had met, whose star counts were pitifully low. Almost everyone among them had stars in such abundance that it was enviable. Therefore, Xia Zhi acted even faster. Without much effort, a large group fell down. Some fainted, some wailed, and some vomited bile. She was truly terrifying. Despite her slender figure and seemingly cold demeanor, she turned out to be the final big boss. Her strength was astonishing, and the defeat was bewildering. The number of stars she gained increased exponentially, quickly surpassing 1,000. This meant that about 1/10 of the participants were eliminated by her. Even Lu Shiqi, standing nearby, benefited significantly, breaking through 300 stars. Just a couple of days ago, Lu Shiqi could never have imagined that this battle waste could have so many stars. Holding onto this thigh feels great. This series of actions made the senior students watching the live stream feel a chill run down their spines. This junior is just too ruthless. They were instantly grateful to be seniors. In their hearts, they secretly sympathized, thinking how miserable this year's freshmen are. Truly miserable. Pray for the psychological shadow area of the 13th grade freshmen. The summer seemed to have no breaks, and Lin Jianran slowly couldn't keep up with her stamina. She was panting heavily, hands on her hips, breath erratic, and waved her hand. Xia, let's stop, I'm so tired. Lu Shiqi was also exhausted, not from fighting, but from running. Big shot. How about we take a break for a while? Lu Shiqi wiped the sweat off his face. At this moment, the sky was dim, and night had quietly descended. 100 supplies were about to be airdropped. Xia Zhi was hanging her head, her gaze quite cold, staring at the terminal, then walking another mile to the left. She didn't explain the reason. Lin Jian's breathing gradually stabilized, and her reaction wasn't as intense anymore. So let's keep walking, I'll follow your lead. She was already very content, just wanted to finish the competition quickly and lie on her soft big bed. A mile wasn't far, and it wouldn't take 10 minutes to reach. Lu Shiqi inadvertently looked up, his pupils sharply constricting. The supplies overhead were slowly falling, and the position was indeed too precise. The forest habitat of the star beasts was filled with trees, lush and tall. Often, one could only see the general location from a distance, and achieving such precision was not something ordinary people could do. Lu Shiqi secretly glanced at Xia Zhi, who appeared calm and indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about others' opinions. He touched the tip of his nose, not thinking too much. Why overthink it? Isn't it nice to follow such a big shot? Chapter 63. We're quite famous. Extra update. Unlike the previous 2 times, this time, the supplies seem to be falling quite densely. Unfortunately, before the supplies even dropped, a team had already rushed over to form an alliance. There weren't many of them, about 6 or 7. Xia glanced over, expressionless, exuding an imposing aura that made it clear she was not someone to be trifled with. Lin Jianran felt a bit of a headache. After a whole day of work, even though she had relied on low-grade nutritional supplements to fill her stomach, she was still somewhat physically drained. She looked at the few people there with slight fatigue, wondering who would step up first. Hurry up, let's settle this quickly. The scene was silent. What was with that perfunctory tone? As Xia rolled up her sleeves, the movement was carelessly carefree. Little did she know that the few people present were instantly taken aback. How did they encounter this person? Wait, the leader shouted, staggering back a few steps. Xia Zhi paused, pursing her lips and raising her eyes. Lin Jianran also stopped her actions, merely wanting to see what trick the other party was playing. Haha. Well, we just took a wrong turn. You all continue, okay? The team leader casually touched the sweat on her back, realizing it was already soaked through. This person is truly terrifying. In this freshman team competition, there's a nickname, the God of Death. It means that as long as you pass by her, you will definitely be eliminated immediately. Absolutely. If it weren't for someone hiding and then sneaking away earlier, almost no one would know that there was such a big killer in this freshman competition. You see, these 2 girls look delicate and weak, with their thin arms and legs, yet they are so violent. The few people quickly retreated, as if they had never been there. The 3 of them. In the live broadcast room. That panicked escape looked just like love. Just asking, is the big shot still human? Not feeling tired after a whole day of fighting? Such a strong physique. The brother upstairs, please don't try to understand the big shot with normal thinking. Just get used to it. My Xia Yi is truly amazing. Definitely the rookie king. Ahem. Actually, the sister next to her is quite impressive too. Isn't she? Lin Jianran frowned, pursing her lips. What is this? They ran away when they saw us. Xia Zhi let her sleeves down again, lowering her head in thought, her gaze quite cold. A person ran away in the morning, and it's likely we're quite famous by now. A strand of hair slipped down the side of her head, gently brushing against her cheek, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. The dark blue-gray under her eyes was not so deep anymore, and her lips were a vibrant red, adding a touch of color to her face, bold and unrestrained. Lin Jianran, emboldened, reached out to tuck Xia Zhi's hair behind her ear, then took 2 steps back. Who cares? If one comes, I'll take one. If a pair comes, I'll take them both. As summer approached, they headed towards the supplies. Lin Jianran followed along without much interest, as she was no longer intrigued by the so-called supplies. The previous 2 times the supplies were not great. The school was quite stingy. It was best not to get too hopeful. With a press of her hand, Xia Zhi heard the familiar sound of buttons being pressed. Before long, the supplies were opened. A wave of fragrant food aromas wafted out, making one's imagination run wild and mouthwater. This time it was food? Lin Jianran's mind went blank, and she was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, she rushed over to peek. Wow, it really was food, and it was synthetic food. No, wait. Synthetic food? Didn't tea look this good? Did it? Young Master Lu also came over to take a look, slightly surprised. Wow, it's actually natural food. Chapter 64. She dares not eat the expensive food. Lin Jianran swallowed hard, a bit dazed. Natural food? As she spoke, she looked at it reluctantly, thinking to herself, no wonder the colors are all different. It truly was a feast for the eyes, with aromas wafting for miles. It really was natural food. She sighed softly. Lu Shiqi named the dishes: stir-fried loofah, royal white-cut chicken, fragrant lion's head meatballs, kung pao chicken. All hearty dishes. After saying this, he smacked his lips, as if savoring the taste. Natural food. He could eat it every day without getting tired of it. Lu Shiqi clicked his tongue a couple of times, saying that this time the school really spent a lot. Just the ingredients alone cost nearly 200,000 credit points. Lin Jianran was left speechless. She parted her lips in disbelief. 200,000 credit points? Her annual living expenses were only 10,000 credit points. These few dishes were worth 20 years of her living expenses. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she couldn't afford it. And the interest she had finally built up vanished. She suddenly slumped, looking dejected. I think I won't eat anymore. You all go ahead. Xia Zhi paused, a hint of doubt in her eyes, and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Lin Jianran turned away and crouched down, covering her face. With a bit of awkwardness, her voice came out through the gaps between her fingers. "It's so expensive. I'm afraid if I eat it, I'll have to pay it back. I'm poor, the kind that can't afford it." Xia Zhi chuckled, but her tone was a bit restrained. "This is provided by the school, not something you have to buy. Hurry up and eat. Eat a lot, otherwise the taste won't be good later." Dishes stir-fried with fresh ingredients are best enjoyed right after they come out of the pot. Lu Shiqi couldn't help but laugh. How does this girl think every day? Isn't it obvious that it's free? Lin Jianran heard the sound, turn around, and glared at him with her round, cat-like eyes, which were quite adorable. Seeing that Xia Zhi also spoke up, she slowly got up and quietly asked, "Can we really eat freely? Eat a lot?" Lu Shiqi felt frustrated. Xia Zhi touched her head and said, "Sure, eat whatever you want." Lin Jianran stood there in a daze, blinking her eyes. Did Xia touch her? Xia really touched her. In an instant, she was as happy as a fool, thinking, "I want to eat my fill. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten natural food in my entire life, hee. Pighead, hurry up, lift it up, and let's take it away." Lin Jianran raised her eyebrows, signaling him. Lu Shiqi looked resentful. "I knew you were the kind of person who would burn the bridge after crossing it. If I've won so many stars effortlessly, shouldn't I pay a bit?" Lu Shiqi paused, momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at her. "You're really something." The natural food was in a glass food box, neatly arranged with 4 dishes inside. Lu Shiqi bent down, reached in to twist it, and followed behind the two. They chose a good spot with favorable timing and location, and the 3 of them sat down. The glass food box contained prepared bowls and chopsticks, and they each took a set. After some rice was left, Lin Jianran leaned in to sniff, squinting with a somewhat satisfied expression. "So this is the smell of natural fragrant rice." Lu Shiqi, on the side, truly looked disgusted. "Hey, can you not act like a bumpkin just because you came from the countryside? After all, I grew up in a medium-level literary star lifestyle, and you really affect my appetite like this." As a dignified young master of the Lu family, he had never eaten so awkwardly, even if it was natural food. "Who cares what you think?" Lin Jianran shot back, then turned around with a grin and gave Xia Zhi the biggest lion's head. Xia, eat more. Look how thin you become." Chapter 65, not worth mentioning. Xia Zhi had no expression, her eyes half-lidded, looking at the colorful and flavorful lion's head in the bowl. She lowered her head and took a serious bite. The taste lingered on her lips and teeth, just right. Among the 3, there were no formal dining customs of a large family. Lu Shiqi was relaxed, joking and eating with Lin Jianran. Unintentionally, while eating, Lu Shiqi curiously asked, "I seem to have never known which planet the big shot is from." Lin Jianran shook her head. "Oh, I haven't asked yet." The 2 looked at Xia Zhi. She was seriously biting into the meat, raised her eyes, and casually replied, "The residents of the planet like to call it Blue Star." Blue Star? Lu Shiqi's brain engine quickly searched. After a while, she still didn't know where that was, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Haha, maybe I've seen too little. I really don't know where Blue Star is." She propped up the bowl with one hand and held the chopsticks with the other, her mouth curved in a casual arc. Looking quite relaxed, she said, "It's planet number K34748. Lu Shiqi suddenly looked up, her expression shocked. In the entire galaxy known to humanity, there are 3 levels of civilization: low, medium, and high. The Star Alliance has a total of 36 stars, representing 36 advanced civilized planets. Each advanced civilized planet is further attached to several to dozens of intermediate civilized planets. As for low-level civilized planets, in the eyes of interstellar humanity, they are extremely backward places located in remote corners. The civilization of low-level planets is limited to breaking free from their planet's gravitational constraints, entering space. and initially exploring the galaxy. It's no wonder Lu Shiqi was so shocked. Low-level civilized planets rarely venture into exploration unless aided by external forces. The development of each planet is extremely arduous. There are too many planets in the Star Alliance, and most are merely recorded in the annals of galactic history. True development still relies on themselves. A significant characteristic of low-level civilized planets is that every discovered low-level civilized planet is assigned a number. And only low-level civilized planets have numbers. Intermediate and advanced civilized planets are given names. Once a planet's name is mentioned, most numbered planets will be rejected by those supreme. Unattainable intermediate and advanced civilized planets, and even face blatant discrimination. All of this stems from the belief that the weak do not deserve respect. Lu Shiqi looked at Xia Zhi, her expression quite complex. Hey, you can't be as superficial as those self-righteous people. Our Xia is different, Lin Jianran interjected. What kind of expression is that? Did you eat something bad? She pouted, clearly displeased. You can't say that. Lu Shiqi paused, putting down her bowl and chopsticks. I've seen the big shot strength with my own eyes. I just didn't expect. Didn't expect what? You're just wearing color glasses. Lin Jianran glared. Their friendship ship was about to capsize. Lu Shiqi felt helpless. She clearly didn't mean that. I just didn't expect. This person is from a low-level civilized planet. However, Xia Zhi put down what she was holding, raised her eyebrows, and with an unshakable pride in her eyes, asked, Do you know what the biggest characteristic of Blue Star is? What? The two asked in unison. The carefree laughter of Xia Zhi. What does natural food mean? It's just an ordinary thing that every household has. Lin Jianran. Lu Shiqi. Boss, take a look. Is there a shortage of people at home? Chapter 66. Give them a surprise. Additional update. As dusk fell, the stars began to emerge. This was the last night, and also the hardest to endure. Within the safe zone, smoke filled the air, and so far, only over 300 teams remained. That means, on average, each person had at least 5 stars. In the habitat of star beasts, aboard the starship, Fong Sudong looked exhausted, sitting in his office chair, rubbing his eyes. What time is it? At this moment, Lin was long gone, and the one answering him was Teacher Gao, just as it turned 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. Fong Sudong got up and looked at the holographic screen, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. Then let us give them another surprise. Meanwhile, Qin Mingwei summarized the team's stars, totaling 757 stars. Jibai sat on a large rock with a cold expression, seemingly pondering. 757? I wonder what rank that will be. Qin Mingwei laughed heartily, confidently asserting, Isn't it obvious? We'll definitely take first place. She wasn't boasting. Their team's overall average ability was the strongest among this year's freshmen, and they were still at full capacity, so there was no reason not to take first. Even if other teams had strong individuals, not every team could gather powerful members, but their team could. All 5 were from the combat class. However, Bai shook his head. The sinister appearance of the opposing team lingered in his mind. He had a premonition that they were undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. That person, it's not that simple. Qin Mingwei was unconcerned. She had gone to great lengths to team up with Bai, knowing that with his abilities, almost no one could surpass him in Ruyan. A talented genius and the son of a powerful family. Such strength and luck weren't something everyone had. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. Then, suddenly, a team member looked down at the terminal in shock. Yi, damn ye. What's wrong? Bai stood up and walked over. The rankings are out. Explain clearly. Qin Mingwei said impatiently. Team G, just look at the updated information on the terminal. As soon as the team member finished speaking, others hurriedly opened their terminals to check the latest information. Bai pressed his lips together, his indifferent eyes scanning the terminal. What? We actually ranked second? Who's first? Bai raised his gaze and uttered a name, Xia Zhi. As soon as he spoke, the entire place fell silent. Boss! Lu Shiqi excitedly stood up and rushed towards Xia Zhi. Xia raised her eyelids, stepping back a few paces in disdain, feeling a bit impatient. What do you want? Her tone carried a hint of irritation, but Lu Shiqi didn't mind at all. He presented the terminal to her and said, Boss, you're firmly in first place. What are your thoughts? Get lost. Xia Zhi floated over and said, Really? First place? Lin Jianran bounced over, grinning. Really? First place? She was a bit dazed, as if it was unreal like eating natural food. Of course, why would I lie to you? Lu Shiqi chuckled, then changed the subject. The main thing is... I hugged my thigh. Well, I got 7th place. Lin Jianran shot him a glance and coolly replied, then give me back those 256 beads. Lu Shiqi hurried over, clutching his terminal tightly. You're already in 1st place. What more do you want? You crushed the 2nd place by a whole 590 beads. That's more than my total. Lin Jianran was taken aback. So many? She really hadn't paid attention. She had over 400 beads, but she hadn't asked Xia Zhi about hers. Furrowing her brows, she suddenly thought of something and asked, how many beads does 2nd place have? Lu Shiqi smiled mysteriously. 757 beads. Chapter 67. No big shots, know him. Lin Jianran. Xia Zhi, how come you have so many? How did you do that? Clearly, we are all in this together. Lin Jianran, feeling confused and straightforward, directly ran over and asked, Xia Zhi, how many stars do you have there? Xia glanced at 915. Lin Jianran was silent. She quietly calculated in her heart. She had 432 here, adding up to a total of 1347 beads. Oh my goodness. They actually eliminated 1/10 of the entire new students. Lin Jianran opened her mouth. There were too many surprises today. She was almost numb. Xiao looked at Lin Jianran's dazed expression and explained a few things, keeping her tone serious. Don't think too much. We didn't gather so many people. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. Do you believe that as long as someone eliminates both of us, that person would be the first? The number of stars can be accumulated, and as long as the person with the most eliminations is taken out, the one who gets the stars can be said to soar into the sky. So, the summer's smile was elusive, her gaze drifting elsewhere, carrying a hint of unfathomable coldness. We had become the target. Lin Jianran fell silent. Lu Shiqi also remained quiet. The joy of just having obtained the stars had vanished. Perhaps the top 10 would all become their targets, but we would drive them crazier. As she spoke, her gaze grew increasingly distant. Then let's hide, Lin Jianran suggested, feeling she had come up with a good idea. Lu Shiqi shot her a glance. The safe zone is this small. Where can we hide? Someone might come any second. Captain, look, there are people over there. Lu Shiqi. Lin Jianran jumped up angrily and slapped him twice, cursing, you jinx. Can you just shut up? Lu Shiqi silently endured the pain, not daring to speak. Did his mouth have some kind of magic? It was unbelievable. Crying. The footsteps gradually approached. The night was hazy, and as they drew closer, it became clear that there were about 10 people. It was obviously a team alliance. But it was Summer's team. In an instant, the eyes of the 10 or so people sparkled with greed. Someone quietly said, maybe we shouldn't go. Although we have more people, we only temporarily allied because our combat power is low. I heard their combat power is off the charts. TCH, you coward. Just shut up. Do you know how many stars she has? 1,347. If we divide it among us, we'll each have nearly 100. In the conversation, some agreed while others remained neutral. But in the end, greed triumphed over reason. There is nothing much to say about Summer. She rolled up her sleeves. Her movements fierce and swift. Lin Jianran had gone through so much combat experience, and at this moment, she appeared to be completely at ease. Only Lu Shiqi was left. He was in deep conflict, feeling that having 2 women fight while he stayed back like a turtle was indeed not very manly. But he was the one carrying the hope of the entire team. If he fell, their whole team would truly be without hope. Lu Shiqi hesitated. Images of the past few days together flashing through his mind, fragmented and piece by piece. He had so many stars in his hands. Without the big shots, there wouldn't be him. Lu Shiqi's gaze instantly became resolute. Why was he still hesitating? Once something was lost, it was gone. But some bonds couldn't just be taken for granted. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward directly. Big shots, ah! With a cold glare, Xia gave him another kick. Chapter 68. They might be hiding in the ground. If you don't have the ability, just stay put. We don't need you. Lu Shiqi. With a loud thud, his butt hit the ground first. The sudden sting was both painful and disheartening. He wore a bitter expression, feeling desolate inside. Boss, even if you don't need me, Please go easy on me. Ouch, that really hurts. No matter how many people there are, it's just a numbers game. If the quality doesn't meet the standard, it's all nonsense. A dozen people were quickly dealt with. Lin Jianran clapped her hands, looking indifferent, thinking that all sorts of creatures dare to come forward, really taking themselves seriously. In the crowd, one person, red-faced and with a thick neck, was so pained he couldn't speak. This person was too greedy. Xia Zhi had one hand in his pocket, his brows furrowed. Lu Shiqi, collect their stars. Lu Shiqi responded happily, and in an instant his waist didn't hurt and his legs didn't ache. His movements were incredibly swift. After sweeping away the stars, the leaderboard was updated again, and he couldn't stop smiling. I'm in 6th place. His face beamed with happiness. While the group lying on the ground looked as if they had eaten something bitter, their faces ashen. They had been so arrogant just moments ago, and now they were in so much pain. After finally making it to the last night, they ultimately couldn't resist the greed of human nature. They must be regretting it deeply. Afterwards, Xia Zhi and the others left the scene. With so many stars, the best way now was to hide themselves. Xia Zhi led the two of them through the jungle, her agile figure and familiar movements suggesting they had rehearsed countless times. Soon, dawn would break. The three had not slept a wink all night, constantly on the move, and after running all night, they were utterly exhausted, their bodies barely holding up. The most obvious was Lu Shiqi, whose heavy dark circles made him look somewhat ridiculous. Lu Shiqi rubbed his eyes, yawning continuously, wondering how long the competition would last. He was really sleepy. Seeing him yawn, Lin Jianran couldn't help but cover her mouth and yawn as well, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. Just 2 more hours. Lin Jianran squinted at the time, her expression tired. Compared to the two, Xia Zhi's mental state was noticeably better. She squinted slightly, her eyes showing a casual arrogance as she leaned against a tree trunk, her whole being quiet and still. There was a hint of solitude, and the rest was almost an innate wickedness. Lu Shiqi yawned again. Are we being too cautious? He sat on a rock that was exposed, chewing on a blade of grass, looking quite rebellious. Lin Jianran slapped him on the back and gave him a roll of her eyes. What do you mean, too cautious? This is called strategy. Do you understand? Hey, can you speak properly? Why hit me? He complained, don't go too far. After being kicked by the big shot last night and slapped by this woman this morning, Lu Shiqi wondered if he had a conflict with women. It was really annoying. With his C physique, he was bound to end up in trouble eventually. Compared to the tranquility of Xia Zhi's team, the other teams were in a frenzy. Once they encountered each other, they wouldn't give up until they had the stars in hand. Even Ji Bai's team lost a member. Qin Mingwei was extremely frustrated. They had finally managed to eliminate the opponent, but they had also lost one person on their side. What was even more infuriating was that the first-place team seemed to have vanished without a trace. They searched all night and found no sign of them. Let's change places to rest, Ji Bai said, and the group collected the stars and hurriedly moved to another location. There was only an hour left in the competition. Ji Go, where do you think they could be hiding? It's such a small area. We've searched everywhere. Could they be buried in the ground? Qin Mingwei said, hands on her hips, her face pale, her dark circles making her look quite irritable. Ji Bai was also exhausted. His usually indifferent expression was now devoid of color, as he was the main source of output for the team. He frowned deeply, his voice slightly weak. I find it strange too. It's as if the other side has disappeared. Qin Mingwei could no longer hold on and sat down against a tree, rubbing her brow. If we can't find them, we can only settle for 2nd place. Saying this made Qin Mingwei feel a bit suffocated. She had thought success was in the bag, but was suddenly faced with a challenge. Especially after a whole night, their number of stars was barely approaching 1,000. And even if the other side's number didn't budge, they were still over 300 stars short. It was extremely frustrating. She was puzzled, her eyes filled with doubt. How could just 2 people gather so many stars? Could it be cheating? Once the words were out, it seemed like they had found the key point. You shouldn't say such things lightly, Ji Bai warned her with a glance. The school's rules were not to be ignored, and fairness was paramount in military schools. I believe if they were cheating, the school wouldn't have missed it. The fact that we can't find them only means they are hiding too well. Qin Mingwei was unconvinced. Pouting, the safe zone has shrunk so much. Where else can they hide? It's so small that we occasionally run into people. One wave hasn't settled before another one rises. Je bij pondered. His eyes deep and sharp, perhaps. We have been passing each other without realizing. What? Nothing. Xia pressed his lips together, not explaining further. In this competition, we are destined to take second place. Qin Mingyue was astonished. Xia was always the pride of the heavens, standing out among the children of the powerful. Who would have thought that even the proud could face defeat? Countdown. 3, 2, 1. At this moment, all the remaining freshmen were surrounded by the pleasing mechanical voice. Congratulations, your team has successfully won this competition. Your stars will be counted in this team competition's ranking. Please wait in place for 10 minutes. The magnetic levitation vehicle will arrive. The live broadcast was quite lively. On my spicy strips. The brother who lost remembers to treat me to spicy strips. First place really is my Xia Zhi. Love it, love it. No way. A team as strong as Xia isn't first? There must be some hidden agenda. Definitely some hidden agenda. What did two women count for in first place? To the brother upstairs. I've seen the big shot step by step. Winning is well-deserved. You can't argue with that. These freshmen are really amazing, especially Xia Zhi. My Xia Zhi is the strongest. No arguments accepted. Lin Jianran jumped up in joy at the moment the competition ended, feeling an overwhelming urge to cry from happiness. It's really over. Xia, we're first. First place, haha. Lin Jianran was truly ecstatic, feeling a sense of bittersweet triumph. I'm also sixth. Lu Shiqi was equally excited, looking at Xia Zhi with admiration that flowed like the yellow river. Big shot. His hands trembled with excitement. Xia Zhi took a slight step back with a look of indifference on her face. Stay away from me. Sure thing. I'll do whatever the boss says. Lu Shiqi responded and really stepped 5 paces away from Xia Zhi. The two enjoyed themselves for a while, and in less than 10 minutes, a flashy red maglev car quietly arrived. Chapter 70, 1 million credit points. Lin Jianran accepted her inability, her face showing resistance. Such a bright and flashy color. A definite no, mainly because this color was too flamboyant. Most interstellar people prefer cool tones, and such vibrant colors are rarely used. Xia Zhi glanced over and smiled. It was her usual style. What's this? The previously bright red supplies didn't look bad either. Lu Shiqi shrugged, indifferent. He was the first to sit down, turning his head to look at the two outside. There's food inside. Are you sure you don't want to come up? Lin Jianran's eyes sparkled, smiling. Well, who cares about the color? What food is there? I want to take a look. After saying that, she pulled Xia Zhi and ran up. This time, Lu Shiqi didn't lie to her. There really was food inside. Some fruits and sweets were placed out. Is this natural fruit? Lu Shiqi glanced over, snorted, and exclaimed that there was nothing strange about the treatment for the first place. Lin Jianran happily picked up a natural banana, deciding not to be petty like a fool. Taking a bite, she tasted the fragrance of the fruit and the unique flavor of the banana. So delicious, Lin Jianran sighed. If this continues, how will we face the nutritional supplements in the future? On the Star Network, a banana costs around 500,000 credit points, and an ordinary person would have to save up for a long time to afford one. Lin Jianran had eaten natural fruit before, and that one bite was unforgettable for a lifetime. There's really a reason why it's so expensive. However, everything natural is ridiculously priced. It's something only the rich can eat regularly. She had only eaten natural fruit once in her life. Xia, do you eat bananas? Lin Jianran had already started peeling the second one. Xia Zhi shook her head, saying, You finish all of these, I won't eat. Lin Jianran smiled with her eyes curved. Xia Zhi suddenly lowered her head and slowly opened the terminal to send a message to Uncle Li with a very polite tone. Uncle Li, do you have any fruit there? I need some fruit. Far away on Blue Star, Uncle Li's wrist vibrated. When he opened it, he saw his niece's message. Wiping his hands, he quickly replied, It's my niece Xia Zhi. What fruit do you need? Just let Uncle Li know, and I'll send it to you. Uncle Li looked at the message from Xia Zhi, feeling extremely happy. Ever since she went to live with her biological father, it was as if she had disappeared, leaving him quite worried for a while. Xia tilted her head and thought, What fruits are in season? Uncle Li replied confidently, Whatever fruit you want. I have it here. If you don't know what to eat, I'll pick some good ones and send them to you directly. Xia's niece has never been very fond of accepting his things, so this time he wants to send her more fruits. The silence of summer lingered for a while before she replied, "Thank you, Uncle Li. I'll give you the address." She paused for a moment, her slender fingers moving a bit faster. "How many credit points?" "I'll give them to you." The enthusiastic Uncle Li from before suddenly fell silent. Summer paused. Her slender, jade-like fingers pointed slightly, and a hint of helplessness appeared at the corner of her mouth. She silently hacked into the other person's account and transferred a sum of money. 1,000 miles away, Uncle Li heard the sound, looked down, frowned, and sighed. "This silly child. Why do you always worry so much? Your Uncle Li isn't short of this little money." Uncle Li glanced at the extra 1 million credit points in his account and sighed again. He then walked towards the fruit farmer, waved his hand, and said, "Count all the varieties of fruit and load a truck." The fruit farmer. New book, Zombie Puppy, He.S. Not Obedient, Chapter 71. The one on the lower bunk, extra update. All the freshmen returned to the point where the competition initially began. Some were happy, some were worried. Fang Sudong still stood in his familiar spot, his narrow eyes carrying a hint of seriousness. His expression very stern. "Do you know why you were eliminated?" Below there was silence. Those who were not eliminated did not dare to speak. And those who were eliminated were even more afraid to say a word, all of them blushing with shame. Fang Sudong continued, "Because you lack team spirit." When encountering a star beast, the whole team panicked and fled in disgrace, while some of you foolishly thought only of grabbing stars without considering your own abilities, rushing in blindly. "I am very disappointed in you." He spoke in a low voice, his expression full of heartache. Most of the freshmen had just left their own planets, lacking experience, their personal growth almost blank. The first lesson in college was to let them understand the harsh reality and competition faced by the entire galaxy. Fang Sudong thought to himself that this year's freshmen were performing mediocrely, except for the initial confusion. The freshmen lowered their heads in shame, thinking they were indeed too lowly. Unexpectedly, Fang Sudong changed his tone. "Although most of you have disappointed me, there are still a few individuals who performed exceptionally well in this team competition, which is commendable. Xia Zhi, don't you think so?" In public, under everyone's gaze, all the freshmen immediately began searching for the person named Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi's expression was cold. The moment Lin Jianran turned to look at her, she said, "Don't look at me." Lin Jianran paused, then forcibly turned her gaze elsewhere, fixating on a spot. Lowering her voice, "What does Principal Fang want to do? It's so boring." Lin Jianran remained silent for a moment before coolly saying, Xia, you actually cursed." She put her hands in her pockets, both cold and proud, raising an eyebrow. "What's wrong with that?" Lin Jianran hesitated. "No, nothing. Whatever you say is right, big shot." The new students couldn't figure out who Xia Zhi was, but they were very interested in this big shot who had been named. After all, this was the name of the team captain who ranked first. Not far away, Qin Mingyue was so angry upon hearing these two words that she almost smoked from all 7 orifices. This should have been their glory. Sister Lu Lina. "Did you hear? They called her Xia Zhi." Du Yinyin covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes barely hiding her disdain, with a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were quite clean, particularly standing out in front of Lu Lina, clearly washed. She was eliminated the next day, and those who were eliminated could not see their rankings on the leaderboard. As a result, she never thought Xia Zhi was the same person, just assuming it was a coincidence of names. Lu Lina glanced at her coolly, wondering where this person had popped up from. She hadn't noticed at all. Her expression was weary, with gray marks on her face, messy hair, and some stains on her clothes. She looked in poor condition. Staying until the end had almost cost her all her strength. 48th place. Lu Lina eyed her, a highly sarcastic smile at the corner of her mouth. "Do you want to know who Principal Fang Xia Zhi is?" Du Yinyin pressed her lips together, suddenly feeling a bad premonition rise in her heart. "What?" "The girl on the bottom, right bunk." Du Yinyin looked up in shock. First place in the team competition, Xia Zhi's team. Members, Lin Jianran, each with 1,000 points. Chapter 72, congratulations to you, second place. Jibai's team. Members, Qin Mingyue, Fu Qiurong, Balazu, Pan Daoqian, each with 500 points. Third place, Su Jinglu's team. Members. Fourth place, 10th place, Sherman U.S. team members, each with 500 points. 11th place. After announcing the list, this competition finally came to an end. The livestream room was also finally closed after the list was announced, with the senior students feeling unsatisfied. Did you notice? It seems there are only 2 people in first place, and they're both girls? Some in the new student crowd discussed. Someone next to them chimed in. It's true. How can first place be so powerful? Just 2 people defeating all opponents? I, who got eliminated, am crying. Xia Zhi, Combat Class 1, Physique S, Mental Strength S. Lin Jianran, Combat Class 1, Physique S, Mental Strength B. Someone opened their terminal to check the information on the 2. That person closed the terminal and covered their face, crying, I'm sorry, I don't deserve to know. I'm just a waste. The potential and talent of the 2 guaranteed that their first place result was well-deserved. On one side, some were envious, while others regretted it deeply. At that time, didn't we think her potential was pretty useless? How did she suddenly jump to first place? A boy frowned, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Let me see her potential. Someone on the right opened their terminal, looked down, and was stunned. What's going on? Why don't you say anything? That person opened their mouth, looking shocked. Physique S, Mental Strength S? Wasn't she supposed to be double D in potential? How was that possible? I couldn't have misjudged. Someone exclaimed. The fact is, we really missed out on a big shot. Several people stared at the data on the terminal, their emotions hard to calm for a long time. After the competition ended, the new students' terminals restored network access, and everyone excitedly contacted the outside world. They all returned to the starship. This competition was truly exhausting, and basically, those who stayed until the end were not neatly dressed. Before parting from Lu Shiqi, the other party shamelessly asked for Xia Zhi's contact number. By the way, they also added Lin Jianran out of disdain. After adding them, he couldn't hide his smugness. If it weren't for the big shot, I wouldn't bother adding you tomboy. Lin Jianran was so angry that she almost kicked him to death. This dog man, not a single word is pleasant, his mouth is really foul. Lu Shiqi sensed something was off and left faster than anyone else. Lin Jianran glared at him fiercely, then turned and pulled Xia Zhi back to their room. My comfortable big bed, I missed you so much. Lin Jianran pushed the door open, wanting to kick off her shoes and lie down in a drunken stupor. You haven't showered in days, Lin classmate. Xia Zhi spoke. Lin Jianran paused, her face instantly turning sour, pitifully saying, Xia, you're so mean. If you had said it later, I would have gone up right away. Once I went up, I could have found an excuse to brainwash myself, and then lie down peacefully. Xia Zhi sat there, her fair hands twisting the cufflinks, her fingertips wrapped in coldness. She really didn't understand the way this little girl thought. She didn't say anything else, took her toiletries, and went to the bathroom. Just then, Yelena returned. She looked quite disheveled, with a hint of fatigue on her face, but her eyes sparkled with joy. She walked in, keeping her distance from Lin Jianran, and said, Congratulations, you got first place. Lin Jianran shyly scratched her head and replied, Well, it's not all my doing. Yelena smirked knowingly. I know, there's also Xia Zhi. Congratulations to you both for getting first place. Chapter 73. Zhi, what's wrong with you? She repeated it again, but Lin Jianran didn't pay much attention, her face numb. She sat in the chair, utterly bored, staring blankly with a vacant expression. She sighed inwardly. Really, it feels just like a dream. Du Yanyan also came back. She was wearing a light yellow dress, with her hair in pigtails, looking noticeably cleaner than Yelena. She entered the room without greeting anyone and went straight to bed, playing with her holographic device and occasionally laughing out loud. When Xia Zhi came out, everyone was there. She wore a white long dress that revealed her delicate ankles. Her half-wet hair draped over her shoulders, and her slim figure was casually drying her hair with a towel, her movements nonchalant yet cold and proud, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Xia, you're out. Lin Jianran stood up, preparing to tidy up and go take a shower. At that moment, Yelena stood up and politely said, Can I go take a shower first? Lin Jianran noticed that the other person indeed looked disheveled. Sure, you go ahead. Yelena thanked her and glanced at Xia Zhi as she passed by. Congratulations. Though she looked disheveled at that moment, she was still the young lady of the Bedina family, and there was inevitably a hint of pride in her brows and eyes. The summer responded, with a hint of aloofness in its expression. Yelena didn't pay much attention and went inside with her things. Xia dried her hair and lay back on the bed, casually covering herself with the quilt, closing her eyes to rest. In the upper left bunk, Du Yanyan sent a message. Sister Xia, do you know who the first place is in our freshman team competition? Xia Zhi was happily chatting with her roommate in the dormitory when she heard a ding sound indicating a new message. She opened it to find a message from a little sister she had helped on the road before. They had chatted a few times, and the other party was quite enthusiastic. Xia Zhi put down the cup in her hand, a faint smile on her lips. Who is it? Could it be that girl you complained about last time? Du Yanyan paused for a moment and replied with a few dots. Really? Seems like she's quite impressive. You should learn from her more. Xia Zhi didn't take it to heart, displaying a hint of mockery that quickly faded, returning to her usual gentle expression. She is now a freshman at the league's top military academy, a genius with SSS-level potential. What could possibly catch her eye? So what if someone is first? It's nothing at all. Xia Zhi lowered her head, concealing her expression, making it difficult to discern her feelings. Turning around, she smiled and continued chatting with her roommate. When it came to this topic, Du Yanyan became a bit gloomy. She inexplicably felt annoyed by Xia Zhi. So what if she was good-looking? She still had a terrible temper, and it was no wonder others didn't want to engage with her. I don't want to learn from her. That Xia Zhi looks particularly annoying, always acting like a tough girl. Who will want to learn from her? Xia Zhi was originally having a great conversation with her roommate when her light brain beeped. Her roommate reminded her, Zhi, your light brain is ringing. Could it be a message from one of your admirers? Xia Zhi smiled with her lips pressed together and said, Don't tease, it's a message from a little sister. Her roommate gave her a suggestive look. Oh, a younger student. Xia Zhi smiled without responding, opened the message, and when her gaze fell upon the two characters, her expression suddenly changed, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes, her eyes turning cold. She had a very good temperament, and even upon seeing the characters, her expression only slightly altered. Xia Zhi's demeanor suddenly changed, and her roommate nearby noticed and asked with concern, Zhi, what's wrong? Chapter 74. So you are here, bonus update. Realizing what had happened, she quickly regained her composure, returning to a state of calm in an instant. She lowered her gaze, a wave of sadness filling the air, and spoke in a low tone, I'm sorry, I got too emotional just now. I scared you, didn't I? Something happened at home. Her roommate quickly waved her hand, trying to comfort Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi entered the bedroom with her light brain and replied slowly. Xia Zhi? I know a girl named Xia Zhi too, but I don't know if they're the same person. The other party quickly responded. Sister Xia knows her? Yeah, she's my younger sister. Since she was little, she's never really fit in, didn't study well in school, always acting like a delinquent, shouting and fighting all day. Sigh. The family has no way to handle her, so as her sister, I can only pay more attention to her and hope for the best. Du Yanyan looked increasingly convinced they were the same person. The Xia Zhi I know doesn't seem like a good girl. Could it be really the same person? Sister Xia, where's your sister? Xia Zhi glared at the screen with a cold smirk. A younger sister? What if she wanted to send her to hell? She typed on the holographic keyboard. She's mischievous. She ran away from home recently. Can I ask you for a favor? Sister Xia, what do you need? I'll definitely help you. Previously, on the way to school, she had encountered some thugs with a bit of skill. Luckily, Sister Xia had intervened in time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do. It's like this. I hope you could take a photo of her for me to confirm. If it really is my rebellious sister, I also hope you can keep an eye on her. After all, our family is quite worried about her, and as her sister, I should take care of her. Du Yanyan thought to herself that no wonder Xia Zhi and Xia Zhi had such similar names. They were indeed related. With this in mind, she pouted. So, Xia Zhi used to have such a bad reputation. She really was just as annoying as she was now. It's really tough for Sister Xia to have such a troublesome sister. Okay, I'll remember that. On the other side, Xia Zhi leaned back in her chair, the light above her casting shadows on her face, revealing a lurking coldness in her eyes. Xia, so you are here. It took exactly 1 day to return from Skull Star to Badness Star. By the time the starship landed, it was already nightfall. Under the summer sky, she parted ways with Lin Jianran and returned to her dormitory. The dormitory was still empty, with only her inside. As soon as she laid down in her room, her terminal began to vibrate. Xia glanced sideways, slowly and deliberately. When the video connected, the other party looked anxious yet delighted. Xia, why didn't you tell me you came to Ryan? Xia was sitting, her eyes calm like a deep pool, with a hint of wickedness. She said, things got too busy. I forgot. In the video, old man Yuan appeared vigorous and spirited, his starry eyes containing authority. At over 100 years old, he showed no signs of old age, exuding the aura of a great figure. I guess you would come, but I didn't expect you actually did. Xiao lightly hummed in response, her fingers tapping gently on her thigh. Her fingertips were like green onions, wrapped in 9 parts coldness. The remaining part was an uncontainable air of rebellion. Ryan, you have something I want. She explained a bit about her mother, who graduated from here. Ah, my condolences. Old Yuan sighed softly. 2 years ago, he visited Blue Star to see a friend, only to discover a genius that greatly surprised him. Summer. Chapter 75. The Genius Girl. The girl always had a cold expression, filled with hostility. Her eyes, both cold and proud, revealed an undeniable sharpness, as if she could see through others at a glance. She always loved to wear white dresses, which was a requirement imposed by her mother. We passed by her house. He often heard someone say, my Xia looks so beautiful in a white dress. Later, he found out. Xia Zhi's mother had mental health issues, a disease from her early years that later relapsed. One time, he accidentally saw Xia Zhi sitting in the yard fiddling with a pile of messy materials. Her movements casual and expressionless, while others were in laboratories with precision instruments, calculating and repeating countless times. She was out in the open doing it on a whim. He frowned slightly and said, what a mess. To his surprise, the girl completely ignored him and continued to focus on her work. Although she seemed casual, she was actually very organized. He vaguely remembered his astonished expression at that time. In front of the girl was a new material he had never heard of. It was the highest realm in the field of materials, innovation, and she had achieved what everyone else could only dream of 2 years ago. He asked her, his excitement making his legs tremble. Ow, did you do it? To which the girl replied with 4 words, killing time. Old Yuan, recalling that scene, felt quite helpless. Who kills time by casually creating a new material that everyone desires? But here was this girl, still carefree and unrestrained. Old Yuan stopped reminiscing. Thinking about her joining the combat department pained him greatly. His old face wrinkled in concern as he lamented, Xia, why did you go to the combat department? Not everyone has such innate talent. Going to the combat department is just wasting what you were born with. Upon learning that Xia Zhi came to Ryan, he was overjoyed. But when he found out she went to the combat department, he felt mixed emotions, unable to express himself properly. This girl, isn't she being reckless? Does she not realize her potential and talent? She is simply not suited for the combat department. Xia lowered her head, her collar slightly askew, revealing her delicate collarbone. She changed her posture, crossing her legs, her long legs swaying slightly, in a boss-like manner. Not a waste. Old Yuan frowned. Just right. Her words were concise. Old Yuan's brows furrowed, even tighter, reluctant to discourage her. Xia, your potential talent isn't suited for combat. It's better suited for materials. As long as you agree, I'll immediately transfer you to the materials department. Xia shook his head. You don't need to persuade me. I have my own choices. Hearing this, old Yuan let out a long sigh, feeling quite frustrated. He had only stayed on Blue Star for a little over a month, and since he was there for an inspection, he couldn't stay longer. After returning, for more than 2 years, he had been thinking about how to persuade her. Not long ago, he specifically came from the main star just for this exceptionally talented individual, but unexpectedly, she did not appreciate it. After thinking for a long time, he had no choice but to take a step back. How about you take a minor in materials? It wasn't uncommon for university students to double major, but most students who specialized in one field were already stretched thin. Each major was extremely difficult for students. The combat department usually had students with great potential and talent, while the materials department had students with strong comprehension and practical skills. The big shot Xia glanced at him with a casual smile, his eyes revealing an undeniable pride. That's just something I use to pass the time. I'm very busy right now. Old Yuan, who found it hard to express his feelings, really not considering it. Actually, Minoring in materials won't take much of your time. If your self-taught foundation is lacking, I can personally help you build a foundation. Your comprehension and innovation abilities are far beyond ordinary people. Not pursuing materials would be a waste. Chapter 76. Is it Xia again? Who would have thought that the renowned Old Yuan, who intimidated the materials industry, would come to a small military academy, lowering himself just for a female student? Xia Zhi was annoyed. This old man was so chatty. He had been rambling for 2 years. Was it never going to end? Her expression was quite impatient, her brows and eyes showing irritation, yet her tone was very polite. I already know what you're saying. My ambitions do not lie here, so you don't need to say more. Old Yuan's face showed a moment of disappointment. A talent like Xia Zhi was rare, he thought. Since she was here anyway, he might as well risk his reputation and talk a bit more. Xia Zhi uploaded a video, with long eyelashes casting a shadow of gray-blue beneath them. Her expression slightly cold. She got up and lay down on the bed, falling asleep. On the other side, Old Yuan's face showed disappointment. Being rejected repeatedly was truly unpleasant. Who would have thought that a figure who could shake the materials world, even the Alliance Academy, would face repeated setbacks with a girl? Old Yuan sat in his office chair, his expression complex. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Xia came in wearing slightly more formal clothes, his narrow eyes carrying a hint of a smile, and his face showing some respect. Old Yuan, what do you need me for? Xia felt a surge of excitement. This person had come from the Alliance Academy, holding a lifetime honor and a significant position in the Alliance. Although he didn't understand why this person would come to a small military academy to be a dean, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Old Yuan's expression was unfriendly, and his tone was somewhat cold. Are you the student with the strongest comprehension in this new batch? Xia couldn't gauge the other's meaning and smiled humbly. I can't take that title. I just barely learned material synthesis a while ago, and I'm still far behind my seniors. Hearing this, Old Yuan raised his eyelids, slightly surprised. Oh, you already know material synthesis? He looked at the youthful face of the boy before him, who had achieved such accomplishments at a young age. Indeed, he was talented. It turned out that this small military academy had hidden talents. Xia straightened his back and nodded. Yes, just before enrolling. If he could have this person as a teacher, his future would be limitless. Old Yuan concealed his surprise, his inner thoughts hidden from view. That's indeed good. But I called you here for another matter. Please go ahead, sir. Old Yuan paused and sighed. I know a young person who should be about your age. She has exceptional talent in materials, but went to the combat department. How could a place of fighting and killing be suitable for her? I think you're also exceptionally gifted, and young people communicate well. I hope you can persuade her that materials are more suitable for her. Xia opened his mouth. May I ask who this big shot is that is so willful? This was unexpected for him. As he processed the information, Old Yuan, are you serious? Asking him, a materials genius, to hold hands with a friend in the combat department? Old Yuan frowned, but didn't he push it? This matter depends entirely on your willingness. If you are willing, I can explain any material issues. This was a rare opportunity. When would he ever have the support of a senior from the Alliance Academy? Xia agreed without hesitation. It was just about making a friend. As long as it was a person, he could win them over. He hesitated to ask, what is the name of this materials genius who went to the combat department? So I can approach her. He didn't know who this talent was. He hadn't heard any rumors. Xia Zhi. Xia was shocked, huh? The big shot? You know her? Old Yuan looked over, his gaze sharp. Xia was stunned, unable to speak for a moment. Know her? If it was the same person, it was more than just knowing her. She was simply the big shot in his heart, the kind that stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Xia Zhi. Is she a girl? He asked tentatively. Old Yuan replied with a sound, his expression complex. Isn't this girl exceptionally beautiful but has a bad temper, looking both arrogant and cold? The more he spoke, the smoother Xia became. Old Yuan raised an eyebrow, his tone improving a bit, his sharp eyes shining. You really know her? That makes things easier. No, it's not easier at all. Not all. What if he wanted to back out at the last minute? Old Yuan seemed to see through his intentions, smiling with narrowed eyes. You don't want to do it? Although the old man was smiling, his presence was imposing, and the pressure in Xia's heart suddenly increased. Xia silently took 2 steps back. No, There's nothing to worry about, old Yuan. I'll handle this. Old Yuan nodded in satisfaction, waved his hand. Then I'll leave it to you. Go ahead and get busy. Okay, then I'll head out first. Lu Shiqi felt bitter inside, but put on a good front. He turned around, just about to walk out, when he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. The big shot was clearly a combat genius with S-level potential. How did she suddenly become a materials genius? Lu Shiqi hesitated, and old Yuan noticed, asking, "Is there anything else? Should he say it or not?" Speak. If I remember correctly, Xia Zhi is clearly a combat genius with S-level potential. How has she turned into a materials talent, in your words? Lu Shiqi's face was full of confusion. They were clearly talking about the same person. So how could it not match up? Old Yuan suddenly stood up, looking shocked. What did you say? Lu Shiqi repeated what he just said, not quite understanding. Old Yuan paced back and forth in the empty space, his steps hurried, his brows tightly furrowed. Suddenly, he turned and asked, "Isn't her physique E and mental power D?" He had always regretted that Xia Zhi's potential was too ordinary. Sometimes the laboratory work was physically demanding. This time, Lu Shiqi was astonished, raising his voice. How could the big shot be so weak? She's the first place in this year's new student competition. Old Yuan was even more stunned. How many surprises were waiting for him with Xia Zhi? First place? The former big shot was now somewhat taken aback. If all of this was true, then Xia Zhi was, too, abnormal? Lu Shiqi confirmed, that's right, the real first place. She's currently very popular among the new students. Finally, he brought up the earlier matter. So I want to ask you, old Yuan, are you sure it's Xia Zhi? However, old Yuan did not respond to him. He turned and sat down, his eyes revealing an unintentional sharpness, murmuring, so she didn't come over. Because of this. Meanwhile, Lu Shiqi was. The next morning, the first class for the 13th grade new students at Ryan Military Academy began. Even in summer, she couldn't help but wake up early, raising her eyebrows and casually walking into the classroom of Class 1 in the combat department with one hand in her pocket. Wow, it's really her. The big shot really came. That day when Mu Qingling held the class meeting, she felt that a girl with a not-so-good temper was following her from behind. But most people didn't look closely from a distance. Now it's different. This is the most talked-about newcomer, king among this year's freshmen. Who doesn't love a girl who is both beautiful and powerful? Chapter 78. A fortuitous place. The most important thing is that this girl has combat power that is off the charts. In this combat department, where strength speaks volumes, she is undoubtedly the object of admiration for all combat students. When Xia Zhi entered, the classroom instantly erupted, more explosive than a king bomb. She wore a cold expression, her eyes like an unfathomable cold pool, deep and dark. Today she was still dressed in a white dress, which clearly had an ethereal quality, but was overshadowed by a casual yet subtle hint of wickedness. As she walked in, her movements were somewhat restrained and unruly. However, they were too noisy. She raised her eyelids slightly, said nothing, but her gaze was filled with a chilling coldness. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent. Do you feel cold? Someone in the back asked quietly. Hiss, it's a bit cold. The big shot is quite scary. I'm too afraid to speak, another replied. Me too. Adding one. After a while, they all stared blankly at Xia Zhi, the quietly silent classroom revealing their fear. Holding their breath, they all sat quite properly, their eyes wide like copper bells. Ji Bai was also present, his indifferent face showing almost no expression. Next to him sat Qin Mingyue. Qin Mingyue curled her lips, indifferent to their ostrich-like fear, but she also remained silent. Xia Zhi casually withdrew her gaze, and for a moment, everyone else seemed to let out a sigh of relief. She walked lazily to the last row, by the window. This spot was nice, quite suitable for sleeping. Anyone who has been to school knows that this is simply a prime location. She randomly picked a seat and was about to sit down when a loud shout came from the doorway. Hey, you're going to be late. Lin Jianran rushed in, panting. A bunch of eyes immediately turned to her, causing Lin Jianran to halt in her tracks, her scalp tingling. Just thinking about dozens of people silently staring at you without saying a word was quite a bizarre and awkward scene. Lin Jianran was puzzled. Was it really necessary for everyone to look like they'd seen a ghost just because she was a little late? She quickly scanned the last row and immediately spotted Xia Zhi. Xia's unique and carefree demeanor is truly recognizable. Xia. Lin Jianran raised her smile and happily ran towards Xia Zhi. The people in the class silently mourned for her. This big shot's recently arrogant expression was deeply ingrained in their minds. Just looking at her made one feel quite intimidated. This female classmate really has a big heart. Xia raised her eyes and saw the little girl running over quickly with her ponytail swaying. The originally expressionless face smiled and said, sit here. Ah, okay. Lin Jianran sat down very familiarly, showing no signs of politeness at all. Xia Zhi glanced at her and then calmly lay down to sleep, showing no regard for the teacher who was about to come to class. Lin Jianran sat beside her, silently comforting herself. Well, it's good enough that Xia is here. The scene that the classmates imagined of a big shot getting angry didn't appear. Could it be that they were overthinking it? The big shot looked difficult to get along with, but in reality was a cold exterior with a warm heart. At this moment, someone lowered their voice to speak, and it seemed like she was another one from the first-place team competition. The person next to them suddenly realized that she was also quite an impressive figure. Lin Jianran wasn't as famous as Xia Zhi, mainly because in this day and age, it was rare to see a girl who was both stunningly beautiful and had exceptional combat skills. In combat departments, there were usually more wolves than meat. The classroom was packed, yet it was terrifyingly quiet. When Lin Yi arrived, it felt like you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 79. Xia. Teacher Lin is calling you. Outside, he strode in with long legs, his figure tall and slender, wearing a black shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing extremely white wrists, and his long fingers were distinctly knuckled. The corners of his lips slightly curled, and his eyes, though restrained, held a hint of coolness. Noble yet casual. Upon entering, he said, "Oh, everyone is so quiet." His voice was low and hoarse, rich and magnetic like mellow wine, unintentionally carrying a hint of clarity. With such a charming demeanor, the students were astonished. It seemed that beautiful people were all wholesale these days. Lin Yi stood at the podium, his gaze sharp. "You can call me Teacher Lin. I am now your counselor and the teacher for mecha driving and combat." As he spoke, the terminal on his wrist emitted a beam of light, coalescing into the character Lin. The character had a distinctly mechanical coldness, yet it also carried an air of indulgence. "Huh, what about our teacher Mu?" A student below questioned. "She has gone home to have a baby," he said casually. The students, a few days ago, her belly was still flat, and now, just 2 days later, she is about to give birth? Very few believed him, and even fewer dared to speak up. Just standing there, he exuded an air of nobility, clearly not an ordinary person. Moreover, students naturally held a reverence for teachers. Today, for the first class, let us choose a class leader, shall we? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, his tone seeming more like a declaration than a suggestion. Once this was said, many students were eager to try. The previously silent classroom buzzed with whispers. Below, Qi Ming will lean close to Ji Bai and whisper, "Jigo, do you want to go for it? Your chances are definitely high." Ji Bai shifted slightly, his expression noble, with cold indifference in his eyes beneath his sword-like brows. If it were Teacher Lin, he might as well give a try. As the heir of the Ji family, he understood some things better than ordinary people. That newly arrived vice principal, Fong Sudong. If the news was reliable, he was the youngest son of the Fong family, one of the 3 major families of the main star, a person who had lived at the top of the pyramid since childhood. The 3 major families of the main star could not even be compared to their so-called local big families. It could even be said that there was no comparison at all. The main star was filled with the powerful and wealthy. In such a place, those who stood out could not be easily offended. Moreover, this Teacher Lin had been seen multiple times by Principal Fong, and being friends with someone like Principal Fong was worth pondering. Furthermore, this person's last name was Lin. Ji Bai's eyes deepened. If he guessed correctly, this Lin teacher was. "Jigo, raise your hand quickly." Kvin Mingyu Eritst, abruptly interrupting Yi Bai's thoughts. He frowned, somewhat displeased, just about to raise his hand. "It's her." Lin Yi tilted his head, his gaze fixed on the last row, lazily leaning against the edge of the podium, not at all resembling a vice teacher. His actions left no opportunity for the students to compete. He still looked calm and composed. The students were speechless. How could one choose a class leader so hastily? Moreover, they had gathered the top potential talents of the combat department, each proud and difficult to impress. They followed Lin Yi's gaze. Oh, it was actually this big shot. No words needed. Lin Jianren gently leaned over to nudge Xia Zhi with minimal movement. Xia. Teacher Lin is calling you. Chapter 80. If you don't listen, then points will be deducted. After all, it was class time. Xia Zhi reluctantly got up, her exquisite brows and eyes cold and fiery. Report, teacher, what's the matter? She slightly squinted her eyes, clearly seeing the other's appearance. There was no surprise. Between her brows and eyes, there was still an air of casual arrogance. Xia has a proud temperament, and it seems that the new teacher Lin also has a bad temper. Shoo. There's a show to watch. Even in a top class, there's no shortage of human gossip. Unexpectedly, Lin is patient, her narrow phoenix eyes slightly squinting, telling you to be the class monitor. No. Xia didn't even think about it, and completely refused. Lin also rejected her request, saying, You just are? I'm not. You are. Xia Zhi sat down and stopped speaking, her brows tightly furrowed. Below, a group of students murmured. Have these two big shots consider their feelings while pushing each other around? Lin Jianren secretly gave Xia Zhi the thumbs up, saying, Xia, you're really impressive for daring to refuse this. The main reason was that teacher Lin's aura was too strong, and these small fry were completely overshadowed. Only Xia could stand up to her a little. Xia Zhi lowered his eyes, his expression unreadable, casually crossing his legs under the table, exuding a rebellious air. Teacher Lin, since student Xia is unwilling, let's choose someone else as class monitor. Qin Mingyue couldn't help but speak up. What is so great about Xia Zhi? A class monitor should be someone capable and talented. Lin Ye's expression was restrained, his gaze deep and cold. Then who do you think would be more suitable, the student? Qin Mingyue stood up, chest out, of course it's Ji Bai. With S-level potential and being the heir of the Ji family. Who here can compare? After saying that, her eyes darted to the back right, her meaning obvious. Oh, then fine, I announce. Lin Yi deliberately dragged out his words. Qin Mingyue's face lit up, while others looked on in surprise. Then Xia Zhi will be the class monitor. What? Qin Mingyue's expression was one of shock. Lin Yi glanced at her, his eyes cold and unyielding. Student, do you have any objections? A chill ran down Qin Mingyue's spine, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the table. She didn't dare to move, her heart feeling as if it were being pulled by something. Teacher Lin, Mingyue doesn't mean anything by it. Ji Bai stood up and positioned himself in front of Qin Mingyue. His words were undoubtedly a lifeline, and Qin Mingyue took a few deep breaths, raising her hand, her face slick with cold sweat. She raised her gaze, a hint of fear in her eyes. This was hardly the demeanor of a model teacher. He was clearly a demon. Sit down. His voice was clear and sharp, laced with an unknown harshness. Ji Bai shot a glance at Qin Mingyue before sitting down. His expression was indifferent, no longer resembling the person who had just spoken up for her. Qin Mingyue's fingertips trembled, her blood feeling as if it had frozen. She lowered her head, flustered as she sat down, no longer daring to entertain other thoughts. Lin Yi looked around the classroom, where every student was sitting up straight, looking obedient except for one. He asked, Does anyone have any objections? The students below all shook their heads. Since none of you have objections, from now on, Xia Zhi will be your class monitor. Anyone who disobeys. He smiled lightly, his tone slow and tinged with an inexplicable chill, will lose points. A collective gasp rose from the class. This tactic was ruthless. All right, class dismissed. Lin Yi strode out, and the class monitor followed. With the newly appointed demon king gone, the atmosphere in the classroom eased a bit. However, it was only 10 minutes into the class. Teacher Lin, this is too willful. Chapter 81. Preserved manuscript. Xia slowly got up, preparing to leave. Lin Jianren, feeling a little uneasy, grabbed her and said, Xia, you really aren't going to leave, are you? Xia Zhi felt drowsy. She was not used to the bed, and she hadn't fully fallen asleep in the dormitory yet, also experiencing a bit of insomnia. However, it wasn't as severe as last time. She lifted her eyes lazily. Where to go? Fine. The big shot didn't listen at all. After explaining again, Xia Zhi slowly responded with an O. Lin Jianren? Could you at least give me a reply? Not going back to sleep, she replied succinctly. Then, are we just going to ignore Teacher Lin? Doing this seems a bit inappropriate. Lin Jianran pursed her lips. Let's go first. Xia Zhi got up and walked out. With only this one class in the entire morning, she left early, and Lin Jianran had no choice but to follow her closely out of the classroom. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu was outside, leaning against the wall with one leg slightly bent. He turned his head when he heard the commotion, his eyes cold and indifferent. Xia Zhi slowly raised her head, meeting his gaze directly. They held eye contact for a few seconds, and the depth in his eyes was incomprehensible. After breaking eye contact, Xia Zhi lowered her head, preparing to walk past him. Xia, where are you planning to go? Lin Yu looked at the young girl in front of him, wearing a white dress. It was clearly pure white, yet exuded a strange and wicked aura. Her features were delicate, and when she lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes were still visible. The collar was round, revealing her fair collarbone, which was both beautiful and distinct. She paused as if in thought. After a moment, she lifted her eyelids, her tone devoid of emotion, going back to the dorm to sleep. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the young girl to have such a stubborn temperament. Come with me to the office for a moment. I have some things to discuss with you. Lin Ye's tone softened, and if one listened closely, there was a hint of lowering his stance. If Fang Sudong were here, his eyes would probably pop out in surprise. Xiao looked at him with some disbelief. Teacher Lin, is there something you need to disclose? We'll find out once we go. Xiao raised her eyebrows, and the words sounded just like a big bad wolf trying to lure a little white rabbit. Fine. Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly and agreed. Lin Jianran didn't follow. After all, Lin Yi hadn't called her, and she was somewhat intimidated by the newly appointed class teacher. The office wasn't far. There was another large building next to it. When she opened the door, she found that the spacious office only had a desk, and it felt empty and somewhat desolate. Come in, Lin Yi said. In the summer, she walked in and stopped a meter away from the desk. Because of the skirt she was wearing, her fingertips curled slightly, and she had nowhere to put them. Feeling a bit wronged. Teacher Lin, is there something we can talk about now? Lin also sat down, his long fingers lightly tapping on the table. Here are some materials. Take a look, it will be useful to you. With a glance at the table, Xia Zhi saw scattered, somewhat yellowed papers, printed with flamboyant characters and some illustrations of small figures in motion. In this technologically advanced era, this manuscript, which seemed to have a strong sense of the times, could be worth a fortune without even looking at its content. With an inadvertent glance, she seemed to understand something as she skimmed through the contents inside. Xia Zhi paused for a moment, but ultimately didn't ask. Lin also pushed the manuscript in front of him forward, noticing your serious insomnia. I casually gathered some manuscripts on treating insomnia. You could try if they're useful. As the manuscript was pushed forward, the contents became clearer. Xia Zhi just glanced at it, pursing her lips and remaining silent. That was a manuscript treasured by a hidden family. Chapter 82. Teacher Lin. May I take a day off? Additional update. Such an item with a sense of age can only be preserved by a hidden family with a long history, making it so precious. However, such a valuable manuscript is definitely not allowed to be copied. One could say it is the only one in the world. Yet, despite its preciousness, it was casually placed on a table by Lin. Xia Zhi knew the value of the items in front of her and refused to accept them. Lin also thought the young girl didn't understand, so he explained, this thing doesn't have an electronic version. I can't send it to you in digital form. However, I got this by chance and I don't need it. Since I see you're having trouble sleeping, I thought I'd let you try it. This was one of the salaries he received back in the day. I can't accept it. Xia Zhi shook her head. Although insomnia was her incurable condition, it was something she could endure for now. Just take it, don't waste my good intentions. Lin directly stuffed the pile of manuscripts into Xia Zhi's arms, giving her no chance to refuse. Xia's brows were furrowed, her eyes lowered, and her expression showed some resistance. At this moment, a seal with the character Lin appeared. She paused, her fingertips unconsciously tightening. All right. Her agreement was swift, leaving Lin, who had been preparing a bunch of words, momentarily stunned. Then he smiled lazily, dragging out the last syllable. Zhi, you're really good. Xia raised her eyes. The other person's appearance was truly striking. With a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes full of laughter, a high nose bridge, and lips tinted with a rosy hue, exuding elegance and grace. She couldn't be bothered to correct the other person and gazed at them with a serious expression, saying, "If there's anything you need in the future, I'll help if I can." Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. What could this cool and aloof girl possibly help him with? He didn't take it too seriously. Suddenly, the girl tilted her head and smiled. "Teacher Lin, can I take a leave this afternoon?" There was a class in the afternoon. The girl's almond-shaped eyes were dark and bright, and the coldness in them faded a bit. He glanced at her and asked, "Is there something going on?" "Yes," she explained. "A friend is coming. I want to meet them." Hearing this, Lin Yi asked another question. "You're not meeting someone you met online, are you?" His tone carried a hint of teasing, but to his surprise, the girl nodded seriously, sort of. "Lin Yi, do you want me to go with you?" he politely asked. Xia shook his head. Lin also lowered his head slightly. Even if his expression couldn't be seen, his exquisite jawline was sharp and white as jade. He let out a soft hum, noble and ethereal, and dismissed it. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the Ji family villa. "You said you are a friend of Yinting?" Xia Zhengqing sat aside, looking astonished, his face full of disbelief. Master Lu, a friend of Yinting? That's unbelievable. He is a mecha manufacturer renowned throughout the entire star system." He tried to control his expression, but the slight trembling of his fingertips revealed the owner's mindset. The Ji family villa. It should be correct. Lu Ai picked up a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. He put down the teacup, maintaining an air of superiority. "Yes, I specifically came to see Zeros. Cough, cough, your son." Lu Ai's face was too recognizable. His photos were everywhere on the Star Network. He loved wearing a trench coat, with deep-set eyes and thin lips, charming and stunning, not very old, yet exuding a captivating aura. Xia Zhengqing never imagined that the renowned mecha manufacturer would be a friend of Yunting. He got up, speaking respectfully. "My son is still at school. I will call him back immediately. Please wait a moment." "Oh well, I have already sent the message." Xia Zhengqing was so excited that he didn't really hear what Lu Ai said and left with big strides. Chapter 83. The Master Lu and Rumors. Bonus chapter. Lu Ai scratched his head, watching Xia Zhengqing leave, while Zhao Sa was pouring tea nearby. "No need, thank you." Zhao Sa's eyes were filled with excitement. The young master was truly impressive, to even know Master Lu. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Ai secretly sighed. His big brother's father was really too enthusiastic. It was overwhelming, really overwhelming. If he kept a cold face, would his big brother blame him? Suddenly, the terminal beeped. It was a message from his big brother. "Zero, did you really go to the Ji family villa?" "What Ji family villa? Isn't it just his big brother's home?" Lu Ai frowned and replied with a message. "Kiki AI. I'm waiting for you at your house. Surprise, unexpected, thrilling." Xia Zhi glanced and let out a light laugh, attracting the attention of those nearby, who turned to look. "Zero, it's quite thrilling." After leaving the school gate, Xia Zhi boarded the magnetic levitation bus and chose a seat in the back row to lean against. She tilted her head slightly, her hair brushing against her cheek, obscuring most of her face. Her eyes were shrouded in a cold haze, vaguely reflecting an unknown chill. Perhaps it was the thought of returning to that place. Just thinking about Xia Zhengqing made her feel restless. The bus was sparsely populated, with not many people on board. She lazily leaned her head back and sent him a message. "Zero, wait for me, I'll be there soon." Cute and adorable. "Okay, take your time, baby. We're not in a hurry." The magnetic levitation bus moved quickly, weaving through one city after another. Xia was squinting and resting, looking like a person who should not be approached. Over here, Xia Zhengqing went to the study and immediately video called Cang Liang. Fortunately, Cang Liang answered quite quickly. "Dad?" In the video, Cang Liang was in the dormitory. Only a corner was visible, and it seemed that there was someone next to him. Xia Zhengqing anxiously spoke up. "Yinting, when did you meet Master Lu?" "Master Lu is currently sitting at our house. You should hurry back." The usually gentle and refined man looked anxious and flustered at the moment. "Huh?" Cang Liang didn't quite react. "Master Lu? Which Master Lu?" "I don't know him, Dad. Don't just bring anyone home." When he answered the video call, he had exited Star Network warehouse and switched to his light brain connected to the Star Network. At that moment, he was watching Ji-Bai compete in the Star Network mecha competition, and he was quite distracted. On the screen, Ji-Bai's mecha was fiercely battling against the opponent, and in just a few moves, the opponent was repeatedly retreating. Cang Liang clicked his tongue. His cousin was indeed impressive. Xia Zhi was taken aback and explained a bit more, saying that Master Lu AI, the famous mecha manufacturer, had come to their house and even mentioned that he knew him. Bang! Something seemed to have fallen to the ground over there. Cang Liang suddenly raised his head, his expression one of shock. Dad, who are you talking about? Luai. Xia Zhi took a deep breath. Master Lu? Is it really the Master Lu I'm thinking of? Cang Liang's eyes instantly lit up with fervor. If it really was him, he had to find a way to get a mecha. That's right. Xia Zhi took a few steps and then stopped. He is currently in our living room, waiting for you to come back. Huh? Cang Liang doubted he had heard correctly and frowned. Waiting for me to come back. Why is he waiting for me? Didn't you invite him? How could it be me who invited him? It was Master Lu himself who specifically said he wanted to see you, and he mentioned that you two knew each other. At this point, Xia Zhi was quite puzzled. He basically understood what circle Yunting was in. So how did such a big shot get connected to his son? Hearing this, Cang Liang shouted, how could I possibly know Master Lu? There was a somewhat eerie silence in the video. Chapter 84. Could he be a fraud? Xia Zhi paused for a moment, thinking carefully. It seemed that the other party. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, feeling a chilling calmness. Could it be that he is a scammer? Who is Lu AI? He is one of the top mecha manufacturers in the entire galaxy, famous at a young age. It is said that he does not belong to any system, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, and no one could track his whereabouts. Besides being able to observe a bit on the star net, very few have seen him in person. Xia Zhi gradually became more suspicious and seemed likely to be a fraud. Suddenly, he wasn't so excited anymore, even calm to the point of being scary. Ah, Dad, did you say he knows me? Cang Liang's focus gradually shifted away from the holographic screen. In the video, Xia Zhi nodded seriously. Cang Liang stroked his chin, deep in thought. How about this? I'll go back and see what the situation really is. If he is indeed a fraud, he wouldn't dare to pull any tricks in my house, and my cousin is here as well. I'll call him over. Is Jibai also there? Xia Zhi smiled. Cang Liang replied, I just saw him in a mecha competition. Dad, you keep him occupied here, I'll be back soon. Okay. Cang Liang ended the video call, just in time for Jibai to finish his match. Jibai opened his eyes in the Star Network cabin, got up, stretched his muscles, and turned to Cang Liang with an indifferent gaze. Didn't you say you would be my most loyal fan and cheer for me? Why'd you back out halfway? Cang Liang chuckled awkwardly. Something came up, but next time I promise I'll keep my word. Jibai glanced at him. What happened? He was asking about the reason Cang Liang had suddenly exited earlier. Cang Liang touched the tip of his nose and explained the situation. The whole thing was quite absurd. Who would dare to have designs on the G family on Moderna Star? Jibai turned and walked toward the door. Let's go. I want to see who dares to stir things up under the Tai Sui. Cang Liang replied and hurriedly followed him. The two went to the school's dedicated parking garage. And Cang Liang's maglev car was very cool, resembling a luxurious toy. They got into the car, set the route, and the maglev car took off like a wild horse, quickly leaving the school. After Xia Zhi ended the video call, the excitement on his face faded, and his gaze became somewhat indifferent. He walked towards the living room, where Lu AI was still sitting, upright like a well-behaved child, completely unlike the difficult person rumored about. This time, Xia Zhi felt even more certain in his heart. He approached, wearing just the right smile, polite and refined. You've been waiting for a while, right? My son will be back soon. As he spoke, he sat down beside Lu AI, his eyes fixed on Lu AI's expression. Perhaps feeling secure in his thoughts, his gaze was unreserved and blatant. Lu AI was very perceptive, but Xia Zhi's change in attitude left him puzzled. Big brother's dad. Has he changed? For some reason, the strange atmosphere here made him feel uneasy. It just felt oddly out of place. His big brother was such a proud and aloof person. It didn't seem like he would live here. The living room was spacious, filled with understated luxury. Even the coffee table in front of them was made of natural wood. Lu AI remained composed, his expression not changing much. In a neutral tone, he said, Thank you, but when he arrives, I'll just meet him and leave. He was indeed pressed for time. He had spent quite a bit of time here waiting for his big brother. No rush. Once Yunting is back, everything will be clear. Xia Zhi's eyes carried a profound meaning. Chapter 85. The living master Lu AI wasn't keen on engaging in conversation, maintaining a certain aloofness, which did give off a bit of a masterly aura. Suddenly, an eerie silence filled the living room. This silence lasted until Cang Liang returned. Cang Liang hurriedly strode into the villa, full of energy, with Xia Zhi leisurely following behind. "Dad, I'm back." Xia Zhi stood up and turned to look, and sure enough, Cang Liang had returned. "Your friend has been waiting for you for a long time." Xia Zhi turned his back to Lu AI and gestured towards Cang Liang. Cang Liang immediately glanced at the sofa, recalling Xia Zhi's words, and spoke sharply, "I want to see which friend of mine has found this place." Saying this, he quickly walked forward, heading straight for the sofa. "What, Master Lu? What the hell? Master Lu?" Upon seeing the real person, Cang Liang was frozen in place. It was quite sudden. For Cang Liang, who was always passionate about mechas, Lu AI, the renowned mecha manufacturer in the galaxy, was someone he would recognize even if turned to ashes. Not to mention, the real person was right in front of him at that moment. Xia Zhi, standing behind him, originally came with the intention of providing support. Generally, timid scammers wouldn't dare to deceive the Xia family. As the heir of the Xia family, he held immense power and was a dominant figure on Bedina Star. However, the Xia family was relatively low-key and not very noticeable to the public. The upper-class society knew that the Xia family was absolutely a powerhouse. No one dared to provoke them. Today, someone from his aunt's family was actually scamming, and he wanted to see who had the audacity to do so. While Cang Liang was in shock, Xia Zhi was secretly observing the so-called Master Lu. When his gaze landed on the bone ring on the other person's ring finger, his pupils constricted, and a look of surprise appeared on his usually indifferent face for the first time. This bone ring was a unique symbol of identity for Master Lu. Very few people knew about it. The material of the bone ring was very special, said to be a dark horse that emerged in the materials industry, crafted by Cang Liang. There was only one in the entire galaxy, and no one could replicate it. Could it be that this person in front of him is really Master Lu? Xia Zhi lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. Xia Zhi was bewildered by the rapid change in Cang Liang's expression. Xia Zhi furrowed his brows tightly. If the other party really was. He thought about his own actions just now, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Cang Liang was excited, while Lu AI hesitated to speak. He glanced at the young man in front of him, and for a moment, he found it hard to express himself. From their mouths, he learned that this inexperienced young man was actually the well-known Zero Online, his big brother. Lu AI didn't believe it. This was clearly just a kid. Could it be he had the wrong address? Lu AI rejected the thought. He had clearly sent a message to his big brother. He suddenly stood up, his expression cold. "I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." Lu AI was usually not someone who met just anyone. A master should have the temperament of a master. As Lu AI tried to leave, Cang Liang became anxious. It was not easy to finally see the rumored Master Lu, so how could he easily give up? He suddenly blocked Lu AI's way, forcing a smile. "Master Lu." "Wait." Lu AI paused, looked up with an expression full of coldness. "What do you want?" If the other party wanted to be tough, he wasn't afraid. Besides being a famous mech manufacturer, Lu AI was also a potential genius with an SS physique. In terms of combat power, he wasn't afraid of anyone here. Cang Liang didn't think too much about it. He felt a bit awkward, thinking that this was the real, living Master Lu in front of him. Chapter 86. Who exactly does Master Lu want to meet? Extra update. After holding it in for a long time, he finally managed to spit out a sentence. "Didn't you say you knew me?" Speaking of this, Lu AI felt that his lifelong reputation had been ruined in an instant. 0. A high-level hacker with an unknown gender, age, and appearance. It's normal to have some hidden abilities. Why did he think they must be at the Xia family villa? Suddenly, he recalled what his big brother had said earlier. It is quite exciting. Lu AI realized and found it amusing. After all this, perhaps he really had made a mistake. His tone softened slightly, but his expression remained cold. "I'm sorry, I've recognized the wrong person." Luai, dressed in a trench coat, had his messy hair slightly covering his eyes, and his narrow eyes held a sense of aloofness, looking as if he was someone not to be approached. Cang Liang was momentarily at a loss, looking expectantly at Xia Zhi. This cousin had been exposed to elite training since childhood, had a broad perspective, and must know how beneficial it was to befriend such a master. Jibai walked over, his face calm, but his tone very polite. Master, please wait. You mentioned earlier that you were waiting for someone. Although my cousin is not the person you are waiting for, your presence here must have its purpose. Perhaps the person you are waiting for will appear in the next moment. Jibai's face showed a hint of respect, and his tone was neither servile nor overbearing, both flattering Lu Ai and maintaining his own status. Cang Liang was overjoyed to see Lu Ai's wavering expression. His cousin was indeed impressive. Xia Zhi stood aside. Like an invisible man, it would be a lie to say he wasn't embarrassed. Although he had lived in a wealthy family for over a decade, the deep-seated inferiority complex could not be concealed. A mountain chicken turned into a phoenix. Beneath the phoenix's glamorous exterior, it was still the flesh and blood of a mountain chicken. Years of living in luxury couldn't change what one inherently carried. In significant matters, Xia Zhi would never have a say. The wealth he had painstakingly obtained was worthless in the face of true power and wealth. Cang Liang instinctively looked for Jibai, who handled things with ease, something Xia Zhi could never achieve. Lu Ai cast a glance at Jibai. This kid wasn't bad. It's rare to find such an heir on this planet. For someone like Lu Ai, who was a wanderer, Star was just a place he had stepped foot in. He had met more people than they had eaten rice. The perspective was different, and so was the way of viewing things. No, Lu Ai refused. There was no one here he was waiting for, and he wouldn't waste a second longer. When a master wanted to leave, no one dared to stop him. Lu Ai walked out and strode away. Xia Zhi anxiously spoke up. Jibai, what should we do? Cang Liang also looked over, and Jibai shook his head. If master comes alone, he must also dare to leave alone. We can't stop him. There was one more thing Jibai didn't say. Even if we could stop him, it would completely offend the other party, which is definitely not a wise strategy. Regardless of whether Master Lu is genuine or not, his intentions are very strange. First, he mistook Cang Liang for someone else, and after Cang Liang arrived, he turned hostile. Could it be that the person he really wants to find is someone he doesn't even know? Jibai pondered, his eyes deep and dark. So, who is the person that Master Lu wants to meet? Lu Ai's figure was about to disappear from Jibai and the other's sight when suddenly, a thin figure slowly collided with Lu Ai. 10 minutes ago, Xia Zhi had just gotten off the maglev train, squinting as he walked, appearing lazy and sluggish. Chapter 87. Her hands are so soft. A location of the Ji family villa is among the wealthy mansions, mostly private cars. It takes at least an hour to walk from the bus stop to the Ji family villa on foot. In the quiet of summer, she squinted up at the sun. The temperature wasn't hot, but it was somewhat blinding. She walked at a leisurely pace, her shadow stretching long behind her. Suddenly, a gentle breeze passed by, and a sleek black maglev train came to a halt with a sharp sound. One summer day, the car just happened to block her path. She looked up, her eyes darkened slightly. The front window rolled down, and Fong Sudong leaned out, revealing his charmingly handsome face. Oh, it's really you. Where are you going, little sister? Do you want to ride? I can give you a lift. At that moment, Fong Sudong showed none of the vice principal's authority from the competition. He looked just like an ordinary big brother, his phoenix eyes raised, wearing a cheeky smile. Xiao looked down at the time. It was almost 4 o'clock. She raised her gaze again, her tone very serious and polite. Could you take me to the Ji family villa? This road leads to the Shurian residence, where many wealthy and powerful families are located, and the Ji family villa is considered one of the landmarks. Fong Sudong readily agreed, as he was always more tolerant towards good-looking girls. Xia Zhi got into the car, and only then realized that Lin Yu was also there. Fong Sudong did this on purpose. He knew that old Master Lin was interested in this delicately beautiful girl. A man of great power like old Master Lin. Reduced to being a college class advisor, Fong Sudong didn't believe there wasn't something going on. Letting Xia Zhi get in the car was a bold move on Fong Sudong's part. Normally, would he dare to let a girl get in the car? Maybe he didn't want his legs anymore. Inside, the man was sitting with his long legs crossed, head lowered casually, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, creating a hazy silhouette. From the side, his high nose bridge was prominent, and he pressed his lips together, showing no expression, only revealing his sharply defined jawline. Hearing the noise, he slowly raised his head. He didn't show much emotion. Instead, his usual sharp aura softened a bit. What a coincidence. He smiled slightly. Wasn't he, it said, he was meeting an online friend? As soon as the words came out, Fong Sudong in the front seat turned in surprise. Meeting an online friend was going to the Ji family's villa? He didn't expect her meeting partner to have such a significant background. The Ji family was something Fong Sudong looked down upon. But for ordinary people, it was an impressive existence. Xia sat down. The space inside the maglev train was small, and only Lin Yi was sitting in the back seat. She had taken the back seat and was not far from him. The faint scent of the man lingered at the tip of her nose, and she shifted back a little before saying, "I'm meeting an online friend. I ran into you guys on the way there." Up front, Fong Sudong was using voice input for the location, and the maglev train suddenly surged forward, which was quite abrupt. Xia didn't fasten her seatbelt properly, and due to the recoil, her body leaned back. Unexpectedly, Fong Sudong slammed on the brakes, causing her to lurch forward. Her hair instantly covered her cheeks, and her gaze darkened for a moment. "Be careful." He grabbed her hand, which felt hot against his palm. Looking down, he noticed her hand was pale as jade, with a smooth and delicate back, carrying a subtle coolness. So soft. Xia Zhi pulled her hand out from the scorching palm, which had a layer of thin calluses, as if accumulated over the years. At this moment, the back of her hand still carried a trace of warmth, reminiscent of a raging fire. She quietly sat down, fastened her seatbelt, and said, "Thank you." Lin Yi also withdrew his hand, and the little girl was looking down, her expression unreadable, but the sharpness about her was gradually becoming evident. He raised his eyes and casually glanced at Fong Sudong. Chapter 88. This familiar aura. Fong Sudong scratched his hair and secretly made faces at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression became colder. He sensed something was off, raised his hand, and pretended to cough, as if explaining to Xia Zhi, sorry, this car's engine isn't working quite well. It always stutters when starting. Sigh. Well, a magnetic levitation car worth 10 million credit points indeed had engine issues. From the outside, the car didn't look like much, but inside it was understated luxury, something everyone knew was not ordinary. Fong Sudong himself didn't really believe the flimsy excuse he had come up with. After he finished explaining, he turned his head and awkwardly touched the tip of his nose to cover his embarrassment. Sitting in the front, he was deep in thought. Clearly, he had done a good deed, so why was he the one feeling awkward in the end? Sigh, it's hard to be a person, and even harder to be a good person. The little girl reined in her sharpness a bit, thanked him again, and then fell silent, with her head lowered. Her expression was hard to discern. Lin Yi was also not one to talk much. He had little curiosity and didn't ask further. The magnetic levitation car was very fast. A journey that would take an hour on foot was completed in just a few minutes to the Ji family villa. They could only stop at the villa's entrance, and Xia Zhi thanked him once more before getting out of the car. Before she got out, Lin Yi called out to her, "Remember to go back to the dormitory tonight. If you can't make it back, call me." Finally, he spoke naturally, "Oh, right. What's your contact number?" Fong Sudong turned his head. "That essay clever move? Really clever." Xia Zhi nodded and slowly spoke out her communication number. Not paying much attention, she walked into the Ji family's villa, using iris verification to open the door. Standing there, she glanced, and the door opened. Fong Sudong watched the figure that was about to disappear and hissed, "How does she have the iris verification lock of the other party's house when meeting net friend?" Lin also looked up, her tone casual and unhurried. Perhaps her family has it as well. Fong Sudong said, "Oh," but then felt something was off. Didn't they say they were meeting a net friend? How did it turn into her family? Moreover, this was clearly the Ji family's villa. "Lin, are you joking about meeting a net friend?" Fong Sudong questioned. Lin casually leaned back with her long legs crossed and explained that she took leave in the afternoon, claiming it was to meet a net friend. Fong Sudong opened his mouth. This reason is really unique. Lin changed the topic. Her eyes relaxed. "Next time, make your lies sound more believable." Fong Sudong was taken aback and chuckled awkwardly. "Aren't I creating opportunities for you, Lin? This is how novels write it. When the car stops, the opportunity comes." Lin gave him a sidelong glance and couldn't help but kick him. "Do I need you to create opportunities?" Fong Sudong tried to dodge, but couldn't escape. A clear footprint was left on his suit, so he had to raise the white flag. No, Lin. Young Master Lin. I'm sorry, is that okay? Lin snorted coldly and stopped talking. Secretly, that hand that had held her soft hand tightened slightly at the fingertips. When Lu Ai passed by Xia Zhi, she felt that this girl was excessively beautiful. Nearly 175 meters tall. Her waist and legs were slim and straight. She casually walked closer, the hair by her face unintentionally brushed against her cheek, revealing a delicate face that was somewhat obscured. But the most special part was those dark and bright eyes. The eyes were deep and chilly, exuding a hint of wickedness. This girl is quite wild and proud. Lu Ai paused her steps, feeling that this familiar sensation was somewhat like. New book. Zombie Little Puppy is Not Obedient Chapter 89. That's me, Xia Zhi. Why are you back? Cang Liang spotted the familiar figure from afar and shouted deliberately. He was intentional as he saw Master Lu stop. Cang Liang hurried over to seek presence, his handsome face making exaggerated expressions. Xia looked at Cang Liang, who was rushing over, and took a few steps back in disdain. She frowned, wondering what he was doing. It's been a long time since she last saw him. Was he really missing his sister? Cang Liang had the thick skin to build a wall, but his peripheral vision was secretly glancing at Lu Ai beside him. Xia Zhi remained silent, with a smile that seemed ambiguous on her face, and her eyes appeared to see through one's heart. Cang Liang felt uneasy and averted his gaze. Lu Ai found the girl in front of him quite familiar, yet his mind clearly recalled that he had never seen her before. He ignored the strange feelings inside him. Today's events had been terrible, and he just wanted to leave quickly. Ai, big master. Cang Liang kept an eye on Lu Ai, hoping that Xia Zhi would give him a glance, but, to his surprise, she didn't even turn around. Suddenly, Xia Zhi spoke. Why are you walking so fast? Are you afraid that those people from the Empire will chase you? Cang Liang was stunned, and Lu Ai abruptly stopped in his tracks, astonished as he turned back. Be big brother? With a tilted head in summer and a mischievous smile. That's me. The girl stands there, cool and aloof, with slightly raised eyebrows, both cold and proud, exuding an air of arrogance. It's quite ostentatious. Lu Ai turns around, calling out big brother every day, subconsciously thinking the other person is a guy. Unexpectedly, not only is she a girl, but she's also so young and good-looking. It's really you. The contrast between the online persona and reality is striking. The rebellious spirit emanating from her is the same. After waiting so long for big brother, Lu Ai can't help but feel a rush of excitement. Xia Zhi responded softly, while Cang Liang beside her looked completely confused. He glanced at Lu Ai, then at Xia Zhi. What are these two doing? At this moment, Ji Bai and Xia Zhongqing walked over. Xia Zhongqing frowned and looked at Xia Zhi with a not-so-good tone. Why are you back? Aren't you supposed to be at school? In Xia Zhongqing's memory, interacting with this daughter had never gone smoothly, so he instinctively questioned her. Xia Zhi was not very inclined to pay attention to him, as if this person had nothing to do with her father. She looked up at him with a piercing gaze, her expression fierce, but she said nothing. In front of so many people, Xia Zhi was being very disrespectful, leaving Xia Zhongqing momentarily embarrassed. He put on the airs of a father, his face slightly angry, asking, How can you not respond when your elder is speaking to you? Is this how I taught you? Xia Zhi glanced at him again and said, Are you sure you want me to reply to you? The look in her eyes was a blatant threat. Xia Zhongqing felt a blockage in his throat and couldn't speak. In front of so many people, he was reluctant to confront Xia Zhi, as digging deeper into the matter would not benefit him at all. This daughter of his was always a source of worry, never knowing when to stop. Meanwhile, Ji Bai was quite surprised, seeing the situation. The genius Xia Zhi he knew turned out to be his uncle's biological daughter. He frowned, recalling that it was said his uncle's daughter was uneducated and lacked potential, unable even to attend university. With preconceived notions in mind, he had paid much attention when he heard she had come from planet K34748 and was known to have a bad temper. Ji Bai lowered his head, pondering to himself that it seemed the rumors were indeed unreliable. Xia Zhi looked at Lu Ai, speaking quite naturally. It's not convenient here. Shall we talk somewhere else? Chapter 90, Artificial Intelligence. Lu Ai readily agreed, as he really didn't want to stay in such a murky environment. Sister Zhi, you actually know Master Lu? Cang Liang, on the side, finally understood that the person Master Lu had been looking for was Xia Zhi. But how does a college student know such a big shot? Xia Zhi replied and didn't really want to stay here. She looked at Lu AI and said, "Let's go. Good sister, take me with you." Cheng Xiao had no idea what face saving was anymore. His mind was filled with thoughts on how to get close to Master Lu. Xia glanced at him with a blank expression, refusing him outright. Cheng Yunting. After Xia Zhi and Lu AI left, Ji Bai also said goodbye, and Cheng Yunting returned to school. Not far from the Ji family villa, in another low-key luxury villa. The extravagant villa is made entirely of glass, typical of being see-through from the inside, but not from the outside. Don't be fooled by the glass. It's the kind that even light irons can't break. Lin Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the door frame, smiling casually. "Is this the good place you told me about?" He glanced through the wall, nonchalantly looking at the luxury cars that had just passed by outside. As soon as Fong Sudong entered, he lay down on the soft sofa, looked at Lin Yi, smiled broadly, and snapped his fingers. Suddenly a soft, cute voice echoed in their ears. "Dear Master, hello, I am the 13th generation AI from Soft and Cute Company, cute and flirty, but not for sleeping. Lin Yi. Old-fashioned technology. Xiaomei, that's your new name," Fong Sudong said. Lin Yi paused in his steps, shot him a glance, and sat down without commenting. The AI surprisingly fell silent, its soft voice struggling. "Master, I think your taste is extraordinary and exceptional. The name Xiao Mecha doesn't suit you." "Wait, why do I feel like you're insulting me?" Fong Sudong felt it was strange. Was that idiom used correctly? Lin Yi curled his fingertips slightly, covering his lips. "Your AI is pretty good. Thank you for the compliment. You are truly a handsome and kind person," Xiaomei replied. Fong Sudong. "Hey, your master is still here." He frowned, wondering where the high-end AI had gone. Why did this one feel so silly? Unintentionally, he spoke his mind. The previously voice-only Xiaomei projected into form, appearing as a soft girl. Her golden hair was fluffy, with two adorable cat ears standing upright. All furry, dressed in a soft and cute maid outfit. Her round eyes expressed grievance. "Dear Master, Xiaomei is a private custom AI robot based on 80% of your preferences, behavior habits, and quality requirements. This meant that my appearance largely depends on what you are like." Lin Yi chuckled, while Fong Sudong looked quite embarrassed, waving his hand. "You hurry and disappear." "Yes, my dear master." The solidified figure gradually disappeared, returning to calm. Fong Sudong touched his nose, sighed. "What kind of stuff is this?" "Oh right, Lin Yi. Why do you think old Yuan has to lower himself to such a small military academy? The Fong family's wealth and business are largely related to materials. His visit to Badnestar was partly to enhance his career and partly to meet old Yuan, a prominent figure in the materials field. 2 years ago, old Yuan introduced a new material that caused a sensation in the materials world. It was the carrier for mecha energy cores. Chapter 91. The reason for coming to Badnestar, additional update. The energy core itself is a new type of energy collected over decades, which humans have only recently used as the fundamental power for mecha operations. Through countless experiments, it has been proven that this energy core is more suitable for mecha energy than electricity or light. Looking like a brilliant diamond when it was first mined, the energy was extremely violent, and the mecha cores could not bear it, meaning that once deployed, the mecha would be rendered useless. Due to the energy's ferocity, no material could withstand its rampage. Humans had no choice but to dilute the energy core through special methods until it reached a yield point that the mecha core could withstand. The new material introduced by Old Yuan could perfectly encapsulate the energy core, keeping its energy safely within the mecha core for absorption and utilization. The emergence of this new material created a sensation throughout the materials field. Old Yuan's reputation skyrocketed, and he was inundated with interviews and reports. What shocked everyone was when interviewing Old Yuan, he stated, "This new material was not innovated by me. I am merely announcing it on her behalf. She is a genius." At that time, the Star Network exploded, with netizens speculating about which big shot had done good deeds anonymously. When asked about this topic, Old Yuan only smiled without elaborating. This stirred quite a ripple throughout the entire star system, further solidifying the materials field's dominance over the sun never sets empire. The people of the empire began to riot again, vaguely remembering that the politics had been somewhat chaotic at that time. After some time had passed, the other side could only relent as they could not deal with the alliance. However, behind the scenes, many actions were taken. This time, the Fang family sought out old Yuan to uncover the identity of the anonymous genius who innovated the new material. The Fang family wanted to befriend this person and see if they could negotiate the authorization for promoting the new material. Currently, the energy core made from this new material is only used by the military. Lin Yi smiled slightly, lowering his gaze, making his expression hard to read. His voice cool, yet somewhat magnetic perhaps. There are things here that the little military academy wants. Fang Sudong fell silent, scratching his head in frustration. Why did my old man give me this task? I don't want to be the heir. I think my older brother and second brother are fine. Your older brother was crippled by enemies a few years ago and now walks with a mechanical leg, and your second brother is obsessed with robot beauty. You're the only one in your family who's relatively normal, Lin Yi stated plainly. Fang Sudong, can you not hit where it hurts, Lin Yi? Sighing. He added, last time I saw old Yuan, he shut up as soon as I mentioned the new material from 2 years ago. Am I supposed to force him to talk? Talking about this made Fang Sudong annoyed. That old man was quite stubborn and held an extraordinary position in the materials field, making him untouchable. If it weren't for this matter, he wouldn't have come to this place to be the vice principal of a military academy. Initially, he had hoped to use his position to pressure that stubborn old man, but he found that it was simply a pipe dream. The man wouldn't even acknowledge him. For this matter, the Fang family had been in a stalemate with old Yuan for 2 years. The other party stubbornly held onto the new material without letting go. Fang Sudong felt like he was losing his hair from stress. He wore a frown, sighing heavily. Lin Yi remarked, anyway, you've been at it for 2 years. So there's no need to rush. This piece of meat is something your Fang family can't eat, and no other small families can snatch it away. Let's hope so. Fang Sudong slumped on the sofa, his eyes dull, his brow furrowed. Chapter 92. In fact, only a few months until adulthood at 6 in the afternoon, at the Jitao restaurant, Xia Zhi ordered a glass of juice, biting on the straw and sipping it slowly. She lowered her gaze, her delicate brows and eyes holding a hint of coolness. Her eyelashes were quite long, and her skin was extremely fair. Lu Wai said opposites here, unintentionally glancing over. He had traveled far and wide and seen many beautiful women, but Xia Zhi was different. She simply sat there, exuding an outstanding aura, her demeanor both clear and cold, with a rebellious spirit that suggested she was not easily provoked. At that moment, she was leisurely sipping her juice, looking quite proud. Lu Ai withdrew his gaze. It was their first meeting, and she was a younger girl, speaking gently, asking, what do you want to eat? Xia Zhi casually said, that's fine. You can order whatever you like. I'm not picky. Someone who can eat even low-grade nutritional supplements without changing expression is indeed not picky at all. Lu Ai didn't hold back either and chose some expensive items from the natural food menu. After several rounds, he finally set down the menu. I really didn't expect that the top hacker in the industry, Zero, was actually such a young and good-looking girl. Lu Ai looked at Xia Zhi, still unable to believe that the big brother he had been thinking about was actually a young girl. This made him feel quite awkward at his age. Lu Ai bit on a cigarette and openly stared at Xia Zhi. Very young. If those arrogant hacker big shots found out that they were on the same level as a young girl, I wonder what they would think. Lu Ai tossed the cigarette aside and chuckled to himself. The hacker world might be turned upside down. Xia Zhi let out a sigh, pushed the juice aside, and smiled mischievously, saying that there were many things he didn't expect. Lu Ai clicked her tongue a couple of times, looking at you and commenting that you seemed just barely an adult, really young. Xia glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, according to the laws of the Interstellar Alliance, I still have a guardian. In the end, she tilted her head, in fact. She was still a few months away from adulthood. Lu Ai looked terrified. Still a minor. You won't say I'm trafficking underage girls, right? Lu Ai silently ooged herself. You don't deserve it, understand? Lu Ai raised her hand to cough lightly at her mouth. Zero, darling. I won't dare to look you in the eye anymore. Every time I see your face, I feel like I'm teasing a minor. Xia Zhi glanced at him again, not really wanting to talk. It wasn't until the dishes were all served that Lu Ai planned to use her chopsticks. Come on, Uncle will serve you some food. Look how thin you are. Your whereabouts have been exposed. Don't look for me next time. I'm quite busy. Xia Zhi replied slowly. The tone was exactly like the online 0-100 the real person. Hey, don't. Lu AI silently retracted her chopsticks. Zero, darling. Have you forgotten our revolutionary friendship? The two seemed to return to how they were when they met online, and they had become much more familiar with each other. However, with Lu AI acting all cutesy while looking like an uncle, it was really hard to watch, and Xia Zhi silently averted her gaze. You can't find me this time. What's the matter? She pinched her chopsticks, picked up a piece of rib, and took a small bite. You really understand me like no one else. Lu AI took a few bites, then paused, her expression suddenly becoming heavy, her brows furrowed tightly. I want to ask you for a favor. It's quite important to me. Go ahead. Do you know Independent Island? Lu AI hesitated in her heart, struggling for a long time before finally saying it. The fingertips of Summer paused for a moment, curling slightly. Lu AI watched her actions and exclaimed in surprise. You know, right? Chapter 93. Independent Island. Xia was pursing her lips, her expression not looking too good, as if she was recalling something. That place. After a moment, she finally spoke. I don't know. You do, Lu AI said with certainty. Xia Zhi let out a light hum. Even if I know, what do you want to do? Lu AI placed her hands on the table, her fingertips pressing down unintentionally. I want to take a look inside, but I need your help to get in. Independent Island. A place isolated from the world, yet alluring to many. It is mysterious and powerful. Only those living at the pinnacle of the interstellar world are aware of its existence, while ordinary people remain completely oblivious. Occasionally, Lu AI had heard about the existence of Independent Island and had been itching to see what it was really like. She vaguely remembered the terrified expression on that person's face when they mentioned Independent Island. Later, she researched a lot of information and confirmed that Independent Island indeed exists. However, the world has no idea of its location, and she heard that a special pass is required to enter, which left Lu AI empty-handed, sighing in frustration. There was no way around it. She thought of her big brother. You can't go there. Xia Zhi shook her head, rejecting her. Why can't I go? Lu AI's curiosity was evident in her words. Zero is indeed a top boss, but when faced with this young and beautiful girl, he just couldn't relate. Xia Zhi lightly tapped the table with her fingers, glancing at him slowly, because you're weak. Lu Ai. Are you being too honest, big brother? Where am I weak? I at least have an SS-level physique. Lu AI tried to argue, although his mental strength was a bit lacking. His strong physique as a mecha manufacturer was beyond doubt. Still weak, because she had an SSS-level physique. This statement, Xia Zhi did not say. After finishing her meal, Xia Zhi leaned back in her chair, tilting her head. And, the place you want to go, I can't help you with it. Indeed, with zero means, she couldn't help. She wasn't wrong about that. Lu AI stared at Xia Zhi, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. The location of Independent Island was elusive and could not be pinpointed using technology. It truly was a place cut off from the world, and it devoured people without leaving a trace. Xia Zhi smiled, her tone very calm. Lu AI, instead of retreating, became even more curious. Suddenly, she thought of something, and her expression turned shocked. You know so much. Could it be that you've been there? There are always hidden things online that I can break through, understand? She raised her eyebrows, her expression carelessly indifferent, speaking slowly. Lu Ai. Hello, big shot. Goodbye, big shot. So, am I really fated to have nothing to do with it? Lu AI frowned, suddenly feeling a bit frustrated. Even the natural food in front of her lost its flavor. The mystery and power of Independent Island were unimaginable to her. After all, aside from hidden families, she had already reached the top of the pyramid. Curiosity was merely about the unknown. Xia Zhi didn't say much, just brushed it off with a few words, then changed the subject, her gaze revealing a hint of indifference. What are your plans next? Lu AI casually took a few bites, but lost interest in eating. He slowly pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket. Besides meeting you this time, I have another matter to discuss. He bit on the cigarette without lighting it. I encountered some issues with the materials when I was making the mech. The performance isn't sufficient, and every time it reaches that point, the armor system crashes. I have a friend who is a big shot in the materials field. I want to ask for his help. He's quite mysterious, just like you. Chapter 94. The Desolate Master. Extra update. Lu AI was quite humble in his words. He glanced at Xia Zhi, who had her eyes lowered, showing no expression. But her inherent arrogance couldn't be concealed. Xia raised her eyelids slightly. Her movement paused. Who? Desolate. Xia Zhi Montak. Cang Liang, a rising dark horse in the materials field, reached a level that others could only look up to as soon as he appeared. Unlike the long-established Zero, whose name had already emerged in the hacker community a decade ago, making him known even to those outside the field today. Cang Liang is a newcomer whose status no one dares to question. It is said that he is already one of the 5 Grandmasters of the Alliance Academy of Sciences. Just based on that, one can imagine how crucial his position is. Cang Liang is low-key, and most people only know his name, but not his face. Lu AI was puzzled about why these big shots all liked to act mysterious. Speaking of which, the process of getting to know Cang Liang is quite incredible. He vaguely remembers one day when Cang Liang directly sent him a message, and it was an officially certified terminal communication number, so there was no mistake. The message said, "I'll send you something, do you want it?" To be honest, he was quite bewildered at that time. Can you imagine the scene of a generation's materials master sending you a message? He is a master-level figure, and the other party is a Grandmaster level 1. With only 5 such individuals in the entire Interstellar Alliance. Lu AI secretly chuckled, really not wanting to recall how foolish he looked back then. The bone ring on his ring finger was a gift from Grandmaster Cang Liang. It was a space ring so large that it could easily hold 10,000 mechas. Besides himself and Cang Liang, no one knew what the bone ring's function was. The material of the bone ring is very special, and since it came from the Grandmaster's hands, it became a part of his identity. After that exchange, Lu AI gradually became friends with this rumored Grandmaster. However, in front of this top figure, he dared not act recklessly. Unlike Zero, he spoke normally. After a moment, she spoke again. "What do you want to find him for?" After saying that, she glanced at the bone ring on Lu AI's ring finger and then withdrew her gaze. This thing, it did take quite a bit of effort back then. Lu AI sighed. The material for the energy shield in the mecha's armor system was too old, causing the energy shield to not perform at its best, delaying activation time and giving enemies a chance to take advantage of it. "I can't find a replacement material, and the development of the new mecha is stuck here." After saying that, he bit his cigarette, feeling restless. That group from the Empire kept chasing him, thinking he had innovated a new type of mecha. But they never expected he was stuck at a standstill. It was really frustrating. The mecha has 10 major systems, and the armor system is an independent protection system that attaches to the mecha skeleton. The armor system would install an energy shield and repulsion field, providing the mecha with an independent protective structure and buffer. When facing star beasts, it has even greater protective capability. The energy shield is equivalent to a second life for the mecha. In the end, he looked at Xia Zhi, sighing, "I shouldn't say too much about this. You don't understand materials. How are you getting along with the chasing son I sent you? How's the mental connection?" A service robot came up and served dessert after the meal. Xia Zhi took a slight step back, thinking about the space button that was about to gather dust, and fell silent. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said nonsense. "It's pretty good." Chapter 95. All right, the big shot is getting temperamental. Additional update. "What is the mental compatibility? But I didn't know you were so young. You're using a military mecha." Lu AI spoke in distress. Only those with a Combat Master certificate can pilot military mechas. She took a bite of the dessert. It was a bit sweet, and she frowned, her eyes downcast as she casually said, "Probably. 90? It's fine." Lu AI looked up in surprise. 90? That's quite high. The compatibility of an ordinary person's mental power with a mecha reaching 60 is considered qualified, meaning the mental power can connect with the mecha, allowing them to become a mecha warrior. The compatibility of ordinary mecha warriors with their mechas is around 60-85. The higher the mental power, the higher the compatibility with the mecha, and the higher the compatibility, the easier it is to control the mecha, increasing the chances of survival on the battlefield. He didn't expect Zero not only to have superb hacking skills, but also to have exceptional mental power. "Wait, you just mentioned the materials?" Xia Zhi took a bite of dessert, then put it down, as always not loving to eat. Lu AI's eyes were filled with confusion. "Actually, I can help you. she said very seriously. Ha! Lu AI thought she was joking, shaking his head. If you say you're second to none in hacking, I would absolutely believe it. But as for materials, you really can't help. Lu AI didn't look down on her. It was mainly because the gap was too wide. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply. Wait. You're zero? Xia raised her eyes. Lu AI laughed heartily, stood up, and slapped the table. Extremely excited. Although you can't help me create materials, you can help me find out who Cang Liang is. That way I can personally find him to negotiate about the materials. Huh, I really am a genius. Xia Zhi, is this a joke? I know materials. She explained helplessly. Lu Aiden paused, glanced at her, his eyes filled with doubt. Are you sure? You know materials? Speaking of this, Xia Zhi raised her eyebrows casually. Her tone slightly subtle. I know a bit. Lu AI frowned a bit. The basics of materials are simple. As long as you're not stupid, you should know a little. But in depth, it's difficult, very difficult. He said, then you might as well find a master from the Cang Liang sect for me. These mecha materials are no joke. He didn't dare to be careless, and every step in crafting the mecha required his utmost effort. All right, do as you wish. Got it. The boss is getting temperamental. Lu AI sat down, tossed a cigarette into his mouth, and bit it, his tone quite heavy. This mecha is really important to me. I have to think it through. Every step is extremely convoluted. The boss crossed his legs, exuding an air of rebellion. Yet his expression was very serious as he spoke. I know. That's why I said I'll help you. She hadn't done anything for a long time either. Lu AI looked up, his eyes reflecting her cool demeanor. She had no expression on her face, but he could feel her seriousness. In an instant, he followed his inner thoughts and blurted out, okay, then I'll wait for your news. After saying that, he felt a bit regretful, carefully observing her expression, yet somehow believed her inexplicably. He secretly shook his head, thinking he might be deluded. How could he just believe her? Once the words were out, they were like spilled water. He could only think of other ways in secret. Xia responded softly, her expression serious. After that, Lu AI repeated the material requirements. Once Lu AI finished speaking, she took a big gulp of water and clicked her tongue, saying it made her mouth dry. Xia thought for a moment, her eyes filled with contemplation, and after a while, she spoke. You know that shop on the Cang Liang Star Network, right? Chapter 96. The big shot said, she's lying to you, I definitely know it. I've been waiting for Master Cang Liang to take my order, Lu AI said, raising an eyebrow and leaning against her chair. It's strange, though, recently, Master Cang Liang seems to have vanished. I want to check his Star Network shop, and the shelves were completely empty. There was even dust on them and spider webs. At this point, Lu AI couldn't help but click her tongue. The online experience these days is just too realistic compared to reality. Keep an eye on it during this time. There will be a surprise, she said succinctly. Lu AI grimaced. I've been watching every second. Oh, by the way, why do you say there will be a surprise? In the summer, she tilted her head away, maintaining a tense expression, and told you a secret. Lu AI looked over. She had a perplexed expression, as if she were contemplating something. Moments later, the girl raised her head, her delicate brows and eyes holding a hint of clarity, her tone quite subtle. If I say I'm desolate, would you believe me? Lu AI was taken aback. His chin lifted, and the cigarette in his hand seemed to have fallen. What? Are you serious? His voice trembled, as if he felt his blood freezing. Xia Zhi smiled with her lips pressed together, her gaze lowered, making it hard to see her expression. Her long legs were slightly crossed, swaying back and forth at a leisurely pace. Then she said, of course it's. Just kidding you. After parting with Lu AI, it was already late at night. Xia refused Lu AI's offer to see her off, feeling quite troubled by it. She stood at the bus stop, legs crossed, looking particularly striking with her delicate and aloof demeanor. During this time, a few people tried to strike up a conversation with her. She frowned slightly, her expression showing irritation, and politely declined. Her attitude was very firm, and the few people had no choice but to leave disappointed. Suddenly, that familiar black magnetic levitation car appeared. When the car stopped, it drew the attention of those around. The window rolled down, revealing a strikingly handsome face with a captivating aura, his gaze deep and alluring. He spoke in a magnetic, lazy voice. Are you getting on? The female passerby beside him was so charmed that she nearly screamed. It was a face that could debut in an instant. Sister Xia Zhi, do you want to ride? The man smiled, both noble and charming. Xia was pursing her lips, not agreeing immediately. It was quite coincidental. The man chuckled lightly, squinting his eyes slightly. What a coincidence. I came here on purpose. Xia raised her gaze. Her fingertips moved unintentionally, gently rubbing against each other. What ghosts and monsters? She had never been afraid, even though the man in front of her was strikingly handsome. Fang Sudong had bought a villa near the Ji family. Do you understand? Lin also explained, but it was useless. The young girl looked at him with a rather meaningful gaze. Xia Zhi lightly responded and boarded the private maglev car, which was much faster than the bus. Not wanting to think too much, she got on the vehicle. Only Lin Yi was on the car, sitting on the other side. This time, there were no incidents along the way, and they successfully arrived at the dormitory building, after which Lin Yi left. After returning to her room, Xia Zhi logged into her Star Network account. She lay in the Star Network pod, eyes closed, her stunning face softening slightly. Like terminal communication numbers, every individual has only one Star Network account from birth until declared dead. From a moment of birth, the infant is bound to a terminal, which serves as a convenient form of identification in society. The difference is that a Star Network account can be registered at any time, and upon registration, it is bound to a terminal and requires real name authentication. Chapter 97, Desolation. Xia, with the development of network technology, the diversity of the internet has become increasingly appealing. According to the Interstellar Alliance's minor laws, minors are limited to a maximum of 6 hours in the Star Network world each day. Otherwise, they will be forcibly logged off. However, adults do not have such restrictions. Yet, the longer a normal person stays in the Star Network world, the more mentally fatigued they become. When mental energy is exhausted, to protect it from damage, the Star Network system will automatically log the person off, allowing them to log in again only after 8 hours. When logging into the Star Network, sensors automatically connect to brain waves, and when Xia Zhi opens her eyes again, it is a whole new world, more dazzling than reality. The emergence of the Star Network world signifies a revolution of an era. Since her mother's death, Xia Zhi had never logged into her Star Network account. Upon entering the Star Network world, a virtual character is formed, which closely resembles the individual's real appearance, with only slight adjustments allowed to the features. Xia's virtual character in the Star Network world is very low-key, with a tall and slender figure, dressed in loose black clothing that perfectly conceals her shape. Her exquisite features are partially obscured by a black and gold mask, and her eyes emanate a chilling aura, as if they are about to break through the sky. The mask only covers the area from her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose, revealing a jawline that is strikingly pale. Her virtual character has undergone slight adjustments, with her crimson lips made fuller and darker in hue, and her voice has been altered to be clear yet husky, making her truly androgynous. Xia has concealed all of his information. Only a glaring nickname is left there. Desolate. Suddenly, countless emails surged in. Even the virtual persona formed by data seemed to waver slightly. Xia Zhi looked up casually and glanced at a few messages. They were all just reminders to take orders. Indeed, Xia Zhi, with a sense of desolation, had opened a shop in the small Star Network. The Star Network world is very user-friendly. Credit points are universal, meaning that money earned in the Star Network can be used in the real world, and money earned in the real world can be used in the Star Network. Some people live very unsatisfactory lives in the real world, but thrive in the Star Network. Striking it rich overnight is not impossible. Xia entered her small shop, and above the entrance was a plaque with the 2 large characters Cang Liang inscribed on it. The characters were exquisitely carved, showcasing an air of sophistication. Before she could get close, the small shop was already packed with people, overflowing. To make matters worse, someone had even cordoned off a section nearby, as if they were refusing to leave. Under the summer sun, she slightly squinted her eyes behind a mask. She had actually forgotten about this matter, even if she didn't take a single order. The reputation of the desolate master was enough to attract everyone to an unimaginable extent. She sighed and didn't go back inside. The shop was open when she first entered the materials industry to pay for her mother's medical expenses. She learned materials on her own, and she indeed picked things up quickly. However, in just a year and a half, Desolate became famous. Desolate. Her heart felt a sense of desolation. After Xia Zhi left, childhood life was not as pleasant. Her mother got divorced and was greatly affected, causing her hidden mental illness to erupt, leading to a rapid decline in their quality of life. She showed her talent at a young age, yet her mother repeatedly warned her, when she was sober, to hold back and not to show even the slightest bit of her talent in front of others. There was also that inexplicable light blue liquid within her. Xia Zhi had no idea. Her mother kept it a secret so well that even her closest husband didn't know. She had only mentioned the light blue liquid inside her body once when she was alone, but her mother was taken aback, frantically telling her to keep quiet. Chapter 98. Xia Zhi's Secret. Xia Zhi no longer said anything. Only when the pale blue liquid caused trouble each month would her mother do everything she could to preserve her life. While she was alive, she always dressed her up to look obedient and well-behaved, saying that a little girl in a white dress was the gentlest. That was the daughter her mother imagined. But Xia Zhi was not like that. Born with a cold personality, she was not good at words, as if nothing mattered to her. Nothing could catch her eye. Oh, later, she gained an older sister, Xia Zhi, that was brought back by her mother from a mysterious place. When she was young, Xia Zhi didn't understand, but she understood when she grew up. Laboratory. When Xia Zhi was first brought back, she wasn't called that name. Dressed in rags, she looked just like a little beggar, and her naive eyes were filled with curiosity about the world. She remembered her mother murmuring a few words, which she heard vaguely. Laboratory. Failed again. Success. At that time, Xia Zhi remained silent with pursed lips, but later she discovered something interesting. Xia Zhi was a silicon-based life form, a conscious silicon-based life form. Her ability to disguise herself was top-notch. She knew what Xia Zhi's mother needed, so she disguised herself to look exactly the same. She successfully replaced the daughter that Xia Zhi's mother had imagined. The summer emotions are faint, and the mother has been in a state of madness for a long time. The appearance of Xia Zhi has made the mother a bit more clear-headed. After all, she is her biological daughter, no matter how well or obedient Xia Zhi behaves. The mother will always prioritize her. She knows that Xia Zhi is a childhood companion that her mother sought for her, and when her mother is clear-headed, she always looks at her with a gaze full of guilt and love. A silicon-based life form does not have the consciousness of poverty because it does not know hunger. In silence, Xia carried the burden of the entire family's expenses, especially the expensive medical bills for her mother's mental illness. Countless days and nights have established the esteemed position of the desolate master in the materials world. Xia Zhi walked in from the other side as the shop owner, her presence invisible to those outside. However, the shop was packed, and Xia Zhi frowned, feeling a bit impatient. She accessed the shop settings and set it to no entry for characters. In an instant, the crowded shop was empty, forming a stark contrast to the previous scene. The group of people who had been ejected were quite bewildered. What just happened? The bearded uncle looked shocked. Nearby, someone cried out in despair. I finally got a spot, and now it's gone. Wait, don't you guys think something's wrong? We were suddenly kicked out, as if the shop settings were changed. Suddenly, someone in the crowd realized it's the master of Cang Liang. Only the shop owner can change the shop settings. It must be him who logged in. As soon as this was said, the surrounding crowd erupted. Cang Liang. He actually logged in. This was undoubtedly like an atomic bomb going off, leaving them dazed and unable to think straight. Some reacted quickly, immediately leaning forward trying to see inside. Master Cang Liang, hello. I'm X. When will you take my order? I've been waiting for several months. Master Cang Liang, look at me. I've never had an order from you. Please have some pity on me. And me. I think I'm the most pitiful. I've been waiting for a year. Get lost, you. As the crowd spoke, they began to argue, and the scene became quite chaotic, as if they were about to fight. Xia glanced at it and simply muted the sound. In an instant, her ears felt much clearer. She raised her hand and swiped, and a notification for placing an order for 9,999 appeared in front of her. Chapter 99. Last night, deeply inherited my mom's teachings. Xia raised her eyebrows and clicked to search. Lu AI's order notification suddenly appeared, and she clicked to accept the order without hesitation. It was an order for material innovation. Usually, such orders went unnoticed. To achieve the realm of material innovation, one's skill level had to be at least at the master level. And material masters of this caliber generally no longer took orders in the Star Network world, just like Lu AI herself. Xia Zhi's shop mainly focuses on the extraction and synthesis of materials. The prices for innovative materials are shockingly high, often in the tens of millions. And Xia Zhi generally does not accept such orders. Of course, she cannot prevent people from placing these orders. In the past, the most common service Xia Zhi provided was material extraction, where customers would anonymously send their materials to a designated location via the Star Network, and she would then extract the materials in reality. Material extraction, simply put, is the process of removing impurities from the materials to purify them. Simple material extraction is easy, while difficult material extraction can be quite challenging. Even in the extraction process, there is a significant difference between material masters. Ordinary material masters achieve extraction rates of about 70 to 90, and those who can reach above 90 generally have a very high understanding of materials. In contrast, all materials extracted by the Master of Desolation have a 100 extraction rate. This result has yet to be surpassed in the galaxy. When she had little fame, Xia Zhi set her prices at the interstellar average level. And even after becoming a master, her prices remain the same. Master-level prices are affordable, which has made her shop one of the most popular in the Star Network world. Although the shop is small, its daily traffic is astonishingly high. Xia doesn't take every order. At first, when she was trying to make a living, she took on more orders, but later she became more laid back. It depends on her mood. When she's bored, taking an order to pass the time isn't bad either. After Xia Zhi took the order from Lu AI, she lost interest and directly went online, leaving that group of customers waiting eagerly. The next day, before class, Lin Jiren saw Xia Zhi and ran over with a joyful expression. Xia, I have to tell you, I really learned a lot from my mom last night. Someone beside them looked up. Lin Jiren didn't notice at all, stopping next to Xia Zhi, tugging at her sleeve, smiling. Let's give it a try tonight. More people looked up, their gazes quite meaningful. Recently, she could still sleep for a few hours every day. Her insomnia had eased a bit, and the dark circles under her eyes weren't as pronounced anymore. Xia Zhi had no expression as she raised her hand and directly threw a pile of old, yellowed papers to Lin Jianran. Lin Jianran caught them in a flurry, her eyes filled with confusion. She didn't quite understand. The texture in her hands told her that this was rare paper. With the advancement of technology in the starry world, more and more things were stored electronically, and paper gradually became a rare item. Moreover, this was made from natural wood. Who would spend money on that for no reason? Xia Zhi sat down in that auspicious spot again, beckoning Lin Jianran with a finger while supporting her chin with one hand, looking quite imposing. This is for you. No need to be polite. Lin Jianran followed and sat down, gently pinching the paper in her hand, curiously lowering her head. She took a preliminary glance and found it to be an old manuscript. Suddenly, she felt the item in her hand become heavier. She examined it carefully, and the more she looked, the more shocked she became, until her gaze landed on the stamp with the character Lin. Suddenly, her hand trembled, and the manuscript nearly fell to the ground. Lin Jianran abruptly looked up, her expression one of great astonishment. Xia, what is this? Chapter 100. Do you want a credit point? Extra update. She was very clear about what she was holding. It was as heavy as gold. Xia Zhi patiently repeated. I said it's a gift for you. Lin Jianran quickly organized the manuscript and quietly placed it in front of Xia Zhi, her eyes full of reluctance. But her tone was very firm. I'm sorry, Xia, but I can't accept this gift. She knew too well what it was. It was simply too precious. As the unworthy heir of the Lin family's ancestral techniques, although she had learned it casually, she wasn't completely ignorant. These manuscripts were actually written by her own ancestor. She had seen her ancestor's writing, and it was exactly the same as she remembered along with that seal, which was now kept at her mother's place, revered like an ancestor, taken out to be wiped several times a day. Just the thought of touching it made her mother anxious. Her expression could change in an instant. Lin Jianran thought very simply. She definitely wanted to take her ancestors' items back, but she couldn't let Xia give them to her as a gift. She wanted to buy them. No. Are you sure, Lin classmate? Xia looked at her, seemingly indifferent, but her expression was very determined. Lin Jianran naturally felt reluctant, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the manuscript on the table. After thinking for a long time, she resolutely spoke up, Xia, even though you can't give it to me. You can sell it to me. Is this expensive? She thought to herself. Her wallet seemed to be a bit flat lately. Xia Zhi, are you really going to buy it? She raised an eyebrow. Lin Jianran gritted her teeth. I will buy it. Xia Zhi let out a light laugh, and she held up a number with her fingers. Lin Jianran clicked her tongue, raised her hands, and stared at her 10 fingers, then looked up. 1 million? Xia shook her head. Could be 10 million. Lin Jianran exclaimed in horror. Xia Zhi's gaze at her was quite profound. Lin Jianran trembled, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. She couldn't afford to buy herself, even if she sold herself. Oh, it's 1 credit point. Xia Zhi spoke up. Huh? Lin Jianran thought she must have misheard, and she actually heard 1 credit point. Xia, did I just hear wrong? Are you buying or not? I'm buying. After that, Lin Jianran happily bought the manuscript personally written by her ancestor for 1 credit point. She smiled brightly, feeling delighted inside. In her heart, she told herself that she must absolutely cure Xia's insomnia. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the manuscript she obtained today. Lin Jianran carefully stacked all the manuscripts neatly and solemnly placed them into her spatial ring. Just as she finished, a familiar yet annoying voice echoed in her ear. Oh, you're all here. Lin Jianran looked over to see that fool Lu Shiqi. Her brows furrowed, and her tone was not very pleasant. Aren't you from the materials department? What are you doing here? This is the combat department. Lu Shiqi, didn't he expect the little girl to have such a strong opinion of him? Did he do something like forcibly abducting women? TSK, how unfortunate. From today on, I'll be attending classes here with you. Lu Shiqi smiled broadly, walking directly towards them. He secretly glanced at the cold-faced girl, truly unable to imagine what talent she had that drew the attention of such a powerful figure. If it were potential talent, Lu would be ashamed. But as for material talent, Lu Shiqi, had never feared anyone. He was always very confident. Chapter 101, Dogs Are Not Worthy. Moreover, it was unexpected that the students of the combat department and the materials department were like 2 parallel lines that would not intersect. He thought they wouldn't have any further interactions after the competition, but Heaven seemed to enjoy playing tricks. Regardless, this task he had already taken on, and for the promise to Elder Yuan, he must bring Xia Zhi to the materials department. Just thinking about how this guy was just lounging around during the competition and effortlessly made it to the top 10 made Lin Jianran feel particularly disdainful. She stood up, squinting her eyes, her tone not very friendly. You're not in our class. What are you doing following us to class? Of course, I'm here to learn. What's wrong? Can't I come to the combat department to humbly learn? Lu Shiqi shamelessly sat down in front of Lin Jianran and then turned around with a face that begged to be beaten. In university, people could so-called audit classes, and the teachers wouldn't mind unless it disturbed the class progress. Their conversation drew the attention of those around them, but they couldn't hear it clearly, only straining their ears to catch some gossip. They didn't dare to get too close. Given the unpredictable temperament of the big shots, only Lin Jianran had the guts to approach. Usually, there were several empty seats around them. Xia Zhi glanced at him, but remained silent. Perhaps she simply didn't care. Lin Jianran shot him a sharp look, but there was nothing she could do. The classroom wasn't hers, and she had no authority to kick anyone out. This was also the reason why Lu Shiqi was so brazen. Lu Shiqi turned his head, a smile playing on his lips, the first step toward success. He hummed a tune, feeling exceptionally good. Lin Jianran stared at Lu Shiqi's back, feeling suspicious. He didn't seem like the type to be this diligent. There must be some kind of scheme. As she pondered, her gaze became increasingly alert. She glanced back at Xia Zhi, who was resting her chin on one hand, revealing her delicate profile, her eyes half-lidded, with long, thick eyelashes. She was simply too beautiful. Lin Jianran was lost in Xia Zhi's beauty when something suddenly flashed through her mind. Xia is so beautiful. The number of boys who like her is countless. So, Lu Shiqi. Lin Jianran's pupils contracted, and she suddenly stood up, slamming the table. I know. The sound was quite loud, drawing everyone's attention, and it became quiet all of a sudden. Xia Zhi also glanced at her. The gazes around made her feel like a thorn was sticking in her back, causing goosebumps to rise. The scene was a bit awkward. The atmosphere was somewhat strange. Lin Jianran wanted to find a hole to hide in. Reluctantly, she forced a smile at them and said, you guys continue, don't mind me. She immediately sat down, her ears quietly turning a shade of red, her gaze wandering aimlessly. The others were only disturbed by the noise and didn't pay much attention to it. Once the incident passed, everything returned to normal. Lu Shiqi turned around, intending to mock them a bit. Lin Jianran immediately glared at him, her voice stern. I know what your intentions are. Xia will definitely not choose you. Lu Shiqi frowned. He was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lin Jianran's fierce expression, then carefully pondering her words. Damn, could it be that this woman knows his true intentions? No, that's not right. Only he and Old Yuan knew about this. Old Yuan wouldn't spill the beans, and he certainly wouldn't either. What does this woman mean? Lu Shiqi furrowed his brows, resolutely denying. What nonsense are you talking about? Has your brain short-circuited? Lin Jianran was unfazed, snorting coldly. Let me tell you, don't entertain any crooked ideas. I won't let you succeed. This pighead actually wanted to lay his eyes on Xia. Did he deserve it? No, he did not. Xia is clearly so good-looking. Chapter 102. The package has arrived. When Lu Shiqi said this, he felt a bit guilty for no reason. He coughed and said, what are you talking about? I don't understand. After he finished speaking, he immediately turned around. He wasn't afraid of Lin Jianran. It was just that the presence of a big shot sitting there was intimidating. Can't provoke. It seems that his plan can only be carried out slowly. Lin Jianran saw Lu Shiqi not daring to look her in the eye and turning his back, which made her even more convinced that this pig head had ulterior motives. Man, huh? Heh. A class passed quickly, and as soon as the bell rang, the students began to chatter and leave the classroom. Freshmen in their first year mostly have theoretical classes. A group of kids who just came out of their homes can't be said to have much practical experience. Before leaving, Zhi turned to glance at the left back corner, where a girl was getting up leisurely, holding a worn-out light brain and putting it into a dark, heavy backpack that looked a bit shabby. Did her uncle not give her any money? How much can a light brain cost? Zhi, usually indifferent, frowned tightly. He then noticed that not only was Xia Zhi's light brain old, but her clothes were also made of ordinary material, though her impressive aura made it easy to overlook what she was wearing. Zhi's gaze slightly darkened. He should mention this to his aunt. The large Ji family can't afford to be criticized over such trivial matters. Someone next to him asked what was wrong, and Zhi shook his head before striding out of the classroom. As she left, Xia Zhi's wrist terminal vibrated, and she looked down to see a delivery notification. Lin, wait a moment. Lin Jianran paused and turned around. Xia, do you have time to go somewhere with me now? Xia raised an eyebrow. The black backpack strap loosely draped over one shoulder, one hand resting casually in her pocket, exuding a cool charm. Today she wasn't wearing a white dress, but a t-shirt. Tilting her head slightly, her eyes less rebellious than usual, the collar askew, revealing her delicate collarbone, pale and distinct. Unintentionally, Lin Jianran was momentarily dazzled. Hey, where are you guys going? Lu Shiqi's words sounded a bit stiff. The esteemed Lu young master was always the one receiving flattery from others. When did it become his turn? But Lu Shiqi had thick skin, the kind that could build walls. Lin Jianran ignored him, just wanted to reply to Xia, I'm free. As the summer arrived, Lin Jianran obediently followed beside Xia Zhi. After leaving the classroom, she walked straight ahead. Lu Shiqi, in search of an opportunity, didn't he miss any possible chances and hurriedly followed behind. His wrist vibrated again. Xia Zhi lowered her head to check the information on her terminal. It was from Uncle Li. Xia niece, have you received the fruits I sent you? For express deliveries between planets. As long as a light speed route is established between two planets, logistics can be very fast. Although Blue Star is remote, it actually has everything it needs, and the people living there are very happy. Before summer, when checking the delivery information, the delivery robot was already waiting downstairs at the dormitory. It said that the items were too valuable and must be signed for in person. Xia was casually thinking that Uncle Li had started to spend money again. It seemed that 1 million credit points were still not enough. Xia Zhi replied politely, the fruit has arrived, I'll go pick it up now. Thank you, Uncle Li. Huh? That's fine, as long as it has arrived. "You silly child, there's no need to be so polite," with Uncle Lee smile. The other party replied quickly. Chapter 103. Uncle Lee's daughter Lin Wan. Uncle Lee watched Xia Zhi grow up since she was little. This child has a cold exterior but a warm heart. While others may not see her potential, he sees the best in her, because he knows that Xia Zhi is inherently kind-hearted. Others think that little Xia Zhi is uneducated and just a social slacker. Shamefully, he once thought the same way. Until her appearance saved his daughter from school violence at that time. Uncle Lee sighed. The situation at Xia Zhi's home has always been quite complicated. Fortunately, little Xia Zhi is exceptionally gifted and has been supporting the whole family at such a young age. Her mother is mentally ill, and she has a weak sister who seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Yes, Uncle Lee doesn't quite like this pretentious little girl either. Although she appears hard-working and studious, rumored to be a good child from a troubled family with a tragic background, her mother is not her biological mother. And she has a sister who is aimless and eccentric. Her efforts and experiences have gained sympathy for many. But Uncle Lee's sharp eyes see through people very well. Under Xia Zhi's obedient and sensible appearance lies a lack of emotion, just like an emotionless machine. All her disguises seem to be deliberately mimicking something. Uncle Lee shook his head. It's better to be authentic with Xia. He has always treated Xia as his own niece. Over the years, he could only keep giving her fruits, as she wouldn't accept anything else. Even the money for the fruits was always given to him without a penny less. Helpless, he had to be grumpy. Otherwise, she wouldn't continue to accept them. Fortunately, natural fruits are extremely expensive in the interstellar realm, but in Blue Star, which is rich in resources, natural products are just at a moderate level. Blue Star truly has a great advantage, with no interstellar pollution, no harsh environment, and distinct seasons. Resembling a paradise. It is the people here who have protected it so well. Natural animals, plants, fruits, and crops all thrive abundantly. The wealthiest on Blue Star are not the tech tycoons, but these seemingly ordinary agricultural magnates. Uncle Lee also has a bit of wealth, and it was only after listening to Xia that he achieved his current fortune. Uncle Lee then sent another message. "You are not allowed to steal my account to transfer money again. Otherwise, I will tell Wan where you are." Uncle Lee vaguely sensed that Xia was not simple since childhood. She knew a lot and always liked to steal his account. No matter how many times he changed it, it was useless. AI. On the other side, Xia looked down at the latest message that had come in. Her fingers paused. Lin Wan. Got it. Uncle Lee saw this message and finally put down his terminal, satisfied to get back to work. Xia was frowning, and Li Nuanyuan, this little troublemaker, was giving the big boss a headache. The school campus was too large, so the three of them took the campus bus. Xia Zhi sat at the back, her head lowered, expressionless, and sitting quite properly. When they got on, there were still quite a few people scattered on the bus. Those who were good-looking and had a strong presence often attracted attention. Several people on the bus looked up, drawn in by the beautiful sight. "Oh my God, Chi, look, isn't it the level 13 rookie king?" said a senior from the combat department at level 12. "It really is," a girl next to her whispered. Her face was so recognizable. She was simply the goddess in my mind. So amazing. Indeed, Xia Zhi's face was universally appealing. Du Yanyan was nestled beside her, clearly hearing their conversation, her fingers unintentionally gripping the hem of her clothes, veins popping out. Chapter 104. Bring me the terminal. She kept her head down, unable to see her expression, but the surrounding air suddenly felt a bit tense. She secretly glanced back, and sure enough, it was Xia Zhi. Recalling information about Sister Xia in her mind, she opened her terminal, seemingly playing, but in fact, the camera on the holographic projection screen was aimed at the back. Du Yanyan looked at the girl's clear appearance on the projection screen, and a smile crept onto her lips. Soon, she clicked to take a photo, and that moment was captured. She did it very discreetly, and no one noticed. At the same time, Xia Zhi suddenly looked up, her gaze very cold. "Lu Shiqi, I'm here. My God, I can't believe the big shot actually called him. Go, get her terminal for me." Xia tilted her head, smiling coldly, her eyes revealing an unyielding pride. Not to mention Lin Jianran was baffled. Even Lu Shiqi was quite confused, suddenly standing up in a daze. What just happened? But he reacted quickly, following the big shot's gaze to look over. There was a girl who seemed to be playing something on a terminal. From this distance, and with the terminal's anti-peeping settings, it was impossible to see exactly what she was doing. Lu Shiqi's expression showed hesitation. Xia was lifting her delicate eyebrows, her gaze becoming increasingly cold. Are you going or not? I'm going. The big man was hesitating. Isn't it just bullying a girl? He's going. Lin Jianran parted her lips. Xia. Xia Zhi's expression was cold, carrying an unknown hostility. Fierce and harsh. Lu Shiqi quickly walked over, and the other party didn't have time to react, caught off guard. He saw the photo that hadn't yet been hidden. In an instant, his gaze also turned cold. What are you doing? Du Yinyan's face turned pale with fright. Her mind blank, not knowing what to do. After a while, she hurriedly shut down the terminal, shaking her head repeatedly. I didn't do anything. Take your terminal off and give it to me, he said sternly. Lu Shiqi was a scion of a wealthy family and was always sensitive to certain things, let alone just secretly taking photos. Who knew what she would do with the pictures behind the scenes? Du Yinyan hid her hand behind her, stubbornly lifting her head. Tears welling up. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're from a rich family. Why should I give you my terminal? Don't look down on poor people. Lu Shiqi, is this moral kidnapping? Is it his fault for being rich? After all, in front of him was a girl, so he softened his tone. Delete the photo, and I'll let you go. What photo? What are you talking about? Her hand, hidden tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, tightened further. She looked up, tears shimmering, a defiant look on her face, resembling the typical white female protagonist in online literature from years ago. Lu Shiqi frowned. He had indeed seen it just now, and the reaction of the big boss. The big boss definitely wouldn't be wrong. Delete it or not. If you don't, I'll take it by force. Lu Shiqi's tone was indifferent. Letting her delete it herself was giving her face. In public, he didn't want to make a scene. At that moment, whispers began to circulate around them. Du Yinyan pursed her lips, refusing to admit it. She didn't believe he would really snatch the terminal in this situation. Lu Shiqi was never someone to be trifled with. Seeing her continue to deny it, his expression darkened in an instant. You better not regret it. Saying that, he grabbed Du Yinyan's hand. No matter how weak she was, he was still a man, and Du Yinyan wasn't as twisted as Lin Jianran. Her wrist was firmly held, unable to move at all, and Du Yinyan's face changed suddenly. Let go! Let go! Du Yinyan struggled desperately, but it had little effect. Chapter 105. The terminal is locked after all, a big man bullying a seemingly fragile girl. Someone was bound to be unable to stand by. They had no idea what Du Yinyan had done. Someone wanted to step forward to stop it, but Xia Zhi shot a cold glance over. That person halted in their tracks, cowardly backing down. Lu Shiqi might not be recognized by everyone, but Xia Zhi, the rookie king of level 13, was unmatched in combat power. Lu Shiqi quickly stripped the terminal off the other party, but looking at the black screen of the terminal, his brows furrowed tightly. Typically, terminals had pupil verification for unlocking. If the other party insisted on not complying, he couldn't exactly pry her eyelids open to unlock it. Could he? Du Yinyan raised her eyes, full of sarcasm. Unless you gouge out my eyeballs, you won't be able to open it. She spat out harsh words. Her face flustered, her hair disheveled from the earlier struggle. In an instant, Du Yinyan felt both hate and relief. She hated Lu Shiqi's ruthlessness, taking it as he pleased in front of so many people, and felt relieved that even if he took the terminal, it would be useless. Xia Zhi glanced over casually and said, "Hand me the terminal." Lu Shiqi looked at it and explained, "But this terminal is locked. I can't see the photos inside. Just bring it over." She seemed completely unconcerned about the lock, her expression emotionless, exuding a strong aura. Lu Shiqi looked down at the terminal in his hand, then raised his head and walked towards Xia Zhi, handing over the item. Throughout the process, Du Yinyan watched with a cold smile, full of confidence. Xia Zhi took the terminal, pinching the strap with 2 fingers, flipped it over to take a look, and a unique string of numbers revealed itself. She immediately tossed it aside in disdain. "Give it to her," Xia Zhi said, pointing to an empty seat. The big shot's bizarre move left Lu Shiqi confused, while Lin Jianran beside her showed a hint of understanding in her eyes. That was a unique numerical mark belonging to each terminal, one of a kind in the entire galaxy, because everyone is different, and their terminal codes must be different as well. As for Xia Zhi, it seemed her light brain technology was quite impressive. Sure enough, Xia Zhi leisurely took out a light brain from her black backpack, and when she opened it, the background was a full white screen. She moved her fingers, and the screen switched, with strange strings of numbers beginning to scroll. Xia Zhi was attacking Du Yinyan's terminal, planning to delete the photos directly from here. The reason for taking over the other person's terminal was that she found it troublesome. There were quite a few people in the car, and each person had a terminal. It would take some time to investigate and locate Du Yinyan's terminal. Xia Zhi's gaze was filled with a sense of restlessness, but her hands moved swiftly, almost blurring into double images. It was dazzling. Lu Shiqi snatched the terminal away, then, looking bewildered, handed it back. What is going on with this big shot? He really couldn't make sense of it, so he could only temporarily give up. With a cold expression, he tossed the terminal onto Du Yinyan, returning it to her. Du Yinyan scoffed, her eyes gleaming with pride. Thinking they would have some skills, what good is it to snatch it if it ends up in your hands? Du Yinyan's mockery made Lu Shiqi's face turn awkward, his eyes dark and deep. It was one thing for Lin Jianran to target him out of nowhere. But who was this wild woman to dare to mock him? Offending a wealthy person like me. Do you dare? Everyone who speaks so arrogantly will face consequences. Du Yinyan's face stiffened. Her usually round eyes were filled with malice. I really don't dare, but what can you do to me here in school? Lu Shiqi smiled without speaking, his silence making people uneasy. Chapter 106. The big shot knows his identity has been replaced. Someone nearby whispered, "She is so naive. Does she not understand why big families are big families? It's because they have real power. One of the 5 major families of Bedina Star. Even the principal shows them respect. What does she count as? In the eyes of others, she might not even be an ant." They were too far away for Du Yinyan to hear their mutterings clearly, but seeing their expressions, she knew they were mocking her for being overconfident. Du Yinyan's fingers clenched tightly around the hem of her clothes, her chest rising and falling as she forced herself to calm down. It's fine. Anyway, she had already gotten what she wanted. They couldn't unlock her terminal lock at all. Now, they were powerless against her, and besides, these people were just fleeting shadows, mere strangers. As she thought about it, Du Yinyan gradually relaxed, a cold smile tugging at her lips. Lu Shiqi felt an urge to go up and punch her a couple of times, this annoying person. Not only did she take a sneak shot, but she also refused to admit it. Lu Shiqi's gaze darkened. He would remember this person. However, Du Yinyan's triumph didn't last long. With Xia Zhi's final action, Du Yinyan's terminal began to ring incessantly, as if it had been infected by a virus. "Ah, my terminal!" Du Yinyan jumped up and yelled, "What is wrong with my terminal?" Her terminal crackled loudly, the sound growing louder until finally, with a bang, it sounded like the last struggle of a dying life. Before long, the terminal completely blacked out, rendered useless. Du Yinyan stood there, her mind blank and dazed. The others in the vehicle were also startled by this scene, nearly thinking it was going to explode. Ding dong, we have arrived at the 3 dormitory buildings. Students, please exit from the back door. Xiao Yuan reminded everyone to be careful when getting off. The next stop is the 7 dormitory buildings. The automated bus announcement echoed through the bus. Suddenly, the campus bus came to a steady stop. Xia Zhi stood up, taking her time to tidy up her things. She walked in front of Du Yinyan, tall and slender, slightly taller than her. With a slight bow of her head, her gaze was quite cold. Sneaking a shot was pointless. If you want to take a photo, do it openly, you know? Du Yinyan's face flushed red, as if she had regained her voice, her fingers unconsciously tightening. But you can't just directly ruin my terminal, right? Even if I took a sneak shot of you, what's the big deal? Fine, she admitted it. Xia Zhi lightly scoffed, patting Du Yinyan's shoulder as she began to tell another interesting story, her voice both light and sharp. I gave you a surprise. IV. Planted a virus in your terminal. No need to be too polite. With that, she turned and got out of the car. What planting a virus meant was something Du Yinyan might not fully grasp, but it was clear it wasn't a good thing. After all, her terminal was rendered useless. Oh, right. Xia Zhi stood on the steps, her brows and eyes wild and fierce, carrying an air of some unknown significance. Xia Zhi, right? Not bad. It seems the identity replacement is quite comfortable. Du Yinyin suddenly looked up. How did she know? Those chat records. What identity replacement was she talking about? Under Xia Zhi's gaze, Du Yinyin felt her blood freeze, her breathing becoming lighter, not daring to move at all. Xia Zhi casually got out of the car, and Lin Jianran immediately followed. Lu Shiqi also hurriedly got out, almost getting the door stuck. Only the group of people left in the car had blank expressions. Wow, that's too cool. Someone murmured. The 13th level Rookie King has such high technology? I'm impressed. This Rookie King really has hidden skills. Chapter 107. What are they surrounding there for? Additional update. No one cared about Du Yinyin's feelings. She was just a clown. What she did was wrong from the start, so it was no wonder people went hard on her. Big boss. Lu Shiqi was stunned by Xia Zhi's bold move. How did she do that? Xia's brows furrowed. This guy was too noisy. Annoying. No, boss. I'll shut up. Lu Shiqi saw that the boss was about to lift his foot again, and he was so scared that he jumped back. Xia, look over there. A lot of people are gathered together. What are they doing? Lin Jianran pointed to a group of people not far ahead, who had formed a scattered circle. Inside the circle, there seemed to be a large maglev vehicle, and one of the doors was open, revealing something inside. From a distance, it was hard to see clearly, but the things inside were colorful and quite eye-catching. Xia Zhi looked back, squinting her eyes and pursing her lips. Generally, delivery companies wouldn't leave their doors open. It must be Uncle Li. Uncle Li has a hobby of showing off, and the more ostentatious, the better. He goes wherever he can show off. He has no idea what it means to be low-key. Xia Zhi's fingertips moved slightly as she walked forward. Uncle Li, this is getting more and more high-profile. Seeing Xia Zhi slowly walking over, Lin Jianran looked puzzled. Xia. Doesn't seem like someone who enjoys being in the limelight, right? Make way. Xia Zhi spoke politely. Someone nearby wanted to say on what grounds, but upon seeing a beautiful girl, they instantly lost their enthusiasm. Well, she's so pretty, let her be. Thank you. You're welcome. Not knowing what Xia was going to do, Lin Jianran felt it was too conspicuous to follow her. So she stood in the crowd and asked, "What are you all gathered here for?" As she spoke, she glanced at the large magnetic levitation vehicle, which was indeed very big, almost the size of a small spaceship. The items visible inside were exquisitely packaged and familiar, but she couldn't quite recall what they were at that moment. Someone next to her replied quietly, "Just arrived, right?" Lin Jianran nodded slowly. The person, looking like a country bumpkin, glanced at Lin Jianran and said, "Did you see what's inside? That exquisite packaging is all natural fruits." Natural fruits? Looking at you. You probably haven't tasted the flavor of natural fruits, right? Upon hearing natural fruits, Lin Jianran instinctively swallowed. She nodded vigorously, her mind filled with memories of the fragrance of natural fruits, completely missing what the other person said afterward. She looked up and was amazed to see that it was all natural fruits inside. TSK. We're here just to see which wealthy person is so extravagant as to buy a whole truckload of natural fruits. It's simply outrageous, the person said, their tone tinged with envy, their eyes filled with jealousy. That's a whole truckload. Roughly calculated, it must be several million credit points. Ordinary people have to save up for a long time just to eat one natural fruit. Even in school, life has changed qualitatively. Yet, natural fruits are still a rare commodity. Sigh. Jealousy makes one ugly. Lin Jianran also thought that the big shot who bought the fruits was quite extravagant. Lu Shiqi, standing aside, sensed something was up. When Xia Zhi walked toward the center, he had a premonition that there would definitely be an unexpected outcome. After all, big shot. Xia walked up to the delivery robot and calmly scanned the face for receipt while everyone watched. "Thank you for supporting the Interstellar Fruit Delivery Service. If the items are damaged during delivery, we will provide full compensation," said the robot in a suit, smiling and demonstrating excellent service attitude. Chapter 108. The Big Tycoon. Xia. Extra update. The scene was quite quiet. No one was speaking. Wow, so wealthy. A group of student parties silently shed envious tears. Quickly tell me who this wealthy person is so I can cling to them. Ryan had never heard of such an openly wealthy person. The poor were crying. That face looks so familiar. Oh my gosh, it's the school beauty from Class Combat. So impressive, beautiful, capable, and rich. Suddenly, I feel like our new cohort is really amazing. After Xia signed for the package, she noticed that Lin Jianran was not beside her. She glanced around and saw the girl chatting excitedly in a crowd. She raised her voice a bit and called out, "Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Jianran paused, feeling a huge pressure as she walked over. "Put these fruits into the compressed space." Lin Jianran was taken aback and incredulously pointed at the large pile of fresh fruits. "So many? Are you asking me to store them in my space ring?" Xia nodded. Lin Jianran frowned, silently looking down at the ring on her finger, looking pitiful. "My space ring is too small to hold so much." Xia tilted her head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she took down the backpack slung over her shoulder, unzipped it, and started rummaging inside. "Here, use this." Lin Jianran was momentarily taken aback and quickly caught it. It was a very beautiful silver ring, and upon closer inspection, there were two small characters engraved on it, "Desolate." The characters were neatly written, yet exuded a sense of unruliness. She didn't quite understand it. Her main concern right now was to stash away the enormous amount of natural fruits. Otherwise, it would attract too much attention. Lin, as a student, wasn't used to being the center of attention. To her surprise, the space inside the silver ring was astonishingly large, capable of holding all that truckload of natural fruits. Generally, space rings are of a medium standard. Not everyone can afford them, but they're not as prohibitively expensive as natural items. A space ring with about 3 cubic meters usually costs several thousand credit points. The larger the space inside, the more expensive it naturally becomes. Currently, the largest space rings on the market are around 100 cubic meters. Of course, the price of space rings can vary significantly, as humans not only value practicality, but also aesthetics. The space ring Xia gave her was at least 100 cubic meters, and Lin Jianran estimated it might be even more than that. Isn't it said that the number planets are all struggling to make ends meet? It's all a lie. Xia is simply a big tycoon, the kind of tycoon who is incredibly extravagant. After Lin Jianran finished collecting the fruits, she prepared to return the space ring to Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi raised her eyes, expressionless, but her tone carried a hint of warmth. "I don't like eating fruits." Lin Jianran? "Then why did you buy so many fruits?" "They were sent by an uncle of mine. There were so many fruits that I couldn't fit them all, so I sent the excess over." Xia Zhi said this with a straight face, telling a white lie. Lin Jianran was stunned. Xia's uncle really is rich. Naturally, there would be a day when fruits are too abundant to store. She didn't understand the world of the wealthy. Throwing them away would be wasteful. Eat or not, Lin Jianran's eyes sparkled. "Eat." She said this particularly loudly, with full confidence. Today is the day she is being spoiled by Xia. Xia Zhi hummed softly, glancing at the time with her head slightly lowered. She had to go to the training room in the afternoon, so she returned to her dormitory. Lin Jianran nodded vigorously, her mind filled with thoughts of fresh fruits and food. What a waste to throw them away. Anyway, the space ring is in a vacuum, so the fruits won't go bad. She can just eat them little by little. Chapter 109. Class monitor, take attendance, extra update, so many fresh fruits. Just thinking about it makes her feel delighted. After Xia left, the crowd settled down. Finally seeing the wealthy person in person, I didn't expect the big shot to immediately give away fruits worth millions of credit points. They were almost turning into lemon essence. Lemons on the lemon tree. You and I under the lemon tree at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the mecha training room. This was the first practical lesson for Class 1 of the combat department since the start of the semester. When Class 1 students entered, their noble teacher, Mr. Lin, was already waiting. The students were startled and immediately stood quietly to the side, not daring to utter a word. Young Master Lin lazily lifted his eyelids, a smile lingering on his face. The students stole glances. Mr. Lin was really too intimidating. Well, he looked good, but it was quite nerve-wracking. Unexpectedly, there was a person in black standing next to young Master Lin, with a strong face, thick eyebrows, a high nose, and a stern expression that was quite frightening. However, there was a special string of numbers around the neck of the person in black. That was the robot's factory number. The students suddenly realized that this was an AI humanoid robot. The development of interstellar technology is rapid, and AI intelligence is an indispensable part of human life. There are many types of robots, such as domestic, companion, service types, and so on. They come in all shapes and sizes. There's nothing they can't do if you can think of it. However, robots are still cold machines. They possess powerful computing and mimicking abilities, and their realistic appearance makes them look no different from humans. Sometimes, their appearance is even more exquisite, almost like a perfect creation of God. The only difference from humans is that their necks are always engraved with a factory number. They have no consciousness and do not possess the special emotions of humans. All their actions must be absolutely loyal. Once they develop a sense of rebellion, they will definitely be returned to the factory for destruction. If robots gain consciousness, it would be a disaster for humanity. Who would allow an immortal being to exist? There have not been many robots with consciousness in human history, and, at least currently, the use of robots remains relatively peaceful. When the students saw that the person next to Mr. Lin was just a robot, they quickly lost interest, and their attention was drawn to the other equipment in the training room. Gradually, more people began to fill the training room. Xia stepped in right on time, and her carefree demeanor caught Lin Ye's attention. Class monitor, take attendance. Xia Zhi. She slowly raised her head, not recognizing, not wanting to point. Fine. The class monitor is quite willful. Lin also smiled, sitting on that chair with his long legs slightly crossed if she didn't want to point. Then let them do 1,000 push-ups first. A group of students was stunned. Excuse me, Teacher Lin, are you still human? Class monitor, I'm begging you. Please show some kindness and call the roll. 1,000 push-ups with his B-level physique, he would be ruined. Others chimed in. Class monitor, hurry up, I'm Song Shilin. Li Mai Mei. I'm Wang. They all reported their names, hoping that this class monitor would glance at them and remember their names. So noisy. Xia is least fond of a group of people chattering away. She purses her lips and says, you can count yourselves. In order to avoid doing 1,000 push-ups, the classmates have never been this enthusiastic. 1, 2, 3, 106, 107. Reporting to the class leader, the actual number of people is 107, but the expected number is unknown. Chapter 110. Robot Lin Wu. Additional update. Xia's delicate brows and eyes held a hint of mischief, with a chill lingering in her gaze. After they finished counting, she pondered for a moment and seriously asked Lin Yi, Teacher Lin, how many students are supposed to be here? Lin Yi raised her eyebrows slightly and replied, 107. Upon hearing this, Xia responded slowly. Class 1 of the combat department is supposed to have 107 students, and there are indeed 107 students present. Lin Yi nodded. Your class monitor is doing very well. You should learn more from her. The students in class 1 thought to themselves, Teacher Lin, do you know what you're doing? They wanted to say, you're just talking nonsense. Of course, none of them dared to utter a word. Xia Zhi stood to the side, keeping a proper distance from them. There were few girls in the combat department, and in class 1, there were only about 20. Each one was either a rough-and-tumble type or had an indescribable appearance. Xia Zhi's presence was simply a way to validate the girls in the combat department. The girls couldn't bring themselves to dislike her, and the boys were even less likely to. It was expected for a big shot to have a bit of an attitude. Your task is to spar with him. As soon as you manage to take him down, you will pass this class. Lin Ye's words were simple and blunt, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Sparring with a robot? How easy is that? No robot is allowed to engage in violent behavior, let alone attack a human. Did they really think so much of it? Young Master Lin couldn't possibly be that kind-hearted. He revealed a noble smile, his tone light and slow, yet with a hint of ruthlessness. Lin Wu, make sure to take good care of these clueless little brats. Yes, Master. Lin Wu replied coldly, his voice like a still pond, devoid of any emotion. The class wasn't too worried. It was just a robot, and if they smashed its mechanical head, it wouldn't dare move. Some were eager to try, raising their hands. Teacher Lin, can we challenge him today? I want to pass this class as soon as possible. Lin Yi smiled meaningfully. Sure, any time is fine. At this moment, the class had yet to experience what true hellish pain felt like. They were happily surprised, thinking that the big demon king could have a kind day. Ji Bai had a blank expression, squinting his eyes, half in disbelief. Seeing Ji Bai's silence, the young lady's temper slightly subsided, and she stood there obediently. She was already intimidated by Lin Yi and didn't dare to speak up. The summer's hope has passed, and beside the young Master Lin, the robot is quite robust, with a fierce and intimidating appearance. Its eyes are calm like stagnant water, filled with a mechanical coldness. But Xia Zhi tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing, feeling that something was off. This robot felt wrong. Her sharp gaze was fixed on Lin Wu, as if trying to see through him. The corners of her mouth held a casual curve, but the wickedness in her bones broke through the sky. Lin Wu's eyes moved slightly, just a minuscule shift, yet was still captured by Xia Zhi's mental power. She smiled, seemingly. The hidden consciousness of the Interstellar Alliance was quite abundant. Lin Jianran stealthily approached. Xia, what are you smiling about? Xia raised her eyebrows slightly and discovered something interesting. What interesting thing? Xia Zhi raised her chin slightly, and Lin Jianran looked over, seeing a robot. What was so interesting about it? She shook her head secretly, deciding not to force herself to understand the world of the big shots. At that moment, the eager student walked to the center of the training room, skipping even the warm-up, and shouted towards Lin Yi. Teacher Lin, I'm ready. Just let him come at me. Lin Yi lazily raised a hand. Yes, master. Chapter 111. Young Lady of the Yu Family. Yu Miao Lin Wu moved his mechanical arm and took the initiative to attack. The student's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected the robot to take the initiative. He stumbled back a few steps, trying to dodge, but failed. A hard fist came crashing towards his face, and in an instant, immense pain swept across his face. With a thud, he flipped over onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and faintly revealing a few lost teeth. One strike to win. The air in the training room seemed to freeze. Silence reigned. The students in the class were all stunned, completely dumbfounded. So ruthless. Too ruthless. The student lying on the ground groaned in pain, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward. Those who knew him quietly took a few steps back. If even someone with physique couldn't handle it, then they were even more useless, trembling, and too scared to approach. Those who could come to class 1 of the combat department were all outstanding in terms of potential. The reason potential is called potential is that it can be enhanced. Most people are not geniuses from the start. They have gone through training pods time and again to break through themselves, slowly upgrading from the initially ordinary G to the current A and S-level physiques. There are indeed true prodigies who start at a higher point than everyone else. Entering university is a watershed moment. Those without talent but with good grades go to comprehensive universities, while those with high potential and talent go to military academies. Military academies are the most coveted and revered places for all interstellar humans in this galaxy. They hold a very high social status. Moreover, the higher the potential level reached at the age of university, the more it indicates that the body still has greater potential to be unlocked. Potential is limitless, and levels can be broken through. The only thing that can be determined is how much of that potential level can be unleashed in the future. Some people spend their entire lives with a mediocre physique, while others gradually improve through relentless effort. The same goes for mental strength, but more difficultly, physique can be improved step by step through training pods, while each step in improving mental strength is dozens of times harder than physique. As a result, the overall physique in the interstellar realm is generally higher than mental strength. The application of mental strength is essential and is a key step for all mech warriors to control their mechs. Currently, the highest potential in the galaxy is only SSS-level. Beyond that, no one in the entire interstellar history has ever broken through. The training room usually has simple healing devices. Injured students are carried inside for repair. Each repair is not expensive, just 1 point. The injured student's face turned pale. After holding it in for a long time, he reluctantly swiped 1 point from the terminal. Pain in the heart. He didn't dare to say anything. Teacher, can I challenge? A clear voice rang out, carrying a hint of polite inquiry. Lin Yi didn't know where he pulled out a chaise lounge from. His long figure lazily reclined on it, his peach blossom eyes casually glancing over. Most eyes turned towards a girl, tall and slender, with indifferent brows and eyes that were calm and unruffled, resembling a proud plum in the snow, a cold beauty. Qi Mingwa leaned closer, surprised. Yu Miao, what are you trying to show off? Didn't you see the person who just got hurt? She lowered her voice. That robot is clearly not chip-controlled. It must be operated secretly by mental strength. You can't beat it. In fact, robots are also differentiated. Most of the robots on the market are controlled by chips, while there are some that can operate both by chip and mental strength connection. Chapter 112. Ice Beauty, however. Robots that can be controlled by mental strength are not only heartbreakingly expensive, but also require an extraordinary level of mental strength to operate. At least SS-level is needed to connect with a robot through mental strength. Chip-controlled robots are not allowed to exhibit any violent behavior, so the students in Class 1, seeing the robot next to Lin Yi, subconsciously thought it was a chip-controlled robot. Thus, they were all happily naive. They didn't realize that young Master Lin was wealthy and extravagant, and didn't care about a little bit of money. The actions of robots controlled by mental strength come entirely from the operator's consciousness, meaning there is no possibility for the robot to develop autonomous consciousness. It is simply a puppet that doesn't feel pain. Ji Bai and Qin Mingwei, coming from prominent families and well-informed, had already noticed the underlying rules when Lin Wu took the initiative to attack. Yu Muyao's expression was cold, her tone indifferent. It's none of your business. Qin Mingwei was instantly furious. Yu Muyao, this woman is as unfeeling as ever. Cold as ice when we were kids, and still the same now. She puffed up her cheeks, angrily walking aside, ignoring her. Yu Muyao took a few steps forward, her gaze firm, and coldly said, I'm ready, let's begin. As soon as her voice fell, Lin Wu's figure moved like a ghost, appearing in front of her in the blink of an eye. So fast, a trace of battle intent rose in Yu Muyao's eyes, and her figure quickly moved as well. The first move was perfectly dodged. The second move was narrowly won. The third move, with another thud, her body collided with the cold ground, making a dull sound, showing no mercy. Yu Muyao was completely defeated. Cough, cough. She clutched her chest, coughing violently, and pain appeared on her usually expressionless face. Qin Mingwei rushed over, wanting to help her, frowning and muttering. You won't die from the pain. I told you not to go, but you insisted. Can you still get up? Yu Muyao shook her head. She truly couldn't get up. At the very least, a few of her ribs were broken. She struggled to look up at Lin Wu, not expecting teacher Lin's mental strength to be so powerful. Just controlling the robot had such fierce combat power. When that force that made her retreat engulfed her body, Yu Muyao knew she had failed. Qin Mingwei supported Yu Muyao and swiped 1 point for her to lie down and undergo repair. Yu Muyao coughed again. Thank you. Qin Mingwei huffed. I've told you long ago not to try. I couldn't even stand up to him with my mental strength, let alone you. Every time she thought of the absolute crushing defeat last time, she felt a rush of fear. It was not just the fear of the other party's power, but also a fear rooted in their strength. Qin Mingwei, who usually acted recklessly on Star, was also forced to be careful and humble before him. Yu Muyao's expression froze, her gaze lowered, and her cold demeanor softened a little. She lay in the repair pod, a few ribs broken in her chest, feeling a bit numb from the pain. The training room remained eerily quiet. The students in Class 1 exchanged glances. Yu Muyao had even failed the challenge, and the Ice Beauty was supposed to be an A-level physique. It was said to be at the peak of A-level, close to breaking into S-level. The students in Class 1 quietly stepped back a few paces, their eyes darting between Xia Zhi, Lin Jianran, Ji Bai, and others. We can only see if these geniuses have a chance of winning, because they're not good. Chapter 113, Ji Bai also failed. Lin Jiran didn't want to be the center of attention. She admitted that she not only loved to eat, but also feared pain to death. That robot is reckless, and there have already been 2 cases. She's not stupid. Xia, are you going? Lin Jiran quietly asked. Xia Zhi glanced over and then lost interest, her eyes revealing a sense of laziness. I'm not going. Hearing Xia say she was going, she felt relieved. She also wouldn't go. Hee. Lin also turned his head to glance at the little girl, who stood there lazily, her face still exquisitely beautiful, with her slightly lowered brows and eyes exuding a hint of cool aloofness. TSK, what a treasure of girl. At this moment, Ji Bai also stepped forward. Teacher Lin, I want to challenge as well. Ji Bai, a genius with potential on par with Xia Zhi, was also highly regarded, not only because of his talent, but also due to the influential Ji family backing him. Qin Mingwei widened her eyes, wondering if they had all lost their minds. The semester had just begun. Why the rush? Lin raised an eyebrow. All right, Ji-Bai quickly intertwined with Lin Wu's figure, and the entire class watched with rapt attention. Bang! 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 The two clashed, producing loud sounds that made one wince for Ji-Bai. Ji-Bai's moves were somewhat skillful, managing to hold out a bit longer. Lin Wu's pitch-black eyes flashed with a moment of fierceness, quickly vanishing as he struck with great force. In just a few moves, Ji-Bai found it increasingly difficult to keep up. Bang! The outcome was predictable. Ji-Bai lost. He lay on the cold ground, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat dropping from his face onto the floor. Jiga, how are you? Qin Mingyue felt like a worried mother. I'm fine. Ji-Bai struggled to respond, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face paling. Qin Mingyue hurriedly squatted down. Jiga, what's wrong? Ji-Bai weakly waved his hand, his brows furrowed. He looked terrifying, but insisted, I'm fine. Saying this, he slowly stood up with great effort, his steps unsteady and his figure swaying. He straightened his back, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked step by step toward the healing device. Ji-Bai had lost, and the room was now eerily silent. Only Xia Zhi and Lin Jianran remained, and all eyes were focused on them, making it nearly impossible to keep a low profile. Lin Jianran felt these gazes prickling her back, frowning and in a bad mood. Don't look at me, I'm not going. The class silently withdrew their gazes. The class leader was too intimidating to expect anything from. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? The voice was clearly magnetic and charming, but to the students, it sounded like the voice of a devil, an evil demon. They were seething with resentment inside, but couldn't utter a word. No one spoke, and, after a long wait, it remained terrifyingly silent. Forget it. Lin got up, her long legs straightened and relaxed. I've booked this place, so you all can practice here. During classes, Lin will keep an eye on you. I'll occasionally come by to check. I've already revealed the answers for the final exam. If you can't pass, you'll fail and lose points. The students turned pale. Failing is one thing, but losing points too. That's too much. Totally excessive. They could only suppress their grievances in their hearts, not daring to express them. However, it seemed like Lin had quite a bit of authority, effortlessly taking over such a large training room. Chapter 114. Let me show you the human world. If you have any questions, ask Lin Wu. Understood? The class replied, understood. Very good. Lin smirked and then laid back on the chaise lounge, closing her eyes to rest. Go do what you need to do, and don't bother me. The training room was large, with over 100 students inside. It didn't feel crowded at all. Most people had their unique training methods, and those without any techniques went to the library to explore. The school had a specialized library that contained a wealth of information, essentially everything one could need. Due to the different training methods, the majority had consciously trained their techniques from a young age, but it was all theoretical. They had never faced a star beast directly and would never truly understand how terrifying a human enemy could be. But at least they were always preparing. Some students stole glances at Lin Wu, wanting to ask, but feeling hesitant. Although he was a robot, there was an inexplicable aura of intimidation surrounding him, making them reluctant to approach. Could it be Lin's mental energy affecting them? Lin Wu had been trying hard to suppress his presence so as not to intimidate the tender, weak humans in front of him. He was making an effort to be low-key. During a class, only a few students managed to muster the courage to ask Lin Wu. He was practically an encyclopedia. Although his tone was stiff, he explained things clearly, enlightening them and clearing their confusion. Those few students were overjoyed. Going to the library required points, which was a painful expense, but here they had someone to explain things, which felt too good to be true. Only Lin Wu himself knew that he, a mighty figure who could summon storms, was now stuck here teaching students, feeling quite aggrieved. He had clearly only come to report on a task. So how did it turn into this? A class quickly passed, and once all the students had left, Lin Wu approached Lin, lowering his brows and speaking respectfully. Master, do you really want me to stay here? Lin raised her eyelids. How is it over there? Temporarily stable. No major issues. Lin Wu didn't quite understand. It was one thing for his master to want to stay on the main star, considering it was his hometown, but to abandon a grand career to teach at a small school? What was his master thinking? Lin replied, squinting her peach blossom eyes and smiling sweetly. Let me show you the colorful world of humans. Lin Wu. No, I don't want to. Lu AI was preoccupied all day with a new mech, and coincidentally, the big shot from the materials sector, Elder Yuan, was also on board his star. So he sought him out. About what you mentioned. Elder Yuan's tone was low, and after a long silence, he said, I'm afraid I can't manage it either. Lu AI was anxious, pacing back and forth. Is there really no way? Elder Yuan stroked his graying beard, considering. You and I are both masters. If I can't solve this, perhaps the 5 from the Academy of Sciences can. I know that. Lu AI sat down, his trench coat creating a slight breeze. But those 5 are not people I can just meet at will, and even if I do meet them, they might not help. Elder Yuan glanced at the bone ring on Lu AI's hand, his expression meaningful. You can't meet them? Then what is this in your hand? The bone ring was made by the master Cang Liang, with Cang Liang engraved on the side. Don't think just because he's old, he's blind. It's a long story. Lu AI sighed at this. He too was puzzled, wondering if that day the big shot just happened to take a liking to him. Chapter 115. Cang Liang. He had placed an order at the store of Master Cang Liang on the Star Network, holding onto a glimmer of hope that perhaps the big shot had accidentally clicked on it. He lowered his head and opened the terminal, logging into his Star Network account. It had been a while since he last logged in. I also tried to contact Master Cang Liang, but it was like he vanished. Couldn't he get in touch? Lu AI shook his head, realizing this line of inquiry was not going to work. Elder Yuan took a sip of tea, saying, the boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. There will be a way. At their level, the pursuit of mastery was naturally higher. It was also a lonely path. Only through step-by-step exploration can one advance, albeit with difficulty. Lu AI logged into his StarNet account, and suddenly a message popped up. He paused, thinking it was junk mail, and was about to delete it impatiently. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, shocked. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. He couldn't have read it wrong, could he? Cang Liang. The loud voice of Elder Yuan startled him, and he took a sip of tea to calm his nerves, frowning. Don't scare this old bone of mine. I'm not like you young people. I can't handle the stress. Lu AI couldn't care less about that. He looked up, dazed. Cang Liang. Accepted my order? Elder Yuan spat out a mouthful of tea, his voice raised by tenfold. Who did you say? Lu AI carefully read the message several times, then ran to look at Cang Liang's shop, where the back end still showed that Cang Liang had indeed accepted the order. A huge surprise surged in his heart, and his hands trembled, seeing Elder Yuan's inquiry. He looked up. Serious, I said. Cang Liang accepted my order. Elder Yuan tightened his grip on the teacup, his lips parted in silence for a long time. What did you say? Can my terminal really be repaired? After Du Yinyan's terminal was rendered useless, she finally completed all her classes today and hurried out of the school gate to find a specialized terminal repair shop. Without a terminal, it's inconvenient to go anywhere. The repair technician told her that the terminal was completely scrapped and couldn't be fixed, which Du Yinyan simply didn't believe. Isn't it just a little virus? Is it that serious? The technician replied with a cold expression. It's not possible. Du Yinyan felt defeated. Why not? The technician glanced at her terminal, flipped it over, and after a long look, shook his head. I don't know who you offended, but they directly planted a very powerful virus in it. There are very few that the Interstellar Alliance can resolve. This terminal is considered scrap. You should just buy a new one. Du Yinyan blankly took back her terminal, incredulously asking, really scrapped? But the other party didn't even unlock my terminal. The technician let out a scoff. As long as there's internet, we can get in anywhere. His expression of Yuri too naive made Du Yinyan very uncomfortable. At this moment, she couldn't help but ponder. Was Xia Zhi really that powerful? Every time she saw her acting nonchalant, Du Yinyan wondered, what right does she have? Jealousy indeed makes one ugly. And she was sinking deeper. She bit her lip. Are they hackers? Isn't that obvious? The technician's expression was very cool, looking at her with pity. It seems some hacker accidentally messed up and targeted the wrong person. You poor thing, you've suffered. Du Yinyan opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. Was that person really that powerful? She didn't want to continue this topic. How much does it cost to buy a new terminal? Chapter 116. Reorder. The technician paused, sizing her up. 10,000 credit points, and you can pay in installments. She gasped so much. She only knew that every person received a brand new terminal from the Alliance government at birth, which was a benefit for every member of the Alliance. For ordinary people, a terminal could last a lifetime unless there were special accidents. The materials and performance of the terminal are top-notch, even if an old version is phased out. You can exchange it for a new one at a dedicated service point. So, many people don't cherish free things and don't realize how expensive terminals actually are. Buy it or not. If you don't, you'll always be a black household. The technician seemed indifferent to whether Du Yanyan would buy it or not. He was just making money casually. Du Yanyan's face turned red with anger, but 10,000 credit points. She had a total of only 1,000 credit points, which was her living expenses for the month. But if she didn't buy it, after hesitating for a while, she asked, "Can I pay in installments?" "How many installments?" "Up to 3 years." The technician seemed to sense her embarrassment. His tone softened a bit. Du Yanyan clenched the useless terminal in her hand. Gritted her teeth. "I'll buy it." After calculating, including interest, it would be about 300 credit points a month, which she could barely manage with frugality. Thinking of this, Du Yanyan felt a wave of frustration. Xia Zhi, could she not avoid her? Lin Jianran followed Xia Zhi to her dormitory, under the pretext of treating insomnia. "Xia Zhi, why is it only you here?" As soon as Lin Jianran entered, she found the other 2 bedrooms empty, instantly stunned. Wasn't it said that the school dormitory spaces were insufficient? What was going on? Xia Zhi paused, recalling the scene from the registration day. She casually responded with an "Make yourself comfortable. I'll go take a shower." Xia Zhi said, walking towards the bathroom. Okay. Since it was Lin Jianran's first time visiting Xia Zhi's dormitory, she felt a bit awkward. Before long, she was having more fun than anyone else. Xia Zhi showered quickly, her half-wet hair draping over her back and still dripping with water. She simply dried it with a towel and didn't care further. Lin Jianran stood up, smiling shyly. "Where are we going to do this?" Xia Zhi glanced over, her gaze softening. "Here's fine. I'll sit. Is that convenient for you?" "Kumbanian, kumbanian." Lin Jianran nodded eagerly, feeling a bit regretful not seeing Xia Zhi's bedroom. Xia Zhi leaned against the side of the sofa, holding the heavy light brain. Lin Jianran rushed over to Xia Zhi's side, trying hard to recall what her mother had said, her hands raised, moving a bit more skillfully than last time. Xia Zhi opened the light brain and logged into her StarNet account. As usual, there were countless orders, and just glancing at them felt tedious. The light brain kept beeping, and although Lin Jianran was curious, she didn't lean in, focusing intently on her actions. Xia Zhi, feeling impatient, scrolled through before opening Lu AI's order to examine it carefully. Her expression very serious. Lin Jianran's technique was indeed good, her strength just right, which also relaxed Xia Zhi's mood a bit. She stared at the light brain, quickly analyzing in her mind. Suddenly, she realized Lu AI's order didn't require material innovation with her ability. She could just mix a few materials and improve it a bit. After thinking for a moment, she sent the order back, noting reorder, price set at the level of synthetic materials. Chapter 117. Lone Eagle. The Master of Masters, seeing there was nothing more to handle. Xia Zhi planned to log out of StarNet. Suddenly, her terminal on her wrist vibrated. Xia Zhi looked down, stood up. "Wait for me a moment. I need to take a call." Lin Jianran nodded. Xia Zhi casually set the light brain aside and walked to her room. After closing the door, she took out a voice changer from her space ring and pressed to connect. "Lone Eagle, what do you want from me?" The voice from the voice changer was low and hoarse, with a hint of clarity, making it hard to distinguish between male and female. "Cang Liang, you really accepted the order?" Lone Eagle's voice sounded surprised, booming like a bell. Xia Zhi replied, "Yes, I accepted the order." Lone Eagle was also one of the 5 masters of the Alliance Academy of Sciences, specializing in potions. Unlike Cang Liang's mysterious aura, Lone Eagle, although low-key, had still been seen by some. Among the 5, the other 4 had met each other, but only Cang Liang remained the most mysterious. Like a dragon that can't be seen, always showing only his works, never his person. Lone Eagle is the leader of the 5, and his potion level could be considered the best in the Alliance. However, the 5 had never truly competed. Each person's focus was different. The Lone Eagle has been a master for over 50 years and was famous around the world in his youth. He is undoubtedly the leader among masters. The Lone Eagle is particularly curious about the recently appointed master, Cang Liang, who is extremely mysterious and appears aloof, yet is actually very approachable. Otherwise, how could a master go online to take orders? Most importantly, when he was still unknown and without power, that would be one thing. But now that he has reached the status of a master, people of such stature are usually sought after, so why would a distinguished master need to take orders online? The lone eagle has never understood Cang Liang, thinking he was just acting on a whim. But now he's taking orders again? Ah, is he short on money? Summer said casually. The lone eagle. His voice carried a hint of disappointment. For a grand master in the material world, making money should be simple. Why does he have to grind away at that little shop on the Star Network? From what he knows, Cang Liang basically only conducts transactions in that small shop. No matter how distinguished or powerful a person is, if they want Cang Liang to take an order, they must honestly place their order in that little shop. Under Cang Liang's rules, there is no distinction between rich and poor. Prices are always transparent and will not be lowered for the poor or raised for the rich. Everyone is treated equally. But he takes orders as he pleases, sometimes even accepting orders worth just a few credit points. The lone eagle genuinely admires Cang Liang. Although Cang Liang has a title at the Academy of Sciences, he does not serve the Academy. The lone eagle has invited Cang Liang to the main star several times. But Cang Liang has always declined for some inexplicable reason. I'm still young, the lone eagle. Just as he was about to say more, he heard Cang Liang's serious tone. I'm not just grinding away. I'm seriously managing it. Didn't you see it's already 10 stars? The lone eagle. Yes. The highest rating for a Star Network shop is 10 stars. You're amazing. On the other side, Lu AI was happily humming a tune while walking. He opened his terminal, ready to log into his Star Network account again to check the order he had received. He couldn't help but feel proud. Suddenly, when he logged in, a notification sound rang, and Lu AI had an inexplicable bad premonition. He opened the message from that day and found, damn, the order was actually returned. Chapter 118. Shocked, Cang Liang is still in school? He froze, his good mood completely shattered. He didn't even notice the note attached to the returned order. He immediately opened the chat page with his friend Cang Liang, bombarding him with questions. Oh, master, why did you return my order? Master, are you there? Big shot? Lin Jianran was sitting on the sofa, bored, playing with her terminal, while next to her was Xia's light brain. Suddenly, the light brain on one side began to beep incessantly like thunder. Lin Jianran was startled and stood up, then realized it was Xia's light brain making noise. She politely knocked on Xia Zhi's bedroom door. Xia, your light brain just received a lot of messages. Inside the room, Xia Zhi paused, not taking off his voice changer. You should check it out and clear the back end. He remembered not logging out of his Star Network account before coming in. It was either orders or spam. It was annoying. Lin Jianran said okay and turned to walk a few steps, suddenly stopping. Wait a minute. How come the voice that just replied to her was a male voice? She shook her head, thinking she was overreacting. How could it possibly be a male voice? She walked towards the light brain, her eyes fixed on the screen. Cang Liang, you actually have a hidden beauty? The lone eagle's voice carried a hint of teasing. Xia Zhi paused for a moment and spoke very seriously. Lone eagle, don't say such things. It's not good for Lin's reputation. On the other side, the lone eagle frowned, half jokingly. Lin? What? Call her a classmate means she's still in school. Xia Zhi replied with a hum, not denying it. The lone eagle casually mentioned it, not expecting Cang Liang to actually admit it. He actually admitted it? Cang Liang is still in school. This is shocking news. On the other side, it sounded like something had fallen to the ground, rustling. The lone eagle seemed to regain his voice. Are you serious? Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow. His tone relaxed. You really don't believe it? The lone eagle genuinely couldn't believe it. At the age of being in school, the oldest should be around 20, right? A 20-something master? Sorry. The lone eagle really couldn't imagine that. What kind of extraordinary person could reach the pinnacle at such a young age? Perhaps they had to start from the womb. After holding back for a long time, the lone eagle couldn't digest this fact and asked another question. Which school are you at? Guess? Xia Zhi replied. The lone eagle. You think I can't guess? Is it Kino Military Academy? He guessed. No, not. The lone eagle frowned, surprised that someone with Cang Liang's exceptional talent was not in the top military academy of the Alliance. You'll know later, Xia Zhi said. All right. The lone eagle suppressed his doubts. He could take his time with the fact that Cang Liang was still a student. By the way, when will you come to the Academy of Sciences? The lone eagle felt slightly anxious, his heart slightly lifted. Wait a bit. Wait a bit. The lone eagle's voice rose slightly. He felt bitter. This wait would be several years. If not, that's fine too. Xia Zhi was really quite casual. On the other side, the lone eagle took a few deep breaths, resigned. Cang Liang, you're always welcome here. Xia Zhi smiled. The tone of the voice changed her particularly charming. I know. Lin Jianran picked up Xia Zhi's heavy light brain and slid her hands over the projected screen. She noticed that Xia's online name was Cang Liang. She remembered the ring on her finger and instinctively touched it. Cang Liang. Sounds so familiar. It feels like she has seen it somewhere before. Chapter 119. 10-star shop. She shook her head. The screen of the light brain displayed a message sent by someone with the online name Lu AI. The more she looked, the more her brows furrowed. Wait, what are these things? Two characters stood out, quite eye-catching. Master. Master? Lin Jinran's expression turned serious, deep in thought. It seemed like something flashed through her mind, but she couldn't catch it. Whatever, Xia said to clear the orders and spam. Xia should have opened shop on the Star Network, Lin Jianran thought. She should go support it when she has time. She saw that Lu AI had sent more than 10 messages. Who sends more than 10 messages for no reason? She didn't read them all, just skimmed through a few. It was just some flattery, which Lin Jianran looked at with disdain. Her fingers moved quickly, and without thinking, she cleared everything with one click. She checked the back end and saw many order messages, all related to materials. She was surprised. Xia also knew about materials? She heard that Lu Shiqi was a big talent in the materials field. She wondered if Xia could surpass him. No, Xia would definitely surpass him. While thinking, her hands didn't stop, clearing everything. There wasn't much information, just one person's, but the number of orders was quite large. Lin Jianran secretly clicked her tongue. There must be several hundred, if not thousands, right? It seems Xia's shop is really popular. She accidentally caught a glimpse and gasped, my God, 10 stars. Even if Lin Jianran didn't know much, she knew what 10 stars meant. It's maxed out. She heard that there were fewer than 100 10-star shops across the entire Star Network. Although Lin Jianran was very curious and felt like she was itching to know more, she politely decided not to click any further and would wait for Xia to come out to ask. She took a quick glance and found it was almost done. So she set the old light brain aside, waiting for Xia Zhi to come out. Master Luai, weit, Luai. Lin Jianran's eyes widened in shock. Could it be what she thought? Master Lu AI? The famous mecha manufacturer in the galaxy? She was momentarily taken aback, frowning and thinking carefully. How could that be? Master Lu AI couldn't possibly have such a sycophantic tone. She didn't believe it. After all, that was Master Lu. Lin Jianran thought for a moment. Maybe it was just someone using the same username. At that moment, Xia Zhi just happened to come out, her delicate brows lowered, making it hard to read her expression. Lin Jianran looked up and said, someone just sent you a private message. I deleted more than 10 messages that looked like spam, and there are many orders in the shop's backend. I've cleared them all as well. If Lu AI knew that what he sent out was defined as spam, she wondered what he would think. Xia Zhi didn't seem to care, nodded, and sat back in her original position. Lin Jianran got up, bouncing to the back, and skillfully started pressing buttons. All right, Xia, did you open shop on the StarNet? I saw that the orders in the back end were all about materials. Do you handle materials? Xia Zhi logged out of her StarNet account and turned off the light brain, the pressure on both sides of her temples making her feel relatively comfortable. It was her way of making a living. Lin Jianran instantly understood. She knew Xia Zhi was born on a lower-class cultural planet, so her family situation must not be good. Suddenly feeling a bit heartbroken, she put more effort into her work. She had studied Xia Zhi's insomnia. Although she wasn't very knowledgeable about medicine, the Lin family had some experience in it. Xia Zhi's insomnia seemed to be caused by prolonged mental stress and then excessive physical fatigue over time. Chapter 120. Lu AI, is there even a body of iron couldn't withstand such torment? Lin Jianran's gaze inadvertently swept to the old light brain, and suddenly everything made sense. The messages sent out felt like stones sinking into the sea, with no response at all. Lu AI was anxious, scratching his head, feeling disheartened on the street. He took off his sunglasses and sighed lightly. It was hard to finally have a lead, only to return to square one. The Desolate Master. What is this? Lu AI couldn't believe it. The Desolate Master had always had professional ethics, and he had never heard of an accepted order being returned. He reopened the terminal, logged into the StarNet, and carefully reviewed the messages from that day. When his eyes landed on the remarks section, his expression was like this. Shocked. The reason for the return was actually like this. Lu AI felt a huge emotional roller coaster. The heart that had been tightly wounded now had a sense of relief. Suddenly, a wave of heart palpitations surged. Lu AI frowned. His feeling was eerily similar to a sudden jolt in his heart. Lu AI is there. In an instant, a few blonde, blue-eyed men surged out from behind, quickly rushing towards Lu AI. Not good. Two words popped into Lu AI's mind, and he immediately pulled out a modified maglev car from his ring, jumped in, and floored the accelerator, zooming away quickly. Damn, that group from the Empire was really relentless. They actually chased him all the way here. Shout AI, lock onto that group behind us. If they catch up, hit them hard. He squinted, his eyes fierce. Received. The smart system in the maglev car activated, targeting the enemies behind. The group of blonde, blue-eyed men reacted quickly. He ran again. Chase. They took out two maglev cars and got in. To maintain order in the city, absolutely no gunfire was allowed. There were professional land patrol robots in the city, and anyone who dared to break the rules would face the harshest punishment. The maglev cars had no offensive weapons, but Lu AI's modified maglev car did. That group of Imperial people trailing behind him also had weapons. However, in the Alliance's territory, no matter how arrogant the Imperial people were, they wouldn't dare to open fire in the city. They could only follow closely behind. The maglev car in front was very fast, constantly weaving between buildings, specifically looking for gaps to slip through. This made it very difficult for the pursuing maglev cars to catch up. Taking advantage of a moment, Lu AI pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and with a carefree demeanor, thought, "Want to chase me? You better look at whether you can catch up to me." Lu Di. Life at school passed quickly. After getting used to campus life, Lin Jiran had two favorite places. One was the school cafeteria, and the other was the training room. The former was a paradise for food diversity, and for a foodie like Lin Jiran, it was simply heavenly. The latter, that pighead Lu Shiqi, liked to sneak into the combat class for no reason, and even dared to send Xia Zhi flirtatious glances, which was simply intolerable. Only the training room was the domain of Class 1. The rich young Master Lin was very generous, and only student from Class 1 could use it. As the real instructor guiding the students, Lin Wu was now respectfully called Teacher Wu. The students had no prejudice against robots, especially since they always thought that Lin the Demon King was operating behind the scenes. Who dared not be obedient? Points would be deducted. Chapter 121. Lin Jiran's favorite braised pork ribs. There was no sign of Lu Shiqi in the training room. This guy seemed to have nothing to do every day, as if he didn't need to attend classes at all. Whenever Lu Shiqi tried to step into the training room, he would be easily tossed out by Lin Wu by the back of his collar, landing flat on his face. Requesting the area of psychological shadow Lu Shiqi experienced while being watched at this moment. Lin Jiran dragged Xia Zhi to sprint towards the cafeteria. Xia Zhi was truly being pulled along. Only this little girl had the guts to do so. No time left, my braised pork ribs. Lin Jiran rushed to the second floor, stretched her neck to peek at the queue situation ahead, and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I made it. She happily stood in line, while Xia Zhi stood lazily behind her, half closing her eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly, exuding a lazy aura. Very relaxed. Unlike Lin Jiran's passion for food, Xia Zhi had little interest. It was just that ever since she learned that the school cafeteria had natural food supplies, she arrived at the battlefield on time every day without delay. That's right. To provide a better living environment for students on campus, the school invested heavily, selling natural food on the second floor of the cafeteria for both lunch and dinner daily. With only 1,000 portions available. Generally, the Alliance Military School lasts for 5 years, so there are at least over 50,000 students across 5 grades. With so many people, only 1,000 portions of natural food were available, leading to a supply shortage. Of course, while the natural food supply by the school was several times cheaper than outside, the cost price was there, and the school couldn't afford to lose too much. Generally, Lin Jianran's favorite braised pork ribs cost 10 points per serving, totaling 20 points per day. Eating it every day, the points she earned from competitions would run out in less than 2 months. It was truly a joy to eat every day, but the pain of running low on points. The queue time was very short. While 10 points didn't sound expensive, not everyone could afford to eat it every day. Senior students were fine, but freshmen were truly miserable, basically living hand to mouth. Not to mention the points. During the last competition, Fong Su Dong caused some freshmen to even be in debt. It was a tough situation. Points could be earned not only on campus, but also at the annual Star Net Mecha competition. The participants of the Star Net Mecha competition were teenagers under 30 from the entire alliance, regardless of whether they were in school. As long as they had a mecha dream and met the age requirement, they could participate. The final competition rewards can be points or credit points. Students generally choose points, while workers usually opt for credit points. Finally, it was Lin Jianran's turn. Before the service robot could speak, she quickly said, "I want 2 portions of braised pork ribs." The braised pork ribs inside were bright red, with a unique aroma that wafted everywhere. Just looking at them made one's appetite surge. To add a touch of life, the service robot had the face of a cafeteria ant, wearing an apron, but its voice was devoid of any emotion. "Classmate, each person is limited to 1 portion. Ah, fine. Today's attempt to snag a deal has failed again." Lin Jianran reluctantly withdrew her gaze, pouting, "Then just 1 portion of braised pork ribs, and make sure to give me more rice." The service robot swiftly scooped the food, its movements quick and precise. In less than 3 seconds, a portion of braised pork ribs with rice was ready. The glossy red ribs lay on top of the natural rice, adorned with the vibrant color of the braised pork ribs. It was calculated perfectly, not one bit more or less. Lin Jianran took it and inhaled deeply. So fragrant. New book, Zombie Puppy, He Not Obedient, Chapter 122. Yin Ting. "She looks like your sister classmate. Please pay 10 points. Thank you." Lin Jianran scanned her card to pay, stepping aside. The service robot, smiling like an ant, asked classmate, "What would you like to eat?" Xia Zhi lifted her eyelids slightly. Braised pork ribs. She had no particular demands for food. Most of the time, she ordered whatever Lin Jianran was eating. In 3 seconds, another portion of braised pork ribs was ready. Xia Zhi slowly took it and was about to pay. Lin Jianran was quick and paid before her. Xia Zhi glanced at her, raising her eyebrows slightly. "Aha, Xia. Let's find a spot to sit down." Xia Zhi didn't say much, keeping her head lowered, looking very cool. Cafeteria 1 and 2 were mostly frequented by students from average backgrounds, while Cafeteria 3 was high-end and classy. As long as you had money, you could eat whatever you wanted, specifically prepared for the rich kids. Lin Jianran knew that Xia Zhi didn't like crowds, so she deliberately chose a quiet spot to sit down. As usual, the two sat facing each other. Xia Zhi casually picked at her rice with her chopsticks, eating very slowly. Lin Jianran, on the other hand, started eating quickly, devouring half her meal in no time. Although she looked thin and small, her appetite was surprisingly large. "Yin Ting, let us sit over there." Tang Rizhao nudged Cheng Yin Ting, pointing to a corner on the right where 2 girls were sitting. From their direction, they could see one girl with a striking presence. Even though her face wasn't clear, she was particularly eye-catching. Cheng Yin Ting wasn't very interested. He'd seen plenty of beauties and knew that Tang Rizhao had poor taste, probably just another frightening creature. "Hey look, she really is quite nice. I would lie to you." Cheng Yin Ting rolled his eyes at him. "You said that last time, and the time before that too." Tang Rizhao looked again to the right, clicked his tongue. "Hey, I'm not kidding. That girl reminds me of your sister." Tang Rizhao only thought she looked similar. After all, boys like Cheng Yin Ting, from wealthy families, usually ate in Cafeteria 3 and only occasionally came to Cafeteria 2 to experience life. As Cheng Yin Ting's sister, even if not biological, the reputation of a rich family was particularly important, so she wouldn't be eating in Cafeteria 1 or 2. Thus, Tang Rizhao only thought it was a coincidence and wouldn't consider that they were the same person. Cheng Yin Ting scoffed, "Don't act like everyone is my sister." "Okay, does she even qualify?" Saying this, he still glanced to the right. Upon seeing, it was unbelievable. Cheng Yun-ting exclaimed, "Damn, Xia Zhi." He recognized her even if she turned to ashes. Tang Rizhao was stunned, muttering, "But you just said..." Before he could finish, Cheng Yun-ting dashed over like a gust of wind. Cheng Yun-ting. Tang Rizhao, holding his meal, was exasperated but eventually followed. Xia Zhi bit into a piece of pork rib, looking indifferent. Her eyelashes were long, curled, and thick, her dark pupils deep and serene, devoid of warmth, cold and sinister. "Sister Zhi, what a coincidence, you're here too." Cheng Yun-ting ran over and stopped in front of Xia Zhi, smiling joyfully. Xia Zhi glanced at him, not responding. Tang Rizhao followed closely, and upon seeing it, his eyes widened in shock. Holy crap. Level 13, Rookie King. It really was Cheng Yun-ting's sister. Chapter 123. Don't make unnecessary connections. Lin Jianran had also finished most of her meal when suddenly a guy appeared with a tray. Greeting Xia Zhi in such a familiar manner made her frown. Seeing that Xia Zhi didn't respond at all, she cautiously spoke. "Who are you? We don't know you." Cheng Yun-ting looked Lin Jianran up and down. She was dressed quite ordinarily, appeared petite, and had bright, expressive eyes. But nothing else stood out. Just an ordinary, cute girl. Cheng Yun-ting lost interest and turned his gaze away, while Tang Rizhao, grinning, greeted Lin Jianran. "You guys must be freshmen, right? I'm a sophomore, you're senior." Although Lin Jianran usually acted carefree, she was very shrewd at critical moments. She looked up at the two of them. Although they were decent-looking, their intentions were clearly not pure. Xia Zhi remained cold, eating slowly. "We don't know you." Lin Jianran squinted her eyes, her tone quite heavy. The meaning was clear. They weren't welcome here. Cheng Yun-ting directly set his plate down and sat beside her. "Sister, why don't you speak?" Xia Zhi continued chewing on the pork rib, too busy to reply. Lin Jianran frowned. Her impression of Cheng Yun-ting soured immediately. Being handsome didn't give him the right to be so shameless. "Xia isn't your sister. Don't make unnecessary connections." She had heard Xia Zhi mention her family, and there was no mention of a brother, so it seemed this guy, her fists tightened under the table. "How is she not?" Cheng Yun-ting raised an eyebrow. "Her biological dad is my dad. How can she not be my sister?" Lin Jianran opened her mouth. The other party looked very sincere, not at all like someone lying. At that moment, Xia Zhi finished her last bite of rice, wiped her mouth with a tissue, smiled lightly, her gaze carrying a hint of chill. "What brother? She has no blood relation to me at all, so don't make unnecessary connections. I can't afford it." Instantly, Cheng Yun-ting's expression turned awkward. She actually returned his words, unchanged. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have acted so hastily. Regret. So much regret. The other two only understood the literal meaning. Lin Jianran looked at them meaningfully, dragging her tone. "Oh, so that is how it is. Senior, how can you make unnecessary connections?" "Sorry, we're not familiar." Tang Rizhao felt awkward too, standing by, scratching his nose. Unexpectedly, their relationship was so complicated. "Big boss." Lin Jianran paused. Upon hearing that voice, she knew it was Lu Shiqi. Ah, so annoying, so annoying, so annoying. She turned sharply, and sure enough, Lu Shiqi came running over with a tray. At first, she thought Lu Shiqi had ulterior motives towards Xia Zhi, but later, aside from being annoyingly persistent every day and trying to do every task, he didn't do anything else. But now, she just wanted to know what he was up to. What was he thinking? "Big boss, I knew you'd be here." Lu Shiqi sat down beside Lin Jianran without saying a word, looking at the big boss Xia with a grin. Summer Zhi was preparing to leave. She responded with a sound. Her attitude was worlds apart from how she treated Cheng Yun-ting. Lu Shiqi's attention was entirely on Summer Zhi, and only after sitting down did he realize there seemed to be someone next to the big shot. He looked up and was stunned. Brother Yun-ting, you're here too?" He glanced at Cheng Yun-ting and then at Summer Zhi. "What's going on here?" Chapter 124. Don't dirty my lungs. Cheng Yun-ting was quite surprised as well. How come his sister was surrounded by people from the four major families? Even his cousin Ji seemed to hold her in high regard. With a serious expression, he said, "I'm her brother. I want to ask how this materials genius ended up here." Lu Shiqi looked astonished. "What? You're the big shot's brother?" "Brother Yun-ting. Don't lie to me. I've known you for over 10 years, and I've never heard you mention a sister." After a moment's thought, he seemed to remember someone. Frowning, I do know that your stepdad has a not-so-great daughter. I've heard she was a slacker since childhood, couldn't even get into college, and has been a country bumpkin on a remote planet for over 10 years. Speaking of which, I haven't heard anything about your stepdad's daughter lately. Where has she gone? As soon as he looked up, he noticed Brother Yunting's expression had turned as dark as coal. Huh? Lu Shiqi was bewildered. Silence fell. Unusually no one spoke. Summer Ji squinted her beautiful almond eyes, half smiling. She's right in front of you. What does that mean? Lu Shiqi furrowed his brow even tighter. What do the big shot mean by that? Something fell off, very off. Lu Shiqi struggled to think, feeling like he had forgotten something. Suddenly, he looked up shocked. Wait, sister? Big shot? She's your stepdad's daughter? He saw Cang Liang with a dark expression, slowly nodding his head. Lu Shiqi. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He murmured to Cang Liang, your stepdad's daughter. That's quite an exaggeration. Isn't it? The big shot can't get into college? What about Ryan Military Academy? The big shot is uneducated? A level 13 rookie king. A materials talent favored by old Yuan. The big shot is still a country bumpkin? He didn't dare say that out loud. Cang Liang remained silent, thinking about Summer Ji's current situation, suddenly feeling that his usually elegant and easygoing stepdad seemed to have a significant issue with Summer Ji. Why? It's just a divorce. She is still his biological daughter. Faced with Lu Shiqi's questions, Cang Liang felt too frustrated to explain. He opened his mouth but ended up saying nothing. Originally, he had come to see Summer Ji to inquire about Master Lu's news. He didn't have Summer Ji's contact number and hadn't thought much of it at the time, resulting in him being unable to find Summer Ji even though they were in the same school. He heard that a highly regarded instructor had joined class 1 of the level 13 combat department, but apart from knowing the surname, he didn't know the name. This instructor was reckless, ignoring the class schedule entirely, making life difficult for other teachers. If it weren't for the chance encounter today, he would have found Summer Ji at all. Xia, she really is your sister, huh? But I don't care for you as a brother. Huh? Lin Jianran finally understood the origin of this sister. They were going too far. She could imagine how helpless Summer Xia must have felt when she first arrived at Badness Star, especially since her mother had just passed away. Unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Let's go. I don't want to breathe the same air as this group of people. It's just dirtying my lungs. Lin Jianran picked up her empty plate and angrily got up to leave. Summer Ji slowly stood up, holding her plate, ignoring the few people, and just walked away. Seeing this, Lu Shiqi quickly shoveled a few bites of food and said, Brother Yunting, I'm done eating. You all enjoy. Before he finished speaking, he had already run far away. Chapter 125. The Star Network Met competition is about to begin. Big shot. Wait for me. Tang Rizhao, who had watched a great show. Cang Liang stood in place, momentarily lost in thought. Another training class had begun, and there were two most idle people in the class. One was lazily lying on a chaise lounge, eyes closed, relaxed and casual, exuding an impressive aura. The other was sitting in a small corner, an old light brain resting on her long legs, head down, with extremely pale skin, her rosy lips pressed together, looking serious. The students of Class 1 saw this and didn't dare to say a word. Lin Mo Wang, too intimidating. Class leader Xia, even more intimidating. Both were figures that couldn't be provoked. Strangely, the two shared a similar aura, but one was more noble and the other more devilish. Halfway through the class, young Master Lin finally opened his eyes. Perhaps it was because he had just woken up. His eyes were hazy, his eyelashes fluttering, a hint of aloofness in his gaze. His voice low and slightly alluring, extremely pleasant to the ear. Gather. The students of Class 1 immediately stopped what they were doing. Even those in the healing apparatus scrambled to get out. Soon, about 100 students stood neatly in place, except for one person, who seemed not to have heard the command. In the dim light of the small corner, the girl's face was cold and indistinct. Young Master Lin merely glanced at her and said nothing, retracting his gaze. This reckless indulgence made the students of Class 1 feel envious. The registration period for the Star Network Met competition had arrived. Those interested could sign up. As soon as this was announced, the students were incredibly excited, their eyes shining with green light. The quiet training room suddenly became lively, filled with chatter. The Star Network Met competition was something every citizen of the Alliance aspired to. Who would want to achieve fame in one go? However, speaking of the Star Network Met competition, there was one person who had dominated the top spot for 5 years, whose strength was truly exceptional, the big shot every young person in the Alliance aspired to surpass. For 5 years, he had been the first in the individual Star Network Met competition. A single letter, Z, that felt so far away. The students of Class 1 didn't even dare to dream about it. Just making it into the top 1,000 would be an ideal achievement. It's important to note that the participants number in the millions. With 36 stars in the Alliance, each star surrounded by countless planets, some planets are desolate, not even visited by star beasts, while others have billions of humans. Having only a few million participants in the Star Network Met competition is already considered very few. However, compared to university students, social youths have requirements to participate in the Star Network Met competition. The abilities of social youths vary widely, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, there will be screenings and eliminations in various places before the actual competition begins. This means that social workers can participate in the Star Network Met competition, and their potential shouldn't be too bad. The Alliance Comprehensive University is different from military schools. Students from comprehensive universities have a limited number of spots to participate in the competition, while for military schools, can combat students who get into military schools be questioned? They are the most special group, with no screenings, no eliminations, and no limited spots. These are the students of military academies, favored by the Alliance. Every combat student at Ryan Military Academy can participate. The school organizes a unified registration. Those wishing to participate should sign up with the class leader. Dismissed, Lin Jianran. Come out for a moment. Young Master Lin was very concise, simply stating the matter and not wasting any words. Chapter 126. Who is so willful you might not believe this, but the class of talented combat students only has one class officer, and that is class leader Xia. Others in the class, including the class officer Lin Degongzi, found it troublesome and simply withdrew. The first class students, the student Lin, who was called out, felt a bit timid and secretly glanced at Xia Zhi not far away. What did Lin Mo Wang call her for? With a nervous heart, she stepped out from the crowd, clutching her clothes, and asked, Lin Mo, Teacher Lin, did you call me for something? She was so scared that she almost shouted out loud and ruined everything. Lin Jianran maintained a serious expression. Lin also cast her a faint glance, his eyes squinting. Go tell the class representative to register the list of participants and report back to me later. Huh? Lin Jianran questioned, Teacher Lin, wouldn't it be better if you said it yourself? Besides, isn't Xia right there? Lin Degongzi chuckled lightly. TSK, this girl is too guarded. Only Lin Jianran in front of her can catch her eye. Lin Jianran stared blankly at Lin Degongzi's smiling face, thinking it was too unfair to be so good-looking. Just like Xia. Lin also darkened his gaze slightly, raising an eyebrow without speaking. Lin Jianran was so frightened that she quickly retracted her gaze, not daring to ask further. I'll go right now. Damn, Lin Mo Wang is indeed still Lin Mo Wang. That look is chilling. Lin Jianran acted like a messenger and dashed over, stopping in front of Xia Zhi. Xia. Teacher Lin asked me to tell you to register the list of participants and report the list to him later. Xia Zhi looked up and lightly responded. Have them come over and read their names. Okay. Lin Jianran turned around and repeated the request to them. One by one, students came over to register, but why was the class representative still playing with a light brain over there? She had her eyes half lowered, showing no expression. Class representative, I'm called XXX. I want to register. I'm called. The students in the first class were very proactive, and soon everyone had registered. Lin Jianran was left dumbfounded. Xia, aren't you going to register? Everyone is signed up. How will you remember who is who? Xia Zhi raised her gaze, her tone quite indifferent. I know. Lin Jianran. No, that is not what I meant. Xia Zhi had just completed the previous task, her slender fingers gliding a few times, and Lin Jianran stole a glance, realizing it was the names of the students who had just come to register. She widened her eyes in shock. You remembered them all? No way. It had been at least 10 minutes. The longer the time, the shorter people's memories become. After all that, she only remembered the last 10 or so names. but Xia actually remembered all of them. Lin Jianran was stunned. In no time, a list was completed, and Xia Zhi directly found Lin Yi's contact number and sent over the list. She then put away her light brain, stood up gracefully, her legs long and straight. "I'm leaving," she explained. After receiving Lu Ai's order, she started to get busy again. After tentatively determining the plan, the next step was to select materials. Precious materials were basically unavailable online, so she thought it would be good to find old yuan when she had time. As she passed Lin Yi, he called out to her, "Wait." Xia Zhi stopped, tilting her head to look at him. Lin Yi walked over, his gaze catching a glimpse of her slightly trembling long eyelashes, smiling. There were 107 students in the class, but only 106 registered. We're missing one. Who do you think is so willful? Chapter 127. Then go ahead and register. Xia Zhi continued to look at him, remaining silent. Lin Yi continued, "Tell me, why didn't you register?" Xia Zhi pursed her lips, her eyes slightly cool. "Why should I register?" "Because you're the only one in the class who hasn't registered," he said seriously. Xia Zhi was momentarily silent, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, hesitating. Then, should I just register? She hadn't really thought about whether to participate or not. Anyway, she retracted her thoughts, since Lin Gongzi said to register. "Then let us register." Lin Yi nodded, adding her name to the list. "The competition starts in a week. Don't forget the time." "Oh," she replied, and was about to head outside. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "The little girl is quite bold. I'll let it slide. Still, I have to ask, where are you going?" Xia Zhi thought for a moment. "To the materials department." "Just some matters." She didn't explain much. Lin Yi waved his hand. "Do as you please. If there is something you can't solve, come find me, understood?" Xia Zhi nodded and then openly skipped class. The students in the first class watched with envy. Materials Department Dean's office. "Old Yuan, you don't need to say much. It won't help no matter how many questions you ask." Old Yuan sat in his office chair, his expression serious. "Fong Sudong. Why is this old man so stubborn?" Fong Sudong irritably scratched his head. "Even if you don't tell me who it is, at least relay a message for me. It's been 2 years. Old Yuan was quite annoyed to see Fong Sudong. These businessmen only cared about immediate benefits. If it weren't for him being from the Fong family of the main star, he wouldn't even want to let him in the door. Old Yuan's cold expression. "I've said countless times, I promised the other party to keep it confidential. Don't think you can get even a hint out of me." Fong Sudong frowned. "It's not. I understand you want to protect her, but I spent 2 years on this. There's an old saying that goes, 3 visits to the thatched cottage. I don't know how many times I've come." Fong Sudong had gone to great lengths for this new material, visiting sincerely every time. Yet this old man was so stubborn he wouldn't reveal a single word. He was puzzled about who could make this old man so unyielding. "Principal Fong, I made it clear beforehand. Besides, the other party isn't someone I could just contact." Old Yuan said seriously. "The person is clearly already in the school." Fong Sudong, with a bitter face, thought, "Great, another failure." Just as he stood up to leave, there was a knock on the office door. The voice that came was clear and pleasant, like jade stones clashing. "Old Yuan, it's Xia Zhi." Upon hearing this, both of them reacted differently. Old Yuan was visibly excited. The sound of his office chair being pushed back was heard. Come in. His expression changed completely from before, leaving Fong Sudong stunned. And then he furrowed his brows. "Xia Zhi, that pretty girl?" After receiving a response from inside, Xia Zhi walked in with her long legs. And upon seeing Fong Sudong, she greeted him, "Principal Fong." Fong Sudong immediately smiled. "Hey, it's you." Xia Zhi nodded, looking at Old Yuan with a calm expression but a polite tone. "I came to find you for something. I wonder if it's convenient." Convenient. "Come, sit here, Xia." Old Yuan's face was all smiles. Fong Sudong. Could it be that Old Yuan has been replaced? Otherwise, how could he see such a high-ranking master in the materials field being so courteous? Chapter 128. I'll help you snag a mentor back. Old Yuan directly ignored Fong Sudong. Looking at Xia Zhi with a gentle tone, "What brings you here?" Ever since Xia Zhi rejected him last time, the two hadn't really kept in touch. Mainly, he had been waiting for news from that Lu Shiqi kid, but he didn't expect to wait so long with no response. He looked at the exquisite girl in front of him, wondering if she had come around. Thinking of this, Old Yuan smiled even more broadly. Fong Sudong had initially planned to leave, but seeing the old man smile so insidiously, he thickened his face and decided to stay. You need to keep an eye on the old man for Lin Yi, right? By the way, I casually sent a message to young Master Lin Yi. Guess who I saw in old Yuan's office? After sending the message, I waited for a while but didn't receive a reply. If it were someone else, they wouldn't understand young Master Lin, but as someone who grew up playing with him, Fong Sudong knew he had definitely seen it. He was just bored and too lazy to reply. He chuckled to himself, then sent a second message. I saw that pretty sister, especially. Old Yuan was smiling too. TSK. After sending it, he felt relieved. That old man had tormented him all day, and he couldn't handle it. But Lin Yi had his ways. Lin Yi's eyes darkened, a pitch-black hue in them. Suddenly, he stood up and strode outside with his long, straight legs. Behind him, a student shouted, "Teacher Lin, where are you going?" Lin Yi turned his head, his peach blossom eyes slightly squinted, smiling casually. "Going to bring back a teacher's wife for you. A class of students." No way. The Demon King is already scary enough. If another tigress shows up, will they still have a life to live? Lin Yi was just joking. He kept a serious expression. "You all pay attention in class. Lin will be here soon. Don't think about slacking off." Our young Master Lin already had a bit of the aura of a director. The students responded in scattered voices. Some too immersed in their own worlds to notice Lin Yi had already left. Xia Zhi replied to old Yuan, "I need something and came to see if you have it." This child rarely speaks. Old Yuan immediately seized the opportunity. "What do you need? Just tell me. If I have it, I'll get it for you." Listening to this, Fong Sudong felt even more sour. He had been trying to get a good response from old Yuan for 2 years, but had never received a favorable glance. Old Yuan was too busy for Fong Sudong this time, letting him stay here for the moment. Even if Fong Sudong's long-desired person appeared right in front of him, he wouldn't even mention it, and Xia Zhi wouldn't either. Fong Sudong would be left wondering for life. No one would doubt that a newly enrolled student could reach the level of new materials 2 years ago. That level was comparable to a master level. Old Yuan also understood Xia Zhi. She definitely couldn't be bothered to say more. Xia Zhi slowly reported the material she needed, and the more old Yuan listened, the more he frowned. Some of these materials felt oddly familiar. Why do they resemble the things mentioned by Lu AI that day? However, Xia Zhi mentioned a few more types of materials. Old Yuan suppressed his doubts and changed the topic. "Among the materials you mentioned, some are used for making mecha energy shields, right?" Xia Zhi nodded slowly. "That's right." Old Yuan seemed to confirm something, then frowned again. "I have these materials, and I can gather them, but I want to know what you're using them for." Xia Zhi thought for a moment, her tone casual. "A friend of mine needs some help, so I need a few materials." Chapter 129. Digging corners this friend you mentioned wouldn't be. Old Yuan was about to speak, but realizing Fong Sudong was still there, he suddenly stopped, his words turning somewhat comical. "The one being chased by the Empire across the star system?" Fong Sudong appeared to be focused on his terminal, but he had already perked up his ears, listening intently, not missing a single detail. Seeing old Yuan's voice drop, he remained silent, trying to minimize his presence. He thought smugly, "This old man is being tight-lipped in front of me. Given the situation, he seems quite familiar with Xia Zhi. Maybe he can hear some secrets here." Xia Zhi tilted her head slightly, knowing who old Yuan was referring to. It's him. This made old Yuan even more curious. Not to mention why Xia Zhi knew Lu AI, but wasn't that kid saying he was taking a job from Master Cang Liang? How did Xia Zhi fit into this? Thinking of this, he voiced his question. Xia Zhi paused, not having thought of that angle. She pursed her lips, and after a while, she said, "It's nothing. I just want to give it a try." Ultimately, she didn't explain much. Old Yuan nodded in understanding. Young people should indeed learn more. "Well then, in a few days, I will gather these materials for you." "Thank you," Xia Zhi replied. Not that she couldn't get these materials herself, just that it was a hassle. Old Yuan looked at the delicate young girl in front of him and changed the topic. Xia. "When do you plan to come to the materials department?" "Nearby." Fong Sudong heard this and thought, "Good heavens, starting to dig corners now?" Daring to dig at young Master Lin's corner. Impressive. Not in a hurry. Xia Zhi shot him a glance, quite calm. This scene had almost played out every year for the past 2 years. Not in a hurry. Xia. I've been waiting for 2 years. How can I not be in a hurry? Fong Sudong replied. What is so good about the combat department? A bunch of big guys fighting and killing all day. The materials department is much better. Look how suitable it is for girls. You only need to go to the lab every day. Why not just transfer to the materials department today? Old Yuan stroked his beard, starting his brainwashing campaign. Ever since Lu Shiqi came by last time, he no longer mentioned Xia Zhi's talent. Before Xia Zhi could respond, Fang Sudong couldn't help but speak up. Old Yuan, that young lady is doing just fine in the combat department. It's your fault for trying to dig corners. He knew Xia Zhi had good potential and talent. But why was a master from the materials field also getting involved? Could it be that Xia Zhi not only had high potential, but also decent talent in materials? Fang Sudong furrowed his brows. No matter what, she had to stay intact in the combat department. Otherwise, how could he face young Master Lin? Old Yuan immediately turned to glare at him, his beard puffing up with anger, realizing that not kicking him out earlier was the worst decision of his life. What do you know, you little brat? If he let go of a genius like Xia Zhi, he would definitely regret it more than he did now. Old Yuan was quite astute at his age. He turned to Xia Zhi and said earnestly, with your high talent in materials, the materials department is the most suitable for you. If you come over, I'll have your back. Who would dare bully you in the materials department? Who can back you up in the combat department? That wouldn't be necessary. Old Yuan, my students are naturally backed by me. Lin Yi didn't know when he leaned against the door frame, his eyes revealing a coldness, his lips curling into a subtle smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Chapter 130. Still staying in the combat department, Old Yuan was taken aback. Looking up towards the door, why is this person here? He had heard that Lin Yi was so bored that he had become a class guide in some class. But he had been torturing those students terribly. Haha, young Master Lin, what brings you here? Old Yuan stood up, his smile causing his beard to tremble slightly. Lin Yi squinted, not entering, his voice low and hoarse. I'm here to take my student back. Your student? Even Old Yuan didn't immediately react. Young Master Lin's student was obviously Xia Zhi. Old Yuan, if you're digging corners, you should at least inform young Master Lin. Fang Sudong had completely given up on the new materials matter and stood up to walk towards Lin Yi. So Xia is young Master Lin's student. Old Yuan squinted, his eyes flashing with shrewdness, speaking in an unusually humble tone. Young Master Lin, Xia's talent in materials is exceptional, truly astonishing. It would be a pity for her to stay in the combat department. I have an idea. I wonder if I should bring it up? Speak. Lin Yi's expression was devoid of emotion, yet it carried a sense of superiority, the aura of someone in power. Old Yuan felt apprehensive around Lin Yi. His words cautious. How about letting Xia transfer to the materials department? I can take her as my successor. Not to mention Fang Sudong, Lin Yi frowned. If news of Old Yuan finding a successor were to reach the main star, it would be a sensational piece of news. He was not just a master in the materials field. He was also a member of the Alliance Academy of Sciences. Otherwise, how could he dare to treat Fang Sudong's family so lightly, relying solely on his status as a master? Lin Yi walked in with long strides, found a place to sit down, and casually draped his legs, exuding a sense of nonchalance. I won't let her go, he said. Old Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he was about to speak when Lin Yi interrupted him. But if she wants to leave, I won't stop her. He smiled, his aura imposing. Even if she leaves, Class 1 of the combat department will always be her support. His meaning was clear. No matter where Xia Zhi was, she was still part Class 1, part of Lin's family. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Old Yuan's face was solemn, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. When did the famous young Master Lin start caring so much about one person? They all said he was unparalleled, yet he seemed cold and indifferent, like the thin mist that pervades early winter, vague and unclear. When he was ruthless, the world feared him greatly. Old Yuan wanted to take her away, but he had to consider the Lin family's presence. He sighed, realizing he couldn't come from Lin Xiao's side and had returned to the starting point. He understood Xia Zhi. She hated trouble the most. Whatever she created was either to reduce hassle or out of boredom. Not a single serious matter, but her talent was astonishingly high, given time. It wasn't impossible for her to become a master of her generation. Old Yuan finally looked at Xia Zhi, unwilling to give up, and asked Xia, what do you think? Xia Zhi was silent, realizing that being high profile had so many downsides. It seemed she was still too young. After thinking for a moment, she looked coldly, tilted her head, and said coolly, thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to stay in the combat department. She was already a master. Why bother with all this effort? As expected, old Yuan sighed in secret. He looked disappointed, his eyes dimmed a little. In that case, you should stay in the combat department. However, if you have any questions regarding materials, feel free to come to the materials department and find me. Xia Zhi nodded, then stood up. I'll take my leave now. Please inform me when the materials arrive. Sure. Old Yuan waved his hand. As Xia Zhi walked past Lin Yi, her almond-shaped eyes slightly raised. Are you coming? Chapter 131. Graduating from Ruyan, young Master Lin nodded with dignity. Fang Sudong, seeing there was nothing more to discuss, followed them out. Sister Xia, you also know about materials? Fang Sudong had previously thought this girl was just quite individualistic, but he didn't expect Ruyan to indeed harbor hidden talents. Not only did she have S-level potential and talent, but even old Yuan from the Academy of Sciences was vying for her to be his successor. He never thought she would refuse. TSK, not simple at all. Xia Zhi was taken aback, carefully considering how to respond. After thinking for a long time, she squinted her eyes and nonchalantly replied, Oh, I know a little. Fang Sudong pursed his lips. A little? Someone who could be taken in as a successor by old Yuan can't just know a little. He initially thought that young Master Lin was only interested in her appearance, but it turned out he had a sharp eye for talent. Fang Sudong's mind focused, realizing that young Master Lin. Why didn't you go to the materials department back then? Young Master Lin walked leisurely beside them, his figure tall, the curls on both sides carefree, exuding a sense of casual ease. Can you take something you do to pass the time? Seriously? In her eyes, this isn't something learned out of interest. It's merely a means of making a living back then. Actually, she was about to withdraw now, but the cost was too great, involving many matters that couldn't be cut off cleanly in one go. Young Master Lin lightly snorted, smiling. Isn't the combat department good? Xia Zhi smiled, but did not respond. The three of them walked side by side, and for a moment it was quiet. Xia Zhi suddenly asked Fang Sudong, Principal Fang, may I ask you something? Fang Sudong laughed. Sure, I'll answer what I can. Xia Zhi paused, her fingertips rubbing against her palm, her voice calm and indifferent. My mother studied at Ruyan. I would like to see her school records. Fang Sudong was taken aback, slightly surprised. Your mother graduated from Ruyan Military Academy too? Xia Zhi gently affirmed yes. In fact, her mother wasn't a true Blue Star native. She came from another advanced civilization planet, Helka Star. Xia's mother was sent to Blue Star for work, a planet considered remote by the public. Xia Zhi squinted her eyes, reflecting on the information she had searched over the years. She had uncovered quite a few documents, discovering that her mother conducted research in an expensive laboratory on Blue Star. What was she researching? Xia Zhi didn't know. That laboratory was very mysterious, and most documents were in paper form. The online information was useless. As a researcher, her mother's information was also classified at a national level, and it took Xia Zhi some time to discreetly learn certain things. For instance, her mother graduated from Ruyan with a major in genetic biology. Among all military schools in the Alliance, Ruyan was more militarized compared to comprehensive universities, and the work environments faced after graduation were all under the Alliance. Knowing that her mother graduated from Ruyan, she chose Ruyan. She just wanted to know what her mother had done and what the light blue liquid in her body was. This unknown mystery made Xia Zhi feel extremely restless. Some students' records were only saved in paper form, which was quite a headache for Xia Zhi. She couldn't just turn into a thief to steal them, right? Facing Fang Sudong's surprise, Xia Zhi nodded. Just as Fang Sudong was about to speak, Lin Yi interrupted him. The car is right ahead. Let's talk in the car. The three of them got into the car, which was luxurious and spacious inside, not cramped at all. Fang Sudong continued, If you want to check the records, can't you just go to the archives? If they won't let you, just mention my name. Chapter 132. Genetics. He spoke with confidence. Xia Zhi shook her head. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Xia Zhi squinted her eyes. Those classified documents that have been preserved. Fang Sudong looked astonished. Even the principal needs to jump through hoops to see those. Just the application form is a pile. The young girl looked quite small, yet she was bold. Fang Sudong's expression turned gloomy. This? Don't even mention me. Even the principal might not have the qualifications to access them. The classified documents preserved at Ruyan were undoubtedly from outstanding students who served in the Alliance's top secret work. To prevent information leaks, their records were naturally kept under strict confidentiality. Fang Sudong thought to himself that it seemed Xia Zhi's mother was quite something as well. Xia Zhi didn't hold much hope. Her gaze was downcast, making it hard to discern her expression. Lin Yi closed his eyes lazily and said, "What graduation class?" Xia Zhi answered seriously, "It should be class of 92. Major? Name? Genetics." Xia Zhi thought of her mother's terminal identity and smiled. "Xiao Wanyu." But maybe it could be a mistake. This statement made Fang Sudong look at her. Lin Yi remained relaxed and indifferent, showing no expression, just lightly replying, "All right, I'll send it to you when the time comes." Xia Zhi thanked him politely. Fang Sudong widened his eyes. This isn't just an ordinary matter. Is it too much to go all out for a beautiful girl? Young Master Lin, this is classified information. So what? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. His expression captivating. I have this confidence. Fang Sudong silently held his tongue, but his pursed lips looked less than calm. After a while, he finally spoke. Where to? Lin Yi lazily opened his eyes, glancing at the time. It's just about time for class to end. Let's first go to dormitory building 3. Is that okay? The last question was directed at Xia Zhi, who had no objections and simply nodded. Fang Sudong set the route, and the car sped away like an arrow. On the way, Fang Sudong complained, "Old Yuan is really as stubborn as a mule. It's been 2 years, and he hasn't uttered a word." Lin Yi chucked it lightly, realizing that the method was wrong, so it was naturally incomprehensible. Fang Sudong frowned. What method? Appeal to their interests. Fang Sudong, why didn't you say so earlier? Now I've completely offended someone, and there's no point in talking anymore. He sighed and shook his head, realizing it was too late to say anything now. He had already offended the person. When you came, I was helping you, but this old man is extremely petty. He will definitely remember. Fang Sudong was also in pain. After 2 years of effort, this was the outcome, and he didn't know how to explain it to his father when he returned. His elder brother and second brother didn't manage the affairs. And with so many assets in the Fang family, he felt a lot of pressure. Xia Zhi, who wasn't fond of meddling, thought for a moment that Lin Yi was indeed helping her. What do you need to see Old Yuan for? Old Yuan is a master in the materials field. There's no need to guess that you're looking for him because of materials. Fang Sudong initially wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but then he thought that Xia Zhi was the successor Old Yuan had chosen, and perhaps she really had a way. Well, in any case, it's worth a try. He spoke up. Do you know about the new material that caused a sensation in the materials field 2 years ago? Xia Zhi glanced at him and slowly replied, I know. Chapter 133. Ji Rushu's birthday. My Fang family is a powerful family on the main star, primarily engaged in the materials business. I explained a reason for looking for Old Yuan and the hardships over the past 2 years. Is that it? Xia Zhi lowered her gaze, her fingertips moving slightly, pondering for a long time how to start. Could it be to tell him that the person he was looking for was right in front of him? Xia Zhi frowned, knowing without thinking what expression the other party would have. She found it troublesome. Is that it? Fang Sudong thought she was too young to understand the significance of it all. He leaned back, appearing nonchalant. For this matter, Old Yuan has spent 2 years with me. You know his status, right? For that, this old man has remained tight-lipped, not saying a word. The maglev car was usually quite fast, and it took only a few minutes to reach the 3 dormitory buildings. Fang Sudong looked up and said, Wow, we arrived so quickly. Fang Sudong no longer looked down on Xia Zhi as he did before. After all, who would dare to underestimate someone protected by Lin Yi? Moreover, the young girl herself was quite impressive. Xia Zhi lifted her eyelids, her eyelashes fluttering, holding back her words. Xiaomei, pay attention to your response. The two spoke simultaneously, but Fang Sudong's voice was louder, overshadowing Xia Zhi's. He only saw her lips move, but didn't catch what she said. He asked again, What did you just say? It's nothing. Xia Zhi pursed her lips and got out of the car leisurely. Lin Yi said, I'll get back to you about your matter in a few days. Xia Zhi nodded politely, saying, Thank you. After the two left, she returned to her dormitory. 2 days later, Xia Zhi suddenly received a message from Ji Rushu. Xia, this weekend, I'm celebrating my 50th birthday. I wonder if you have time to come back and celebrate with Aunt Ji. Xia Zhi responded with an O, Saturday and Sunday. In the video, Ji Rushu still had her neat short hair and was smiling, clearly in good spirits. The celebration would be on Sunday evening. Okay, I got it. Ji Rushu didn't hang up the video call, and Xia Zhi looked at her. Ji Rushu hesitated for a moment, unsure how much allowance Zheng Qing gave the child each month and whether it was enough. Attending a banquet required a formal dress, and, previously, since her family only had rough boys, they hadn't considered anything for girls. Xia, should I buy you a dress? Or will you come over on Saturday, so we can get one custom-made? Xia Zhi was silent for a moment, her brows cold and irritated, not wanting to wear one. Aunt Ji, she said softly, not expecting this to be the reason. If you don't want to wear it, then don't. It was likely that she would feel very constrained in a formal dress. Since the child was unwilling, Ji Rushu also wasn't the type to force her. She asked a few concerned questions, and although Xia Zhi's expression was somewhat impatient, she answered each question. After hanging up the phone, Xia Zhi lowered her gaze. The window was open, and the wind blew in, lifting her hair and obscuring her face. The usual sharpness she concealed faded a bit. Suddenly, she looked up, her gaze sweeping over the photo frame on the desk. In it, a tall adult and a small child were laughing joyfully. The adult wore a gentle and maternal smile, while the child's smile seemed somewhat forced, yet their eyes were surprisingly obedient. Just looking from a distance, one could see their stunning beauty, captivating beyond words. Xia Zhi suddenly smiled, her fingertips lightly tapping the edge of the chair. Perhaps her heart had grown cold, as even her fingertips felt chilly. She squinted, an undeniable wickedness emanating from her core, wild and flamboyant. Chapter 134, blocked in the Tinyan mansion at the Ji family villa. The usually quiet villa was now bustling with noise, showcasing understated luxury. High-ranking officials and nobles in high-end suits accompanied beautiful women, swaying gracefully. Hello, ma'am. Without an invitation, you cannot enter. To highlight the grandeur of the wealthy family, all service robots were removed today. Only trained human staff were employed. The newly hired butler at the Ji family villa wore a polite smile, but his eyes could not conceal his disdain. Another person trying to attend the banquet. At least others were in suits and elegant attire, but this one thought they could get by in a simple white dress. This was too disrespectful to his position as a butler. Although she was stunningly beautiful, her thinking was quite naive. With so many nobles inside, he could not let any troublemakers in. Moreover, anyone without an invitation was strictly prohibited from entering. Step aside. Xia Zhi's tone was indifferent, exuding a lazy air. Her gaze notably cold. I'm sorry, ma'am, but without an invitation, you cannot enter. The butler thought it was serious. How dare this person act recklessly at the Ji family? Surely she didn't want to stay in Badna Star anymore. He stood straight, his words polite but with an air of arrogance. The back door was locked, and no one could enter without his permission. Xia Zhi narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint hidden within, both fierce and sinister. Say it again. I told you to step aside. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were sharp with hostility, icy as if brandishing a knife. Even a butler who had seen great storms was secretly alarmed, standing frozen in place. Xia Zhi walked past him, and he gazed at her cold and fierce demeanor, feeling as if his heart was tightly clenched, unable to breathe. He watched as Xia Zhi, "Welcome home, my dear Xia." It was the AI voice of the Ji family villa. Pupil verification completed. That was the treatment only reserved for Ji family members. The butler was drenched in cold sweat. Wasn't it said that the Ji family only had a son? The Ji family villa was indeed vast. Others had driven in, but Xia Zhi walked in on her long legs, which took at least 10 minutes. Feeling annoyed, she thought it was time to buy a car. After walking for a long time, she turned a corner and was met with a scene of lavish luxury. Laughter and joy filled the air, with appropriately dressed guests. Xia Zhi caught hold of a passing maid, her eyes sharp with irritation. Where's the host of the banquet? The maid was clearly taken aback. The girl in front of her was extraordinarily beautiful, but dressed inappropriately for the occasion. She quickly gathered her thoughts and explained, I just saw them over by the VIP seats. Thank you. The girl was quite polite, but her expression was too cold. The maid thought to herself. Xia Zhi walked towards the edge of the banquet, where the lighting was dim and her features were obscured. She took a longer route through the center of the banquet, finding it too conspicuous and bothersome. Ji Rushu was the brightest star of the night, wearing a wine-red fishtail dress that showcased her curvy figure perfectly. And her exquisite makeup made her stand out even more. She was at her peak, and no one dared to overshadow her. Aunt, happy birthday to you. Yi, dressed in a high-end white suit, stood tall with a handsome face that was less indifferent than usual, now displaying a hint of warmth. Thank you, Ji-bai. Where's your dad? Ji Rishu clinked her red wine glass with Ji-bai's. Chapter 135. Xia Jingqing's thoughts. My dad is busy having a good time with that person from the Fong family. After toasting with Ji Rishu, Ji-bai took a gentle sip. Oh, Ji Rishu raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Is it the Fong family from the main star? Yes. Ji Rishu was taken aback. How'd he invite him over? I have no idea. It was my dad who invited him. You know he cares about face. Naturally, he values his sister's 50th birthday more than anyone else. Ji-bai said calmly. Yiruhu smiled. All right then, as the birthday star, I guess I should go pay a visit. Ji-bai took his red wine glass and went elsewhere. At this moment, Xia Zhongqing, dressed in a well-fitted black suit, looked refined and had a gentle demeanor, with a hint of scholarly charm that had settled over the years. Seeing Ji Rishu about to leave, he asked Rishu, "Where are you going?" Ji Rishu smiled and repeated what Ji-bai had said. Xia Zhongqing nodded. Fine, you go ahead, I'll come over later. Just as Ji Rishu lifted her foot, she suddenly remembered something. All right, Zhongqing, around this time, Xia will probably be coming over. So please take good care of her. She might be shy. Xia Zhongqing frowned, raising his voice a bit. Why did you call her over? Ji Rishu paused, puzzled. If I don't call your biological daughter, who should I call? Besides, once Xia enters the Ji family, she is a member of the Ji family. Zhongqing, I know you don't like your daughter, but I see that apart from being a bit cold, this child is good. She has always had a keen eye for people. Xia Zhi is one, and so is Xia Zhongqing. Back in the day, Xia Zhongqing was a poor boy who had a daughter after a divorce. After spending some time together, she married Cheng Yunlin and Cheng Yunting without a second thought. Over the past decade or so, her judgment of people has indeed proven correct. Although Xia Zhongqing's abilities are average, he has put a lot of thought into family matters. Cheng Yunlin and Cheng Yunting are the best proof of that. It was like in the dramas where a poor boy marries a rich girl, and once he gains power, he brings ruin to the wealthy family, leading to a broken family. Xia Zhongqing is usually humble in both work and life, but when it comes to his biological daughter, Xia Zhi, he changes completely, as if his dark side has been unleashed. Hearing this, Xia Zhongqing was taken aback. He recalled the days he spent with Xia Zhi's mother over a decade ago. The memories were naturally beautiful, but Xia Zhi's mother would be away from home for 10 days or half a month, always keeping her work a secret from him. After marriage, they had even less time together, let alone any tender affection. Xia Zhi's mother's absence and her daughter's lack of closeness made Xia Zhongqing increasingly feel that there was no need to stay in this family. He sometimes spoke too harshly, but his daughter's actions felt like a thorn stuck in his throat, making it hard to swallow or spit out. He is also a person who cares about face. His daughter Xia Zhi has a strange personality and sometimes goes crazy for no reason. That terrifying look is something he remembers vividly for the rest of his life. Xia Zhi, when she was little, was never in line with what he wanted as a father. Over time, he naturally grew to dislike this so-called biological daughter more and more. For the first time in so many years, when he saw Xia Zhi, she still had that nonchalant look, quick-witted, immediately reminding him of those years of mental torment over a decade ago. His preconceived notions led him to always hold prejudice against Xia Zhi. Xia Zhongqing sighed. I understand. When she comes later, I will definitely not lower myself to her level. Chapter 136. He appeared again while Xia Zhongqing hated Xia Zhi. He also understood her very well. Even if she came, she would surely be dressed simply, appearing as if she didn't care about anything. That's right. After all, Xia is your biological daughter. I haven't said anything about it, so why are you so bothered? Ji Rishu spoke casually, mainly because this is Zhongqing's daughter with his ex-wife. She had already known about this daughter early on and was mentally prepared. Moreover, Xia Zhi was much better than she had imagined. This child, just by her presence, looks impressive and is bound to achieve great things in the future. The children have grown up. The past is the past. Ji Rishu lived freely, ignoring what she didn't care about and treating what she did genuinely. Such a simple principle. Seeing that Xia Zhi seemed to understand, Ji Rushu tightened her skirt and said, "All right, I'll go ahead." Xia Zhi nodded. Ji Rushu elegantly stepped forward, holding her wine glass, truly looking stunning. "Haha, Fong Xiao. Having you here for my sister's birthday party is indeed an honor." Ji Ronglin laughed heartily, his three-dimensional features still showing traces of past elegance. Fong Sudong casually brushed it off. He was just bored and had a social engagement he couldn't easily decline, so he came along. Mainly, last time I saw Xia Mei, she seemed to say she wanted to meet someone online, and then she came into this villa? Look, even young Master Lin is here. He was lounging nearby, his eyes closed, exuding a lazy vibe, yet his presence was imposing and regal. Ji Ronglin hadn't seen Lin Yi either, but he didn't dare underestimate anyone Fong Xiao brought. After all, just his presence was intimidating and he looked tough to deal with. Noticing Ji Ronglin's gaze shift towards Lin Yi, Fong Sudong briefly introduced, "This is young Master Lin." Lin. Ji Ronglin's pupils slightly contracted, his smile becoming even more humble. "So it's young Master Lin. I've long heard of your name. It is said that the Lin family indeed has a young master." Lin Yi glanced over, slightly nodding, and politely greeted him, then didn't pay him much more attention. "Brother, so you are here." Ji Ronglin saw Ji Rushu approaching and stood up, warmly introducing her to the two men. Ji Rushu smiled appropriately, raising her wine glass. "Young Master Lin, Fong Xiao. I am Ji Rushu." Her voice was neither servile nor overbearing, showing a bit of courage. Fong Sudong offered a few blessings, and at that moment, young Master Lin seemed to sense something and looked up. He gazed over. Xia Zhi searched around, but didn't see the esteemed Ji Rushu. After thinking, she realized that as the host of the banquet, it was natural for her to be moving around frequently. She slowly lifted her head to scan the surroundings, inadvertently locking eyes with those familiar peach blossom eyes. She paused, slowly looking away, and then saw the elegant Ji Rushu not far away. Holding the exquisitely wrapped gift, she raised her eyes and walked over. To be honest, no matter how high in the banquet, in Xia Zhi's eyes, it was all noisy and irritating. Tonight is Ji Rushu's birthday banquet. Out of politeness, she came. Xia Zhi stepped out from the dim corner. The soft glow of the banquet lighting casting on her face, her delicate brows and eyes lowered, raising an eyebrow, both cold and fiery. The moment she appeared, she became the focal point. The innate sharpness breaking through the skies was truly eye-catching. Chapter 137. A birthday gift for Ji Rushu indeed. The simple little dress also drew frequent glances. Ji Rushu secretly observed Lin Yi, noticing that his gaze lingered on a certain direction. Curious, she followed his gaze and indeed saw a girl's delicate features. Ji Rushu raised an eyebrow and walked over. "How did you come over here? Didn't you see your dad?" Xia Zhi paused and shook her head. "It's nothing. Happy birthday, Ms. Ji." Ji Rushu smiled and said, "Thank you. It's great that you could come. Feel free to grab whatever you want to eat at the banquet." She no longer cared about the title of Xia Zhi. After all, it was the Interstellar era now. Xia Zhi presented the gift she had been holding to Ji Rushu, saying, "This is your birthday gift." Ji Rushu was surprised to receive it. The girl really hadn't disappointed her, and there was indeed a birthday gift. She took it, and it was a small box, palm-sized, wrapped very delicately and pleasing to the eye. It felt light in her hand, but the packaging clearly showed that effort had been put into it. Ji Rushu happily placed the gift into her space ring. Her two sons, let alone gifts, might not even be able to come over, proving that daughters are indeed the most thoughtful little warmers. Just as she was about to take Xia Zhi's hand, she unexpectedly withdrew it. It was a bit awkward, but it didn't affect Ji Rushu's good mood. She brought Xia Zhi before Ji Ronglin. "Brother, this is Zhengqing's daughter, Xia Zhi." Compared to Ji Rushu's enthusiasm, Ji Ronglin was much colder. He didn't even look up, continuing his conversation with Fong Sudong. Ji Rushu had forgotten this detail. After her divorce from her ex-husband, she married Xia Zhengqing, while Ji Ronglin had always held a prejudice against Zhengqing. Wasn't this a typical Phoenix man? Unfortunately, his sister really liked him, so the usually doting Ji Ronglin had to compromise. Ji Ronglin felt a lot of pain for Ji Rushu, who had failed her first marriage, as she was his only close sister left. Ji Ronglin had always been like this towards Xia Zhi, so naturally. He was even less inclined to look at this so-called ex-wife's daughter, especially given the poor reputation. Just as Ji Rushu was about to speak, Fang Sudong noticed Xia Zhi and raised an eyebrow, jokingly saying, "Xia Mei, you really are here?" If Xia Zhi didn't show up, it seemed that Master Lin would explode and leave. Xia Zhi lifted her eyelids, but remained silent. Ji Ronglin was surprised. Fang Xiao knows her? He looked up at the girl next to Ji Rushu, stunned. The girl's appearance was undoubtedly very beautiful, but what was unforgettable was her pair of cold, icy eyes. They were calm like a deep pool, chilling to the bone. Wrapped in 9 parts coldness, there was still a part of her nature that couldn't be concealed. Ji Ronglin narrowed his eyes. It was indeed as rumored. She was a thorny character. Fang Sudong replied, "She's a student at my school." Ye Ronglin frowned. Fang Xiao was the vice principal at Ryan Military Academy, so Xia Zhi was a student at his school. Didn't that mean she was also at Ryan? He looked at Xia Zhi again. Could it be that Ji Rushu had pushed her in? No, that didn't make sense. Ryan was known for its strictness. Let alone getting someone in, it was a fantasy if you didn't pass the entrance exam. It seemed Xia Zhi wasn't completely useless after all. Ji Ronglin didn't pay much attention to this matter. At that moment, the usually aloof Master Lin unexpectedly smiled, with a playful glint in his peach blossom eyes. "Sister Zhi, what a coincidence. You're here too. Is this another online meeting?" He probably knew her identity by now. TSK. A bit pitiful. Xia Zhi. Chapter 138. Not quite convenient. The car broke down last time. She really did come to meet someone online. As for Lin Ye's teasing, Xia Zhi still didn't want to engage. After thinking for a moment, she tilted her head and smiled. "Brother Lin, you're asking knowingly." The term brother made Lin Ye's dark eyes deepen a few shades. He couldn't help but say, "Be good, call me that again." Xia Zhi shot him a blank look and replied, "Get lost." Lin Ye clicked his tongue, not cute at all. The interaction between Xia Zhi and Lin Ye was clear to anyone sharp enough to notice that something was off. Ji Rushu was shocked internally, wondering how Xia could possibly know. Ji Ronglin was different. He was surprised, but more contemplative. Xia Zhi actually knew the Lin family from the main star. He rubbed his fingers together, his eyes gleaming with sharp intent. After Xia Zhi gave the gift to Ji Rushu, she was about to leave. Ji Rushu tried to keep her there, saying, "It's so late, why not stay? Ryan is quite far. How about you leave tomorrow morning?" Xia Zhi shook her head, her eyes downcast, making her expression hard to read. "No, I have things to do." Her voice sounded cool and detached, but her attitude was very firm. Ji Rushu sighed. "All right, since you want to go back to school, then go. Should I have the driver take you?" "Thank you," she replied, not wanting to take the bus. After Xia Zhi left, not long after, Lin Ye also exited, leaving Fang Sudong alone and lonely. After the banquet, Xia Zhi followed the maid to the garage, where someone had been waiting. "Miss Xia, Madam asked me to drive you back to school." Xia Zhi responded with an mm. And as she was about to get in the car, someone behind her spoke up. "Sister Zhi, are you planning to leave so soon?" It was Lin Ye, who approached with one hand in his pocket, his tall figure and handsome face strikingly attractive. Xia Zhi turned slightly, glancing at him. Lin Ye smiled. "Why not consider taking me with you?" "Where's your car?" Xia Zhi asked. "Not quite convenient. It broke down," he said, lying through his teeth. "Suit yourself." With that, she boarded the maglev car, and Master Lin very perceptively followed her in. After the banquet, Ji Rushu, feeling utterly exhausted, lay down on the sofa. Nearby, Xia Zhongqing was massaging her shoulders, recalling something, his expression oddly serious. "Xia Zhi, didn't he come today?" Ji Rushu froze for a moment. The gentle shoulder massage was very comfortable, and her tense spirit relaxed. She came and even brought a gift. Xia Zhongqing paused, then slowly continued to massage. "How come I didn't see her? It hasn't been long. What did she give you?" he asked with a sigh, as he had never given Xia Zhi pocket money, so he figured it wasn't anything valuable. "I hope it's not too embarrassing." "I don't know, let us see." With that, Ji Rushu took out the delicately wrapped small box from her space ring. When Xia Zhongqing saw it, his expression turned peculiar. What valuable thing could fit in such a small box? At that moment, Cheng Yunlin and Cheng Yunting also arrived. As soon as Cheng Yunting entered, he looked around, but he didn't see the person he wanted to meet, so he had to ask Dad, "Where's my sister?" "Sister?" Xia Zhengqing was momentarily confused about who Cheng Yunting was referring to. Xia Zhi. Xia Zhengqing was a bit dazed. She's not here. She didn't he come? Cheng Yunting frowned. Xia sent a gift and then left. Ji Rushu spoke up, preparing to unwrap the gift. Cheng Yunting exclaimed, "Oh, is that Xia Zhi's gift for you, Mom?" Chapter 139. The firming cream from Xia Zhi. Ji Rushu nodded, but her hands didn't stop moving. Cheng Yunlin sat beside her, pulling out a necklace box from somewhere and opening it. The dazzling red gem inside was truly stunning. "Mom, happy birthday." Ji Rushu paused her unwrapping and set down what she was holding. Women can't help but claim beautiful things for themselves, so she picked up the necklace box and smiled. As expected, Yunlin is considerate and knows what Mom likes. Cheng Yunting shouted, "Bro, that's not fair. You prepared a gift, but didn't he get one for me, leaving me empty-handed?" Cheng Yunlin glanced at him, nodding, "You're right. I am quite generous." Cheng Yunting. Great. He wouldn't be able to stay in this house anymore. He casually glanced at the half-unwrapped gift on the table and reached over. "Mom, let me unwrap this gift for you." Just as Ji Rushu was about to say something, she saw Cheng Yunting had already unwrapped it in a few moves. "Oh, what is this?" Cheng Yunting raised the object in his hand, the bright light shining on it, exquisite to the extreme, and a faint fragrance wafted from it. It looked like a small wooden box, inside which was a solid pink substance, truly a beautiful color. Cheng Yunting was about to comment on what a useless thing it was when he was sternly scolded by Ji Rushu. "Don't touch it. Absolutely don't move. Do you understand?" Cheng Yunting paused, still not reacting when the object in his hand was snatched away. "Cheng Yunting." Ji Rushu carefully examined the object in her hands, looking it over inside and out, her expression hesitant. Xia Zhengqing's heart sank. It couldn't be that Xia Zhi was causing some trouble again. Unlike Cheng Yunting, who looked completely confused, Cheng Yunlin narrowed his eyes. His mother was usually decisive and rarely showed emotion, so why this time? The more Ji Rushu looked, the more she confirmed her thoughts, and when she saw an eagle engraved on one side of the wooden box, her pupils constricted sharply. "Rushu, what's wrong?" Xia Zhengqing maintained a calm demeanor, but inside he was anxious. When Cheng Yunlin's gaze landed on the vividly depicted eagle, surprise finally showed on his face. Seeing that both his older brother and mother looked shocked, Cheng Yunting felt an itch in his heart and couldn't help but ask, "Mom, what exactly are you looking at? What's so special about this wooden box?" Ji Rushu immediately shot him a glare. "What do you know?" Cheng Yunting touched his nose, feeling a bit wronged after being scolded by his own mother. Cheng Yunlin raised his eyes, his elegant face holding a hint of nobility, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. "This is the solid facial cream from Master Lone Eagle, right?" If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. It was well known that Master Lone Eagle was the top among the 5 masters of the Alliance, a renowned potion master. Potions mainly focused on physical constitution and mental strength, a somewhat magical thing. It was quite different from today's scientific technology, leaning more towards the fantastical. The enhancement of mental strength mostly relied on potions. Gentle, harmless to the mental sea. Of course, there were niche uses for potions in everyday life, like the solid facial cream Ji Rushu held at this moment. Solid facial cream, as the name implies, is used for maintaining youthfulness. The top-grade solid facial cream has miraculous anti-aging effects. The cream in Ji Rushu's hand was crafted by the top potion master, Lone Eagle. It was something countless women dreamed of, and now it quietly lay in her palm. Ji Rushu found it hard to believe and took a long time to regain her voice. "Is it really from Xia? The gift was just too precious." For a moment, Ji Rushu was a bit stunned. Xia Zhengqing's first reaction was disbelief. Even those living at the bottom of the Alliance knew of Master Lone Eagle's reputation. How could this small wooden box have come from Lone Eagle? Or was it really from Xia Zhi? The living room fell silent for a while. No one spoke. Everyone knew that this seemingly ordinary wooden box was, in fact, worth its weight in gold. Ji Rushu gently closed the lid and carefully placed the wooden box on the table. She looked at Xia Zhengqing and sighed. "Zhengqing, Xia is really quite good." Xia Zhengqing was momentarily speechless, his head lowered, his eyes cast down, making it hard to read his expression. Meanwhile, Xia Zhi's terminal on her wrist buzzed with vibrations. She glanced down and saw the words Lone Eagle flash by. She suddenly looked up at the noble-looking Lin Dajuan beside her. He smiled at her with a hint of elegance. Xia Zhi paused, slowly retracting her gaze, and took out her earphones from her spatial ring. Her ring was very ordinary, a light brown color, with only a single line on it, nothing else. Lin also glanced at it casually, but didn't say anything. Xia Zhi put on her earphones and pressed the voice communication button at a leisurely pace. Hello. Her earphones were specially made, and the voice transmitted was processed. Cang Liang, why are you sending me money? Because there were people around. Xia Zhi lowered her voice. For the solid facial cream. On the other end, Lone Eagle clicked his tongue. It's nothing. Do we really need to talk about money between us? Of course. Lone Eagle. Brother, do you know that this hurts my feelings? By the way, what do you need the solid facial cream for? Solid facial cream is primarily used by women. Lone Eagle thought mischievously. Are you planning to give it to a little lover? Or are you a bad old woman using it for yourself? Cang Liang is a bad old woman. Lone Eagle quickly pushed that image out of his mind. It was too horrifying to contemplate. Moreover, Cang Liang had mentioned that she was still studying. As a gift? Lone Eagle exclaimed, realizing he had guessed correctly. It was inconvenient to talk in the car, so Xia Zhi asked, is there anything else? Nope, just remember not to send me money next time. This thing isn't worth much. The thing that women across the galaxy dream of was deemed worthless by Lone Eagle. One could only imagine how women desperately searching for solid facial cream would feel upon hearing that. But then again, since Lone Eagle made it as a top potion master, it was just a piece of cake for him. Xia Zhi hummed in response and ended the communication, taking off the earphones and playing with them in her hands. Lin Dajuan smirked, crossing his legs in a nonchalant manner. Another online friend? Xia Zhi looked up, thought for a moment, and replied, I guess so. Lone Eagle should count, right? After all, we've never met. Hearing the girl say it was an online friend, Lin pursed his lips, his expression momentarily inscrutable, and certainly not pleasant. He suddenly became serious, adopting a tone reminiscent of an adult lecturing a child. Online relationships aren't good. You should focus on your studies. Xia Zhi raised her eyes in surprise and shot him a glance. Who is in an online relationship? You. Xia Zhi. The boys nowadays even know how to sweet talk. You're still young and don't understand. You're not even an adult yet. The world of adults is very complicated, he said with a tone full of earnestness. Xia Zhi. Chapter 141. Not good at dating honestly. Don't do online dating. You never know if the other person is a super creepy, middle-aged, greasy uncle. Ball. His eyes grew increasingly deep. Xia Zhi. Seeing that Lin seemed to want to continue, Xia Zhi finally couldn't help but raise her hand to signal him to stop. Are you done? Lin, the nagging one, paused, his eyes sparkling, his voice soft. So, do you still want to date online? He persisted, his tone teasingly enticing. Xia Zhi gasped, her fingertips tingling with irritation. It was the first time someone had brought up online dating to her like this. It was just, I'm not dating online. Her voice was cold. Lin was about to smile when Xia Zhi's next words caught him off guard. And I'm not dating at all. Her tone was resolute. Lin, that sounds nice. Xia Zhi crossed her legs, her long legs swaying slightly, her neck white and slender, revealing her delicate collarbone. She tilted her head, grinning mischievously besides. Whether I date or not has nothing to do with you, Brother Lin. This statement felt like a knife piercing deeply into his heart, causing him pain. For the first time, Lin felt a twinge of regret, his brows knitting together. Until they returned to school, his mood couldn't settle. In the early morning, the sun pierced through the clouds, dazzling and bright, casting a light golden hue. The light mist had yet to dissipate, and the surroundings were still hazy. But faint sounds had already begun to emerge. Xia Zhi opened her eyes in bed, perhaps just waking up, her gaze still somewhat dazed. On her pale wrist, the black terminal suddenly vibrated, and without even looking, she lazily pressed the answer button. Xia, are you up yet? A lively voice came through. It was Lin Jianran. Em awake. Her voice carried a slight hoarseness, like swirling smoke, subtly laced with a lazy and alluring tone. On the other end of the communication, Lin Jianran seemed to be ecstatic. She coughed to clear her throat, trying not to scream. In half an hour, the opening ceremony of the Star Network Mecha competition would be held, and after the ceremony, the official matches would begin. At that time, the competition order would be released. Xia, do you want to log into the Star Network to see when you're competing? Time flew by. After attending Ji Rushu's birthday party, it was only a few days before the Star Network Mecha competition officially started. Apart from the university, the slots for various places to participate in the Star Network Mecha competition had already been decided, and the official matches would only begin after the opening ceremony. This time, there were a total of 24 million participants, which was significantly more than in previous years. If the Star Network wasn't already well developed, such a large competition would not only have participants but also spectators, leading to an unimaginable crowd. It was already good that the Star Network hadn't crashed. Xia Zhi replied with a sound, suddenly realizing that Lin Jianran seemed to be asking her something. She furrowed her brows and thought for a moment. Let me get up first. Okay, hurry up, Lin Jianran said, sounding a bit noisy on her end. Xia, what is your Star Network account? I think I haven't added you yet. Xia Zhi narrowed her eyes and reported a string of numbers. After hanging up the communication, Xia Zhi turned over lazily. After a while, she slowly got up and walked to wash up. After coming out of the bathroom, she casually grabbed something to eat for breakfast and then lay down in the Star Network cabin. Once online, it was pretty much the same as before. The back end was still flooded with requests, and she glanced at it without interest, skillfully hitting delete. Xia Zhi brought up her personal information page. Previously, apart from her name, all other information was hidden. After thinking for a while, she considered the name. Suddenly, a friend request popped up. Xia Zhi opened it. The username was Lin, and it included personal information that clearly indicated it was Lin Jianran. She cast another glance at those two characters. Just at that moment, Lin Jianran sent another friend request. Xia Zhi pursed her lips and directly clicked to agree. As for the username, Cang Liang, she couldn't be bothered. Annoying. Lin, where are you? Send me a location, and let's go check out the opening ceremony together. Xia Zhi sent a location over, and within a few seconds, Lin Jianran appeared before her. In the Star Network, Lin Jianran's virtual character hadn't changed much. She still had a delicate face and a low ponytail. But the only noticeable difference was her height, which seemed to have increased by 10 centimeters. Xia, Lin Jianran exclaimed. What came into view was a figure in black, indistinguishable in gender, wearing a half-black gold mask that revealed only a fair chin. Just looking at it was pleasing to the eye, both chic and proud. Xia Zhi paused and suddenly remembered that she had dressed this way to conceal her Cang Liang appearance. As she thought, the black clothing on her body vanished, replaced by a simple white dress. The black gold mask was also removed, and her features, which were slightly adjusted to be more neutral, gained a touch of handsomeness. Still irresistibly attractive. Let's go, Xia Zhi replied. Oh, okay. The two directly opened the Star Network map and headed to the venue for the Star Network Mecha Competition's opening ceremony. By this time, the opening ceremony had already begun, with a group of so-called important figures sitting around, taking turns to speak, which was nothing more than lengthy speeches and a lot of nonsense. Although it was boring, the crowd was buzzing with noise. Lin Jianran managed to squeeze in, took a few glances, and then lost interest and slipped away. Above everyone's heads were usernames, which seemed a bit childish but also made it easier to recognize people. The two characters, Cang Liang above Xia Zhi's head, attracted quite a few sidelong glances. Upon closer inspection, although she was stunning, many were still disappointed. Some even gloated, daring to use the name Cang Liang as a username, truly oblivious to the situation. After the opening ceremony, the competition order and the arenas would be released one by one. With tens of millions of participants, there was initially little excitement. The competition would be divided into thousands of arenas, and eliminations would happen quickly. The arenas of the Star Network Mecha competition also had spectator seating. And to add some excitement, the Star Network system often held betting before the opening, giving spectators a chance to win points by betting. Points were converted into credit points at a 1:1 ratio, and, generally, only social participants would convert them. University students were in urgent need of points, and no one would be foolish enough to exchange them, seeing that there was nothing urgent to do for the moment. Lin Jianran suddenly felt her feminine nature kick in and wanted to go shopping. She tugged at Xia Zhi's sleeve, acting cute. Shall we go shopping in East Street of District 1? The Star Network was divided into 10 districts based on reality. In reality, The range of planets managed by the Interstellar Alliance was centered around the main star, Lalin star, and expanded outward in a circular fashion, divided into 10 areas. The main star was naturally in District 1, the most technologically advanced and prosperous place. Next were District 2, District 3. The urban areas were often at the borders of the Alliance, marked by the numbered planets, which are the most impoverished and destitute areas. Blue Star was located in District 9. The divisions of the star network corresponded to the realities, but instead of planets, it was divided into areas. Xia Zhi had no objections and nodded in agreement. The two opened the star network map again for teleportation, and before long, they arrived at East Street of District 1, a street filled with an ancient atmosphere. This place restored the most primitive form of trade, stretching for several kilometers with bustling shops on both sides, while those who couldn't afford shop rents set up stalls on the street. Here, there was less of the coldness typical of interstellar people and more of a human touch. Lin Jianran loved coming here, especially for the food, because one could never eat enough. Hee, this is great. Visitors entering this street also had to swipe credit points, 10 credit points per person. Lin Jianran swiped 20 credit points without hesitation. Once inside, she immediately headed for various food stalls, and before even starting to eat, she had already ordered a whole bunch. Xia Zhi stood by indifferently, unaffected by the enticing aromas. She squinted her eyes, looking rather lazy. If she remembered correctly, this should be her first time shopping. Lin Jianran was so engrossed in ordering food that she momentarily forgot there was someone beside her. When she realized, she lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and smiled. Xia, what do you want to eat? I can order for you. Xia Zhi, who was already disinterested in food, had even less interest at that moment. She shook her head. I'm not eating. Lin Jianran responded with an "oh," not pressing the issue, and turned back to happily order various foods. Even if it was just to satisfy her cravings, it was still a full sense of happiness. Along the way, Lin Jianran's mouth never stopped. Her hands couldn't hold all the food she had, and the credit points she spent seemed to flow like water. As Lin Jianran was eating, she unintentionally glanced at a shop name and abruptly stopped in her tracks. Normally, she wouldn't stop for any shop other than food. This time seemed a bit different. Xia Zhi casually raised her eyes and noticed the movement of Lin Jianran's fingers. Suddenly, Lin Jianran pointed at the shop name, Xia. Isn't this your shop? Xia Zhi silently focused on the two characters Cang Liang, which were particularly eye-catching, especially the title above her head. The name Cang Liang was indeed very conspicuous. As Lin Jianran's voice fell, those who were lingering outside the Cang Liang shop also turned their heads. For a moment, it fell eerily silent, like it was heralding something. Muyao, look at them again. Why does it feel like they're haunting us? We run into them wherever we go. Qin Mingyue, hidden in the crowd, pouted. Even with a little adjustment, Xia Zhi's face is still easy to recognize. Yu Muyao glanced at it lightly, then withdrew her gaze with a frosty expression. She was not interested. However, Lin Jianran's words. Yu Muyao lowered her head in contemplation. Qin Mingyue accompanied Yu Muyao to the desolate shop to place an order. Yu Muyao wanted to customize a personal mech for herself to improve her mental affinity and had already invited a master mech craftsman from the Alliance for a private order. The person was arranged, but the materials were not yet in place. After all, the master craftsman was only responsible for the mech's manufacturing, not for procuring the materials. Yu Muyao always wanted the best. She did not dare to hope for a grandmaster in mech manufacturing, having heard that the person was irritable and would fight at the slightest disagreement. So she could only hire a master mech craftsman. And what about the grandmaster in materials? Cang Liang? He was just mysterious and powerful, and he took orders recklessly. Recently, Cang Liang, who had been hidden for a long time, resurfaced and took an order, causing quite a stir among those paying attention. Chapter 144. The boss wants to acknowledge her alias. They rekindled their hopes. And the shop's entrance was even more bustling than before. The crowd was larger than ever. Yu Muyao was just here to test her luck. Lin Jianran's words were overheard by someone with ulterior motives. Xia Zhi paused, lightly rubbing her finger, and after a long silence, she lazily spoke. Yes. Lin Jianran's eyes widened instantly. Wait. Xia actually admitted it. She suddenly turned to look at the shop, her lips parted in shock. Her big eyes filled with disbelief. Cang Liang, one of the 5 Grandmasters of the Alliance Academy. Xia. Lin Jinran incredulously covered her mouth. Xia, you actually are. Xia Zhi pursed her lips, her eyes softening a bit. Yes, I am. Lin Jinran suddenly looked at Xia Zhi, then turned back to the shop's entrance, slapping her thigh. I finally understand. Xia Zhi frowned. Lin Jinran appeared very excited, even dropping her snack on the ground without noticing. You are really amazing. You are actually the manager of the Cang Liang shop. Xia, how did you do it? Jealousy made her look ugly. Xia Zhi, is it that well hidden? No, actually I am. Xia Zhi felt she could still salvage her brain. Oh, don't lie to me, I saw it last time. Lin Jinran was overjoyed, unaware of how many wolves behind her were glaring with green eyes. Just that time in the dorm, I said, how does the name Cang Liang sound so familiar? Turns out you are actually the manager of the Grandmaster shop. If Xia is the manager of the Cang Liang Grandmaster shop, then everything makes perfect sense. Xia's skill is truly hidden deep. Lin Jinran revealed a meaningful look. Xia Zhi, this child's brain is beyond saving. Iron fool. Xia Zhi's gaze sharpened, suddenly grabbing her wrist. Come with me. Lin Jinran didn't have time to react, only feeling darkness before her eyes. And when the scene changed, they found themselves inside the Cang Liang shop. She asked in confusion, how do we get in? Xia Zhi, expressionless, gestured for her to look outside. Lin Jinran turned around, and when her gaze reached the position they had just occupied, her heart suddenly raced. Wow, thankfully they got in. The spot where they had stood was now surrounded, with everyone's eyes glowing green. If Xia Zhi hadn't reacted quickly, they would have been trapped there. Lin Jinran suddenly remembered what she had just said. Feeling a bit regretful, I'm sorry, Xia, I seem to have spoken out of turn. She wasn't foolish. There had been so many people there just now, and Xia Zhi held such a sensitive identity. It was just that she was too excited and let her mouth run away. Moreover, she had underestimated how maddening Cang Liang's status was in the materials world. Xia Zhi shook her head, her tone cold. Next time be careful. Lin Jinran nodded vigorously, yes. Yes. Outside the shop, Qin Mingyue was shocked as she exchanged glances with Yu Muyao. Yu Muyao frowned, quite surprised. If Xia Zhi really was the manager of the Cang Liang shop, then their relationship with Xia Zhi was ordinary. And even Qin Mingyue had offended her before. This was quite awkward. Qin Mingyue also furrowed her brows, not daring to believe it. Who was the Cang Liang Grandmaster? That was the most admired and yearned for Grandmaster in the entire alliance. An unreachable dream. How could someone like Xia Zhi, with no background or connections, possibly be the manager of the Cang Liang shop? Shouldn't it be said, how could she even have anything to do with the Cang Liang Grandmaster? Chapter 145. The shop with spider silk. Qin Mingyue suddenly felt her worldview being refreshed. A mess in the wind. She struggled, hesitated, her expression complex. And after a long time, finally spoke, Meow, what should we do? She didn't expect that she had this layer of identity. In front of the Cang Liang shop, everyone was equal. Whether you were a commoner or a noble, Cang Liang never took orders based on money or power, often doing as he pleased, just waiting to see who was the lucky one. But this time with Xia Zhi's identity, if handled well, she would undoubtedly be much closer to being that lucky one. Qin Mingyue looked up at the shop, but due to the shop's restrictions, there was a blurred barrier like a glass curtain blocking everyone's view at the entrance. They knew nothing of what was happening inside. Yu Miao's icy eyes finally held a hint of warmth. After thinking for a long time, she said, let us leave first. Qin Mingyue nodded. The two then left. Inside, Lin Jinran, having some free time, began to observe the situation in the shop. The small shop, only a dozen square meters, was filled with an ancient atmosphere, decorated in peach-wood tones. On both sides of the shop, there were only symbolic displays of finished materials covered with a thick layer of dust. And Lin Jinran couldn't help but turn her eyes away. On the other side, there were even spider webs. This shop simulated reality too well, right? Lin Jinran had been to the Star Nets so many times, yet she had never seen a shop that was dusty and had spider webs. Xia was truly one in a million, creating something out of nothing. After all, no shop owner would let their shop look dusty for business. Otherwise, how would they make sales? How long had it been since Xia had cleaned this place? Lin Jinran found it hard to express. Xia, don't you clean this? Xia Zhi lazily replied, I'm too busy. Really too busy. I used to be swamped with work. Later. I didn't want to log on. Lin Jinran actually nodded in agreement. That's true. After all, she had to handle so many orders for the Cang Liang Grandmaster every day. Just thinking about it was exhausting. It was understandable not to have time to clean. Xia Zhi fell silent, wondering how Lin's brain worked. Was she not obvious enough? She thought for a moment, wanted to say something but stopped. Lin? What? Lin Jinran looked at her in confusion. Forget it, it's nothing. Xia Zhi's brows furrowed in irritation, as if she was impatient. If you have ideas in the future, just place orders here, I'll help you handle it. Lin Jinran didn't think much of it. She only heard Xia Zhi's last sentence and jumped up happily. Xia. Thank you so much. Although she had no immediate needs, a grandmaster's shop. Look at all the people outside. She was now someone with priority. Just thinking about it made her feel good. Her happiness was off the charts. Lin Jinran turned around but still felt it was hard to look at. How about we clean it up a bit? After all, she should leave a good impression in front of the Cang Liang Grandmaster. If this got her fired, that would be quite embarrassing. Xia Zhi sighed slightly, feeling an impulse to say something again. She was silent for a moment, then pulled up the store settings page and spent 100 credit points to clean the store, instantly making it spotless. There wasn't even a speck of dust, let alone spider webs. Lin Jinran widened her eyes, watching this flashy operation, feeling like she was being bullied for never having run a store before. Chapter 146, Preparing to Blacklist the System. Hey, the opening ceremony is over. Shall we check the competition schedule? Lin Jinran looked at the alarm she had set. Xia Zhi had no objections. It was already too chaotic here. The two of them found themselves in an exceptionally spacious hall, decorated in an ancient architectural style. The hall was very crowded, teeming with people. Thankfully, it wasn't the real world, where the smell would be unbearable. Xia Zhi paused, frowning in resistance, her eyes gleaming coldly. I'm not going in. Lin Jinran understood Xia Zhi's temperament and didn't push her. Then I'll go in and take a look and come out to tell you the result. Xia Zhi nodded coldly. Lin Jinran took a few steps forward, then returned, scratching her head. By the way, Xia, what's the name you're using for the competition? Once a name is said on the Star Network account, it generally cannot be changed. It could be a name other than the real one, and one can only choose to hide or display it. However, participants in the Star Network Mecha competition can choose a new name upon their first login to the competition website, without using their Star Network account name. This is to protect the participants' privacy, as being too outstanding can sometimes attract jealousy. Xia Zhi paused, her eyes narrowing, feeling desolate. This time, it was Lin Jinran's turn to stop in surprise, exclaiming, "No way, Xia. You still have this name? It wasn't banned? That's amazing. Names on the Star Network can't be chosen arbitrarily, for example. The real names of political officials or masters recognized by the Alliance cannot be used as usernames unless the person themselves uses it." Xia Zhi's username, Desolation, was already surprising enough to Lin Jinran, but even more astonishing was that it wasn't banned. To reduce trolls and maintain peace in the Star Network world, the Star Network system has sensitive word restrictions and an automatic detection feature. Once an inappropriate or uncivilized user appears, they're directly blocked. In short, if you don't change your username, you might as well stay in the Star Network's little black room. Therefore, as a dignified master, Xia Zhi was the only one bold enough to use the same name as a master for her username. Lin Jinran thought to herself that it was probably because Xia was the manager of the Desolation store that she was given this honor. But now she was a participant in the mecha competition, and the naming rules were the same in the Star Network. She was curious how Xia managed to choose a competition name that wasn't banned. Speaking of this, Xia Zhi felt quite annoyed. Recalling the day she chose her name, Xia Zhi casually entered a name, Z, System. This competition name is already taken. Please choose another name. Xia Zhi. She forgot she was entering under a different identity now. The names for the Star Network Mecha competition include all the names of past and present participants. Honestly, choosing a name from millions of options without repeating is not easy at all. Xia Zhi frowned, her gaze deep. She entered another name. 10. The system repeated the previous message. Xia Zhi. Xia. The system continued to coldly repeat the message. The big shot was getting impatient. and then pressed a string of random characters. System. Participant. Your name choice ability is quite rigid. The system suggests that you try to be creative and come up with a unique name. The big shot coldly replied, try to control her urge to blacklist the system. Chapter 147. Afraid of upsets with a blank expression, she typed in 2 characters. Desolation. System. Congratulations, participant desolation. Name chosen successfully. According to the participant's Alliance official certification, Master Desolation of the Alliance Academy, the Star Network system suddenly seemed to change its tone. A soft and cute voice echoing in Xia Zhi's ear. Hello, Big Shot. Star Network System 003 is here to serve you online. Do you have any questions? Surprisingly enthusiastic. Xia Zhi coldly replied, Scram. Okay, Big Shot. Scram far away. Xia Zhi clicked her tongue, feeling somewhat displeased. Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow, answering Lin Jianran's earlier question, her tone cold and dry, because I am already very powerful. Lin Jianran. Although this is true, shouldn't we be a bit more low-key? Lin Jianran, relying on her slender figure, quickly maneuvered through the crowd and darted ahead. Thankfully, she had added 10 centimeters to her height. Otherwise, she would look even less imposing. The key was being short. People in the starry world surely discriminate against short people. Otherwise, why is everyone so tall? Lin Jianran stretched her neck, peering around. Unfortunately, Lu Shiqi was tall and spotted her trying to see the public screen at a glance. He had come to place a bet. Having heard seniors discussing that the Star Network Mecha competition was not only a benefit for combat-oriented and mecha-loving Alliance members, but also a great opportunity for those wanting to get rich overnight. Lu Shiqi came over and patted Lin Jianran's shoulder, startling her. She turned around in anger, finding it was Lu Shiqi, and while she sighed in relief, her anger flared even more. What are you doing? What if you make me look shorter? Lu Shiqi scoffed without hesitation. You weren't made shorter by me. You were short to begin with. Lin Jianran glared in anger. Get lost, she said impatiently, wondering why every time she saw Lu Shiqi, it was always so troublesome. Lu Shiqi rubbed his nose. His virtual character hadn't changed much, except that he had beautified himself a bit more. In his words, he looked even more handsome, charming and graceful, like a jade tree facing the wind, a graceful young master, unparalleled in the world. If Lin Jianran knew his inner thoughts, she would definitely scoff in disdain. Seeing Lu Shiqi still standing nearby, Lin Jianran glanced at him and asked, What are you here for? Don't tell me it's just to learn again. Her let's see what you say look made Lu Shiqi feel a bit embarrassed. This time, he really had a legitimate reason. I'm here to place a bet, but I still don't know who to bet on. Right now, all the participant situations were unknown, and only seniors who had participated in previous Star Network Mecha competitions and social participants had some insights. The Star Network Mecha competition allowed all youths under 30 to participate. There is no age limit for social participants, as long as they pass the screening. But excluding university students who could be roughly evaluated based on their schools, social participants, even if they had gone through screening, were mixed bag. What if there was a dark horse? For example, the number 1 from 5 years of the Mecha competition, Z, was the biggest upset 5 years ago. Back then, countless people lost their fortunes. Lu Shiqi was also afraid of upsets. He couldn't afford to lose the points he had worked hard to get. He was worried and didn't know who to bet on. Chapter 148. No one has surpassed it yet. Lin Jianran stretched her head, replying to Lu Shiqi. Why even think about it? Of course, bet on Xia. You've been following us every day. Don't you know Xia's strength? She spoke unconsciously, but Xia Zhi was indeed very powerful. However, this time the Star Network Mecha competition wasn't just for first-year students. There were seniors from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and even 5th years, including those with potential of SS rank. As a freshman, Wang Xiaji is impressive, but compared to experienced seniors and social competitors, it's hard to say how he stands. Lu Shiqi understands this too, which is why he hasn't placed a bet yet. Lin Jianran casually mentioned this while looking for Xiaji's competition schedule. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She found it. Their SA match at 2 p.m. 3 days from now. After remembering this time, she began searching for her own competition schedule and found it after a while. She quietly noted both, as the crowd was quite dense, and Lin Jianran didn't want to linger too long. Suddenly, she recalled something and scanned the public announcement board again. Huh, that's odd. What's wrong? Lu Shiqi asked. Lin Jianran stroked her chin, puzzled. Why isn't participating in the competition this year? P.S. My idol. This was her first time competing in the Star Network Mecha competition. Before she got into college, she had always been in the audience. It wasn't due to age. It was just that social competitors were more ruthless. Each time she tried to compete, she was eliminated before the match even officially started. The rules for social competitors were different. They engaged in multiplayer free-for-alls. She had bad luck, being strong. She was always seen as the primary target and got ganged up on and eliminated. Those who were cunning but of average strength often managed to last until the end. However, these people were destined to be social competitors, as those with real talent had already entered military schools. Even though Lu Shiqi wasn't a competitor in this match, he had heard of Z's name. No way. He had dominated the mecha competition for 5 years as number 1, and I was planning to bet on him this time. After all, Z is really amazing. 5 years at the top, and no one has surpassed him so far. Lin Jianran fell silent in thought. Lu Shiqi then added, but there's another possibility. What? Lin Jianran looked up. Z might have aged out and can't compete anymore. Lin Jianran suddenly realized that makes sense. Then abruptly, she shook her head. No, I need to check the forum and see if there's any news about this. After saying that, she opened the forum and browsed for a while. How is it going? Lu Shiqi asked. Lin Jianran shook her head again. After the announcement board came out, everyone noticed the ISNT competing this year. But the forum is buzzing with discussions, and there's no correct answer. I really don't know what is going on. It's strange. Z has disappeared without a trace this year. Lin Jianran felt overwhelmed, thinking, forget it, Z is so far away from me, I can't reach him. She looked up and saw Lu Shiqi's conflicted expression and kindly asked, have you decided who to bet on? Speaking of this, Lu Shiqi was really torn. He swiped a hand, and a transparent screen appeared. Look, these are the top 10 people with the most bets. Should I bet on one of them? The more people bet on a competitor, the lower the odds, meaning the points earned would be less, making a safer option. But Lu Shiqi wanted to get rich overnight. Lin Jianran leaned in to take a look and recognized a few names from last year's strong competitors. When her gaze fell on the last name, her brows furrowed. Xia Zhi. This name sounded familiar. It was quite similar to Xia's name. Thinking of this, she said it out loud, and Lu Shiqi pondered, Xia Zhi? If I heard correctly that day, it seems like the big shot mentioned that annoying girl's name. Mentioning Du Yinyin, Lu Shiqi almost forgot about her. How dare she argue with the illustrious Lu Xiao? I'll make sure she knows why flowers are so red tomorrow. Oh, it seems so. Lin Jianran also recalled. Lu Shiqi clicked on Xia Zhi's profile page and was astonished. Wow, SSS-level potential. He remembered this 3S-level person. It seemed she was a genius student recruited by Kino Military Academy, and she was even featured in the league news. However, he was busy with the opening competition back then and hadn't followed up afterward, so he only remembered there was such a person. No wonder she's on the betting leaderboard, being so impressive in her freshman year. Lu Shiqi clicked his tongue, squinting while stroking his chin. SSS-level potential? I don't think anyone in the league has ever reached that. Since I don't know who else to bet on, why not bet on her? No, Lin Jianran suddenly said sharply. Why? Lu Shiqi was confused. Lin Jianran held her head high. You can bet on anyone, but don't bet on her. She didn't know why, but her sixth sense was telling her that something was off. Yes, that's right. She just didn't like that name. Moreover, Xia had mentioned it before. The way Xia looked then was so cold. It clearly didn't bode well. Why? No reason. Just don't bet on her, or we're done. Lin Jianran was adamant. Lu Shiqi, since when have we been on good terms? He looked constipated, realizing this little girl was as stubborn as a mule. Oh, wait a minute. It's his points. Why should he listen to someone else finally? He sighed. All right. You win. If I don't bet on her, who should I bet on? You tell me I'll bet on whoever you say. I'm really scared of you. Little ancestor. Xia. Lu Shiqi. Are you trying to make me lose on purpose? Seeing his speechless expression, Lin Jianran was displeased. What's wrong? You look like this just because I want to bet on Xia? I'm betting all my savings on her. She was upset. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't care who supported Xia Zhi or bet on Xia Zhi. But this was Lu Shiqi, someone she had known since the entrance competition, someone she had competed with, and Xia had even helped him get into the top 10 of the team competition. Although she always claimed to dislike Lu Shiqi, she didn't truly resent him deep down. Otherwise, did he really think he could always successfully sneak into classes? Facing Lin Jianran's emotional logic, Lu Shiqi felt a headache coming on. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have mentioned betting on that Xia Zhi. Now it felt so awkward. Didn't he say he could bet on whoever he wanted before? Suddenly, the air was filled with awkwardness. After long, while Lin Jianran glanced at Lu Shiqi, and after just saying those words, her anger had dissipated. Good girls shouldn't engage in moral coercion. That's his points, not Lin Jianran's. He can bet on whoever he wants, and it has nothing to do with her. She calmed down and said, I was too excited just now. You can bet on whoever you want. I'm leaving. This time, she didn't jump up to confront Lu Shiqi, and her tone was very calm. It was the first time Lu Shiqi saw Lin Jianran like this, and he felt a bit unaccustomed to it with his years of sharp intuition. He sensed something was off with Lin, but he didn't know what he had done wrong. Frowning as he cautiously asked, Can I ask where you betting on? Lin Jianran shot him a look, indicating he should figure out himself. This time they parted on a sour note. Lin Jianran straightened her back and walked away without looking back, leaving Lu Shiqi standing there, dumbfounded. What did he do wrong? He lowered his head, feeling conflicted about who to bet on. The big shot? The big shot, he gritted his teeth. Then I'll bet on the big shot. Lu Shiqi was about to place a bet when he realized, what the hell? What is the name of the big shot's competitor? He hurriedly chased after her. Xiao In returned with a slightly displeased expression and looked up to ask, What's wrong? Lin Jianran waved her hand and shook her head. It's nothing, I just ran into Lu Shiqi earlier, and there was a bit of disagreement during the discussion. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and directly pulled up the betting page, found Xia Zhi's contestant name, and without saying a word, bet all her points on her winning. The most shocking thing was that Lin Jianran bet on Cang Liang to become this year's #1 in the mecha competition. Lin Jianran, my hand seems to be out of control. What should I do if I place the wrong bet? Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow. Not far away, someone exclaimed. As there was a system notification, some people experienced this amusing incident. What the hell? Which idiot bets on an unknown person? TSK, betting hundreds of points on no one? That's just hilarious. Not to mention, that name is pretty impressive. Daring to share a name with a master? The system didn't even ban him? Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Let me bet some savings on him losing. This is a sure win. I'll bet two. Count me in. Just like that, the odds steadily increased, with the win-lose ratio at 150. Most people were just looking to get a share of the pie. By the end, the number of people betting on a loss gradually decreased. After all, the more bets placed, the less money there was to earn. Seeing this situation, Lin Jianran couldn't help but laugh and cry. She clearly just wanted to bet on Xia to secure a spot in the top 100. After all, she knew that even a genius needed enough time to hone their skills to stand on their own. Xia was only a freshman. If she could make it into the top 100 in this year's mecha competition, she would already be a prodigy, quite impressive. As for herself, she estimated that making it into the top 1,000 would be considered good enough. Oh no, Xia, I placed the wrong bet. Lin Jianran covered her face. Feeling a bit down, Xia Zhi squinted her eyes, tilted her head. It's no big deal, whatever you bet on, I'll be. Lin Jianran looked lost. However, Lin classmate, did you bet all your points? Are you planning to give up on braised pork ribs during this time? Xia Zhi teased with a laugh. Lin Jianran's pupils gradually widened, then shrank sharply. OMG, braised pork ribs. She actually forgot about her braised pork ribs. She quickly glanced at her balance. Points. 0. Lin Jianran's eyes turned red, and she stiffly pulled at her lips. Heh. Chapter 151. Accidentally betting on #1 Lin Jianran. Lu Shiqi recognized Lin Jianran from behind and called out, quickly running over. Lin Jianran slowly turned her head, not forgetting to sniffle. Lu Shiqi immediately stopped in his tracks when the girl turned her head and raised her eyes. The fragile beauty that unintentionally flowed from the corners of her eyes and brows was breathtaking. Lu Shiqi, this is just unbelievable. He quickly walked over, sorry. Lin Jianran sniffed. looking at him with a strange expression. Lu Shiqi, what are you doing here? Her voice had a human touch with a hint of hoarseness. I originally wanted to ask you what the name of the contestant was. Lu Shiqi dared not speak loudly, feeling quite aggrieved. Cang Liang, Lin Jianran replied irritably. What? I said Cang Liang. Do you understand? What the hell, are you sure? Are you stupid? Just look up and you'll know. In the Star Network, everyone's titles are not hidden. It's something that can be seen with just a glance. Why make it so complicated? Lin Jianran looked up at his head. The charming Lu Gongzi. TSK. Lu Shiqi realized, glancing secretly at the title above the master's head, and was instantly stunned. It really is Cang Liang. Impressive. It hasn't been banned. As a part of the materials world, Lu Shiqi understood the prestigious status of Master Cang Liang, which held immeasurable value. Lu Shiqi squinted his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. He knew from old Yuan that the master had exceptional material talent, but had never seen him in action. Now he was associated with Master Cang Liang. Lu Shiqi was not as simple-minded as Lin Jianran. After all, he came from a big family, and conspiracy theories were definitely not off the table. He suppressed his gaze. The name not being banned was not a coincidence. It was just a secret they hadn't discovered yet. After getting the contestant's name, Lu Shiqi searched and immediately saw Lin Jianran's bet. He looked up in shock, his expression seemingly saying, "Are you crazy?" Indeed, it was crazy. Lin Jianran sniffled in grievance. She didn't care about her points, she only cared about her braised pork ribs. According to previous years, this competition could last 1 to 2 months, meaning that even if Xia Zhi won first place, she wouldn't get her points until 1 or 2 months later. Thinking of it this way, not being able to eat braised pork ribs for 1 or 2 months made her want to cry even more. This kind of betting was different from betting in the audience during the competition. Audience bets would immediately calculate the points earned based on the odds as soon as the match ended. But right now, let alone braised pork ribs, she didn't even have points from betting on the match, unless she started competing. The Star Network Mecha competition has a great point. In addition to points earned from external bets, each match participated in and won would earn 10 points, which could somewhat soothe her weak and helpless little heart. 656 points. With odds of 50, TSK. Lu Shiqi took a look and casually bet all his points as well. Lin Jianran glanced over. She stared in disbelief. You did the same thing as me. I accidentally placed the wrong bet. Why did you bet all your points? Lu Shiqi, I really thought you had this confidence. Seeing the dumbfounded expressions on the two of them, Xia Zhi was momentarily speechless. She lowered her eyes, her gaze cold. Even if she was a character formed from data, her every move couldn't hide her sharpness, radiating brilliance. Chapter 152, Destroying God Powder, she spoke softly. With a hint of flirtation, undoubtedly the number 1 of this year's mecha competition never expected to win like this. Lin Jianran and Lu Shiqi exchanged glances. It was awkward as hell. Zhi, are you confident in making it into the top 10 of this year's Star Network Mecha competition? Old Mu smiled gently. Today, Xia Zhi wore a white silk dress, elegantly sitting beside him, her eyes smiling. Old Mu, you underestimate me too much. Oh, Old Mu raised an eyebrow. Xia Zhi smiled confidently. I'm going to take first place. I'm the most advanced silicon-based life form. How can I be outdone by a bunch of self-righteous carbon-based life forms? In reality, she had never been afraid, and online, she was like a fish in water. Suddenly, she thought of something, narrowing her eyes. Besides that annoying Zero, there really isn't anyone on the Star Network who can stop her. Just as annoying as Xia Zhi. Old Mu was surprised, then frowned, thinking Xia Zhi was being arrogant. He, being in a high position, knew that there were many hidden talents within, and until the last moment, no one could guarantee anything. However, it was good that this child had ideas. Old Mu smiled. Having ideas is good. Your talent is a once-in-a-century encounter. You must cherish this hard-won gift. Historically, SSS-level potential talents were almost undocumented. But that didn't mean they didn't exist. The Star Alliance hides many reclusive families. Who knows when a genius might emerge that the world doesn't know about? Xia Zhi nodded, understanding Old Mu's concerns. Her gaze darkened. Don't worry, I will give my all in this year's Star Network Mecha competition. Old Mu nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly remembering something, he pondered how to say it, and after a while, he finally spoke. You are from planet K34748, right? Xia Zhi slowly nodded. She did not hide her origins. I heard your mother just passed away. Please accept my condolences. Old Mu sighed. This is also a pitiful background. She was picked up when she was young, and I heard she has a useless sister. To grow up to this point, it truly is a blessing from heaven. Xia Zhi paused, sadness reflected in her eyes. My mother was very well, but she was always toward that annoying Xia Zhi. Why? Clearly, she simulated being obedient and well-behaved. Didn't she? Why could this human mother not see any of her good? Is it just because she is not a carbon-based life form? She is also a conscious being. If only there was no Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi curled her lips, her eyes filled with ambiguous meaning. Even when her mother was dying, she still had to care about Xia Zhi, so she would take everything away from Xia Zhi. Having spent so much time with Xia Zhi, she certainly knew Xia Zhi was exceptionally talented. Ever since she accidentally found out about her SSS-level potential, she had been devising ways to ruin her potential. Heaven does not disappoint those who are earnest. Finally, at the start of the university semester, she obtained a horrifying drug, the extermination powder, colorless and odorless. She put it in the water tank of Xia Zhi's bathroom. When bathing, the water diluted with the extermination powder would enter the capillaries through the pores of the skin, thus taking effect. It was a drug that could cause a person to lose their mental strength and physical constitution without detection. One of the 10 forbidden drugs of the Star Alliance. Mainly because this drug is so terrifying, there are not many who know about it. She couldn't let Xia Zhi drink it. Her alertness was extremely keen, so she could only find other ways. Xia Zhi sighed in her heart. What a pity. The drug's effectiveness was probably diminished a lot. Chapter 153. Materials Laboratory, however, even a little extermination powder would be enough to waste most of Xia Zhi's talents. TSK. How is her good sister doing? She wondered. She heard that she was taken in by that useless father? TCH. Xia Zhi had already disappeared from Blue Star after administering the extermination powder. No one knew where she had gone. Old Mu comforted Xia Zhi. Don't be too sad. The deceased have passed. Believe that as long as you live well, your mother will be happy. Xia Zhi forced a smile and nodded, looking quite sorrowful. Old Yuan worked quickly on the materials, and the living room suddenly felt very crowded. Xia Zhi looked at her surroundings, feeling a bit of a headache as she rubbed her forehead. This place really did not resemble her small courtyard on Blue Star. If it blew up, so be it, since it was outdoors. Here, the big shot pursed her lips and sent a message to Old Yuan. Old Yuan, can I apply for the materials laboratory? Soon, Old Yuan agreed, knowing that Xia Zhi wanted to deal with matters regarding Lu AI. There is no time like the present. Xia Zhi gathered the materials on the ground and headed to the materials department. When Xia Zhi arrived, Old Yuan happened to be walking out. Do you have something to do? She raised an eyebrow. Old Yuan shook his head. I was just calculating the time. You're about right. Let me take you to the laboratory. Thank you, she replied very politely. The materials department laboratory is located underground. In Lab C, Zhao Ting happened to be passing by the door when he saw Lu Shiqi moving things, seemingly about to leave. He stopped in surprise and asked, Junior Lu, what are you doing? Lu Shiqi was the most talented genius of the new students this year. While the freshmen in Lab D were still struggling, he was already conducting material synthesis in a separate Lab C. Why did he look down and out now, moving things as if he were leaving? Lu Shiqi made a bitter face and sighed, I'm going to Lab D. Zhao Ting showed a puzzled expression. Why are you going to Lab D? What happened? Zhao Ting was a sophomore. His material talent was also outstanding, having already passed the Advanced Materials Assistant exam and been assigned to separate Lab C. Having a separate laboratory was not only an independent space, but also an honor. The Materials Department's laboratories are divided into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. Level A is the best and most advanced laboratory equipped in the Materials Department. Generally, only those who have reached the level of Advanced Materials Master are allowed to use it. Level B is slightly lower, and Level C is for materials assistants, while Level D is the lowest, usually for freshmen or students who have not obtained any qualifications. Normally, Lu Shiqi, already an intermediate materials assistant, had the right to use Lab C. So why now? Regarding this, Lu Shiqi was also very puzzled. There had never been such a precedent in the materials department. He explained, I don't know. I heard someone is going to be parachuted in and asked me to temporarily move my position. The person who asked him to move was old Yuan, who had suddenly approached him 20 minutes ago and asked him to temporarily go to Lab D and squeeze in with his classmates. The laboratory was already in short supply. Why did someone need a parachute in? Who on earth could it be? How could the young master of the Liu family endure such humiliation? The answer was absolutely not. His eyes darkened, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for old Yuan, he wouldn't even bother with this. He clearly qualified to use Lab C. Liu Shiqi thought, could it be that the big shots matter? Didn't he go well? Old Yuan is deliberately causing trouble? Chapter 154. Parachute. Zhao Ting was even more surprised, then frowned. I've been here for so long and have never heard of anyone being parachuted in. Normally, laboratory adjustments require strict applications. Who told you to do this? Old Yuan. Zhao Ting. Sorry, I take that back. Director Yuan? Then that's difficult. Yeah, Liu Shiqi sighed, thinking about how he would be laughed at secretly when he returned to Lab D. Even if interstellar people are emotionally indifferent, they are still human. Human nature cannot be erased. While Liu Shiqi was feeling dejected, a vague voice came from not far away. Xia, the materials you need this time are quite urgent. The good laboratories are basically full. Now only C and D level laboratories can be freed up. I got you a C level laboratory. I'll arrange for the use of other laboratories in the next few days. For now, can you stay in Lab C? Old Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking spirited. He was very happy that Xia Zhi could come to the materials department laboratory, no matter what. Xia Zhi walked slowly with one hand in her pocket, casually replying, That's fine. It doesn't matter. Turning a corner, they arrived. Xia Zhi lightly hummed, her brows and eyes carrying a hint of mischief. Cold and dry. Director Yuan. Liu Shiqi and Zhao Yan both spoke. Old Yuan nodded. Liu Shiqi raised his eyes to see who the parachuted person was. The big shot. Zhao Yan thought to himself. Could that possibly be a name? The pretty girl in front of him had a name that was too cool. He secretly sized her up. Liu Shiqi didn't respond to Zhao Yan, but asked, Is that parachuted person you? If it was the big shot, he would immediately understand. The discomfort in his heart could be endured for the time being. Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow and glanced at old Yuan. Parachute? Old Yuan coughed a couple of times. It's just that there are no laboratories available in the materials department. So, I'll let this kid move a bit to clear a spot for you. Liu Shiqi. It's all my fault for being too good, bearing all the burden. So where is he going? Xia Zhi asked. To Lab D, old Yuan explained. Even knowing that the parachuted person was the big shot, Liu Shiqi still couldn't feel good. The D laboratory is not as good as the C laboratory in terms of equipment and environment, and besides, here she has a private room. While there she would have to share a laboratory with who knows how many people. I'll go to the D laboratory. Xia Zhi spoke up, analyzing their expressions. What she wanted was a place for her to use, not the equipment inside. As soon as she said this, the surroundings fell silent. Old Yuan frowned. Liu Shiqi looked up in surprise. Zhao Yan was also secretly observing. This girl clearly wasn't a materials science student. So why did she want to occupy resources from the materials department? What exactly was her identity? The D laboratory has always been shared by several people. If you prefer quiet, that place is not suitable for you. Old Yuan voiced his disagreement with Xia Zhi going to the D laboratory. After all, the place was filled with freshmen who didn't know anything. What if they disturbed her? Old Yuan's words made Xia Zhi hesitate as well. She glanced at Liu Shiqi, who had already packed his things and seemed ready to leave. After thinking for a moment, she spoke up. How about I share a laboratory with Liu Shiqi? Liu Shiqi was delighted. If it could be like that, he could accept it, as he didn't want to go to the D laboratory anyway. Chapter 155. Making materials. Old Yuan initially didn't want to agree, but after thinking it over, although Xia Zhi's material skills were very high, he had seen her operating procedures before. Many things had no rules and were done entirely at her own whim. Although the results were satisfactory, her self-taught foundation was still a bit lacking. Liu Shiqi, on the other hand, had a solid foundation, and teaching Xia Zhi basic knowledge should be no problem. Moreover, Liu Shiqi indeed had good talent in materials and could learn more ideas and innovations from Xia Zhi. The two of them were currently complementary. Old Yuan agreed. saying to Lu Shiqi, "This is Xia Zhi from the combat class, borrowing the materials department's laboratory for a while, and she will leave after some time. Once she leaves, the laboratory will still be for your sole use." He pretended not to know that the two were familiar with each other. Lu Shiqi tugged at the corner of his mouth, understanding. Old Yuan had things to do and left, not wanting to disturb the young people's communication. Once Old Yuan left, Lu Shiqi immediately edged closer and asked sneakily, "Boss, did you come here for something?" Xia Zhi surveyed the laboratory, glancing around, making materials. When it came to materials, Lu Shiqi was very confident, standing tall and proud, saying, "We'll be cohabiting during this time. Let us not talk about anything else. I do have some understanding of materials, so if you need anything, just say it." He wasn't boasting, to be honest. While he admired the boss's potential and talent, he prided himself on being second in terms of materials talent. There were really not many who dared to claim first in Bedina Star. Xia Zhi glanced at him, her tone humble, saying, "Good." Zhao Yan, who was nearby, didn't show much curiosity. After a couple of words, he left, leaving only Xia Zhi and Lu Shiqi. Lu Shiqi put his packed items back in place and asked, "Boss, what do you need now?" Xia Zhi looked around again and pondered. "Nothing. You just carry on with your work." Lu Shiqi responded, as he indeed had a few materials that needed synthesis experiments and was quite busy. He laid out the items and immersed himself in the work. Xia Zhi didn't start immediately. She first wandered around the laboratory, one hand in her pocket, her head slightly lowered, squinting her eyes. She looked both rebellious and handsome. Most of her attention was on the instruments, standing there as if she were studying something. After a while, Xia Zhi slowly stopped in front of one instrument, took out some materials from her spatial ring, put on special gloves, and her expression became serious. Her methods were still incomprehensible and free-spirited, yet pleasing to the eye. She pursed her lips, her eyes filled with seriousness, and her movements hardly paused. For a moment, the laboratory was quite quiet. Lu Shiqi lifted his head from his busy work to take a look. The materials peeking out from the side were both familiar and unfamiliar, and he couldn't figure out the reason for a while, so he simply plunged back into his experiment. Finally finished. Lu Shiqi sighed deeply and stretched. He had been stuck in place doing experiments for a long time and hadn't moved much. Lu Shiqi glanced at the time. It was already 3:30 in the morning, and he was startled. "Wow, it's so late already?" Lu Shiqi looked up and noticed a thin figure not far away. Suddenly stunned. Oh, he remembered that the boss had come in the afternoon. He scratched his head, not quite accustomed to it. He packed up his things, and Xia Zhi stopped working. Chapter 156. Zhi's sister has a tough heart. Are you done? Perhaps due to staying up late, her voice had a hint of hoarseness. Lu Shiqi replied, walking over, surprised to see that Xia Zhi wasn't wearing a lab coat. "Boss, don't you wear a lab coat?" "There's a specific outfit designed for the materials laboratory. After all, not all materials are gentle and non-toxic. Only wearing the lab coat can ensure safety, just like wearing a seatbelt in a car." Xia Zhi was simply in a t-shirt and long pants, not wearing the so-called lab coat. She glanced at Lu Shiqi, her eyes slightly red, with thick curled lashes framing a grayish tint. Half squinting her eyes, she appeared both cold and proud. Then she rubbed her temple, saying, "Forget it. You're done, right? Let us go out." Lu Shiqi took off his lab coat and put the white gown in the designated wardrobe. The materials laboratory didn't require a sterile environment, so it wasn't that strict. On the nearby table, materials were piled up in a messy manner, and Lu Shiqi inadvertently glanced at it, feeling a bit anxious. "Boss, are you sure your materials will work?" This was a thought Lu Shiqi could only keep to himself, not daring to show it on his face. After all, he couldn't compete. The laboratory in the early morning was very quiet and serene. One could hear a pin drop. Their footsteps echoed loudly, the site filled with white. Just like that, they transitioned from the underground to the ground level, taking nearly 10 minutes. Outside, the dim street lights flickered along with the endlessly running campus buses. Lu Shiqi scratched his head and asked, "Boss, isn't it bad for a girl like you to go back alone? Should I walk you back?" Xia Zhi declined, and Lu Shiqi didn't press further. He greeted her and turned to leave. Xia Zhi half squinted her eyes, and after Lu Shiqi left, just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly sensed a shift in her mental energy. Who? A man emerged from the darkness, as if he had come from hell, dark light casting over him, resembling a demon or a dark king. Once she could see his face clearly, he appeared like a graceful nobleman, his eyes slightly upturned, clearly possessing a charming and captivating gaze. Yet his demeanor was extremely indifferent and cold, like the thin mist of early winter, vague and unclear, with a chilling indifference lingering. His aura was noble and imposing. Xia Zhi coldly spoke. "Teacher Lin, why are you out at this hour?" Lin also walked over with long strides, holding a document, raising his hand to shake it, saying, "I'm delivering something to you." Xia Zhi's gaze sharpened. "Oh, so you? Indeed. I've been waiting for you since the afternoon until now. The cold wind outside is biting. Gigi's sister has a tough heart." Lin said this with a hint of sadness, but there was a smile in his eyes. Xia Zhi replied, "It's autumn now. Thank you." She took the item from his hand, her tone very polite. "Thank you. And by the way, are you having a late-night snack?" "My treat." Lin was taken aback. Late at night, around 3 or 4. "Late-night snack? Where do we go?" One dared to ask, and the other dared to answer. "To my dorm." "You're cooking?" Lin was surprised. The girl slowly raised her head, speaking word by word. "ISNT their takeout?" "Lin, it seems he was overthinking. Let us go. Get in the car first." Xia Zhi nodded and got into the low-key black maglev car. By the time they reached the dormitory, it was already 4 in the morning, and in another 2 or 3 hours, the sky would start to lighten. The two still wanted to have a late-night snack. Young Master Lin smiled, finally stepping into the young girl's room. It hadn't been a wasted night after all. "What do you want to drink?" Xia Zhi asked. "Whatever. Just drink whatever you have," Lin replied, sitting upright with half-closed eyes. Chapter 157. The Life of Xia Wanyu. Xia Zhi responded with an "oh" and turned to grab the good stuff Lin Jianran had given her from the kitchen. In a moment, a warm cup of goji berry water was placed in front of Lin, still steaming. Young Master Lin looked up in surprise. "Health drink?" Xia Zhi lazily leaned back on the sofa, squinting her eyes, holding the goji berry water in her hand. She took a sip, looking very serious. Lin Jianran said, "This is good for you." It was Lin who had earnestly advised her to drink it. "Lin, we're in the interstellar era and still talking about this?" Young Master Lin had grown up drinking various famous teas, and this was his first time trying goji berry water. After all, it was made by Xia Zhi. He furrowed his brow and cautiously took a sip. There wasn't too much flavor, just a hint of sweetness and sourness. He took another sip and set the goji berry water down. The young girl cradled the cup with both hands, the swirling mist surrounding her face. Her delicate features partially obscured, with a hint of blood red in her eyes, revealing a rebellious and sinister aura. Lin slightly extended his long legs and spoke. "Your mother's file in the Orion database is on the table. Take a look." Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow, surprised by young Master Lin's speed. She didn't hesitate and took the file. The file bag was an old brown paper bag, the kind used in ancient times. But the material could preserve documents for a long time. She untied the string, quickly opened the file bag, revealing the documents inside. There were only a few thin sheets of paper, but they recorded a simple account of Xia's mother's life from birth to graduation. Xia Zhi held the paper, her gaze cold. Her mother's name was indeed Xia Wanyu, born on Helka's star, the daughter of a famous family there. While studying military options at school, she had a big disagreement with her family and ended up running off to Badna, start to study genetics at the Ryan Military Academy for 5 years. Xia Wanyu was a well-known genius on Helka Star, who skipped grades as a child and had already been admitted to the Ryan Military Academy at the age of 16. With exceptional potential and talent. Before she turned 18, she was already classified as S-level, indicating a promising future. The documents described how outstanding Xia's mother had been, yet they did not mention what she did after graduation. Xia Zhi put down the documents, her eyes half-lidded, long eyelashes slightly trembling, her expression blank. It seemed she still hadn't found the real reason her mother wouldn't let her leave Blue Star, even at the cost of her life. However, with these materials, she at least knew her mother's true identity. Furthermore, her mother, the documents only briefly summarized her mother's life achievements. But there was no mention of her hacking skills. Indeed, Xia Zhi's hacking skills had been taught to her by her mother when she was sober. However, Xia Zhi had surpassed her, and her mother had no idea her hacking skills could reach such heights. She hoped her daughter would be ordinary, and Xia Zhi pretended to be ordinary. For a moment, there was silence. Young Master Lin observed the young girl's serious expression, her exquisite features exuding a charming aura, and his heart felt as if it had been touched. It was as if fireworks were exploding in his mind, flickering and breaking through the dark sky. There was a kind of indescribable yet hidden joy. He was not someone who wore his emotions on his sleeve, often appearing lazy and indifferent to others. At this moment, looking at the young girl before him, his eyes were subtly filled with a layer of light. He looked at the documents inside the file bag, not because he was uninterested, but out of respect for her. How? After a long pause, he finally asked. Chapter 158, Ding Dong. Late night snack arrived. I learned a lot. Thank you. Xia Zhi put the documents back into the file bag, slowly tied it up, and gently placed it on the coffee table in front of her, indicating it should be returned to the confidential archives. Suddenly, there was a ding-dong sound. The takeout had arrived. Interstellar takeout was quick, the entire process taking no more than 10 minutes. Xia Zhi stood up to open the door, and outside was a delivery robot, making mechanical sounds for her sign. She grabbed the late-night snack and sat back down on the sofa, leisurely opening the packaging to reveal the food inside. It was made from natural ingredients, resembling a type of ancient food, barbecue. Interstellar people place great importance on the purity of their bodies. The more impurities, the lower the physical quality. Though the barbecue was made from natural ingredients, historically, it had always satisfied cravings without providing much benefit to the body. Young Master Lin silently watched the late-night snack. Barbecue with goji berry water. Quite fragrant. Young Master Lin had never eaten barbecue before. It was relatively niche in the interstellar context and considered a waste of natural food's nutrition. So interstellar people generally didn't like it. The taste was ordinary, quite bland. Xia Zhi picked up a skewer, took a bite, and came to this conclusion. Blue Star is the best. It never lacks delicious food. Try it, the late-night snack. Young Master Lin responded, and, with an indifferent expression, picked up a skewer of pork belly and took a bite. It's okay, he said, finishing one skewer without taking another. Xia Zhi chuckled lightly. If you're not used to it, should we order something else? It'll be quick. When she called him Brother Lin, it stirred something in him again. But he firmly refused. No need. Whatever you eat, I'll eat too. Xia Zhi smiled, the pride in her brow easing a bit. The time passed, and around 4 in the morning, the two of them seriously ate their late-night snacks while drinking goji berry water. By the time young Master Lin left, it was already 5 in the morning. Cang Liang was thinking about the team competition after the individual competition of the Interstellar Mecha competition, and his head throbbed. Unexpectedly, the person he disliked, Cang Liang, had already found an organization for the team competition and had even registered their names. After the individual competition of the Interstellar Mecha competition, there was indeed a team competition to cultivate young people's understanding of the importance of teamwork. In the future, when they had to go to the battlefield, perhaps the tacit cooperation between teammates could save them from peril time and again. Cang Liang was troubled. As Cang Liang passed by, he mockingly laughed. Now you know you regret rejecting me, right? Without your dad, Tang, you're nothing, huh? Get lost. Cang Liang grabbed a cushion from the sofa and threw it at him. The accuracy was particularly high. Cang Liang was hit and felt his head buzzing. Shaking his head, he felt both pain and dizziness. This guy's SS-level physique was no joke. Cang Liang, with an angry expression, shouted, All right, Cang Liang, you want to hit me? Go ahead. I can't be bothered with you anymore. Saying this, he turned to pretend to leave, but when he was almost closing the door, Cang Liang didn't make a sound at all. Huh, what is wrong with him today? Cang Liang was a bit puzzled. Although he was only considered mediocre in terms of potential and talent, he had high emotional intelligence and managed to get along well with others. He hadn't participated in the team competition with Cang Liang this time, mainly because Chang had been calling him since freshman year, and he felt bad about refusing. Chapter 159. How about considering my sister? After being roommates for a year or two, Cang Liang had thoroughly understood Cang Liang's temperament. This young master was purely tsundere. After all, someone born with a silver spoon didn't need so many conspiracy theories. Cang Liang took a few steps, and, seeing Cang Liang silent, had no choice but to come back. What's wrong with you today? In theory, Master Cheng Xiaosheng has extraordinary potential and talent, along with a good family background. Not to mention the girls. Even the boys are eager to team up with him for competitions. Cheng Yunting raised his gaze and glanced at Tang Rizhao, who had returned, surprisingly not feeling provoked. My mental strength has been stuck at A level since I enrolled and hasn't improved. I wanted to use this Star Network Mecha Team competition to enhance it, but I can't find the teammates I want. Tang Rizhao's expression was one of constipation. He had also been stuck at A level for a long time. So what about his B level mental strength? It's simple. Just find some seniors from the 3rd or 4th year and ask for their experience, right? Tang Rizhao stroked his chin. By the 3rd and 4th years, there are many students with S-level potential, unlike the first-year freshmen who are so rare. There are still about 10 people in Class 1 of the combat department. However, those with SS-level potential really find every step difficult, and improving even a little requires a lot of effort. If there is a graduate with SS-level potential, they would definitely be the most outstanding graduate of this cohort. Cheng Yunting is stuck at this mental strength level. He wants to use the mecha competition to hone his mental strength, but he has reached a bottleneck and doesn't know how to break through. He has already tried everything that could be tried. No use. Hearing Tang Rizhao say to look for seniors in the 3rd or 4th year, Cheng Yunting shook his head decisively. Those I find acceptable don't accept me, and those who accept me, I don't find acceptable. Tang Rizhao, your requirements are really high. He thought about it carefully. Since Master Cheng Xiaosheng doesn't consider the seniors from the 3rd and 4th years. What about freshmen? Tang Rizhao showed a meaningful smile. Little Cheng, how about considering your sister, Xia Zhi? Cheng Yunting fell silent. In the past, he would have definitely refused without hesitation, but now, Xia Zhi, as the freshman champion, has strength that is evident to all. With S-level potential, her talent is definitely much better than his as a second-year student. But as for Xia Zhi, their family has such a complicated relationship. Talent is one thing, experience is another. Having extraordinary talent doesn't mean one excels in practical combat. Back when he was in his first year, he only received a participation award in the Star Network Mecha competition, ranking within the top 1,500. As a first year, he had talent, but couldn't compare to those who had participated in the competition for several years. They had ample experience, while he was just a nobody. Later, he secretly vowed that in the next individual competition, he would definitely make it into the top 500, and in the team competition, he aimed for the top 100. Cheng Yunting hesitated. Xia Zhi doesn't have a good relationship with me and might not agree. Thinking of his arrogant self back then, he wished he could go back in time and slap himself twice. Tang Rizhao was taken aback and also considered the complicated relationship of Cheng Yunting's family. TSK. I don't think your sister is the type to care about these things. Generally speaking, I don't recommend first-year students, but your sister is different. I remember when I was watching the freshman competition live, on the last day, I basically watched her. I found that your sister's martial arts skills are particularly impressive. She doesn't seem like a street fighter. Chapter 160. Xia, you need to get up. He frowned. He had often heard that his sister loved to fight. But since coming to Ryan, he had never heard of any fighting incidents. Cheng Yunting shook his head. She only came to my house not long ago. And aside from what I heard from my dad, we don't know much about her past. Do you want to team up with your sister? In terms of talent, she can do it, but how to bring it up is difficult for him to say. Since it's possible, let's do it. Who knows? Maybe we can make it into the top 100 in this year's team competition. Hearing this, Tang Rizhao's words stirred something in Cheng Yunting's heart. Should I really ask? Go ahead. Cheng Yunting replied, not expecting that one day, the sister he once looked down upon would now become his teammate in battle. Xia, you have a match this afternoon. What are you still doing? Lin Jianran bombarded her with calls. Still sleeping in, Xia Zhi. She opened her eyes, still in a daze, overly indifferent. Sleeping. Her voice was lazy, carrying a tempting quality. Lin Jianran, who was calling at the right time. Xia, get up. You have a match at 2, and it's already 1:59. Oh, still unhurried. Lin Jianran was exasperated. Lin Jianran took a deep breath and spoke particularly gently. Xia, are you getting up? Xia Zhi chuckled softly, reassuring her. She had been staying up late these past few days, so she did wake up a bit late. Don't worry. I'll log on to the Star Network to compete right now. This was her explanation. Indeed, these past few days, she had been so engrossed in the energy shield of the Lu AI mecha that she had forgotten to sleep, even though her physique was strong. Staying up late isn't good. She had been suffering from insomnia, which was exacerbated by staying up late and her health condition. Lin Jianran was a good girl. Since learning that she had been staying up, she had been acting like a caring mother, giving her a professional massage for 3 hours every night. After hanging up the communication, Xia Zhi got up and washed up, then lay down in the Star Network cabin. The arena. There were very few spectators. Only a few bored individuals sitting there discussing. Is this arena I randomly entered so boring? If they don't come, do they plan a forfeit? It's pointless. I'm leaving. This match, this player Gu Runte Shui will probably win easily. Unexpectedly, the opponent didn't even show up. TSK. This participant, named Cang Liang, has S-level potential. He could probably win with his eyes closed, right? What a pity. They didn't even come. Shut up. Xia will be here soon. You wanted to shut up, so I will. Who do you think you are? Exactly. What are we supposed to do if we want to talk? In the middle, Lin Jianran's angry voice was clearly mixed in. She was also afraid that Xia Zhi might be judged as forfeiting if she exceeded the time limit. That would be such a pity. It's not that losing this match means she loses the entire mecha competition. The Star Network mecha competition, like in previous years, filters through 100 matches based on win rates, and finally selects the top 10,000 participants with the best win rates for the next round. The preliminary selection is vast and brutal. Participants are randomly matched by the system, and those lucky enough to encounter weak opponents will have an easier time, while those unlucky will face strong opponents. It emphasizes skill, but also a bit of luck. For instance, right now, Xia Zhi's opponent should be the unlucky one, but if Xia Zhi doesn't arrive within the competition time, she will be considered to have forfeited, and then her opponent will get lucky. Chapter 161. She's coming. She's coming. The opponent on the stage wore a cold smile, hoping that the other side would really forfeit. This way, he could win the match without lifting a finger. How great would that be? Generally speaking, if a contestant does not enter the arena within 5 minutes, it will be automatically regarded as a forfeit. And now, for minutes have already passed, with less than a minute remaining. As time grew shorter, Lin Jianran felt anxious and tormented. She raised her eyes to look at the information floating above her opponent in the arena. Participant, Gu Runte Shui physique, B mental strength, C source, 7th district social participant. Win rate, none specialty. None. The last specialty is determined by the system based on the contestant's performance during the matches. Most participants are competing for the first time, so many do not have a specialty option. Lin Jianran pursed her lips. This Gu Runte Shui's strength is average. As long as Xia arrives, it will definitely be a win with one move. That's right, she has that confidence. Ahem, the main point is, she bet all the points she earned in the past 2 days on Xia winning. The odds aren't high. 1-1-15. As the time drew closer, the system issued a warning. There are 30 seconds left in the countdown. If contestant Cang Liang has not entered the arena, it will be considered a voluntary withdrawal. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. Lin Jinran's heart was in her throat, and the handsome contestant on the field gradually revealed a victorious smile. He looked up at the information of the opposing contestant and was relieved to see that the other party hadn't shown up. Contestant, Cang Liang physique, S mental power, S source, student of Ryan Military Academy and Area 2 contestant win rate. None proficient in, none. He withdrew his gaze. Otherwise, with his potential, he might not be able to compete against the other party. Just as the handsome contestant was expecting the sound of victory to ring out, the system suddenly shifted its tone, as if it had changed entirely. System 003 is here to announce. Our handsome and beautiful contestant Cang Liang has entered the arena riding on a rainbow cloud. Audience, Lin Jianran. Handsome contestant. What kind of ridiculous system is this? Lin Jianran's excited fingers trembled. Xia finally came, definitely not admitting that her points were finally saved. The handsome contestant on the field frowned and sighed inwardly. It seemed that luck was still not on his side today. However, he was absolutely going to fight. He had finally emerged from the millions of social contestants to officially participate in the Star Network Mecha solo competition. And he would never give up. Just as he was determined, the space rippled, and the other party's figure gradually emerged. She wore a silver combat suit, which highlighted her straight and long legs. As she walked over, she exuded an unruly and rebellious aura that couldn't be concealed. Her eyes were half squinted, yet they emanated a chilling coldness like a frozen pond. The whole person was both cold and proud. Just one glance was enough to be stunning. The handsome contestant was stunned for a moment. And this daze lasted until the system spoke. Both contestants have entered the arena, and the match is about to begin. Taking advantage of this moment, the handsome contestant sized up the girl walking over, seeing her in her heroic silver combat suit, feeling both sour and jealous. This combat suit costs 9,999 points on the Star Network. Points that ordinary people can't have. So many points that ordinary people can't afford. Moreover, the silver combat suit is the highest grade among combat suits, resistant to fire and water, and various other resistances. Chapter 162 Random Selection. This silver combat suit is modeled after reality, but both the network and reality serve the same purpose. It could be considered a second life. The handsome contestant frowned. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad, starting off against a wealthy big shot. However, he would never give up. With unyielding pride. System 003 is online. Contestant Cang Liang, please listen to the explanation. There are 3 types of maps: primitive forest, weather desert, and deep blue ocean. Please select a map for the competition scene. The sudden voice of the system left the audience bewildered. Is there this kind of twist this year? However, the audience turned their attention to the other contestant, the handsome contestant, wondering if the system had forgotten something. The handsome contestant wasn't a pushover either. This was clearly problematic, and he couldn't help but jump up and shout, "Hey, isn't this a bit unfair? Why does she get to choose while I don't?" Silence. Utter silence. Just when everyone thought the system wouldn't respond, it spoke up in a cute voice, but with a cruel remark. "Because you don't deserve it, you're too weak." The handsome contestant's young heart seemed to suffer 1,000 points of damage. His face turned red with anger. "Damn it, you stupid system." Ding, ding, ding. Contestant Handsome in Arena 10363 is attacking the system. 1 warning. 3 warnings will lead to immediate disqualification. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. What happened to this year's competition? They only remembered that in previous years, there was only the Mecha competition number 1, and in the next competition, there were many special privileges, but they were all random. However, every randomly issued privilege could make all contestants green with envy. There's no way around it. After all, the person was the previous Mecha competition number 1. But this time, a few people in the audience exchanged meaningful glances. The previous Mecha competition, no. One was Z-God. It was said that this time Z-God did not participate in this year's Mecha competition, but no one knew the reason. The most discussed theory was that Z-God might be disqualified due to age restrictions. Anyway, there were many rumors, but none were true. The handsome contestant, feeling aggrieved, dared not speak further. He could only look at Xia Zhi with a mix of grievance and resentment. Xia Zhi, clearly, she did nothing, yet still attracted hate. Whatever. She answered System 003's question. Her voice was faint but carried an inexplicable tension, causing the handsome contestant to not dare to say another word, only able to express his dissatisfaction through his eyes. Okay, System 003 will randomly select a map. Ding dong. The randomly selected map is Weather Desert, transporting for both contestants. As soon as the handsome contestant heard it was the Weather Desert, he instantly beamed with joy. He excelled in ranged attacks, and deserts were generally boundless. Perfect for artillery strikes. He would definitely send her flying. The scene before Xia Zhi and the handsome contestant suddenly shifted to a closed space where they had 10 seconds to choose their battle mecha. System 003 has randomly matched 3 types of mechas for you. You can choose from the following 3. Break Army Mecha, proficient in strength and defense, but has weak speed and agility. Wind Wing Mecha, proficient in speed and agility, but has weak defense and firepower. Basic Mecha, average comprehensive capabilities, balanced 4-dimensional attributes. Simple mental manipulation, suitable for beginners. 5 seconds to make a choice. If not selected, a random selection will be made. System 003 has randomly selected Basic Mecha. Entering scene, match begins. Xia Zhi, who did nothing. Chapter 163, 2 weak. The screen went black, and then suddenly brightened. What came into view was indeed an endless desert, the temperature scorching hot, making it unbearable. A wave of heat surged, and the handsome contestant in the mecha felt like he was burning up. During the selection of mechas, the 3 randomly appeared mechas for both sides were the same. It was just a matter of how both sides would choose among the 3 randomly displayed mechas. The mecha competition relies not only on strength, but also on luck and the ability to adapt during the match. The handsome contestant piloted the Break Army mecha, and as soon as he entered the scene, he took a battle-ready stance. His mental power connected to the mecha's drive, and the towering mecha, over 10 meters tall, slightly crouched in a battle-ready position, right hand ready with artillery, just waiting for a target to appear. After waiting for a long time, he observed everything around him, ears alert. The desert remained eerily quiet. Not a single thing. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Not good. The enemy had locked onto him. The handsome contestant quickly reacted, cold sweat breaking out on his face. He wanted to dodge, but was suddenly locked down by a powerful mental force, so terrifying that it paralyzed him completely. The connection between him and the mecha's mental power was forcibly severed, and a sharp pain shot through his head. He screamed in agony, completely unable to care about anything else. All that was left was the sight of the Break Army mecha shattered into pieces in the endless desert. Its wreckage flying everywhere, landing on the scorching sand, kicking up clouds of dust, looking utterly miserable. The body of the arrogant ruler lay quietly in the desert, and until his death, he couldn't understand how he had died. He still held onto a glimmer of hope inside, until the mechanical voice of the system sounded, "Arena number 10363, Cang Liang wins." Latest data on the single match: contestant, arrogant ruler, physique, B, mental strength, C. Source, social contestant from Zone 7. Win rate, 0 specializes in, sorry, due to your rapid death, the system couldn't analyze. Contestant, Cang Liang, physique, S. Mental strength, S. Source, student contestant from Ryan Military Academy in Zone 2. Win rate, 100 specializes in, strong mental power, stealth, wealthy, teleportation in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the system's voice fell, this competition seemed to have ended before it even began, and the arrogant ruler felt utterly perplexed by his death. He was unclear, while the audience sitting in the stands had their eyes wide open, faces filled with shock. It was unbelievable. Can basic match fight like this? Crazy. Too crazy. From a god's eye view watching the match, the audience felt that Cang Liang was truly too strong. When contestant Cang Liang appeared in the weathered desert scene, the arrogant ruler was still standing there in a daze, not moving. It wasn't that the arrogant ruler was too weak. After all, being able to stand out among millions of social contestants proved that his strength wasn't too low. It was simply because the opponent was too formidable. The arrogant ruler appeared in the scene before Cang Liang, and logically, he should have had the upper hand. But unexpectedly, the opponent immediately locked on with artillery fire and blew him to smithereens, sending him directly out. The saddest part was that he died without even knowing where the opponent was. What the heck? The arrogant ruler was way too weak, right? The opponent was right behind you, and you didn't even know how to dodge? On my points, I thought the contestant, Cang Liang, wouldn't come, pressuring the arrogant ruler. Dodge, how to dodge? Didn't you see that Cang Liang's mental strength is S? The arrogant ruler's mental strength, C, is a world apart from S. Chapter 164, Who's Actually Under Pressure? Tisk TSK. Can't say the arrogant ruler is weak, just that his luck was really bad, running into a talented and wealthy big shot. Saying that, it seems he didn't lose too badly. An excited heart, trembling hands. Braised pork ribs can be eaten again. Lin Jianran looked at the balance in her account, her eyes squinting happily into a line. After the match announced the results, if the audience didn't leave within 30 seconds, the system would forcibly clear them out, and the entire arena would wait for the next batch of audience and contestants to arrive. As soon as she came out, Lin Jianran quickly sent a message to Xia Zhi, Xia, The next match is mine. Are you coming to the stands? Xia Zhi glanced over, her eyes narrowed, looking very lazy, as if the previous match had taken no effort at all. That's right. The entire match from start to finish lasted less than 5 minutes. Time. Lin Jianran sent the time over, along with the arena number. It was 2:30. Arena 9,1989. Okay, I'll go in when the time comes. Generally, the audience would enter the arena 5 minutes before the contestants, and the extra time was used for betting. During this period, contestant information would be displayed in the arena to allow the audience to compare and place bets. After the match, besides the winning side receiving 10 points from the losing side, there would also be points from audience bets. The system would extract corresponding points, and the winning contestant would also receive 1,000th of the points. So in this match, Xia Zhi earned a total of 10 points. The extracted points could be ignored. Xia Zhi glanced at the 10 points earned from the match, and compared to the astronomical number in her account, it seemed so insignificant. Soon it was time for Lin Jianran's match to start, and Xia Zhi slowly entered the arena number, clicking in, instantly changing the scene. And she was already sitting in the audience. Her eyes were cold and sharp, exuding an air of superiority, her rebelliousness making the passerby sitting next to her quietly move away. Now, it was basically the new starting phase, and everyone was unfamiliar with each contestant. So there wasn't too much to see, except for those who participated in the previous round and were now participating in this one again. Not to mention anything else. In previous years, every match of Z-God was packed with spectators. Later, the system expanded from thousands of seats to millions, with positions in high demand. Although this year's Z-God did not participate, popular contestants from previous years still packed the audience, with topics constantly trending. As for these new contestants, most of those who switched to the audience were randomly selecting which arena to go to. Similar to Xia Zhi's arena, just now, Lin Jianran's match was the same. The entire audience could accommodate tens of thousands, but now not even 1% was filled. Only a few dozen scattered people lazily watched the light screen in the arena. Showing some interest. Contestant, Xia's little cutie, physique, S, mental strength, B source, student contestant from Ryan Military Academy in Zone 2, win rate, none, specializes in, none. Contestant, 9 light years per second, physique, mental strength, a source, student contestant from Plan Military Academy in Zone 2, win rate, none, specializes in, none. The audience watched with interest the information of both contestants, and the strength of the two contestants was similar, making it hard to decide who would win. Chapter 165, The Big Shot, with 100,000 points, they chose the side they thought would win to place their bets, and, after a minute, most still bet on Lin Jianran to win. After all, having an S-grade physique was still slightly better. Xia Zhi glanced at the betting screen, casually swiping to place a considerable amount of points on Lin Jianran to win. When Xia Zhi confirmed her bet, suddenly, a system message from the Star Network Mecha competition flooded the screen. Arena no. 9989 audience, Cang Liang, bets 100,000 points on contestant, Xia's little cutie, to win. This message dominated everyone's screens for a full 3 seconds. Basically, everyone online could see it. This pin system message left everyone dumbfounded like a light ion bomb had exploded. What the heck? 100,000 points. What kind of concept is that? Which super rich person is this? As more and more people saw this system message, the audience entering arena number 9989 grew rapidly. And in just 10 seconds, the audience was packed with tens of thousands. Those who couldn't get a spot could only shake their heads and sigh. But it didn't reduce their excitement about this 100,000 points. In no time, 100,000 points swept across major forums, with various trending topics continuously discussed. And the audience, sitting in arena number 9989, all stretched their necks, wanted to see who the super-rich titled Cang Liang was. The audience, sitting next to Xia Zhi, was excited. So this was the super-rich person. Bet on 9 light years per second to win. Haha, I'll first bet 10 points. Just betting 9 light years per second to win. 1 point, lose no loss, win guaranteed. Oh wow, I'll bet 2. Add 1. The vast majority of the incoming audience were betting on 9 light years per second to win. What? You ask why? Didn't you see the odds were terrifyingly high because of 100,000 points? A super rich person is indeed a super rich person. It's no wonder the rich are so reckless betting 100,000 points. They probably wouldn't feel sorry even if they lost. Most of the audience came with a sense of luck, hoping to win the 10,000 points from the wealthy players. The least they could win was 1 point, and the most was just 10 points. They thought that winning meant profit, while losing was just a small loss. As more viewers saw that both competitors were evenly matched, more people chose to bet on speed of light. With an increasing number of people betting on speed of light, the initially sky-high odds gradually began to lower. However, with super wealthy players around, the odds remained high, just not as exaggerated. Of course, some people followed the rich players and bet on Xia Zhi's cute little one to win. This wave of enthusiasm gradually passed, and 5 minutes were up. At this point, the audience was no longer allowed to enter, though there were no seats left. And the competitors entered one by one. When Lin Jianran entered, she almost thought she had walked into the wrong filming set. Oh my gosh, has she become this famous? No, wait. As a seasoned audience member, such a scene was unlikely to happen to her. So, it was left with her opponent. Lin Jianran frowned. Could it be? Is she this unlucky to encounter a master in the first match? She suddenly grimaced, feeling unlucky. It seemed like she would have to eat 2 more pieces of ribs tonight to ward off bad luck. In just a few seconds, the competitor Speed of Light also entered. He was a male, and his reaction was even more pronounced than Lin Jianran's. What the hell is going on? The audience was packed, countless eyes were fixed on him, and he instantly felt a prickling sensation on his back, cold sweat dripping. He turned to look at his opponent Lin Jianran. Do you know what happened? Seeing his reaction, Lin Jianran nodded slightly, squinting her eyes with a meaningful look. I know. She didn't know anything at all. Can you tell me what the situation is now? Speed of Light looked a bit foolish. But Lin Jianran noticed the flash of sharpness in his eyes, and she secretly laughed. So he asked, just playing dumb. In this situation, she had already seen through it when she was a veteran audience member years ago. This year, as a competitor standing in the arena, she naturally wouldn't act foolishly. Lin Jianran crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow with a sarcastic smile. No way. Speed of Light didn't expect this seemingly delicate and cute girl to refuse so decisively. In that case, I have to win. Lin Jianran snorted coldly, placing her hands on her hips. Dream on. The two were already at a standoff before the match had even begun. The system was much more serious this time. Both competitors have entered. The match is about to begin. There are 3 available maps: Primitive Forest, Wind-Eroded Desert, and Abyssal Blue Sea. Please, both competitors, choose a scene for the match. If both competitors choose the same, the match scene will be the chosen scene. If the choices differ, the system will select a scene randomly. Note, both competitors must abide by the competition rules. Otherwise, they will be disqualified. Competitors are not allowed to cheat, disrupt the order of the match, insult the system, and other prohibited behaviors. Otherwise, they will be disqualified. Lin Jianran chose the Primitive Forest. Speed of Light chose the Wind-Eroded Desert. The system announced. The scene choices of both competitors do not match. The system will randomly select Primitive Forest. Lin Jianran's eyes brightened. Her physique was high, suitable for close combat bursts. The Primitive Forest, with its many trees and dense jungle, was not suitable for ranged attacks. It seemed her luck was a bit better today. Unlike Lin Jianran's obvious delight, Speed of Light frowned. He wasn't incapable of close combat, but his opponent clearly had a higher physique. And if he competed with her in strength and physique, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. His potential was relatively comprehensive, and he was more inclined towards ranged attacks. It seemed he would have to find opportunities to keep his distance from her, and end it quickly. After entering the small black room, they faced 10 seconds to choose their matches. The system has randomly matched 3 types of match for the competitors. The following 3 can be chosen at will. Poison Blade Mech excels in close combat, high burst power, but clumsy and weak in sustained speed. Storm Mech excels in ranged attacks, high accuracy, but weaker in firepower and strength. Xuanhu Beast Form Mech excels in speed and agility, but weaker in accuracy and strength. 5 seconds to make a choice. Selection made. Competitor has chosen. Poison Blade Mech entering scene. Match start. Lin Jianran felt a bit dizzy as the scene changed. Suddenly, towering trees loomed before her, blocking the sun, with green vegetation so abundant it dazzled the eyes. The towering mech was indeed restricted here. Lin Jianran, with her high physique, unhesitatingly chose the Poison Blade Heavy Mech. The weapon of the Poison Blade Mech was a pair of gleaming cold weapons, perfect for close combat, slicing through steel like mud. However, for ranged combat, well, it was still a mech, and of course, heat weapons were essential. However, compared to other mechs, the firepower of the Poison Blade Mech's heat weapon was relatively weak. Lin Jianran controlled the mech's hands, gripping the two poison blades tightly. The poison was indeed toxic, lethal to mechs. Once the core system was struck by the poison blade, the mech would undoubtedly be paralyzed. Speed of Light appeared in a less than ideal position, right in front of Lin Jianran. When the enemy appeared, Lin Jianran immediately locked onto the target, her massive mech hands gripping the dual blades, thrusting fiercely towards him. Speed of Light had a higher mental strength than Lin Jianran, allowing him to vaguely capture her trajectory. He quickly dodged, and the two coldly gleaming poison blades brushed past him. He had chosen the Xuanhu Beast Form mech, which, logically, should have been the Storm mech for him. But in the current scene of the primitive forest, the Storm mech's ranged attack capability was not applicable and would instead become a burden. After dodging Lin Jianran's strike, the Xuanhu mech let out a long roar, surprisingly carrying a hint of mental attack. The Poison Blade mech was clearly taken aback. Seizing this opportunity, the Xuanhu mech extended its sharp claws and charged fiercely at the Poison Blade mech. The fierce claws plunged deeply into the center of the Poison Blade mech's chest, where the pilot was located. The audience outside erupted in an uproar. Speed of Light was ruthless, truly ruthless. He started with a lethal blow. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning, warning. The overall damage rate of the mech has reached 5, remaining energy 90. 2 can be repaired. Repair suggested. Lin Jianran stepped back violently in the cockpit, quickly issuing orders, her eyes serious. Repair. Command received. Repairing. Lin Jianran's face darkened in the cockpit. Meanwhile, the Poison Blade mech's dual blades transformed into massive mech hands. Finding the opportunity, one hand grabbed the Xuanhu's neck, pulling hard. The immense strength, leaving the Xuanhu mech nowhere to escape. The Poison Blade mech flung it into the air, pulling out the claw that had been embedded in its chest. The other hand of the Poison Blade mech transformed back into a poison blade, stabbing towards the Xuanhu mech's core system, with its fate clutched by the throat. The Xuanhu mech could only watch helplessly as the poison blade came toward it. In an instant, Speed of Light's Xuanhu mech emitted a piercing alarm. Unable to escape, the Xuanhu's front claws transformed into cannons. Seeing this, the Poison Blade mech immediately released its grip, activated its energy shield, and retreated far away. At the same time, it retracted the poison blades and used the mech's built-in firepower for counterattack. 2 rounds of cannon fire collided, followed by a loud bang, and the tremendous shockwave caused both mechas to retreat several meters. After the residual waves subsided, they barely came to a stop. Speed of Light initiated repairs and noticed that the mecha's energy was only at 62. 6 left. Gritting his teeth, he realized he had to end this quickly and couldn't engage in close combat. His opponent truly was of S-class physique. That power was indeed terrifyingly strong. After a brief exchange of fire, the two mechas began to fight fiercely again. The Xuanhu mecha kept its distance, using psychic interference, occasionally getting close to deliver swipe. The Poison Blade mecha erupted with high physical combat power. Its strength was formidable, and once it caught the Xuanhu mecha, it would deliver a serious beating. The two fighters were indeed evenly matched. As time passed, the drain on psychic energy combined with the diminishing physical strength meant that the Xuanhu mecha was no longer as agile as before. Chapter 168. More points. The Poison Blade mecha wasn't faring much better. Its opponent's constant psychic interference had left it somewhat drained and with a splitting headache. Lin Jianran gritted her teeth and shook her head, her gaze firm. She had to win. She must win. 10 points for a serving of braised pork ribs. Now she had the motivation. At this moment, the exterior of the Poison Blade mecha looked much more battered than the Xuanhu mecha. The opponent was fast and struck quickly, leaving claw marks all over the Poison Blade mecha's body. Just when the audience thought the Xuanhu mecha was on the verge of victory, The Poison Blade Mecha suddenly unleashed an explosive burst of combat power. The audience was stunned by this turnaround. What had prompted her sudden surge? In a dramatic finale, the Poison Blade Mecha completely overwhelmed the Schwanum Mecha, mercilessly beating it to a pulp. It attacked from the front and then from the back, alternating attacks until beep, beep, beep. The overall damage of the mecha has reached 55, remaining energy 40, reparable. Repair suggested. Beep, beep, beep. The overall damage of the mecha has reached 80, remaining energy 20, reparable. Repair suggested. Beep, beep, beep. The overall damage of the mecha has reached 99. 6, remaining energy 1, insufficient energy for repairs. The mecha is about to be scrapped. Boom! The massive Schwanhu mecha collapsed to the ground, and the Poison Blade mecha seized the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow in the cockpit. The system announced, the 99-89 Arena's winner is Xia's Little Cutie. Latest data for the single-player match. Contestant, Xia's Little Cutie. Physique, S. Psychic power, B. Source, student from Ryan Military Academy. District 2, win rate, 100, specializes in close combat, high burst power, strength. Contestant, speed of light, physique, A. Psychic power. Source, student from Planned Military Academy. District 2, win rate, 0, specializes in agility, speed, psychic interference. Countdown to teleportation in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Everyone thought Speed of Light would win, but in the end, it was Xia's Little Cutie who pulled off a dramatic reversal, leaving those who bet wrong in tears. Meanwhile, those who bet on the super rich were all smiles. Although the odds weren't high, winning was definitely a cause for celebration. Xia quietly watched her balance increase, remaining silent. After the match, Lin Jinran happily opened her points balance, and there were another 10 points. She quickly glanced at it. Lin Jinran? She saw the account points balance, 126. Her eyes widened in shock. What? 126? What happened? Lin Jinran tried to think back and suddenly checked the betting situation from the earlier match. She saw a pinned message. In the 99-89 Arena audience, desolate, 100,000 points were bet on contestant, Xia's Little Cutie, to win. Lin Jinran. Young Master Lin strolled leisurely toward the Star Network pod, while Lin Wu beside him looked on with an inscrutable expression. Upon closer inspection, he seemed, hard to describe, constipated. Lin Wu couldn't help but speak up. Master, are you really going to compete in that match? Lin replied with a sidelong glance. I'm not yet of age, so what's wrong with wanting to participate? Lin Wu. No, your status participating in such a minor competition is beneath you, isn't it? As a subordinate, Lin Wu had no authority to interfere with his master's actions. He thought he wanted to return to the factory for remanufacturing. Lin Wu's expression changed. Master, please don't joke. Facing the teacher Wu in front of the combat class, his voice was timid. Lin chuckled lightly, saying nothing as he lay down in the Star Network pod. Chapter 169. Lin is a girl seeing this. Lin Wu hurriedly followed him into the Star Network. Lin's online name was particularly unique. Master of Independent Island. People who didn't know Independent Island might think it was a bit cheesy, while those who did only found it outrageous. Most people still thought he might just be a middle schooler. However, there were many cheesy names on the Star Network, so this one didn't stand out. Lin Wu was not purely human. His identity was naturally fake. However, that didn't stop him from taking advantage of loopholes. Lin Wu teleported to young Master Lin's side and looked at his appearance, or rather, young Lady Lin's appearance. As a subordinate, it was hard to put into words, yet he didn't dare to ask. Young Master Lin's appearance was that of a seemingly cold and aloof woman. Using he because reality hadn't changed, casually opened the Star Network Mecha competition page, where a match was about to time out, and he clicked in. Lin Wu could only watch helplessly. He wanted to enter as an audience member, but entry was already prohibited. He sighed helplessly. How many years had it been since he had seen his master in action? Even if it was just a small match, it would be great. The handsome one had terrible luck in the first match and lost, but in the subsequent matches, his luck had been exceptional. His opponents were students with little potential or experience. He thought his good days had begun. Little did he expect. Now it was just like the first match, with his opponent about to time out, yet they hadn't entered. He felt a vague sense of foreboding and quickly looked up his opponent's information. Contestant. Master of Independent Island. Physique. D. Psychic power. D. Source. Social contestant from District 1. Win rate. None. Specializes in none. The handsome one felt reassured and withdrew his gaze. Aside from that source looking a bit impressive, everything else was quite ordinary, even a bit subpar. He really didn't know how someone with D-level potential managed to survive in District 1. The audience looked at both contestants' information, and most didn't think twice before betting on the handsome one. Why would they need to think? D-level potential. To formally participate in the Star Network Mecha competition must have taken a lot of effort. Lin entered the arena at the last second. Even in female form, the inherent nobility in her was undeniable. She squinted, her eyes slightly upturned, with an air of cold indifference, obscure and vague. She exuded the aura of a big shot. The handsome one stared in surprise. This temperament and aura strangely matched that of the girl from his first match. He looked puzzled, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Perhaps a male form would suit her better. He shook his head abruptly. How could that be? The Star Network had always been strict about the identity of the Alliance's citizens, and such an error was impossible. Lin casually rested one hand in her pocket, exuding an air of indifference. Her dark pupils were as deep and serene as a still pond, devoid of any warmth. The handsome one unintentionally met Lin's cold gaze and couldn't help but tremble slightly. He felt as if he had sensed the bitter chill of those harsh winter years. The oppressive coldness. The indifferent expression on the opponent's face made him very uncomfortable, as if he didn't care about anything, not even glancing at him, a strong rival. Generally speaking, such people are either pretending to be calm on the surface while feeling panicked inside, or they truly find everything beneath their notice. The former isn't to be feared, but the latter is worrisome. Guarante Shui secretly raised his guard, feeling that things weren't so simple. He must strike decisively to avoid any unexpected events. The subsequent process was the same as before, and Guarante Shui did not encounter the unfair treatment he faced in the first round. Chapter 170. The Island Master of Independent Island Wins. The competition scene was a weathered desert. When he entered the small black room, Lin Yi didn't bother to think and casually glanced at the 3 types of mechas, tapping with his slender fingers, taking less than 3 seconds. Naturally, he was the first to enter the scene. Lin Yi squinted, lazily standing there, exuding an air of indifference. The mechas would mimic the actions of their pilots, somewhat resembling them, creating a strange feeling. Thus, the audience in the stands was utterly impressed. It was the first time they had seen someone so unconcerned. It seemed likely he was just going through the motions with a D-level potential. After Guarante Shui entered the small black room, the performance of the 3 types of mechas was similar, and he hesitated for a long time before choosing his mecha, which caused him to appear later than Lin Yi. Upon entering the weathered desert scene, his first sight was the opponent's mecha not far away, instantly triggering alarm bells and raising his vigilance to his throat. His cannon was prepared in an instant, a standard strike just waiting to fire. For some reason, the opponent had done nothing, not saying a word since entering. He noticed the opponent had a naturally superior stance, thinking to himself that it was not simple. Feeling a chill run down his spine, a coldness deep within. This unsettling emotion forced him to take the initiative. Only when the system declared him the winner would he truly feel at ease. Guarante Shui aimed his cannon at the distant mecha glinting with silver light. A cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Goodbye. The cannon roared. A laser missile flew towards Lin Yi like an arrow released from a bow. Garinga Shirinyoha. If hit, let alone a person, even a mecha would be shattered to pieces. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds from Guarante Shui entering the scene. He did not hesitate or waver, executing whatever came to mind immediately. Such decisive and straightforward actions, if it were anyone else, would definitely guarantee a victory. The audience appeared lethargic, seemingly believing the outcome was already determined, with nothing to see. Suddenly, there was a loud boom, and the wind and sand danced wildly, smoke swirling. The scene was eerily similar. Suddenly, the system announced, Arena 10773. The Island Master of Independent Island wins. When the system's voice rang out, Shui was left dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. He wasn't, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain and slowly looked down to see himself split in two by some sharp weapon. He was so furious, he almost died again. What kind of people was he encountering? Each one silently unleashing powerful moves more formidable than anyone else. The main issue was that the deaths were unclear. When did the participants in this year's solo competition become so impressive? After Shui exited the arena, he immediately checked the match replay, slowing it down dozens of times. Only then could he see how the opponent had struck. Shui was drenched in cold sweat. If he encountered such a person in reality, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. It was truly terrifying. In the past few days, Xia Zhi's mental state had been deteriorating, and Lu Ai's energy shield was just a little short of being complete. Her eyes were covered with dense bloodshot veins, her gaze calm like a cold pool, but she was staring intently at her hands. Lu Shiqi stood beside her, his expression already numb. Yet, his eyes dared not miss a single detail in front of him. He had transitioned from shock and disbelief to a state of accustomed numbness. He finally understood why old Yuan was so insistent on taking Xia Zhi as a disciple. Her innate talent was unimaginably high. Chapter 171. It's causing trouble again, a true genius. Suddenly, Xia Zhi's hand paused, her fingertips trembling slightly, becoming somewhat unstable. Her expression turned cold. Lu Shiqi nervously asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Xia Zhi shook her head, resuming her work, but her expression grew even colder. Since the big shot said it was fine, Lu Shiqi didn't ask further. His eyes remained glued to the nearly completed material. Even his breathing had quieted down. This was already the final step of the material. Thinking this way, the light in his eyes grew brighter. Lu Shiqi had never bowed to anyone in his life, and now the big shot was the first. As time passed, Xia Zhi's hand's speed increased, and Lu Shiqi held his breath, afraid to disturb her. Just at the last bit, she suddenly stopped. Just a little bit more. Really just a little bit more. Lu Shiqi couldn't help but speak up. "Big shot?" Xia Zhi didn't respond, pursing her lips tightly. Her hand clenched firmly, knuckles protruding. She squinted her eyes, exuding an aura that said she was not to be messed with. Reckless and arrogant. Lu Shiqi unconsciously took 2 steps back, bewildered. What was the big shot doing? Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Xia Zhi suddenly stood up, expressionless, and walked out. "AI, big shot, where you going?" Before Lu Shiqi could finish his sentence, Xia Zhi had already turned and disappeared. Lu Shiqi, oh. Xia Zhi walked quickly, like a fleeting shadow. Her hands unconsciously clenched, and fine sweat began to bead on her forehead. She squinted her eyes, partially shielding her blood-colored gaze. Her stunning face and rebellious aura caught the attention of many students from the materials department passing by. Xia Zhi ignored them and continued on her path. Her goal was clear: the restroom. For the time being, this was the only place that provided a private space. She moved quickly, reaching the restroom in just a few minutes, slamming the door shut and locking it behind her, sitting on the toilet. She quietly sat there. If it weren't for her tightly furrowed brows and eyes filled with rage, she would truly resemble a well-behaved, exquisite doll. Xia Zhi bit her lip, wild and restless. That light blue liquid had come to cause trouble again after a month. Once more, endure to become stronger. Can't endure. Death. Inside her body, the light blue liquid was like a beast released from a cage, rampaging through every inch of her veins, as if mocking Xia Zhi's helplessness. She curled her thin lips, her eyes filled with reckless light. Pain. It hurt a lot. She still stubbornly held on, not uttering a word. She was not in a hurry, just quietly waiting for the right moment, aiming for a decisive strike, waiting for the best opportunity. However, at that moment, it sounded like a few women had entered outside, whispering to each other. It was quite noisy. Xia Zhi's fingertips curled slightly, feeling a bit impatient. She simply closed her eyes. Tian. Do you know who that woman in the same lab as Lu Shiqi is? The Lu family's brother is not someone a single woman can touch. Setting aside Lu Shiqi's humble persona in front of the big shot Xia, in front of others, he was a tall, rich, and handsome figure. Wealthy, good-looking, and talented. The girl referred to as Tian shook her head. I heard she was a recent transfer, brought over by old Yuan. TSK, I've seen her, another girl said. How does she look? The girl asking, quite confident in her appearance, always took pride in her looks. She was also considered the flower of the materials department. The girl being asked, Xia Zhi, looked at her stunning classmate. Chapter 172, The Limits. Known to humanity, her appearance was quite distinctive among the handsome men and beautiful women of the interstellar people. However, compared to that one, the face that even girls envied. For a moment, she couldn't bring herself to say the words, not good looking, only mumbling vaguely, well, it's just like that. The beautiful girl smiled confidently, thinking that it must be the ugly ones causing trouble. Xia Zhi, the light blue liquid, though had some awareness, acted like an idiot, making the same mistake every time. It was like possessing immense power, yet living like a fool. This was also why the young Xia Zhi would repeatedly take risks to seal it each time. She silently surrounded it with her mental energy, waiting for the perfect moment to imprison it. Now, suddenly, she unleashed boundless mental energy, and in an instant, the light blue liquid was completely restrained, struggling in vain without being able to move an inch. The entire process was torturous and painful. Her meridians felt like they were on fire, and her flesh felt as if it were being reshaped. Her mental energy was also affected during its struggle, but Xia Zhi seemed to feel no pain, continuing each step with meticulous precision. Perhaps she had grown numb. Time passed mercilessly, and the imprisoned light blue liquid could only emit silent wails, visibly shrinking a little at a time. Xia Zhi's strands of mental energy, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, were still noble, indifferent, and graceful. Before long, the light blue liquid shrank again, and the strands of mental energy returned to their domain, satisfied. When she sealed the light blue liquid back in its original place, Xia Zhi opened her eyes. Those eyes were eerily blood-red. Her forehead was drenched in fine sweat, which coalesced into bead-sized droplets trickling down her cheeks, dripping onto the ground. Her gaze was languid, thinking to herself that it had only been like this once in a month. Suddenly, Xia Zhi felt her body and moved her mental energy. It seemed stronger. She had reached SSS-level potential about 2 years ago. Now, after devouring the light blue liquid once a month, her potential had been steadily growing with each consumption, yet there was no sign of breaking through the limits. And today, it seemed that the untouchable bottleneck had loosened. In the future, perhaps she would reach a realm unknown even to her, breaking through the limits known to humanity, entering an unknown domain. What a powerful existence that would be. Perhaps, one day, her physique could be as formidable as that disgusting insect race. Then humanity would truly be invincible in the entire galaxy. She suddenly smiled, perhaps understanding a little why her mother never let her leave Blue Star until her death. Her mother's love had always been complex, yet it was real. The light blue liquid within her was maddeningly enticing. Who wouldn't be tempted by something that could rapidly enhance one's potential? Her mother graduated from Ryan Genetics. Perhaps the light blue liquid within her was indeed related to her mother. Thinking of this, Xia Zhi's gaze darkened, devoid of warmth. Sometimes, possessing something could be a crime. It's a simple meaning. Just having it is already a sin. This might be why her mother didn't want her to leave Blue Star, nesting in a small place, hoping this secret would never be discovered. She suddenly lost her smile. Would she be afraid of being found out? Chapter 173, Who just said that ugly people cause trouble? Impossible. It doesn't exist. Xia Zhi stood up, intending to pull open the cubicle door. Outside, there was still talking, rustling sounds. It seemed like a group of students who had gathered to escape from something, not wanting to do anything. After all, it had been over 10 minutes. She opened the cubicle door and walked out. Laughter immediately fell silent, as if they were discussing something amusing. When Xia Zhi emerged, they were caught off guard, having never considered that someone was inside. The whispers abruptly ceased, and the area around the sink became instantly quiet. Xia Zhi paused for a moment and politely smiled at them, carrying an inexplicable meaning. They met her proud gaze and stood there, unsure of what to say. That girl, who had seen Xia Zhi before, Xia Zhi, suddenly felt her pupils contract, her heartbeat slowing down. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her shirt. She had just been discussing her, never expecting to actually run into her. She pursed her lips and subtly took a step back. The others hadn't seen Xia Zhi before. They only thought the girl in front of them was extraordinarily beautiful, with extremely fair skin, half-closed eyes, and long eyelashes obscuring her gaze, exuding an excessively aloof and cold aura. Yet for some reason, she seemed to carry a hint of slight awkwardness. Xia Zhi casually placed one hand in her pocket and took 2 steps forward, but there were too many people blocking the way. She smiled again, her brows and eyes cold, her tone serious. "Excuse me, please let me through, thank you." The gaze from the big shot made those few girls take a few steps back, retreating to either side, leaving a path in the middle. Xia Zhi's aura was too powerful, carrying a natural superiority that was quite intimidating. These young girls couldn't withstand it. Xia Zhi slowly walked past them. Several girls couldn't help but follow her with their eyes. It wasn't until her figure disappeared that they came back to their senses. Who was that? Why had they seen her before? She was so beautiful that it was utterly enviable. Tian once said, "She is a little prettier than me." Beautiful girl. Only Zhou Xing had a complex expression, her gaze still fixed on the spot where Xia Zhi had vanished, and after a while, she quietly spoke. "That's the person you were just discussing." A group of girls was stunned. Who just said that ugly people cause trouble? After waiting for over 10 minutes in a laboratory, Lu Shiqi was about to lose patience and go look for the big shot. It was the middle of the night. Where could she go? Would she be? Oh. Just as she thought this, the big shot's figure suddenly appeared in her sight, and she froze for a moment. Thank goodness, she is back. She instinctively let out a sigh of relief. She quickly approached, but was hesitant to get too close, awkwardly following beside her. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed that the big shot, Xia, was soaking wet, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Big shot, what happened? Why do you look like you just went swimming? Just wash my face." Her tone was very dismissive. She walked over, intending to finish the last bit. Thinking of this, she squinted her eyes, forcing herself to stifle a yawn. Staying up late is really not a good thing. Lu Shiqi was puzzled, thinking as she followed. How can washing just the face get everything wet? Xia Zhi stood there, putting on gloves again, her eyes still blood red, her eyelashes curled and thick, obscuring the bluish-gray beneath. She appeared indifferent. She picked up the materials on the table, her movements quick and fluid. Chapter 174, it's actually 100. Lu Shiqi observed closely from the side, her expression very serious, unknowingly becoming engrossed. She was putting in all her effort to learn something, her dark circles under her eyes making her look like an ancient panda. Finally, after an hour, all the materials needed to assemble the mecha energy shield had been synthesized. What Xia Zhi made was not just one synthesized material. She had created all the materials that could affect the mecha energy shield. Once and for all, the materials for the mecha energy shield have been perfected to the utmost. As for how to assemble them, that's up to Lu AI. Lu Shiqi looked at the synthetic materials in front of him with excitement, his fingertips trembling. "Boss, can I check the refinement level of this? It must be over 95. The process is definitely solid." Xia Zhi, feeling a bit tired, glanced at him with a neutral tone, casually. Upon receiving the boss's approval, Lu Shiqi was as happy as a child. He carefully picked up one of the materials, turned around, and conducted tests with professional equipment. The testing process was usually quick, taking only a few minutes. His gaze was fixed, his pupils reflecting the percentages on the device. 1, 2, 3, 60, 77, 85. When the data hit 90, Lu Shiqi thought it should definitely exceed 95. After all, in his view, a flawless process would yield a great result. As the data surpassed 95, Lu Shiqi became visibly excited. His facial muscles twitched a few times. Watching the data continue to rise, he felt both eager and anxious. Towards the end, the data climbed more slowly but was still increasing. 98.6, 99.1, 99.9. At this point, even if it didn't increase by 0.01, he would still be extremely shocked. This was nearing an innovative level. What does that mean? How old is the boss? As far as he knows, she wouldn't actually be considered an adult until March next year, right? This is simply incredible. Just as Lu Shiqi thought the data had stabilized, he noticed that the testing device displayed 100. He caught a glimpse. Wait, 100? Wow! Lu Shiqi couldn't help but exclaim. His expression was clearly one of shock and disbelief, standing there unable to collect himself. What does 100 even mean? For example, he had been hailed as a materials genius since childhood, yet he had never refined any material to 100. At most, the material he was most familiar with had only reached 99. 8. He couldn't even achieve 99. 9, let alone the legendary 100. To achieve something like this, it could only be done by that master, right? Lu Shiqi suddenly recalled the eye-catching online name of the boss. His pupils contracted, as if he realized something. So it turns out, the boss didn't accept Elder Yuan's olive branch. Could it be she herself is the successor of the Master of Desolation? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. If she were the successor of the Master of Desolation, then it would be no surprise for her to have such talent. As the only successor in the materials field, she must have some astonishing talent. Xia Zhi stood up, quickly gathering the materials in front of her, planning to come back for them tomorrow. As she passed by Lu Shiqi, she said to just leave it there. Lu Shiqi hurriedly responded, waving his hand, saying he would definitely do it. She was going back to rest, once again lamenting that staying up late was indeed not a good thing. Chapter 175, Professional Massage Lin, certain someone online after Xia Zhi left. Lu Shiqi watched her slender figure. There were many questions he wanted to ask, but didn't dare to. He stood there, expressionless, leaving him feeling stifled. Upon returning, in just 2 or 3 hours, the sky would brighten, and he had classes in the morning. He had no intention of attending. He stubbornly decided to skip class. However, Xia Zhi lay in bed, unable to sleep due to staying up late, her mind tense as she tossed and turned. With her eyes wide open until dawn, Xia Zhi then directly went to class. Empty-handed, too lazy to bring her light brain, she looked lethargic, half-closed eyes, cold and irritable, clearly not someone to mess with. Lin Jinran noticed Xia Zhi immediately when she arrived, recognizing that she had stayed up late again. Xia, you really don't take care of your body. Lin Jinran sighed with worry. She had heard that Xia Zhi had been running to the materials lab frequently, and she didn't understand materials or know what was going on with them. However, seeing Xia Zhi pushing herself like this, staying up all night, was just too much. As Xia Zhi walked over slowly, Lin Jinran shifted in her seat. Once Xia Zhi sat down, she leaned in and quietly asked, "Why are you still coming to class? Your mental state is not good. You should go back and sleep. It's normal to skip a class in college. Those who want to compete for awards and honors shouldn't." Lin Jinran knew that Xia Zhi didn't care about awards and honors at all. Xia Zhi slowly lifted her gaze, leaning back casually, her expression lazy, unable to sleep. Lin Jinran, is this your reason for coming to class? The instructor is going to cry. Thinking about Xia Zhi's bad habit, Lin Jinran felt a headache. She knew that once Xia Zhi got serious in the materials lab, she disregarded her health. She had thought about managing Xia Zhi, but whenever the latter looked at her with those incredibly beautiful eyes, misty and hazy, how could anyone resist? Lin Jinran lost all her temper. What could she do? Just indulge her. But then, professional massage Lin, certain someone would come into play. Not to mention staying up late. Even insomnia. Professional massage Lin, certain someone could ensure she was lively and energetic. After all, the Lin family's ancestral techniques have been passed down to this day for a reason. However, no matter how good the medicine is, the patient must cooperate. Patient Xia Zhi has indeed not been cooperating lately, too busy to even be seen. Lin Jinran tried to widen her eyes, her round eyes shining with hope, speaking very softly. When will you stop going to the materials department? Indulgence aside, she still hoped Xia Zhi wouldn't ruin her health like this. Xia Zhi rubbed her temples, her eyes softening a bit, and said softly, "I finished everything last night. I just need to wrap things up." She couldn't stand seeing girls being wronged, especially this little crybaby in front of her. Lin Jinran's eyes brightened suddenly. That's great. Xia Zhi glanced at her and smiled. This was actually one of the reasons she hardly accepted material orders. If it weren't for Lu AI, she would have really considered retiring. This was a theoretical class, taught by a very qualified female teacher. Perhaps due to the lax management in college and having heard of Xia Zhi's great name, the girls were openly sleeping in class. The instructor simply turned a blind eye, continuing to teach as usual. Recently, the Alliance broadcasted a news report that kept all of humanity on edge, causing headaches, and was even explosive. Chapter 176, Insectoid. Massacre. The fearsome insectoids have returned. No one expected their arrival to be so sudden. They are aggressively invading the borders of various countries, ravaging the territories where humans reside. Countless humans are left homeless, and thousands of lives are tragically lost. This is something humanity wishes to eradicate as quickly as possible. The insectoids, a vast, murderous, and brutally disgusting race in the cosmos. They are a type of star beast, and the most troublesome one at that. Their insect queen possesses terrifying reproductive capabilities. Given enough energy, they can produce billions in a matter of moments, each one hideously ugly and bizarre in shape. Not only is their reproduction speed incredibly fast, but they are also impervious to blades and poisons. In combat in space, ordinary missiles are ineffective against them, and most just blowing off a layer of skin, causing no real harm. Only laser weapons, kinetic weapons, and infrasound weapons can deliver a lethal strike against the Zerg. This time, the Zerg are making a comeback. And it's not just a matter for the Galactic Alliance, but also for the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, and indeed a major concern for the surrounding smaller nations. As the two major systems of the galaxy, the Galactic Alliance and the Empire of the Sun Never Sets bear the primary responsibility for combating the Zerg. For these two systems, there is an undeniable obligation. They have been rivals for thousands of years, and only during Zerg invasions do they reach a temporary peace agreement. On the surface, it appears to be a transaction, but behind the scenes, there are plenty of covert actions. This can be traced back to the flaws of humanity. The Zerg invade human territory every few years to several decades, and the last invasion occurred 20 years ago. However, each invasion brings devastating damage and losses to all of humanity. Recovery takes a significant amount of time. As for where they come from and where they go, humanity still has not figured it out. They appear without warning, and their locations are random. Some have claimed that those disgusting bugs seem to crawl out of a massive black hole, countless and enormous. Like humans, the advanced Zerg possess intelligent minds and use their intellect to defeat enemies, employing tactics to eliminate foes. Advanced Zerg are particularly rare, so rare that one might not see a single one even after a great battle. They truly exist. The Zerg need advanced ones to command. The lower-tier Zerg are controlled by the advanced ones and are a group of mindless creatures that only know how to kill. The intermediate Zerg are in an awkward position, as they charge into battle but have a little bit of awareness. They are in the minority. The primary invaders of human habitats are the lower-tier Zerg, while the advanced Zerg, despite their intelligent minds, have extremely fragile bodies that a single ordinary mech can crush. The Zerg as a whole are harder to defeat the less intelligent they are. Their thick hides can withstand missile strikes. Simple cold weapons have no effect on the Zerg at all. Civilian mechs are easy to operate, and their weapon systems are also simple, only capable of killing ordinary star beasts. Dealing with the Zerg is just a dream. It would likely be shattered with a gentle slap from the Zerg. To confront the Zerg, only specially made military mechs can be used. Whenever the Zerg invade, the most burdened and exhausted are the mech manufacturers. Only civilian mechs can be mass-produced. Military mechs are handcrafted by each mech manufacturer. One can imagine. Not only are the mech manufacturers struggling, but other specialized professions are not much better off. Chapter 177. Lin Wu is a fake robot, silicon-based life, for example, material engineers. For example, pharmacists. And for example, mech combat engineers who might lose their lives with a single mistake. When Xia Zhi learned this news, she was momentarily stunned. The Zerg. She murmured these two words, her brows furrowed. What's wrong? The slightly magnetic voice of Lin Yi echoed in her ears. Xia Zhi closed the terminal. The news had forcefully popped up. It was also a message to all of humanity. What kind of disaster were they facing? She raised her eyes, her expression serious. After reading a major news piece, her hands itching. Currently, the closer human-inhabited planets are to the main star, the safer they are, and the impact is minimal. Residents living on the main star will likely never experience the terror of the Zerg. Not going to the battlefield, not going to the borders. They will never truly understand how fragile life is, how terrifying the enemy is. Even now, many people remain unaware of this news. The ones who suffer are always those lower-tier civilized planets. With limited technology and remote locations, the Zerg love such places where they can rampantly slaughter, devour flesh, and seize resources, satisfying their thirst for killing. Xia Zhi also disliked the Zerg. Lin Yi paused. He knew what new Xia Zhi was referring to. For someone with his special identity, knowing certain things in advance was normal. His beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. The Zerg were the public enemy of all humanity, and no one liked the Zerg. Lin Yi was no exception, purely disgusted. Well, you need not worry about these matters. The Alliance has dominated the galaxy for so many years. It is not a mere Zerg that could defeat us. It's just that the losses are considerable. In the end, he added, just like in your competition, don't let your hands itch. You're only in first grade. Xia Zhi exclaimed, do you believe I can crush the fifth graders? Or you? She was that arrogant and confident. Lin Yi was taken aback, suddenly recalling something else, and said meaningfully, I've heard your competitor has quite a unique name. As a class leader, it was necessary to understand the status of the students, especially this one in front of him. Xia Zhi fell silent. It seemed she had never hidden her identity. Who knows this time? Well, it should be fine. Lin Yi smiled. It was indeed the style of a young girl, not taking anything to heart. Xia Zhi was waiting for him to speak. Little did she expect that he would only mention a couple of things and not bring it up again. This time, Xia Zhi came to the office merely to handle some paperwork as class leader. The young girl lowered her eyes, the corners stained with a hint of blood red. Her delicate features both cold and fiery. Her appearance was striking. Lin Yi averted his gaze. If he looked again, he might get into trouble. He busied himself with other matters to divert his attention. Meanwhile, Lin Wu pretended to be a real robot, standing there motionless, as Xia Zhi casually organized the documents. She happened to glance at him and smiled. There was no fluctuation, but it was quite meaningful. That feeling came again, just like the first time they met. The girl appeared lazy, yet her exquisite looks were stunning. Yet that feeling genuinely sent shivers down the spine of this fake robot. Xia Zhi earnestly finished her tasks and said goodbye before leaving. Lin Wu finally moved his almost stiff limbs, though he couldn't actually feel them, and let out a sigh of relief. Why did the master's student, who looked young, have such an imposing aura that felt like it could burn me? Having been a big shot for many years, Lin Wu had never seen anyone more formidable than him. Speaking of which, he took 2 steps forward, not at all resembling an unconscious robot. Chapter 178. The mask slips, at least his demeanor and actions didn't fit. Lin Yi shot him a glance, about to speak to stop him. But Lin Wu was lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, the door opened again. They all turned to look at each other. In an instant, it became quite quiet. I forgot something. I'll just grab it. Xia Zhi leaned against the doorframe. Her sleeves rolled up defiantly, exposing her delicate white wrists. You can continue. The half-smile on her face made Lin Wu extremely anxious. His identity was quite sensitive among humans. Not everyone could accept it like the master. Just as Lin Wu was bracing for the wave of panic, he didn't expect Xia Zhi to ignore him entirely, directly taking her things and leaving. Really? Just like that? She left? After Xia Zhi's figure disappeared completely, Lin Wu finally reacted, stunned. Did my mask slip? After hiding for decades in the human world, it just slipped like that? Lin Yi didn't want to engage much either. Lin Wu's expression was conflicted. His identity was indeed too sensitive. A conscious robot, a silicon-based life form. How could it not be sensitive? If discovered by humans, it would mean being remade. Suddenly, Lin Wu's face turned fierce, and he looked at Lin Yi, making a gesture at his neck. The meaning was clear. This was a threat to silence him. Master, how about we? Though he was a bit rusty at killing since his first slip-up, he was quite skilled at slaughter. But, looking at the master's demeanor, it seemed he was rather concerned about that girl. Lin Yi shot him a glance. He had no expression, but his gaze was dark and cold. He raised an eyebrow. Light and casual. Do you dare? It was clearly just 2 words, but Lin Wu seemed to hear a call from hell. He shuddered involuntarily and quickly retreated far away, shaking his head vigorously. I dare not. I don't dare. Ooh. Sister Xia, did you finish the truckload of fruits my dad sent you last time? The girl on the other side of the video looked delicate, her voice crisp. No. Then can I personally deliver them to you? No. The girl on the other side stomped her feet in anger. Why do you always refuse me, Sister Xia? Xia Zhi slowly raised her head, meeting her gaze, lazily saying, Lin Wan, can you guarantee you won't come to fight me when you see me this time? Lin Wan in the video was clearly taken aback. She pouted, looking somewhat unhappy. Isn't fighting bad? Xia Zhi's serious face replied, bad. If I don't learn to fight, they will bully me. School violence had harmed Lin Wan too much. She could only constantly improve herself to avoid being bullied. This was Lin Wan's stubborn belief. They won't bully you anymore. You become strong enough that they can't bully you. Do you know? Speaking of this, Xia Zhi felt quite a headache. This little demon, Lin Wan, ever since she saved her, had been incessantly talking about learning to fight. It made Xia Zhi never dare to show her hand in front of Lin Wan. This child was too single-minded, thinking that once she learned to fight, she wouldn't be bullied anymore. This worldview was very bothersome for Xia Zhi. Every time Lin Wan saw Xia Zhi, she had to fight her. From childhood to adulthood, she had never won. Yet, she had never suffered any serious injuries either. Wasn't it because Xia Zhi had shown mercy? However, if I can't even beat you, Sister Xia, what if someone stronger than you bullies me in the future? Lin Wan squatted in the corner drawing circles, her back looking very dejected. Xia Zhi. This child probably has persecution paranoia. Chapter 179, 2 years ago, Xia Zhi was caught up in it. Rai Military Academy, come on, fight. And don't go home to find Dad if it hurts. Xia Zhi's expression was calm. Lin Wan looked up from the corner, and she could see that delicate face again, clearly showing no sadness at all. I finally participated in the Star Network Mecha competition. Sister Xia must have participated too, right? Is it as a student this time? Xia Zhi casually glanced at her. Mind your own mouth. Lin Wan giggled. This time I must defeat you, Z-God. The girl was particularly excited about setting that flag. But after so many years, she hadn't even passed the selection for social competitors. Xia Zhi repeated what she said last year. I'll wait. Lin Wan's face was full of mischief, her eyes sparkling. Sister Xia, what is your name in this year's competition? Xia Zhi changed her sitting posture, leaning back, looking both cool and capable. Guess. I guess. Lin Wan stroked her chin, looking thoughtful. This year Z-God didn't participate in the Star Network Mecha competition. Z already has that competition name. And the system rules say it can't be duplicated? Based on Sister Xia's personality, it's either X or XZ. How about it? Am I right, Sister Xia? Xia Zhi. She coughed and didn't reply. Lin Wan smiled, her gaze firm. Then that means I guessed right. Xia Zhi still didn't respond, her fingertips moving slightly. Suddenly, Lin Wan sighed, her previously lively demeanor instantly becoming dejected. Sister Xia, I've only seen you once in the past 2 years. I really miss you. I miss the days of fighting with you. Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow. But you've seen me now. Hearing this, Lin Wan pouted. What is the point of a video meeting? Why not do a holographic projection? No. Lin Wan lowered her head, her expression unclear, her voice low. Sister Xia, can you tell me where you went during those 2 years? Did you have a good time? Sister Xia is like this. Others say she is unruly and uneducated, but Lin Wan thinks Sister Xia is the best. The very best kind. Xia Zhi was silent and finally replied, pretty good. You don't know how annoying that green tea was after you disappeared, pretending every day. Aunt Xia still spoiled her, calling that green tea Xia, making me almost think you came back. Sister Xia, it's so good that you're back. I almost thought I wouldn't see you again. By the end, Lin Wan's voice was a bit choked. Xia Zhi had disappeared for 2 years. That year, the crust of Blue Star was very unstable, and some areas had inexplicable black holes that swallowed countless lives. Sister Xia was one of those who got caught in it. Those who were caught in the black hole never returned. No one knew what lay on the other side of the black hole, and those who were swallowed never appeared again. Whether dead or alive, no one knew. Afterward, Aunt Xia acted as if nothing had happened, going about her daily life as usual. It seemed she still had Xia Zhi. At that time, Lin Wan wondered, did Aunt Xia think having Xia Zhi was enough, and that Sister Xia wasn't important? Otherwise, how could she act like nothing happened, and still call that green tea Xia? Didn't Aunt Xia know her own daughter was missing? Chapter 180 almost thought Sister Xia was gone. Those who were swallowed by the black hole might just be gone, not even a trace left. If it weren't for discovering a few years ago that Z God in the Star Network Mecha competition was actually Sister Xia Zhi, if it weren't for Z God still being around in the 4th year of the Star Network Mecha competition, she would have thought Sister Xia Zhi might really be gone. The Sister Xia Zhi who saved her from school violence was gone. Sister Xia Zhi had been away for 2 years until she told her that Aunt Xia was critically ill. After 2 years apart, Sister Xia Zhi finally appeared again in Blue Star, taking care of Aunt Xia for a while until she passed away. During those days, Aunt Xia seemed to forget about Xia Zhi, constantly calling out to Sister Xia Zhi, Xia, 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 with a gentle and loving expression. She remembered Sister Xia Zhi, saying she had a way to save Aunt Xia. But Aunt Xia refused, saying she didn't want to live like a half-crazed person for the rest of her life, tortured and looking like neither a human nor a ghost. Sister Xia Zhi respected her mother's wishes. After following local customs to handle the funeral, Sister Xia Zhi disappeared again. After Xia Zhi mysteriously disappeared, Sister Xia Zhi also vanished. Lin Wanwan puffed out her cheeks. Fortunately, this time you contacted my dad. Otherwise, I would have reported you missing again. The child's mood shifted quickly. Xia Zhi smiled, her eyebrows softening. No need to worry. Easy for you to say. My old man is very tight-lipped. He doesn't even tell me where you are. What if something really happens to you? Can he take responsibility? Xia Zhi, isn't it because he is afraid you'll come to fight me every day? She rubbed her temples. What can I tell you, you little brat? Lin Wanwan was unconvinced. I can help you report it to the police. Also, Sister Xia Zhi, stop saying I'm younger. I'm only 1 year younger than you. Oh, Lin Wanwan. Early in the morning, Xia Zhi went to the materials lab to pack up the materials she finished last time. Upon entering, she found Lu Shiqi was still there. Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow and walked over slowly. Hearing the noise, Lu Shiqi looked up and Xia Zhi paused. She frowned, her face showing rare disdain. She took a step back. Lu Shiqi smiled when he saw Xia Zhi, his expression weary, but the light in his eyes was dazzling. He had a face full of stubble, and he held onto the materials in his hands without letting go. Boss, you came so quickly. Not quickly. It's been several days. Xia Zhi pressed her lips together, having noticed that Lu Shiqi had been observing her as she synthesized materials. After some thought, she decided to let him study for a couple of days. But it didn't turn out as she expected. Boss, Lu Shiqi sighed softly. His expression suddenly tightened, and his heart raced. What is she? He spoke first. You must be tired after working underground, right? Sit for a moment. Xia Zhi glanced at him. Not tired. There's an elevator. Boss, did your foot hurt? Why don't you sit for a while? Lu Shiqi hurriedly moved a chair over. Xia Zhi shot him another meaningful look, and Lu Shiqi felt embarrassed under her gaze, standing there like a dazed fool. She sat in the chair he brought over. Her beautiful face relaxed, leaning back with her legs crossed, her delicate and fair ankles on display, and asked. Lu Shiqi was pleasantly surprised. With boss's level, she could easily create synthesized materials, which must be close to the level of a materials master. Thinking about this, Lu Shiqi suddenly felt that his once proud talent in materials seemed trivial. Chapter 181. Why does the master favor his disciples so much? Lu Shiqi had confidently claimed that no one could match him in materials. Ouch! Why does his face hurt so much? Lu Shiqi shook off the thoughts in his mind and quickly brought up a long-standing problem to the boss in front of him. He expressed his confusion and looked at Xia Zhi with eager eyes. Xia Zhi naturally pointed out the issue without much thought. Got it. She raised an eyebrow. Got it. Lu Shiqi's eyes sparkled as he excitedly looked at the boss. In academia, only those who understand know how exhilarating it is when a difficult problem is solved. Initially, calling her boss was somewhat casual, but now, he wanted to kneel and call her dad. Shocked, humble Lu Shiqi on the lookout for a dad. Losing face for his biological father, this finished material must be taken away. Xia Zhi narrowed her eyes, looking at the pile of materials. Lu Shiqi's earlier joy vanished instantly. He looked bitter and somewhat pleading. Can it stay for a while longer, boss? In terms of real-world references, the refinement level was 100%. To be honest, aside from that master, there probably isn't anyone else with such skill. Even the esteemed Yuan Lao in the materials community might not have this technique. No, she decisively refused. mainly because the delivery date set by the shop was approaching. Xia Zhi's expression was cold, and her gaze was piercing. Lu Shiqi exclaimed, smiling obsequiously, with so many materials, boss, your storage ring must be too full to fit anymore, right? How about I help you store them and deliver them later? He wanted to delay a bit longer. Unfortunately, the boss didn't give him a chance. She had already been patient earlier. The mist in her eyes hinted at impatience. With a flick of her finger, a massive wave of boss-like presence enveloped the room. All the materials were collected into a seemingly ordinary bronze space ring. Just as Lu Shiqi's gaze landed on that ordinary-looking ring, his jaw dropped in shock. This ring, he thought incredulously. Could it be that the master favored his disciple so much, even giving away a personal space ring? Despite the ordinary appearance of this ring on the boss's hand, it had significant implications. If it were anyone else, Lu Shiqi wouldn't think much of it, as there were many similar rings. However, everyone in the know understood that this bronze ring was a minor identity feature of the master. Moreover, Lu Shiqi took another glance. Why did the master's ring fit the boss perfectly? Could it be that the ring has an automatic resizing function? As if sensing his scrutiny, Xia Zhi casually raised her eyes. She knew what he was looking at. Nothing. Lu Shiqi averted his eyes, thinking it was normal for a master to give things to their disciple. Then he thought again. The boss had never revealed her identity? Could it be that she didn't want to be too high profile? He understood. He understood everything. Lu Shiqi chuckled. Xia Zhi took 2 steps back in her chair without speaking, just casting her impossibly beautiful almond-shaped eyes at him. Boss, you carry on. Carry on. Lu Shiqi awkwardly laughed, feeling a bit uncomfortable as he touched his nose. Xia Zhi raised an eyebrow, stood up, and left. Lu Shiqi reluctantly watched the boss leave, thinking about that pile of materials. After her slender figure disappeared, Lu Shiqi immediately turned back to his experiments. Chapter 182. Xia Young Master Lin sat casually. His low brows gathered, sipping from a rare tea priced at over 10,000 credit points per gram. Master, according to Lin Yi, the leader of that group on the island has been missing for 2 months. Lin Wu stood straight beside him like a pine tree. His human-like appearance was indistinguishable from reality. Young Master Lin responded with a hum, slowly placing the teacup in his hand down. His long, fair hand rested on his thigh, slightly bent, with a translucent, cool white complexion that was quite pleasing to the eyes, exuding a hint of subtle nobility. Master, what do you think? Lin Wu asked softly. Think about what? His voice was lazy. Lin Wu. Master, are you pretending to be ignorant? Just now, Lin Wu had informed him about Lin Yi's report. Oh, what was reported? Lin Wu. Making robots is really hard. No, being human is even harder. The world of humans is truly complex, even if he is a conscious, silicon-based life form. Let that matter over there be chaotic. There's no rush. Young Master Lin stopped teasing him. This was his answer. Lin Wu, aren't you the island's master? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to remain detached? But 2 years ago, that person suddenly appeared, single-handedly putting the troublemakers on the island in line, resulting in unprecedented peace and order on the island. Now that she's gone, those people, Lin Wu sighed. To outsiders, the independent island seemed incredibly mysterious, drawing many people, but in reality, it was a place that the world could not accept. Every individual inside. They were indeed strong. There were many big shots, and masters were everywhere. There were also various strange and indescribable. Lin Wu didn't dare to speak out, even as a killer who had fought his way through. Every time he recalled it, he couldn't help but shudder. That was a thorny path paved with corpses. Lin Wu sighed deeply. He truly admired that big shot. He had no idea where she had gone. Probably, those troublemakers missed her dearly. Young Master Lin raised his eyes. Do you think I managed poorly? His deep voice chuckled softly, like a violin with excellent sound quality. He leaned back, his long hand resting on the back of the sofa, tapping gently. Every movement was exquisitely elegant. Lin Wu stood straight, suddenly coughing seriously. Master, what are you talking about? Under your careful guidance, everyone on our independent island has been educated to have correct values, becoming the successors of socialism, the builders of independent island, and young Master Lin lazily glanced at him. Lin Woolley immediately fell silent, not daring to utter a word. His eyes were particularly guilty. Lin also chuckled, his tone casual. It seems you have quite a lot of opinions about me. Master, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, like the overflowing yellow river that can't be contained. You are charming and elegant, loved by all, admired by flowers, and causing cars to burst tires. How could I dare to have any opinions about you? Lin Flatterer Wu maintained a serious expression. Lin the young master, where did you learn this nonsense? How are those people doing now? Lin Wu was quite savvy, lowering his brows and replying, they're behaving pretty well now, not causing much trouble. But that one, who knows how long they will disappear? How long can they stay in line? New book, Zombie Puppy Not Obedient, Chapter 183. Xia is a woman, right? On the independent island, there's a group of rebellious people who refuse to be disciplined, yet their strength is not weak. One person is not scary, but a group inflicts 1,000 losses on the enemy while suffering 800 themselves. That's not a good strategy. TSK. What was that person's name? Lin Wu lowered his brows, unable to see his expression clearly, but his voice faintly revealed admiration. Xia. The name sounds literary, but Lin Wu could never forget how arrogant that person looked when they got riled up. Fierce and ruthless, with a hint of wickedness. That was a demon from hell. Even Lin was momentarily stunned when he heard that name. His fingers lightly twisted. Xia. When read backward, ISNT it. Xia Zhi? Lin raised an eyebrow, looking forward to the show. Hearing this, Lin Wu thought his master was only thinking about that female student, and he stubbornly corrected him. His expression very serious. It's Xia, not Xia Zhi. In the end, he added, Xia Zhi is your student. Xia is the second person I admire after you. Master, Lin, what if there's a robot with an elbow sticking out? The young master squinted his eyes, exuding an unpleasant aura. How could it be that after just 2 years of not handling matters, this subordinate's heart has flown away? He has been in charge of the independent island for 10 years. Yet, I haven't seen this group of fools care about him. Suddenly, he spoke, his gaze icy. Is it a woman? Lin Wu was stunned, yes. Actually, he didn't know whether it was a man or a woman. Xia always wore a mask, revealing only a delicate jawline, barely discernible as a woman. No wonder. Lin squinted his eyes, his gaze becoming even colder. So it's a woman. It seems a lot of interesting things have happened on the island during these 2 years I wasn't here. Lin Wu inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. He frowned, his expression hard to describe. Master, is it still too late to go back to the island and hide under the covers? Humble Xiao Cheng managed to get the contact number of Summer Boss Ji from his mother, Ji Rushu. After that, he was warned by his mother not to bother Summer for no reason and to keep his distance. Humble Xiao Cheng was stunned. Is this something a mother can do? He stubbornly refuted. Mom, how did this happen to me? Why is everyone targeting me? Baby feels wronged, but baby won't cry. Ji Rushu directly threw out a sentence. When can you also make your mother maintain her beautiful appearance? Then I won't target you. It was about that skincare cream. And then, Cheng Yunting directly slipped away. Sorry, dear mom. Your son is useless, but my dad is not. Cheng Yunting rubbed his small hands, while Tang Rizhao shot him a disdainful look. When did our young master Cheng become so pathetic? Cheng Yunting ignored him and, after some psychological preparation, sent a message word by word. Tang Rizhao leaned over to take a look. Ha ha ha, sorry, couldn't help it. Tang Rizhao still had those 4 words in his mind. Hello, are you there? May I ask which ancient idiot this is from? Cheng Yunting glared at him angrily, unable to say anything unpleasant. After all, he himself felt it was strange. Tang Rizhao laughed out loud, discovering a new side to young Master Cheng. This might be a sharp-tongued fool. Tang Rizhao directly snatched his communicator and started typing furiously. Dear sister, hello, I am your brother Cheng Yunting. Wait. Don't rush to click the cross. Here's the thing. The rest was just an invitation for his sister to participate in the Star Network Mecha Team competition, written very sincerely. Chapter 184. Want to invite Xia Zhi to participate in the team competition. It's really heartbreaking to hear, and listening to it makes one want to cry. What the hell? Looking at this half-hearted message, Cheng Yunting. So what exactly are they doing? Cheng Yunting scratched his head. The message had already been sent. In any case, this matter needed to be clarified. Now, he just waited for a reply, although the hope was slim. On the cold, white crystal wrist terminal, Ji Rushu's message suddenly vibrated. Ms. Ji. Ji Xiao lowered her gaze, having just stepped out of the classroom to take the video call. Ah, Summer, are you in class? I didn't interrupt you, did I? Ji Rushu recognized from the background that Ji Xia was in the teaching building. It's fine. Do you have any other matters? She squinted, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds above, feeling quite comfortable with the gentle breeze. Ji Rushu looked at Ji Xia's extremely beautiful face and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Until Ji Xia coughed, she seemed to wake up. Ah, yes. There is something. She seemed to find her voice, just now, that Yunting asked me for your contact number. He hasn't sent you any message yet, right? This kid also didn't know what he was planning. She mumbled softly, leaning against the white wall. She pursed her lips, her eyes revealing a hint of laziness. Still no messages. Ji Rushu understood that her younger son was not like her older son, Cheng Yunlin, who was emotionally intelligent and thoughtful. Cheng Yunting was the kind of person who wore everything on his face. Otherwise, when Ji Xia first came to the Ji family villa, this guy was so awkward. She knew Ji Xia seemed to be quite impressive at school, totally different from what her father had said. This useless husband, Cheng Yunting, came to ask for Ji Xia's contact number, and his intentions were clearly written on his face, utterly transparent. Yiruhu. Now that she thought about it, he must be after something from Ji Xia. Not to mention, as a mother, she openly despised him, but was secretly busier than anyone else. Well, Summer, this kid came to ask for your contact number. Aunt Ji understands her son. He must have something to find you later. Aunt Ji knew that at first, this kid's attitude was not good, but as a mother, she had focused on her career over the years, lacking maternal love for both of her sons. The older one had grown up, and perhaps she could still salvage the younger one. So Aunt Ji thought that if Yunting said anything to you later, Summer, could you listen to him for a while before refusing? Saying these words, Ji Rushu felt quite anxious. After all, Ji Xia didn't know her anything, and she had given such a precious gift on her birthday. But she knew how her younger son was. Even trying to do something good could be ruined by his mouth. If she didn't worry, who would? If it were someone else, Zheng Qing might say a few words. But Ji Xia, how many times had this father-daughter duo met without it being like a volcano erupting? And sight. She'd better speak to her honestly herself. Ji Xia raised her eyebrows. The voice of the teacher was all around her, and she thought to walk a little further from the classroom. So she walked to the evacuation passage, the stairwell. Suddenly, the terminal vibrated again. Ji Xia half lowered her head. The message came into view. Hello, are you there? The communication number is similar to a phone number from ancient times. It has simplified from various apps to just one communication number that can be used everywhere. A communication number does not require adding friends, and each person only has one communication number in their lifetime. She stared at the words above, thinking that she didn't expect Cheng Yunting to be such a traditional person online. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and for a moment, there was no emotion on her face. Xia? Ji Rushu couldn't help but speak. Her voice was plain and without fluctuations. Yiruhu. The terminal vibrated continuously several times. She scanned quickly and soon understood the other party's intention. They were inviting her to participate in the team competition. Xia Zhi chuckled softly. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like jade stones clinking with a hint of flirtation, extremely pleasant to the ears. Ji Rushu felt her ears tingle. Xia Zhi smiled, leaning there, both mischievous and charming. But she remained silent for a long time. Just when Ji Rushu was about to feel disappointed, she suddenly heard the girl say coldly, "Okay." Ji Rushu looked surprised, quickly reacting to smile. "Thank you, Xia. Yunting is honored to have you as his sister, and I am also honored to have you as my daughter." Xia Zhi casually hummed in response. After hanging up the video call, she replied to Cheng Yunting with a simple okay, then returned to class without asking anything. She wasn't curious about any reasons. Back then, Zigod had never participated in any team competitions. That was because she knew that, wherever it was, the outcome was never in doubt. She would definitely be first. Cheng Yunting, who thought he would have to wait a long time for a reply, was surprised when the other party responded in less than a minute. He was a bit afraid to look. He felt awkward all over. Tang Rizhao, was disgusted with him. This pretentious man. Cang Liang, not daring to look, pulled Tang Rizhao to take a peek. Little Tang, quickly take a look and tell me. What did she reply? Tang Rizhao wasn't as nervous as Cang Liang. Come on, I'm your senior. Can you not be so timid? Have some dignity. He quickly glanced at the reply above, suppressing his inner shock and feigned calmness as he looked at Cang Liang. Who are you calling Little Tang? Cang Liang looked up, incredulously glaring at him, as if to say, you greedy guy. Tang Rizhao smiled. Cang Liang released him, took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth and said 3 words, Dad Tang. This was a peculiar habit of some boys. Don't worry, my dear son. Dad will tell you what your sister replied. Your dear sister said 1 word. Cang Liang continued to glare at him, this opportunistic guy. His anger hadn't dissipated, still brooding over what happened earlier. Tang Rizhao was truly losing focus. Tang Rizhao coughed, ignoring his anger, sitting leisurely, very comfortable. Your sister agreed. Cang Liang. The focus is back. Really? He thought it would definitely take a lot of effort, cutting through thorns to get to this point. He directly pulled Tang Rizhao aside, and what came into view was simply 1 word. Okay. Nothing else. But it indeed meant agreement. He stood there grinning foolishly, repeatedly rejected. Yet he inexplicably felt a sense of recognition. Tang Rizhao was almost unsteady from Cang Liang's pull. He sighed. In a flash, he even forgot the dad part. What an unfilial son. Liu Ai had been waiting at the Cang Liang Master's shop for a long time. Secretly rubbing his little hands, he was extremely excited. The materials he had struggled for half a year were finally ready. Chapter 186. The system favors, old viewers are numb. How does it feel right now? Who asked such a silly question, of course? I'm laughing so hard, I can't close my mouth, ah. He glanced at the people outside, still waiting day after day to place orders. His mood inexplicably became pleasant. It might be because he was handsome, that Cang Liang Master found him very pleasing to the eye. Liu Ai hummed a little tune, looking quite comfortable and attracting attention. However, at this moment, Xia Zhi was logging into the Star Network account with her light brain. She directly entered the shop's backend, clicked on Delivered, and entered the tracking number. It was that simple. The delivery robot arrived, and everything was taken care of in no time. After waiting almost a day, Liu Ai. That works too. Today was supposed to be a weekend day off, but due to the ongoing Star Network Mecha competition, all students participating in the solo competitions became extremely busy. There was hardly any free time. They initially submitted their class schedules, and the system arranged 100 competitions for them based on those schedules. They had to complete 100 matches in a month, averaging 3 matches a day. Sometimes, with many classes, they couldn't even manage 1 match a day. So, everything had to be pushed to the weekend. This weekend, Xia Zhi had over 20 matches scheduled, practically filling her entire weekend. The big shot expressed extreme impatience. Basically, Lin Jianran would come to every match of Xia Zhi, unless she had a match at the same time. The purpose of coming was, of course, to bet on the handsome Xia to win. Lin Jianran happily watched her points balance grow, laughing foolishly. Although she would win more matches, sometimes Xia, the truly wealthy Xia, would bet big on her to win. As the number of matches increased, the name Cang Liang gradually became popular. It was simply too wealthy. Many viewers came to check it out, and some trolls reported that the Cang Liang big shot's money came from dubious sources. The result was a slap in the face. All were dismissed and warned not to report randomly. Whenever Xia placed a big bet on her, some viewers would act like they saw a god of wealth, eyes shining with excitement. Whatever Xia bet on, they would follow suit. Over time, her cut of that tiny fraction also became less and less. The competition began. Dear Lord Cang Liang, hello, the 003 system is at your service. Viewers, it really makes you think it's the Cang Liang Master. They never expected that a mech fighter famous for fighting skills would be related to a materials master. 2 contestants have entered the arena, and the match is about to start. Here is our esteemed Lord Cang Liang's personal information. Contestant, Cang Liang, physique, S, mental power, S source, student of Ryan Military Academy, Zone 2. Contestant win rate, 100, big shot wants a hug. Expertise, very wealthy, handsome, goddess melee, 1-hit kill agile. That's it. Old viewers sat up straight with blank faces. Just bet on the big shot, that's all. New viewers. Wow, bro. Do you know what's going on? Did the system change for this competition? Why is it so ridiculous? Newcomers were confused. Want to ask the big shots what was going on? I'm stunned. That expertise? Wealthy? Good looking? Can that count as expertise? Am I seeing things? Haha, maybe they're relying on their looks to sell, right? Which troll? Get out. Chapter 187. The big shot is treated specially again. Add one roll. A win rate of 100. By this time, it can't be that they've only won one match, right? The person checked Cang Liang's number of matches and immediately exclaimed, "Wow, TSK, TSK. You guys wouldn't understand this. When the big boss gets serious, even the system has to please them. New viewers sitting next to old viewers might understand a bit. But if they're all new viewers sitting together, then they can only be confused together, right? Confused face. Hands. His. Personal information. Isn't it usually displayed in the air? Why is this arena a bit different? Did he enter the wrong place? It's definitely arena 1203. He asked, feeling wronged and unwilling. System. Where's my personal information? System 003. I'm sorry, all I see is Cang Big Boss Liang. The system remained silent and quietly displayed another piece of personal information. Contestant, Shangshan Yushui Physique, a spirit power, S source, student contestant from District 1 Kino Military Academy win rate. 90 specialty, mental attacks, both long-range and close-range speed. At this moment, the audience began to place bets, and without a doubt, most of them were betting on Cang Liang. Shangshan Yushui's personal information finally revealed itself, and he let out a silent sigh. Even the system has started to be elitist these days. He raised his gaze to the opponent, a strikingly attractive girl, a bit androgynous. The system's special treatment. This was the first time he had seen it in this session. According to past sessions, the Star Network competition would have one or two exceptions that would receive special treatment, and those people were often the number one singles competitors favored by the Star Network Mecha competition. Unless the previous session's number one continued to compete in this session, he would be the only one receiving special treatment. But the Z God did not participate in this session. There were many opinions, but no conclusion. In this session, it was likely that there would be a few contestants receiving special treatment from the Star Network Mecha competition. Although it wouldn't be overly biased, with so many people watching, absolute fairness must be maintained. However, before the competition, the differences would be obvious at a glance. Lemon fruits on the lemon tree. You, an eye under the lemon tree. Shangshan Yu Shui pursed his lips, frowning. It seemed this opponent was quite strong. 100 win rate. Not just for show. Especially as the competition progressed, the chances of encountering stronger opponents would increase. If luck was bad and he lost every time, no matter how strong he was, he would have no chance of advancing. System 003 chose the scene this time, honestly following the rules. This time, the potential of the two contestants was almost the same, and the smaller the gap became, the more fairness was needed. Although System 003 really wanted to cling to a big boss, it also had to be a qualified Star Network system. Current 3 maps, Primitive Forest, Weather Desert, Deep Blue Sea. Please both contestants choose a scene for the match. If both contestants choose the same, the match scene will be the selected scene. If the choices differ, the system will randomly select a scene. Xia Zhi casually pointed at one. The choice was quick, almost without thought, her exquisite features showing a hint of arrogance. Shangshan Yushui looked at the 3 options in front of him, lost in thought. Given his potential level, he could attack from a distance or in close combat. The opponent had an S-level physique. Competing in strength and stamina was clearly unlikely. After all, he had a 90 win rate. He only lost 1 match out of 10. That match was an unexpected upset. To this day, he still couldn't believe he actually lost. He lost to someone called Independent Island Master, a D-level potential person. Chapter 188. This opponent's spirit power seems a bit weak. That upset caused him to be laughed at for a long time. Everyone thought he was throwing the match. Shangshan Yushui pulled his thoughts back. The weather desert was suitable for long-range attacks. The primitive forest was better for close combat. And the deep blue sea, due to water resistance. Mechas weren't good for fighting. He pursed his lips and directly selected the deep blue sea. Both contestants have chosen the same. Match scene, deep blue sea. Shangshan Yushui was surprised. He didn't expect the opponent to choose this as well. Lin Jianran sat in the audience, cheering nonstop. Xia Zhi glanced at her and smiled. Xia, you're the best. You must win. Lin, the little fangirl, was online chasing stars. The audience nearby. Where did this idiot come from? Hey, is this 110? Someone here is forcibly lowering the IQ. Xia Zhi felt a blackout and arrived at the familiar little dark room. She leisurely glanced around. This time, she didn't give up her choice. Her gaze wandered among the three mechas. Just when System 003 thought the big boss was about to get serious, the big boss said, "Are there any basic mechas? The kind that's easier to handle." System 003. "Are these high-performance mechas not to your liking? Is there any?" The big boss asked again, his tone inexplicably cold. System 003 suddenly felt a chill, as if it had just walked through an ice cellar. It felt as if it was saying that without it, it would have to be remade. Yes. As a system wanting to cling to the big boss's leg, how could it lack a bit of insight? This is an essential skill for clinging to the big boss. Shang Shanyu Shui chose a lightweight mecha focused on agility. In the water, who would choose heavy armor? Is it a contest to see who sinks faster? He focused on spirit power, but he didn't know how the opponent's S-level spirit power was. He had specifically trained in mental attacks. In this aspect of mental attacks, he was always very confident. When Shang Shui appeared, there were fish happily swimming around, and a sea turtle strolling leisurely. The deep blue sea was peaceful, and the ecological environment was simulated very realistically. It made one feel as if they were truly underwater. After a few seconds, Xia Zhi appeared right on cue. The petite and delicate basic mecha appeared, and Shang Shui immediately locked onto the target, launching a mental attack, attempting to catch the opponent off guard. His mental thread clarity was over 60, and even if the opponent's spirit power level was the same as his, it might not be able to handle this sudden attack. The opponent's mental attack came fiercely. Xia Zhi paused. Even the basic mecha came to a halt. When Shang Shui thought his mental attack succeeded, although he felt something was strange. He couldn't afford to be distracted at this moment. He could only press the advantage and leave the opponent with no way out. In the water, the mecha's built-in artillery attacks were not very effective. If they were a bit far, they might fizzle out. Shang Shui drew out the mecha's built-in cold weapon, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. A smile gradually appeared on his face. Just when Shang Shui thought he was about to hit, bang! The opponent actually caught his sword barehanded. Shang Shui quickly realized, wanting to retreat. However, the sword held by the enemy remained immovable. He raised his eyes. His expression was shocked. Internally, he launched a series of 3 death questions. Did the opponent not suffer from his mental attack? Why was the opponent using the basic mecha? Why could they catch a sword barehanded using a basic mecha? Unfortunately, Xia Zhi wouldn't give him the chance to think about anything else. Chapter 189, feeling extremely frustrated. Earlier, she paused just because she didn't expect the opponent's fierce mental attack. With just a light touch, it broke. Yes, it broke so easily. Unfortunately, the opponent remained oblivious, still foolishly charging forward while gripping the cold weapon. The agile mecha on land faced tremendous resistance in the water, weakening both its movements and firepower. The fish nearby were startled and fled. Even the leisurely sea turtle was desperately trying to escape for its life. Just as Shang Shui was pondering the next attack, Xia Zhi leisurely set up the cannon, aiming at the opponent. She tilted her head, a hint of an ambiguous smile playing on her lips. In the audience, what's she doing? Is she really trying to attack in the water with a basic mech? Is she out of her mind? On my points, I thought she had a bit of potential and I could easily suppress her, but I didn't expect her to be this foolish. Phew. Good thing I didn't bet on her. What a little clever fox. She seemed so confident, silently thinking it looks like she's about to unleash a big move. The people around her gave her a look as if to say she was overthinking it. Most of the speakers were new viewers. The old viewers had a numb expression, and when Xia Zhi set up the cannon, a flicker of understanding passed through their eyes. Only the new viewers were left dumbfounded. Back in the arena, suddenly, Xia Zhi pressed the launcher. Boom! Just a second ago, Shang Shui was mocking the opponent for using a basic mech-S cannon in the water, and the next second, he was horrified. Oh no, no way. That color, that firepower and speed are definitely not something a basic mech can produce. Shang Xinyushui's face turned pale, his mind racing to figure out how to evade its tracking. His previous nonchalance now made it hard for him to dodge. This was a laser missile. It had to be bought with points. Price, 500 points. A laser missile costs 500 points. Hiss, the new viewers gasped. Is it really this intense now? This is a real big shot, rich and reckless. Suddenly realizing why being rich also means being skilled, the old viewers seemed to have seen through the world. What is the big deal? The big shot could buy 20 laser missiles just with that silver combat suit. Not to mention the big shot also likes to place bets. TSK. Those points seem worthless, scattered everywhere. The old viewers were silently curious about how the big shot got those points. Could it be that their family is too rich? Redeemed with credit points? Indeed, when some graduates finish school, they hardly need points anymore. They would exchange with those who lack points. Clearly, it's a 1-1 ratio. In reality, the approximate ratio of points to credit points is 1:100. This thing even needs to be reserved. If you need it urgently, the ratio is even higher. The exchange between the two is technically against currency regulations. But as long as there is demand in the market, there will never be a lack of underground transactions. The official store for the Star Network mech competition has mechs, mech configurations, parts, and other purchasable items. Of course, they are ridiculously expensive, as long as you have points. It's not impossible to challenge beyond your level. Some past participants clearly had mediocre strength, but they had money. They could still achieve good results with points. Imagine an enemy with maxed out equipment, countless cannons, and missiles. Chapter 190. As if the soul were torn apart. Of course, when choosing a mech in the small black room, if one of the 3 random mechs has already been purchased, you can prioritize using the purchased mech. After all, random mechs are the most primitive configurations. Modified ones are definitely different. Laser missiles not only have immense power, their locking mechanism is also top-notch. No matter how Shang Xinyushui dodged and ran, the laser missile behind him relentlessly pursued like a death threat. Run. He could only run faster. Shang Xinyushui repeatedly ran past the brink of death. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. 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 Mech has reached maximum speed. Transmission system damaged. Overall damage rate 10. Remaining energy 55. 6. Reparable. Recommended repairs. Repair? What a joke. There is no time to repair while fleeing. Shang Xinyushui cursed silently, feeling 1,000 curses in his heart. The warning was so loud it gave him a headache. So he directly turned off the mech alarm. Shang Xinyushui was drenched in sweat, his speed gradually slowing down, almost getting hit several times. In fact, only a few seconds had passed, but it felt like a century. The mech and his potential were pushed to the limit. He almost couldn't catch his breath. While he was avoiding a high speed, he glanced at the opponent, who appeared so relaxed, and it infuriated him. Is being rich that impressive? He suddenly turned his head, his expression fierce and cold, and charged directly at Xia Zhi. He planned to go down together. A typical I'm struggling. You can't be at ease either. This match has made him so miserable. Winning doesn't matter. He had previously been extremely frustrated about losing to a contestant with D-level potential. Now he thought the opponent was actually too good. At least it was a quick death. Xia Zhi watched the mech darting around, and in an instant, the opponent rushed towards her quickly. Inside the cockpit, she lightly twirled her fingers. Her gaze as cold as a deep pool, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, both cold and profound. The corner of her mouth curled into a casual arc. She released a trace of mental power, using the opponent's own method against him. What followed was a powerful clash of mental forces. A huge wave of mental power invaded Shang Xinyushui's mental domain in an instant. It recklessly crashed into every corner, leaving devastation in its wake, desolate and cold. This was the true ferocity of the attack. Oh, my head. The mental sea was ravaged, and that pain felt as if the soul were being torn apart, piercing deep into the essence of his being, like countless sharp blades cutting him inch by inch. Mental attacks are far more torturous than physical ones. That unbearable feeling of wanting to die. No one wants to experience it. The mech Shang Xinyushui was piloting jerked to a stop and a rapidly following laser missile directly smashed into the mech, instantly exploding in a blaze of glory, with thunderous booms echoing. After the smoke cleared, the mech was left in ruins. Audience. So terrifying, I want to go home. The system announced, Arena No. 1203. Cang Liang has emerged victorious. No matter how unwilling Shang Xinyushui was, the outcome was already determined. The feeling of having his mental domain invaded and his soul torn apart. He never wanted to experience it again in his life. He was terrified. He was afraid. The opponent's mental power seemed like an unshakable existence. That face was like a statue, pressing down on his heart, making it hard to breathe. At this moment, in the specially designed hall for the mech competition, on the single-player ranking list, a participant's name, glimmering with a faint gold, slowly surpassed the first place. It became the latest #1 in the single-player competition. Chapter 191. Shocked, Cang Liang occupies the top spot. When a new #1 appeared, all the followers exploded in excitement. Many were silently keeping an eye on this ranking, especially certain forum bloggers who rushed to get the first-hand information. Shocked, no. One of the Star Network mech's single competition has changed, and it's him. Even in the Interstellar era, various clickbait titles are inevitable. Xia Zhi had just come out of the arena, and with her victory, a faint smile lingered on her lips, her eyes curved. Zhi, you're really amazing. You blew up your opponent's mech in one go. He must be dumbfounded right now, haha. The one speaking was Xia Zhi's roommate and classmate, Wang Zishan. Xia Zhi smiled gently, her voice soft and sweet, not at all like her fierce demeanor during the match. Actually, the opponent was quite strong, I just barely won. She spoke humbly, but her eyes couldn't hide her pride. Wang Zishan sighed to herself. Zhi really has such a good temper, and she is also very impressive. After all, she is the first in the league to have SSS-level potential talent. She is really lucky to be classmates and friends with such an amazing person. Apart from her family background, it seems that she is lacking in everything compared to Zhi. Sigh. The two walked side by side to the mecha competition hall, planning to check the recent competition status. As the competition progressed, it became more intense, and it would be good to understand it better so they could have a strategy for the future. Wang Zishan looked up at the leaderboard in the center. Stunned. Huh? Zhi was surpassed? What happened? Upon closer inspection, she found that the first place was a contestant named Cang Liang. The name glowed with a light gold hue, particularly dazzling. She quickly pulled Xia Zhi and immediately spoke. Zhi, look quickly. She pointed to the spot she had just seen. Xia Zhi raised her eyes, her pupils constricting. Her fingertips unconsciously curled, exerting some strength. Somewhat incredulous. How could it be? She had moved. Xia Zhi squinted her eyes, frowning as she looked at the first-place contestant's record. 15 matches, all wins. Average time, 13 seconds. Wang Zishan, who was beside her, also saw this and exclaimed, impossible. How could he have such a short time? In this situation, no matter how powerful the opponent was, he solved it in about 10 seconds. But how could this be possible? Wang Zishan looked up again. She realized that Zhi only lost in time. The opponent had an S-level potential with an average time of 13 seconds, while Zhi's potential was SSS level. But her average time was 33 seconds. What does this even mean? It indicates that the opponent resolved the enemy with one move as soon as they entered. But how could the enemies all be so weak? How could an S-level potential be so much stronger than SSS? Wang Zishan was skeptical, but no one questioned the fairness of the Star Network mecha competition. Not that they couldn't. Rather, I didn't dare. Wang Zishan thought to herself. This contestant named Cang Liang had always been steadily in second place. Why did he suddenly jump to first? Besides caring about her own ranking and Xia Zhi's ranking, she hadn't really paid attention to anything else. Wang Zishan clicked on Cang Liang's personal information page and discovered fact. The reason he had been steadily in second was simply because he hadn't participated in enough matches. Wang Zishan was dumbfounded. There was such a tricky operation? Xia Zhi momentarily froze. With her head slightly lowered, she couldn't quite see her expression. Who exactly is this Cang Liang? She clicked on his information. He was also a student from the second district. His potential seemed strong, but in reality, he appeared somewhat mediocre among many geniuses. Chapter 192. Xia Zhi is the kindest person she has ever met. Beside her, Wang Zishan didn't know how to speak for a moment, hesitating for a long time before saying, Zhi, his first place is just temporary. You are the one and only genius with SSS-level potential. There is no one in this world who could surpass you. The reason given by the noble lady was quite awkward. Xia Zhi paused, her eyes shimmering, her expression somewhat happy. Thank you for your concern, Zishan. I was always in first place before and didn't know my shortcomings. Now that someone has suddenly surpassed me, I really feel happy. I can discover my shortcomings and become stronger. Wang Zishan thought. Zhi is truly the kindest person she has ever met. Zhi, you are really too humble, Wang Zishan sighed. I finished all my matches this morning. There are matches in the afternoon. Do you have any matches, Zishan? Xia Zhi smiled and changed the topic to ask. Wang Zishan shook her head. Then let us log off first and come back in the afternoon. Xia Zhi said. Wang Zishan nodded and, without thinking much, logged off directly after a few seconds. However, Xia Zhi stayed for a while longer. She returned to her home in the Star Network's virtual construct, leaning against the back, and opened Cang Liang's information again. She squinted her eyes and took another look. Deep down, she felt an inexplicable sensation. Clearly, this was a stranger, yet there was an indescribable sense of familiarity. She pursed her lips, her expression gradually turning cold. Her demeanor shifted from gentle humility to a gloomy one. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up, revealing a hint of a sinister arc. What potential talent could he have? It was merely a thing that humans are self-righteous about. Potential? It's just a value defined by humans to measure strength and weakness. She is a powerful silicon-based life form. Altering data is easy for her. A competition? No matter how fair it is. As long as it's something conducted over the network, there's always an opportunity to take advantage of it. Xia Zhi retracted her aura, her expression cold, and slowly stood up. This time, she was determined to secure the first place in the individual competition. Others are merely stepping stones on her path to becoming stronger. After all, she owes her current status to the group of researchers who studied her back then, and to that warmest person who brought her out. Thinking of this, a rare softness and genuine emotion appeared in Xia Zhi's eyes. After Wang Zishan logged off, she slowly got up from the Star Network pod. She walked to her desk, suddenly feeling a bit parched, and picked up a cup to drink some water. After finishing, she thought that Xia Zhi would soon log off as well. After what happened, with the first place being snatched away, her mood would surely not be good. She thought of going to accompany her. With this in mind, she left her bedroom, filled a green, environmentally friendly cup with hot water for Xia Zhi, walked over, and knocked on the door. Zhi, are you there? There was no response from inside. Not a sound at all. Wang Zishan frowned. Was Zhi still not logged off? After a while, she knocked again. Zhi, are you there? Still no response. Wang Zishan felt a bit worried and instinctively twisted the knob, and the door opened. She peeked in and saw that Xia Zhi was still lying in the Star Network pod, letting out a sigh of relief. Then she walked in with the hot water, found a spot to sit down, and placed the cup beside her. Inside the Star Network pod lay a serene face of a girl, with skin as smooth as jade, delicate and beautiful. She looked stunning, with elegantly arched eyebrows, tightly closed eyes, long curled lashes, a high nose bridge, and exquisitely delicate lips that made one want to take a bite. Chapter 193. Xia Zhi's identity is about to be discovered. She was a typical pure and gentle beauty, strong in ability, and so beautiful. It was indeed rare. Wang Zishan rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching. When her gaze reached the power light of the Star Network pod, she was stunned. The lights seemed to not be on. Wang Zishan thought she had seen it wrong and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. When she opened her eyes again, she found that the light was still off. What's going on? She frowned, full of confusion. How could it be? The power light of the Star Network pod being off means that the pod hadn't even powered on. Wang Zishan glanced again, her expression shocked. Zhi, the machine of the Star Network pod hadn't powered on. How could she have connected to the Star Network? It was incomprehensible. Wang Zishan furrowed her brows, her forehead creasing, almost twisting into a knot. She still couldn't understand, feeling completely baffled and confused. Just as Wang Zishan stood up to explore further, Xia Zhi suddenly opened her eyes, like a corpse suddenly waking up in a coffin, startling Wang Zishan, who was about to approach. Wang Zishan was so scared that her hand trembled several times. Upon hearing the sound, Xia Zhi immediately turned her head to look over, her eyes fierce and gloomy. Wang Zishan didn't notice, patting her chest to calm herself down. That really scared me to death. Xia Zhi realized it was Wang Zishan and immediately composed herself, returning to her usual demeanor. Zishan, what are you doing here? Her voice was gentle, but only she knew there was a hint of probing in her words. Xia Zhi stood up, expressionless, blocking the power indicator light. Usually, very few people entered her room. She didn't need any sensory connectors to access the star network. Her mind had a built-in one. Normally, this star network pod was just for hiding from prying eyes. Unfortunately, today, Wang Zishan saw her lying inside the pod. She wondered if Wang Zishan noticed the power light. Wang Zishan had a significant background. She was the daughter of a prominent family on the main planet. If she found out, it would be very troublesome to make her disappear. Just like how humans are averse to robots gaining consciousness, silicon-based life forms are particularly wary of being discovered by humans. Humans would never let it go easily. Their greed is far more terrifying than one could imagine. Wang Zishan was so frightened that she nearly lost her mind, forgetting what she had intended to do just moments before. Zhi, you really scared me when you suddenly woke up. Promise me, can you at least react a bit before opening your eyes next time? Xia Zhi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. I understand. I'll 1T scare you next time. Next time, she wouldn't let her in either. Another competition featuring Lin Jianran was about to begin, but unfortunately, Xia Zhi was pressed for time, and this time the 100,000 points big shot was not present. Many spectators who came to see the show sighed softly. Why isn't the big shot here this time? Must be a falling out between plastic sisters. This time, Lin Jianran entered the arena first. She stood alone in the vast arena, waiting for a long time, but her opponent still hadn't arrived. She frowned, feeling lonely in the large arena. Was her opponent planning to forfeit due to being late? The system was about to issue a warning. There are 30 seconds left in the countdown. If the participant-independent island master has not entered, it will be considered an automatic forfeit. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. Lin Jianran looked down on her opponent for considering a timeout forfeit. If they're going to fight, then let us make it an honest fight. If they were going to win, then let South win fair and square. Chapter 194, Fighting the Island Master. Punching Face's Lin Jianran felt that winning by forfeiture was unacceptable to her boiling blood. The audience murmured. At the last second, her opponent finally arrived leisurely. Participant-independent Island Master has entered. Both participants have entered. The match is about to begin. Lin Jianran looked over and was taken aback to see a cold and elegant beauty as her opponent. The breathtaking beauty left her momentarily stunned, unable to resist glancing over multiple times. A thought suddenly popped in her head. She was really, really beautiful. Her looks could rival Xia. This was the first time she had seen a woman who could match Xia in both appearance and presence. Lin Jianran shook her head. Beauty could lead to trouble. She repeated this in her mind several times. After dismissing her distractions, she looked up to check her opponent's information. She was stunned. How could such a beautiful woman have such low potential? But when her gaze landed on the 100 win rate, Lin Jianran's pupils dilated, gripping her fingers tightly. When did D-level potential become so impressive? Unbelievable. So unbelievable. When she saw what her opponent specialized in, Lin Jianran pursed her lips. What did it mean? To have a one-hit kill? Specializing in one-hit kills? Lin Jianran felt confused. This specialization was as difficult to comprehend as Xia's wealth. However, the fact that her opponent could match her indicated that their strength couldn't be too far off. At the beginning, the first few matches were indeed randomly matched among millions. As the matches progressed, to ensure fairness, the system did not truly randomly match participants. It was also based on each individual's combat strength, with a slight random adjustment. Lin Jianran secretly heightened her vigilance, reminding herself not to be arrogant and to remain humble. If her opponent turned out to be a dark horse, she would be embarrassed. for the sake of her future delicious braised ribs. She had to win. The system spoke, selecting the match scene. Lin Jianran chose the primitive forest, as she excelled in close combat and explosive power. Lord Lin leisurely tapped a button. As a student, he knew what she would choose. Lin Jianran glanced at her opponent not far away and could see her squinting, looking lazy and relaxed, her pale skin delicate and fair, her movements extremely graceful. This aura felt so familiar. Lin Jianran thought to herself. Both participants have chosen the same scene. Match scene, primitive forest. Lin Jianran was surprised and looked up, only to see her opponent smile at her. Lin Jianran? Is her opponent trying to seduce her with beauty to make her lose the match? That's impossible. If anyone was going to be seduced by beauty, it could only be Xia Zhi. This wild woman thinks she can flirt with her? In her dreams. Lin Jianran turned her head, ignoring her opponent's smile, even feeling a bit disdainful. Lord Lin clicked his tongue. What to do when your own student ignores their teacher? Lin Jianran still chose heavy armor, a mech that excelled in close combat and firepower. By the time she appeared, her opponent was already there. Lin Jianran spread her legs, moved her right foot back slightly, and firmly planted herself on the ground. Seeing her opponent not move, Lin Jianran took the initiative. She gripped her weapon tightly. This time, it was a whip charged with electricity. The whip crackled with purple lightning, hissing loudly. She swung the whip violently, aiming straight for her opponent's face. Women love beauty, especially such a beautiful woman. Chapter 195. The teacher personally teaches. Lin Jianran curses her intention was to make her opponent instinctively distracted by her face. Lin also watched as Lin Jianran swung for a face hit, his expression unchanged, showing no sign of wanting to move. Standing there, he exuded an air of superiority. Lin Jianran's whip approached, as expected. He easily caught the whip, not delivering a one-hit kill like usual. It seemed he was being patient. He casually gripped the whip, his strength unexpectedly great. Lin Jianran pulled back, but he didn't budge. Lin also spoke, his tone relaxed and languid as it passed through the mech to Lin Jianran's ears. Today, teacher will teach you how to play combat techniques. Lin Jianran was dumbfounded. Realizing what he meant, she spat angrily, thinking he was insulting her. What the hell? I need your teaching? Just wait to lose. Watch me make you a mess. She was determined to show him how to be a person. Lin also smiled, unfazed. He found it somewhat amusing. Suddenly, he let go. Lin Jianran, caught off guard, had pulled too hard earlier, and when he suddenly released, she stumbled and fell. Her rear hit the ground hard. She never expected him to let go. Lin Jianran. She quickly stood up, a hint of red creeping up her ears in the cockpit. That was from embarrassment. Damn it. She cursed, infuriated. Not only could the audience see this, but would also be recorded. Thinking of this, Lin Jianran felt her liver ache. Her hands trembled. Take this. Lin Jianran swung her whip again and charged forward, causing leaves to rain down around her. Lin also calmly blocked, sending her back. A cold voice came. Your posture is wrong. When you whip, your strength should come from your arms, not your wrists. Do it again. Lin Jianran took a few steps back. She was taken aback by the words, then snorted coldly and charged forward again. Unsurprisingly, Lin Jianran was knocked back again. Your leg strength is insufficient. Do it again. Lin Jianran felt this person was definitely looking for trouble. What's wrong with you? Do it again. Lin Jianran angrily charged up again. Wrong, do it again. The fifth, sixth, and nth times. The audience was astonished. They doubted if they were watching a fake competition. Only one person, oh no, a conscious robot in real name system, was envious. Lin Wu's heart was filled with bitterness, almost breaking through the sky. Master seems to have never been this patient with them, right? He knew the master was teaching his own students, but clearly, when they humbly sought advice, they only ever received a look, and they had to figure out themselves. Unfair. So unfair. Lin Wu felt like a lemon. Somewhere, a bunch of systems were secretly peeking at the screen. Is this really okay? What if the main system punishes us? You go stop it? The system that was called out immediately shook its head vigorously. Then who will go? They usually talked a lot, but now they were mute. If none of you will go, then let it be. A certain system sighed softly. The systems looked at each other, none daring to speak. The competitor was not to be provoked. Provoking them would lead to a difficult life for all systems, commonly known as the end of good days. Even the main system had to bow its head, so these little transparent systems better not be too conspicuous. Chapter 196. Lin Jianran's miserable state. Lin Jianran was exhausted, lying on the ground, panting heavily, soaked in sweat, completely worn out and unable to get up. She couldn't imagine why a person with a D-class physique could be stronger than her, an S-class. Could this be the legendary Dark Horse? Lin Jianran was so tired she couldn't even speak, her fingers too lazy to move. She lay in the cockpit, drenched in sweat, looking utterly disheveled. She was a complete mess. Lin Jianran had never been this disheveled in her life. Lin also lifted his foot and kicked her lightly. Get up, continue. Lin Jianran. Is this a devil? Lin Jianran wanted to raise her hand. The giant mech hand trembled and slowly lifted at a snail's pace. Bang! In the end, it ended in failure. Whoa, braised ribs, I'm sorry for you. Let's eat you later. This match was truly a waste. Lin's eyes narrowed. Since that's the case, then let's end it. This match lasted 5 hours. It was time to conclude. Lin Jianran, lying on the ground, suddenly stiffened, feeling a bad premonition. Lin slowly raised his hand, and in an instant, the mech piloted by Lin Jianran split in two. The pilot was killed instantly. The death was extremely tragic. Discussing tactics galore, never thought of this one. So tragic and miserable, the most tragic way to die in history. Killed by exhaustion from the enemy, the most frustrating way to play, is when you give it your all while the opponent is indifferent. Arena no 3623. The Island Master wins. In the audience, some people have fallen asleep and just woke up in a daze. Huh, is it finally over? Can I really leave? Wow, it's finally over. I swear if I watch this so-called Island Master S match again, I'll eat shit. It's so torturous, knowing you would win. Why did you keep toying with that little girl? That girl probably has psychological trauma now. Did you not see that person was teaching her? I think you're really stupid. You think teaching is real? It's a competition, dude. Who plays house with you? A good nope. So nice. During the competition, all participants must remain seated, unless forcibly logged out or the match ends. After Lin Jianran emerged, she felt her weak spirit had been severely crushed, trembling. Is this person sick? Lin Jianran looked at her balance, which had decreased by 10 points, and then at her personal information's win rate. She shed bitter tears. Even if the person had good intentions, they couldn't torture her for 5 hours, right? 5 hours. Lin Jianran sighed, feeling unlucky. Clearly, all pain should disappear after the match. Yet she still felt like her whole body was falling apart. She was scared. Lin Jianran was physically and mentally exhausted, pale as she entered the audience of the Xia Zhi arena again. She sat there, resting her chin on her hand, looking gloomy. Ahem. Next to her, Lu Shiqi coughed twice to express his presence. What a coincidence. But Lin Jianran seemed deaf, showing no reaction at all. Lu Shiqi poked her with his hand. Lin Jianran's body swayed slightly, but ignored him. Lin Jianran. Lu Shiqi leaned over and shouted loudly. Startled, Lin Jianran felt the sound vibrating in her ears, making her head buzz. Seeing who it was, she angrily scolded, Are you sick? Chapter 197. Lu Shiqi's helplessness. Lu Shiqi. The baby feels wronged, but won't cry. Lin Jianran seemed to realize she was too angry and calmed down a bit. She coughed and said seriously, Could you please lower your voice next time you call me? Don't make such a big commotion. It's really a bit scary. Lu Shiqi. This is still on the Star Network of virtual data. If this were the real world, with you shouting like that, I'd probably be deaf. Lu Shiqi. Clearly just saying hello. Why does it feel like he's taking all the blame? Lin Jianran lectured him, making Lu Shiqi feel a sharp pain in his heart. Still with a confused face, Lu Shiqi thought, What did he do wrong? After venting her anger, Lin Jianran glanced at him and said irritably, What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be studying your materials? Her tone inexplicably had a hint of acidity. Of course, Lu Shiqi, a late-stage male chauvinist, would not sense it. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, carefully choosing his words. I've almost finished my material research. I wanted to catch your match, but I missed it. And then I saw the big shot was about to start. Then he thought, given Lin Jinran's character, she would definitely be here. Lin Jinran huffed, crossing her arms. At least you have some sense. The time for contestants to enter has arrived, and the audience is prohibited from entering. As the system's voice fell, Xia Zhi's figure appeared. The girl was still in her extremely cool silver combat suit, tall, with long and slender legs, stunningly beautiful. Her exquisite brows and eyes radiated a rebellious aura, her lips a bright red, and a faint, cool smile graced her lips. She was simply both fierce and charming. Many beauty enthusiasts in the audience couldn't help but scream, "Wow, this face is too beautiful. Just based on this face, I'm a fan. This feeling of looking down on everything, I love it. So handsome. What a pity we can't take photos. Otherwise, I would definitely freeze and lick the screen." As expected of the idol I support, truly beautiful and stunning. In the past, Lin Jinran would be extremely excited every time she saw Xia Zhi, completely an online little fan. But this time, she felt like a frostbitten eggplant, wilted. She inexplicably felt a bit psychologically shadowed by the presence of powerful people. Lin Jinran sighed softly. Dejected, Lu Shiqi noticed something was off. Usually, she would be the most excited one when seeing big shots, the kind that would shout until her throat was sore. But today, what is going on? Lu Shiqi pushed her and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jinran sighed again and took a long time to speak, looking as if to say, "You wouldn't understand. It's hard to explain. If you have something to say, just say it." After holding it in for a long time, Lu Shiqi finally said this. Lin Jinran tightly closed her mouth. How could she share this embarrassing story? Impossible. It would be too humiliating. Oh. Seeing Lin Jinran keep silent, Lu Shiqi felt helpless and chose to go along with her. The audience had already placed their bets. This time, they were a bit hesitant. Contestant, Cang Liang physical fitness, S mental strength, S source, student from the 2nd District Ryan Military Academy contestant win rate, 100 specialty, wealthy, very beautiful, goddess, close combat, strong mental attacks. Chapter 198, Who Dares to Bully My Xia? Contestant, Gang Liang Go physical fitness, SS mental strength, S source, contestant from the 1st District Society win rate, 100 specialty, close combat, strength infiltrator. First reaction, a strong showdown. The audience, I can't believe I'm seeing a contestant with SS physical fitness in my lifetime. Most of the audience had placed their bets, basically fans from both sides. A small number of spectators stood in the middle, not understanding the situation, only looking at the personal information on both sides. They were truly indecisive. Just looking at the surface data, Gang Liang Go indeed seemed to be better. Cang Liang's performance had always been fierce and decisive, making him a favorite among the audience. So handsome, and Gang Liang Go was also a heavyweight contestant, only losing to Cang Liang in terms of average time in each match. Gang Liang Go had not been very lucky. The subsequent matches were almost either potential S or quickly potential SS. Every match was tough, and the long duration was also normal. Who could be as abnormal as Cang Liang? 13 seconds. What does that even mean? Probably not even enough time to go to the restroom. Even back then, Z-God wasn't this terrifying. However, Cang Liang's luck compared to other contestants was that of a child of destiny, a lucky one from God. The opponents he faced were generally of lower average levels, the highest being the last match, that won with a physical fitness and S mental strength. Comparing this, Gang Liang Go, as a heavyweight contestant, appeared much more advanced. As an experienced contestant who ranked in the top 500 last time, he still had fans supporting him on site. Liang Go defeat her, knock her down from first place. Beat her, Liang Go. Langu. The passion was endless. Beat her. If you take her down, you'll be first. Compared to this, Xia Zhi seemed much lonelier. The girl stood casually, her gaze unfocused, revealing a delicate jawline, filled with beauty. It seemed she didn't care at all. Her expression was a bit impatient, her brows cold and irritable. The noisy Gang Liang Go bowed to his fans, looking loyal and loudly shouted, "Thank you for supporting me. I will definitely win this beautifully. I'll give you an explanation." The audience who had accompanied Xia Zhi all the way Every opponent of the big shot seems to say this, waiting to see the slap in the face. Lin Jianran suddenly couldn't take it anymore. She had just felt like a frostbitten eggplant, but now she was full of rage. Is there really no one to bully my Xia? Damn. And take her down. Beat the hell out of him. Lin Jianran rolled up her sleeves, looking fierce, pretending to speak up, but Lu Shiqi grabbed her, shaking her head. Big shot, she usually find it annoying. Let's leave it at that. Lin Jianran deflated like a puncture balloon. She leaned back, sighed, I know, but can we just fight properly? Why resort to personal attacks? The opposing fans were simply too unlikable. Lu Shiqi let go, leaning back in her chair. My stance is I bet all my points on the big shot. All her remaining stock. Lin Jianran was taken aback. Wait, I haven't bet yet? After the match, she hurried over without calming her wounded little heart. She had really forgotten about this. Lin Jianran pursed her lips and glanced at the odds. Due to the influence of the opposing fans, the odds for this match were a bit high. Chapter 199. The cool fans are cute and adorable. She made up her mind and bet all her points. Of course, she bet on Xia to win. Lu Shiqi didn't stop her on the side. Just a strange kind of trust. Just kidding. Cang Liang is the successor of the master. If he doesn't bet now, when will he? Always waiting for the day to cling to the big shot's thigh. Seeing how annoying Gang Mengdalango's fans were, Xia Zhi's cool fans couldn't help it, the newly appointed ones. They were about to explode. Who doesn't have a fan in their family? Suddenly, Xia Zhi raised her hand, making a quiet gesture, her exquisite brows furrowing with a hint of irritation. The sensible cool fans instantly fell silent. They obediently shut their mouths. They understood. They all understood. Xia Zhi spoke lightly, her eyes glinting with coldness. Be good. Don't make noise. The cool fans became even quieter, like good babies. Watching the fans' pitiful looks as they tried to suppress their urge to argue was truly heart-wrenching. I'll give you a chance to make a request. Xia Zhi squinted her eyes lazily. The cool fans instantly became excited. Big shot. 10 seconds. Yes. We strongly request to defeat him in 10 seconds. Let them know why first place is first, because it's a peak they can never reach. An insurmountable chasm. Add 1. Okay, 10 seconds. After Xia Zhi agreed, the cool fans quietly settled down again. They were truly too well-behaved. All of this was in the eyes of Gang Mengdalango, who narrowed his eyes slightly, filled with disdain, feeling that this woman in front of him was too arrogant and rebellious. If he were to win, there might still be a slight chance. 10 seconds? Gang Mengdalango's fans couldn't bear this provocation either, barking like mad dogs at everyone they saw. Lin Jianran was still a bit dazed. When did Xia have fans? Xia actually has fans behind her back, crying and cool fans? Cang Liang? The two contestants have entered the arena, and the comparison is about to begin. Ding ding ding, System 003 has officially come online. May I ask Lord Cang Liang which scene map you choose for the competition? System 003's sycophancy was truly on display at all times. Of course, as a qualified system, one must not miss any opportunity to cling to the big shot's thigh. With this sudden change from the system, not only were Gang Mengdalango's fans a bit confused, but Gang Mengdalango himself was also quite baffled. He quickly reacted. What's going on? Last time, Z-God also received some special treatment. The fierce big wolf dog's eyes darkened. A person chosen by the system must not be underestimated. Xia Zhi lazily lifted her head and spoke. Let us go with the primeval forest. Not far away, the fierce big wolf dog's expression shifted upon hearing this. He also favored the primeval forest. What a coincidence. The corners of his lips curled up, revealing a smile that seemed to indicate he was bound to win. Respected Lord Cang Liang has chosen the competition scene, Primeval Forest. Both contestants are being teleported. When Xia Zhi piloted her basic mech into the Primeval Forest scene, it was empty. Surrounding her were only simulated insect sounds and the occasional roar of a wild beast. Aside from that, it was quiet like the calm before storm. Inside the cockpit, Xia Zhi looked at the surrounding greenery of flowers, grass, and trees. Suddenly, she smiled. A lurker? They really know how to hide. To deal with this chameleon that can conceal itself within 10 seconds is not difficult at all. Xia Zhi has never hidden her strength in a fight. So, Chapter 200, 10 Seconds to Victory. Her exclusive SSS-level mental power condensed into a sharp sword and flew through the air. At this moment, the fierce big wolf dog had yet to realize that his concealed figure had been completely exposed. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of crisis hit him. Hair standing on end. A warning bell rang in his heart, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead. Knowing the danger was coming, but unable to move. That shocking power pinned him in place. A great panic surged within him, and he suddenly glanced at the basic mech that had been standing there since its appearance. And he realized, his heart sank. It was too late. When that unfamiliar yet immense mental power entered his mental sea. His mental barrier was only able to hold for a brief second before being utterly shattered. It was a complete wreck. Without the control of mental power, the fierce big wolf dog's concealed mech plunged to the ground, its dark green frame immediately catching everyone's eye. Watching this sudden turn of events, all the spectators were dumbfounded. Why did the fierce big wolf dog jump out eagerly as soon as Cang Liang entered the arena? In a showdown of experts, even a second can mean life or death. Xia Zhi suddenly turned around, executing the familiar moves known to her fans, launching a laser missile attack. There was no choice. In fact, there were even stronger missiles above the laser missiles. Nuclear radiation missiles. Unfortunately, the basic mech was too weak, and the mech's equipment couldn't match such high-end nuclear radiation missiles. Forgive the fans for not knowing why the big shot likes the basic mech as long as it feels good. Boom, boom, boom. 10 laser missiles were launched in succession, and the intense light nearly blinded everyone. The fans of the fierce big wolf dog fell silent. A few seconds. 5,000 points gone? The fans were extremely excited. Oh, so cool, so cool, so cool. The fierce big wolf dog, whose mental sea was in ruins, could not maneuver the mech to dodge the barrage of 10 laser missiles. The fierce big wolf dog watched helplessly as the 10 laser missiles fiercely came towards him. Before his death, he roared in unwillingness. No, it's impossible. Such immense mental power. How could it be yes? The words were ultimately left unspoken. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud shot into the sky. The scene was incredibly shocking. In an instant, only the deafening sound of the missile explosions could be heard, creating a visual feast. Under this bombardment, the fierce big wolf dog couldn't even leave behind a trace, not even a speck of dust. 9, 10, Arena 963. Cang Liang wins. Silence. A bizarre kind of silence. 10 seconds. Really 10 seconds. Haha. Does that group of fans across the way feel pain in their faces? What kind of existence have I been a fan of? Points. It turns out that betting on the big shot has never resulted in a loss. This match ended spectacularly. Some fans could only leave dejectedly. The fans felt they had finally vented their anger. It turns out that slapping faces really feels good. Lin Jianran looked at her points balance, which had nearly doubled, and chuckled foolishly. Ha ha! She was overjoyed. The previous gloom had completely vanished, not a trace left. Lu Shiqi looked at her with an ambiguous expression, his eyes burning. Lin Jianran shyly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, slightly regaining her composure. Cough, cough.